Hello to all fans of Naruto Lemon. I will post all Naruto Lemon Yaoi, Yuri, or Naruto Lemon stories only on the Boosty channel because Uncle YouTube condemns this. Therefore, I invite everyone who wants Naruto Lemon content to my Boosty channel. Good luck.
お前はどこまで見えている。俺の死に様か。
I had never stopped to think about how I was going to die, although I had had plenty of reasons to in recent months, but I wouldn't have imagined anything like this situation even if I had tried. Holding my breath, I stared into the dark eyes of the hunter across the large room. He returned my gaze with satisfaction. Surely, dying in place of someone else, someone you love, was a good way to end things. Even noble. That should count for something. I knew I wouldn't face death now if I hadn't gone to Konoha, but, terrified as I was, I didn't regret this decision. When life offers you a dream that far exceeds any of your expectations, it is not reasonable to lament its conclusion. The hunter smiled amicably as he advanced casually to kill me. My cousin drove me to the airport with the car windows down. In Uzushio, the temperature was 24 degrees Celsius and the sky was a perfect, clear blue. I had put on my favorite jacket, black and orange. I wore it as a farewell gesture. My carry-on luggage was an anorak. I was heading to Konoha, a small town whose sky is almost always overcast. In this insignificant place, it rains more than anywhere else in the land of fire. My cousin ran away with me from that place and its dark, perpetual shadows when I was just a few months old. I had been forced to spend a month there every summer until I finally stood my ground when I turned 14, so, instead, for the last 3 years, Minato, my Tusan, had spent his 2 weeks of vacation with me. And now I was exiling myself to Konoha, an act that terrified me, since I hated the place. I adored Uzushio. I loved the sun, the scorching heat, and the vitality of a city that sprawled in every direction. Naruchan, Kachin told me for the umpteenth time before boarding the plane, "You don't have to do it, Databane." My grandmother and I are nothing alike, except for our smiles and personalities. I had a panic attack when I looked into her big, innocent eyes, so similar to mine yet so different. How could he let her fend for herself, she who was so affectionate, capricious, and scatterbrained? Now she had Arashi-san, of course, so the bills would probably get paid. There would be food in the fridge and gas in the car, and she could call on him when she was lost, but still. "I really want to go, Databeo," I lied with a big smile, the one I wore when I didn't want people to worry about me. I've always been terrible at lying, but I'd told that lie so often in the last few months that it almost sounded convincing now. "Say hello to Minato for me, Databane," he said resignedly. "Yes, I will, Databeo. I'll see you soon," he insisted. "You can come home whenever you want. I'll come back as soon as you need me, Databane." But in his eyes I saw the sacrifice that promise entailed for him. "Don't worry about me, Databeo," I said. "Everything will be fine. I love you, Kachin." She hugged me tightly for a minute, then I boarded the plane and she left. To get to Konoha, I had a 4-hour flight from Uzushio to Yami, and from there another hour by small plane to Etsu, followed by another hour by car. I don't mind flying, and I wasn't worried about spending an hour in the car with Minato. The truth was, Minato had handled it all quite well. He seemed genuinely pleased that I was finally going to be living with him more or less permanently. I'd already enrolled in high school, and he was going to help me buy a car. I knew my decision made him feel a little confused, since, like my cousin, I had never hidden my aversion to Konoha. It was raining when the plane landed in Etsu. I didn't consider it an omen, it was simply inevitable. I had already said goodbye to the sun. Minato was waiting for me in the patrol car, which didn't surprise me. For the good people of Konoha, Minato is the chief of the Namikaze police force. The main reason I wanted to buy a car, despite my meager savings, was that I refused to be driven around town in a car with red and blue lights on the roof. Nothing slows traffic down faster than a cop. Minato hugged me as I stumbled down the airplane steps. "I'm glad to see you, Naruchan," she said with a smile as she held me firmly. You've hardly changed. How's Kushina? Kachan is fine. I'm glad to see you too, Tuchan, Databeo. He couldn't call him Minato to his face. I had only a few suitcases. Most of my clothes from Yuzushio were too light to carry in Konoha. My mother and I had done our best to supplement my winter wardrobe, but even so, it was still insufficient. They all fit easily in the trunk of the patrol car. I found the perfect car for you, and it's very cheap, he announced once we had fastened our seatbelts. What kind of car, Databeo? I was suspicious of the way he had said a perfect car for you instead of simply a perfect car. Well, it's a truck, a Chevy to be exact. Where did you find her, Databeo? Do you remember Sabaku no Karura, the one who lived in Suna? Suna is a small reserve located on the coast. Lie. He used to come fishing with us during the summer, he explained. That's why I didn't remember her. I'm good at forgetting painful and unnecessary things. Now he's in a wheelchair, Minato continued when I didn't answer. So he can't drive, and he offered to sell me his truck for very little money. What year is it from, Databeo? From the way her face changed, I knew it was the question she didn't want to hear. Well, Karura has made a lot of modifications to the engine. Actually, it's not that old. I hoped he didn't think so little of me that he would just let the matter drop. When can I buy it, Databeo? In 1984. I think. And was it new then, Databeo? Actually, no. I think it was new in the early 60s, or maybe the late 50s, he confessed shyly. Tuchan, Onagai. I don't know anything about cars, Databeo. I wouldn't be able to fix it if it broke down, and I can't afford to pay for a garage. None of that, Naru-chan, the thing works perfectly. They don't make them this good nowadays. The junk, I repeated to myself. At least it had potential as a nickname. And what do you mean by cheap, Databeo? Well, Koisher, I've already bought it for you as a welcome gift. Minato glanced at me sideways with an expectant expression. Wow. Free. You didn't have to do that, Tuchan. I was going to buy a car, Databeo. I don't mind. I want you to feel comfortable here. That's great, Tuchan. Arigato. Thank you, Databeo. It was unnecessary to add that it was impossible to be comfortable in Konoha, but he didn't have to suffer with me. Well, do Atashima.e. Okiri, he muttered, embarrassed by my words of thanks. We chatted animatedly throughout the trip, but that didn't stop me from noticing the humid weather and looking out the window. The landscape was beautiful, of course, there was no denying it. Everything was green, the trees, the moss-covered trunks, the canopy of branches hanging from them, the ground covered in ferns. Even the air that filtered through the leaves had a hint of green. It was too green, an alien planet. Finally, we arrived at Minato's home. He lived in a small, two-bedroom house that he and my cousin had bought during the first few days of his marriage. Those were the only days of his marriage, the very beginning. There, parked on the street in front of a house that never changed, was my new pickup truck, well, new to me. The vehicle was a faded orange, with large fenders and a rounded, bulbous-looking cab. To my enormous surprise, I loved it. I didn't know if it would work, but I could picture myself behind the wheel. Besides, it was one of those solid, iron models that never get damaged, the kind of car you see at a traffic accident with its paintwork intact and surrounded by the wreckage of the foreign car it just smashed. It's fabulous, Tuchan. I love it. Arigato, Databeo. I'm glad you like it, Minato said with a smile. Carrying all my things upstairs to the first floor required only one trip. I had the west-facing bedroom, the one that overlooked the front yard. I knew the room well, it had been mine since I was born. The wooden floor, the light orange painted walls, the gabled roof, the already yellowed lace curtains flanking the windows. All of that was part of my childhood. The only changes Minato had made were replacing the crib with a bed and adding a desk when I got older. On top of it now sat a second-hand computer with the modem cable stapled to the floor and running to the nearest phone jack. My cousin had arranged it that way so we could easily stay in touch. The rocking chair I'd had since I was a child was still in the corner. There was only one small bathroom at the top of the stairs that I would have to share with Minato. Try not to overthink it. One of the good things about Minato is that he doesn't hover around you. He left me alone to unpack and settle in, a feat that would have been completely impossible for my cousin. It was wonderful to be alone, not having to smile or put on a brave face. It was a respite that allowed me to gaze disheartenedly through the window at the curtain of rain and shed a few tears. I wasn't in the mood for a big cry. That could wait until I went to bed and started reflecting on what awaited me the next day. The terrifying student count at Konoha High School used to be only 357 students, now it's 358. In my third-year class at Uzushio alone, there were over 700 students. All the young people here had grown up together, their grandparents having learned to walk together. I would be the new kid from the big city, a curiosity, an oddball. Not to mention my condition, which I abhorred with all my might. I was a virgin, a man with the ability to procreate. That wasn't really so tragic, but the taunts were. My childhood had been hell, adolescence was no better. But something told me that the same thing wouldn't happen in Konoha. After all, my Tusan was the Oyabun of the police, known and respected by everyone. Besides, people from towns like this tend to be friendlier. My skin was tan, and very pretty, according to my cousin. My eyes were sapphire blue, the same shade as Minato's. My hair was blonde, like the sun, according to Arashi-san, and lastly, I had 3 little marks on each cheek that made me look like a kitsune. I've always been thin and delicate, like all young men, though I didn't like to admit it much, and as if that weren't enough, I lacked the coordination to play sports without making a fool of myself or hurting someone, myself or anyone who was too close. After putting away my clothes, I went to the bathroom to freshen up after a day of traveling. While drying my hair, I had to admit I was fooling myself. I wouldn't fit in at Konoha, and not just because of my physical limitations. If I couldn't even find a place for myself in a school of 3,000 students, what chance would I have here? I didn't connect well with people my own age. Well, the truth is, I didn't connect well with people at all. Period. Not even my cousin, the person I was closest to, was on the same wavelength as me. We weren't on the same page. Sometimes I wondered if I saw things the same way as everyone else. Maybe my mind wasn't working properly. But the cause didn't matter, only the effect counted. I gazed at my reflection in the mirror and remembered why I had moved to Konoha. Now was not the time to give up and get depressed about things that hadn't even happened yet. Tomorrow I would go to school and do my best to make a good impression on everyone I met. I smiled sincerely and went to sleep. Tomorrow would be the start of a new day. The next morning, all I could see through the window was a thick fog, and I felt claustrophobia creeping in. You could never see the sky here, it felt like being in a cage. Breakfast with Minato was lively. He wished me luck at school, and I thanked him, even though I knew his hopes were in vain. Good luck usually eluded me. Minato left first, heading straight to the police station, which was his wife and family. I finished breakfast and put on my anorak. I didn't want to get to school too early, but I couldn't stay in the house any longer. It was still drizzling outside, but not enough to soak me. Nevertheless, I hurried to get in the truck. It started right up, though with a loud bang, and then it was quite noisy as it idled. It was easy to find the school even though I'd never been there before. It wasn't immediately obvious that it was a school. I only stopped because of the sign indicating that it was Konoha High School. I parked in front of the first building, above whose entrance was a small sign that read Main Office. Reluctantly, I climbed out of the warm cabin of the minivan and walked along a stone path flanked by dark hedges. I took a deep breath before opening the door. Inside, it was brighter and warmer than I'd expected. The office was small. A long counter divided the room in two, with metal baskets full of papers on the countertop and garish, colorful advertisements plastered across the front. Behind the counter were 3 desks. A thin brunette sat at one of them. The woman looked up. "Can I help you with anything?" "I'm Namake's Naruto, Databeo. I informed him with my best smile. The time had come to put all of me into making everyone believe that I liked Konoha. I could see a glimmer of recognition in their eyes. They were expecting me. I had undoubtedly been the subject of gossip. The young son of the capricious ex-wife of the police chief was finally returning home. Of course. I have your class schedule and a map of the school right here. He told me with a smile, handing me the aforementioned items, as well as the attendance slip for each sensei to sign and return at the end of the classes. The other students were starting to arrive when I got back to the truck. I followed them, joining the line of cars driving to the other side of the school. I noticed that all the vehicles were even older than mine, none of them were flashy. The best car there was a brand new Volvo, and it stood out. I parked in an empty space so that the noise my vehicle made wouldn't attract other people's attention to me. I can do it, Databeo. I slapped my cheeks like I always did to give myself courage, reminding myself that I had a very difficult task ahead of me. Nobody's going to bite me. I sighed and got out of the car to head to my first class, which was in Building 3. The classroom I was assigned was small. I handed the receipt to the teacher, and he sent me to an empty desk at the back of the class. Everyone stared at me like I was some kind of freak, which made me blush. When the bell rang, a man leaned over from a desk across the hall to talk to me. "You are Namikaze Naruto-kun, Hantu?" "You can just call me Naru," I corrected him with a big smile. "Where is your next class?" he asked, mesmerized. I had to check it with the program I had in my backpack. History, in Building 6, Databeo. "I'm going to Building 4, I could show you the way." "Too kind, no doubt. My name is Idate," he added. I smiled happily. "Arigato, Databeo." We gathered our things and walked into the rain. "Well, it's very different from Uzushio, isn't it?" I asked. "A lot." "It doesn't rain there often, Hantu?" 3 or 4 times a year, Databeo." "Wow, I can't even imagine it." "There's always plenty of sun, Databeo," I explained cheerfully. We passed by the cafeteria on our way to the buildings in the southern area, near the gym. Idate accompanied me to the door, although I could have easily identified it. "Anyway, good luck," he said when I touched the doorknob. "Maybe we'll meet in another class." He seemed hopeful. I gave him a big smile and went inside. The rest of the morning unfolded similarly. After 2 classes, I began to recognize several faces in each subject. A young man sat next to me in both trigonometry and Spanish classes, and he accompanied me to the cafeteria for lunch. I couldn't remember his name, so I simply smiled while I talked nonstop about the teachers and the classes. We sat at the end of a long table with several of his friends, whom I introduced myself to. I forgot their names as soon as I said them. Idate greeted me from across the room. And there I was, sitting in the dining room, chatting happily with curious strangers, when I saw them for the first time. They were sitting in a corner of the cafeteria, at the opposite end from where I was. There were 5 of them. They weren't talking or eating, even though they all had trays of food in front of them. But that wasn't what caught my attention. They didn't look anything like students. Of the 3 men, one was tall and thin, with messy white hair. Another was equally tall and thin, with long, brown hair. The last one was like the previous 2, with jet black hair tinged with blue. I had never seen a more attractive man than him. The girls were very different from each other. The taller one was thin, with long, blood-red hair. The shorter girl was equally thin, with long, shiny, and very beautiful hair, a shade very similar to the attractive boys. They all looked very much alike. They were as white as chalk, the palest students in that sunless town. They all had very dark eyes, despite the different shades of hair, and mauve circles under their eyes, similar to the purple of bruises. It was as if they all suffered from insomnia or were recovering from a broken nose, although their noses, like the rest of their features, were straight, perfect, and symmetrical. But none of that was the reason why she couldn't look away. I continued to gaze at them because their faces, so different and yet so similar, possessed an inhuman and devastating beauty. They were faces like nothing you ever expect to see, except perhaps painted by an ancient artist, like the countenance of a tenchi. It was difficult to decide who was more beautiful, perhaps the short girl with long, lustrous hair or the handsome man. The five of them kept looking away from each other, from the rest of the students, and from anything else as far as I could tell. The youngest girl got up with the tray, the soda unopened, the apple unbitten, and walked away with a graceful, swift trot, like a runaway horse. Amazed by her agile, dancer-like movements, I watched her empty her tray and slip out the back door at a speed I never would have thought possible. I glanced quickly at the others, who remained seated, motionless. "Who are those guys, Databeo?" I asked the young man from the Spanish class, whose name I had forgotten. And suddenly, as he looked up to see who I was referring to, though he probably already knew from my tone of voice, the attractive man with jet black hair glanced at him. For a split second, he stared at my neighbor, and then his dark eyes met mine. He looked away quickly, even faster than I did, blushing with embarrassment. His face showed no interest in that furtive glance. It was as if my companion had uttered his name and he, despite having decided not to react beforehand, had involuntarily raised his eyes in response. Embarrassed, the young man next to me laughed foolishly and fixed his gaze on the table, just like me. "They are Sasuke-kun and Suigetsu-kun Uchiha, and Karen-san and Niji-kun Hyuga. The one who just left is named Uchiha Hinata-san. They all live with Uchiha-sensei and her husband," she replied in a whisper. I glanced sideways at the attractive man, who was now staring at his tray as he crumbled a donut with his long, snow-white fingers. His mouth moved very quickly, barely parting his perfect lips. The other three continued to stare blankly, and yet I thought he was speaking quietly to them. I looked at my neighbor for a moment and remembered that his name was Yugura. There, attractive, Databeo. It was difficult for me to find a measured term. "I'm telling you." Yugura nodded while letting out another silly giggle. "But they're together. I mean Suigetsu-kun and Karen-san, and Niji-kun and Hinata-san, and they live together." His voice resonated with all the shock and disapproval of a small town, but, to be honest, I must confess that it would give rise to great gossip even in Uzushio. "Who are the Uchiha, Databeo?" I asked. "They don't look related." "Of course not. Uchiha-sensei is very young, probably in his late 20s or early 30s. They're all adopted. The Hyuga are cousins, and the Uchiha are their adoptive family. They seem a little too old to be with a foster family, Databeo. Now then, Niji-kun and Karen-san are 18 years old, but they've lived with Uchiha-sama since they were 8. He's their uncle or something like that. It's very generous of the Uchiha to take care of all those children at such a young age, Databeo." "I suppose so," Yugura admitted reluctantly. I got the impression that, for some reason, he didn't like the doctor and his husband. From the glances he cast at his adopted children. I guessed it was jealousy. Then, as if that diminished the goodness of the marriage, he added, "Although I understand that Uchiha-sama can't have children." While we were having this conversation, I kept glancing furtively towards where that strange family was sitting. They continued staring at the walls and hadn't eaten a thing. "Have you always lived in Konoha, Databeo?" I asked. "If so, I'm sure I would have seen you during one of my visits during the summer holidays." "Lie," he said in a voice that implied it had to be obvious, even to a newcomer like me. "They moved here 2 years ago." I felt a pang of compassion and relief. Compassion because, despite their beauty, they were foreigners and it was clear they weren't welcome. Relief at not being the only newcomer, and certainly not the most interesting one. One of the Uchiha, the most attractive one, looked up as I studied them, and our eyes met, this time with obvious curiosity. When I looked away, it seemed to me that an unfulfilled expectation shone in his. "Who is the man with jet black hair, Databeo?" I asked. I glanced at him. He was still watching me. His face reflected a slight annoyance. "His name is Sasuke-kun. He's incredibly handsome, of course, but don't waste your time with him. He's not dating anyone. Maybe none of the girls or boys at school are interesting enough for him," she said disdainfully, in a clear display of spite. I wondered when she had rejected him. I bit my lip to keep from bursting out laughing, which I was sure my partner wouldn't appreciate at all. Then I looked at him again. He had turned his face away, but I thought I saw the skin of his cheeks stretch, as if he were smiling too. The four of them left the table at the same time, just a few minutes later. They all moved with great elegance. It disconcerted me to see them. The one whose name was Sasuke didn't look at me again. I didn't stay at the table long. I didn't want to be late for my classes on the first day. One of my new friends, who I initially thought was a girl because of her beautiful long hair and looks, was kind enough to remind me that her name was Haku. Like me, she had a second-year biology class the next period. We walked to the classroom together, chatting happily. She was a very sweet person. As soon as I entered the classroom, Haku said goodbye to me and went to sit at a table with 2 chairs and a blacktop lab tabletop. He was already sharing the table with another student. In fact, all the tables were occupied except for one. I recognized Uchiha Sasuke, who was sitting near the central aisle next to the only empty chair, because of his unusual hairstyle. I glanced at him furtively as I walked down the hall to introduce myself to the sensei and get my attendance slip signed. Just as I passed, he stiffened in his chair. He looked at me again, and our eyes met. The expression on his face was the strangest thing, hostile, angry. Stunned, I looked away. I tripped over a book on the floor and had to grab the edge of a table. The girl sitting there giggled. I apologized to her, giving her my best smile, which made her blush, and the rest of the class stared at me in amazement. I had noticed that he had black eyes, black as coal. Asuma-sensei signed my receipt and handed me a book. I knew we were going to get along from the way he treated me. Of course, he had no choice but to send me to the only empty chair in the middle of the classroom. I kept my eyes fixed on the chair as I went to sit next to him, since the hostility in his gaze still had me reeling. But I wouldn't let that attractive boy intimidate me. I was Namikaze Uzumaki Naruto, and no one would make me feel less than because of a simple hostile stare. I placed the book on the table and sat down, but I saw him shift his position when I glanced at him. He leaned in the opposite direction, sitting on the edge of his chair. He turned his face away as if something smelled awful. I sniffed my shirt, and all I could smell was my lavender perfume. What was wrong with that jerk? He barely knew me, yet he was looking at me with hostility and disgust. I turned my face away angrily. I wouldn't speak to him for the rest of the class. Who did he think he was, treating me like that? I tried to pay attention to the teacher. Unfortunately, the class was about a topic I had already studied. Every now and then I glanced at the boy next to me. He hadn't relaxed his stiff posture, sitting on the edge of his chair, as far away from me as possible, throughout the entire class. His left hand, clenched in a fist, rested on his thigh. The lesson seemed to drag on much longer than the others. Was it because classes were about to end, or because he was waiting for me to open the fist I was clenching so tightly? I didn't open it. I remained seated, so still I seemed not to breathe. What was wrong with him? Did he usually act this way? I questioned my opinion of Yugura's attitude during lunch. Perhaps he wasn't as resentful as I had thought. It couldn't have had anything to do with me. He didn't know me at all. I dared to glance at him furtively one more time, and I regretted it. He was looking at me again with those black eyes of his, filled with disgust. As I turned away, a phrase crossed my mind: if looks could kill. The bell rang at that moment. I jumped when I heard it, and Uchiha Sasuke left his seat. He stood up gracefully, his back to me. He was much taller than I had thought, and walked through the classroom door before anyone else had even gotten up from their chair. I froze in my chair, staring blankly as she left. It was truly awful. It wasn't right. I slowly began gathering my things, trying to suppress the anger that was building inside me, afraid my eyes would fill with tears. I used to cry when I was angry, a humiliating habit. "You're Namikaze Naruto-kun, right?" a male voice asked me. When I looked up, I saw a man with a thin face and brown hair. He gave me a friendly smile. Obviously, he didn't seem to believe I smelled bad. Just call me Naru, I corrected him, with a cheerful smile. My name is Kiba. Hello, Kiba. Do you need help finding your next class? I go to the gym, and I think I can find him, Databeo. It's also my next class. He seemed excited, although that wasn't a big coincidence in such a small school. We went together. We chatted happily the whole way, though I did most of the talking. Kiba was very kind. He turned out to be the nicest person I'd met that day. But as we were about to enter the gym, he asked me, "Hey, did you stab Uchiha Sasuke with a pencil, or what? I've never seen him behave like that before." I wished the earth would swallow me up. At least I wasn't the only one who'd noticed, and apparently, that wasn't Uchiha Sasuke's usual behavior. I decided to play dumb. "Are you referring to the guy who sat next to me in biology, Databeo?" I asked without malice and with an innocent smile. "Hi," he replied. He had a look of pain or something like that. "I don't know," I replied. "I haven't spoken to him, Databeo." "He's a weird guy." Kiba lingered beside me instead of heading to the locker room. "If I'd been lucky enough to sit next to you, I would have talked to you." He smiled cheerfully at me. He was friendly and clearly interested, but that wasn't enough to lessen my anger. Gai-sensei, the physical education teacher, got me a uniform, but he didn't force me to wear it for class that day. I watched the 4 volleyball matches being played simultaneously. It made me nauseous to see them and remember the many blows I had given, and received, when I played volleyball. Finally, the bell rang, signaling the end of classes. I walked slowly to the office to hand in the signed slip. It had stopped raining, but the wind was colder and blowing strongly. I wrapped my arms around myself to protect myself. I was about to turn around and leave when I entered the warm office. Uchiha Sasuke was standing in front of the desk. Apparently, he hadn't heard me come in. I leaned against the back wall, waiting for the receptionist to see me. I was arguing with her in a deep, pleasant voice. I was trying to change the 6th period biology class to another time, any time. I couldn't believe it was my fault. It had to be something else, something that had happened before I entered the biology lab. The cause of their hatred for me had to be a completely different mess. The door opened again, and a sudden gust of icy wind whipped my hair around my face. The newcomer simply walked to the desk, placed a note in the wastebasket, and left, but Uchiha Sasuke stiffened and turned, his handsome face looking ridiculous, to pierce me with his piercing, hate-filled eyes. For an instant, I felt a shudder of genuine panic. The hair on my arms stood on end. The look lasted no more than a second, but it chilled my blood more than the frigid wind. He turned to the receptionist and quickly said in a velvety voice, "Well, it doesn't matter. I see it's impossible." He turned around without looking at me and disappeared through the door. I walked slowly to the desk and handed him the attendance slip with all the signatures. "How was your first day, Tengaku?" she asked me in a motherly way. "Fine," I lied in a weak voice. She didn't seem very convinced. Vocabulary: Konoha, forks. Suna, la push. The Land of Fire, Washington. Yuzushio, Phoenix. Yami, Darkness, Seattle. Etsu, Celestial Port Angels. Databeo, Naruchan's catchphrase. Databane, Kushina-san's catchphrase. Team, Naruchan's insult to Sasuchan. Kazan, mother. Kachan, mom. Tusan, father. Tuchan, dad. Oyabun, chief. Koishir, darling. Tengaku, honey. Tenchi, angel. Baka, idiot. Onagai, please. Arigato, thank you. Duatashimadadi, you're welcome. Okiri, you are welcome. Lie, no. Hantu, truth. Karura, she is Gaa-chan's mother. She first appeared during Gaa-chan and Naruchan's first fight. She looks very similar to Temari and has dark violet eyes. It is said that she loved Gaa-chan very much and hated her husband for what he did to her, you know, killing her so that Gae-chan could become Tsunagekyu's ultimate weapon. I date Marino. He is the younger brother of Ibiki Marino. Naru-chan, Sasu-chan and Sakura had to protect him so that he could win a race. Yagura, he is a filler character from Naruto. He was a rookie who was replaced by a ninja who wanted to kill Gai-sensei. Erasure Fuma, a character who appeared in the Naruto filler when Naru-chan, Sakura and Jiraiya decided to go to Orochimaru's hideout. On the way, they met a girl who wanted to save her cousin, who was Erasure. The next day was better, and worse. It was better because it didn't rain, although the dense, dark cloud cover persisted, and easier because I knew what to expect from the day. Kiba came over to sit next to me during language class and walked me to the next class, while Idate glared at him. I felt flattered. During lunch, I sat with a large group that included Kiba, Idate, Yagura, and a few others whose names and faces I already remembered. It was worse because I was exhausted. The howling wind around the house hadn't let me sleep. It was also worse because Ibisu-sensei, the trigonometry teacher, called me in class, even though I hadn't raised my hand, and I gave the wrong answer. It bordered on awful because I had to play volleyball, and the only time I didn't move out of the way of the ball and hit it hit a teammate in the head. And it was even worse because Uchiha Sasuke, the nickname I gave him in my mind because he was such a jerk to me, didn't show up at school, neither in the morning nor in the afternoon. Lunchtime finally arrived, and with it, Uchiha's angry glares. He'd been bothering me all morning. I wanted to confront him and demand an explanation. While I lay sleepless in bed, I imagined, including what he would say, "I'll see who that guy is. Namake's Naruto Uzumaki." When I entered the cafeteria with Yagura, I tried to restrain myself and scan the room to find him. Although I failed miserably, I saw his 4 brothers, to call them something, sitting at the same table, but he wasn't with them. Kiba intercepted us on the path and diverted us to his table. Yagura seemed euphoric from the attention, and his friends soon joined us. But I was distracted as I listened to their casual conversation. I hoped he would come over so I could make a few things clear, like how he couldn't hate me without knowing me. Although I also wished he would just ignore me when he arrived, because it was like those idiotic European standardization bodies insulting me. Yuzushio, for being a virgin, how I hated those kinds of people. But then it arrived, and I got more and more tense as time went on. When he didn't show up at the end of lunch, I headed to biology class with more confidence. Kiba, who was starting to take on all the characteristics of golden retrievers, faithfully followed me into class. I held my breath at the door, but Uchiha Sasuke team wasn't in the classroom either. I smiled happily and went to my seat. Kiba followed me, talking about an upcoming trip to the beach, and stayed by my desk until the bell rang. Then he smiled at me and went to sit next to a girl with braces. Apparently, she was going to have to do something with Kiba, and without fail, it was going to happen. Being tactful wasn't my strong suit, and I lacked experience when dealing with men who were more friendly than necessary. Having the table to myself in Sasuke team's absence was a great relief. I repeated it to myself endlessly, but I couldn't shake the suspicion that I was the reason for his absence. It seemed ridiculous to believe that I could affect someone that much. It was impossible. And yet, the possibility that it was true still unsettled me. I expected to have no problems in Konoha because of my young status, but it seems I was wrong. When classes finally ended, I hurried to the parking lot, now crowded with students rushing out. I got in the car and made sure I had everything I needed. Last night I discovered that Minato was incapable of cooking anything other than ramen, which, despite being my favorite food and something I'd love to live on, means we both should try other things. So I asked him if he'd let me take care of the meals for the duration of my stay. He readily agreed to give me the keys to the banquet hall. I also realized there was no food at home, so I was now heading to the Chidori supermarket. I started the engine, that deafening roar, and carefully reversed into the line of cars waiting to leave the parking lot. I watched as the 2 Uchiha, Suigetsu and Hinata, I think their names were, and the Hyuga cousins, Karen and Niji, got into their car. The brand new Volvo, of course. I had been so captivated by their faces that I hadn't noticed their attire before, but now that I looked, It was obvious that they were all magnificently dressed, simply, but in clothes that looked like they had been made by tailors. With that beauty and grace of movement, they could wear attractive rags and still look good. Having both beauty and money was going too far, but as far as I could understand, life, generally speaking, was like that. It didn't seem that possessing both had given them any acceptance in the town. No, I didn't believe it was like that. Not at all. The isolation had to be voluntary. I couldn't imagine any closed doors in the face of such beauty. They stared at my noisy truck as I passed them, but I continued looking ahead and experienced great relief when I was off campus. The Chidori supermarket wasn't far from the school, just a few streets south, right next to the road. I felt very comfortable inside the supermarket. It seemed normal. It was usually Yuzishio who did the shopping, so I gladly took on the habit of handling household chores. The market was large enough that I didn't hear the drumming of the rain on the roof and remember where I was. When I got home, I took out the groceries and put them wherever I found a free space. I hoped Minato wouldn't mind. I went up to my room with my backpack after doing that. I changed into more comfortable clothes and opened my email for the first time. I had 3 messages. My cousin had written to me. Naruchan. Write to me as soon as you arrive and tell me how your flight went, Databane. Is it raining? I already miss you. I've almost finished packing for Taiyu, but I can't find my pink blouse. Do you know where I put it, Databane? Arashur sends her regards. Kachin. Sigh. Next message and the LEI. I had sent it 8 hours after the first one. It said, "Why haven't you answered me? What are you waiting for, Databane?" Kachin. The last one was from that morning. Naruto. If you haven't answered me by 5:30 p.m., I'm going to call Minato. Databane. I looked at the clock. There was still an hour left, but my cousin used to be ahead of the curve. Kachin. Relax. I'll text you now. Don't call a Minato, Databeo. Naru. I sent the email and started writing again. Kachin. Everything's great, Databeo. It's raining, of course. He was hoping to write to you when he had something to tell you. School isn't bad, just a little repetitive. He met a few really nice friends who sit with him during lunch, Databeo. Your blouse is at the dry cleaners. You were supposed to pick it up on Friday. Minato bought me a pickup truck. Can you believe it, Databeo? I love it. It's a bit old, but very sturdy, and that suits me, you know me. I miss you too. I'll be writing again soon, but I won't be checking my email every 5 minutes. Take a deep breath and relax, Databeo. Love you. Naru. I had decided to read some yaoi fanfiction by Rosenrot, my favorite author. I also liked to write, but at that moment I wasn't inspired. I was in the middle of it when Minato arrived home. I had lost track of time, so I hurried downstairs to start making dinner. Naru-chan, my Tusan shouted when she heard me on the stairs. Who else could it be, Databeo? I wondered, with a drop of sweat behind my head. Kanbanwa, Tuchan, Okiri nasai. Tadaima. He hung up his belt with the pistol and took off his boots while I bustled around in the kitchen. As far as I knew, he had never fired his weapon in the line of duty. But he always kept it ready. When I was a kid, when I came over, I'd take the bullets out of his gun before we got home. I guess now he considers me mature enough not to accidentally kill myself, and not depressed enough to commit suicide. What are we going to eat? He asked with a smile, but he also looked somewhat wary. My cousin used to practice creative cooking, and her culinary experiments weren't always edible. I was surprised, and saddened, that she still remembered. Donburi, I replied with a big smile to reassure him. She smiled at me and went to the living room to watch TV while I cooked and set the table. I called him when dinner was ready and he smiled in approval as he entered the kitchen. Itadakamasu, we said in unison. We ate in silence for several minutes, which I don't doubt much, since we both liked to talk. So, how's school? Has Tomodachi done anything? He asked me as he laced up more. I have a few classes with the young man named Yugura, and I sit with his crewmates during lunch. And there's a male one, Kiba, who's very kind. Everyone seems like a good person, I said cheerfully. A remarkable scam exception. It must be Inuzuka Kiba-kun. A good man and a good family. His father owns a sporting goods store on the outskirts of town. He makes a good living thanks to the hikers who pass through here. Do you know the Uchiha family, Databeo? I asked hesitantly. Uchiha-sensei's family? Of course. Uchiha-sensei is a great man of the UN. The children, they are a little different. Without it seeming that they look for too much at the institute, Databeo. Minato's angry appearance surprised me. I had rarely seen him angry, and I must say it was quite intimidating. What are the people of this town like? He murmured. Uchiha-sensei is an eminent surgeon who could work in any hospital in the world and earn 10 times more than here, he continued aloud. We are lucky that they live here, that their husbands want to stay in this small town. He is very valuable to the community, and the young Europeans behave well and are very polite. I had some doubts when they arrived with so many adopted children. I thought there would be problems, but they are very mature and none of them have given me the slightest trouble. And I can't say the same about the children of some families who have lived in this town for generations. They stick together, as a family should. They go camping every 3 weeks. People only have to talk because their children have just arrived. It was the longest speech I'd ever heard a Minato give. He must have been very annoyed by what people were saying. I reversed. I find them quite nice, although he noticed that they are very reserved. And they are all very attractive, Databeo, I added to compliment them. Besides, I thought so. You should see a doctor, Minato said, and laughed. Fortunately, he's happily married. Many of the nurses at the hospital have trouble concentrating on their duties when he's around. We talked about unimportant things while we finished dinner. Minato cleared the table while I washed the dishes. I went back to the living room to watch TV. When I finished washing the dishwasher, I reluctantly went upstairs to do my math homework. That night was quiet, finally. Exhausted, I fell asleep right away. The rest of the week passed without incident. I got used to the class routine. Although I didn't remember everyone's names, by Friday I was able to recognize the faces of almost all the students in the school. In gym class, the members of my team learned not to pass me the ball and to get in front of me if the opposing team tried to take advantage of my weaknesses. I let them with great pleasure. Uchiha Sasuke team no returned to school. Every day I anxiously watched the door until the Uchiha entered the cafe without him. Then I could relax and join the conversation, which usually revolved around a trip to Suna in 2 weeks, a trip Kiba was organizing. They invited me, and I gladly accepted. A trip to the beach was something I wouldn't miss for the world. When Friday arrived, I walked into biology class with complete peace of mind, not worrying about whether Sasuke-teen would be there. As far as I knew, he had dropped out of school. I tried not to wave, but I couldn't completely suppress the worry that I was the one to blame for his absence, however ridiculous that might seem. I already knew he was a terrible person, but no one should be forced to leave their hometown because of someone else. My first weekend in Konoha passed without any noteworthy events. Minato wasn't used to staying in an empty house regularly, and here I was at work. I cleaned the house, made progress on my duties, and wrote several emails to my cousin. On Saturday I went to the library because I needed books for homework, but I didn't have many, so I didn't bother getting a library card. Soon I would have to visit Etsu or Yami and look for a good bookstore. I don't usually buy books, I prefer to download them from the internet. But this was a special occasion. I casually calculated how much gas the truck would use, and the result gave me chills. Throughout the weekend a fine, silent rain fell, so I was able to sleep well. Many people greeted me in the parking lot on Monday morning. I didn't remember everyone's name, but I waved and smiled at everyone. In literature class, true to form, Kiba sat next to me. The teacher gave us a surprise quiz about Shippuden's life. Easy peasy, no complications. Overall, at those heights I felt much more comfortable from the place I had believed I would have been. More satisfied from the place I had expected. As I left the classroom, the air was filled with white whirlwinds. I heard my classmates shouting with joy. The wind cut my nose and cheeks. "Wow," exclaimed Kiba. "It's snowing." I studied the cotton fluff that piled up by the side of the sidewalk and, swirling erratically, passed by my face. Phew. Snow. My joy turned to ashes. Kiba was surprised. "Don't you like snow?" Lies. It means it's too cold, including for it to rain, obviously. Besides, I thought it falls in the form of flakes, you know, that each one is unique and all that. These look like the ends of cotton swabs, Databeo. Has he never seen snow? I asked incredulously. Yes, of course, Databeo, I paused and added dash, on TV. Kiba laughed. Then a large, wet, soft ball hit the back of his neck. We turned to see where it came from. I suspected Idate, who was walking in the opposite direction, the wrong way to the next class. It was obvious that Kiba thought the same, since he squatted down and started to gather up that whitish mush. "See you at lunch, Yokata?" Keep walking without stopping talking dash. I take refuge inside. When do people start throwing snowballs, Databeo? Kiba nodded his head without taking his eyes off the figure of Idate, who was beginning the retreat. They spent the whole morning chatting happily about the snow. Apparently, it was the first snowfall of the new year. I kept my mouth shut. Yes, the dry season is most intense, until it melted in my socks. Yugura and I headed to the cafeteria very carefully after Spanish class. Snowballs were flying everywhere. Just in case, I was carrying my folder, ready to use it as a shield if necessary. Yugura laughed at me, but there was something about my expression that made him think twice about throwing a snowball at me. Kiba caught up with us as we entered the room. He was laughing as the snow in his hair melted. Yugura and he were chatting animatedly about the snowball fight. I just listened to them. We lined up to buy food. Out of habit, I glanced at the table in the corner. Then I froze. 5 people were sitting there. Yugura grabbed my arm. "Hey! Naru? What do you want?" I looked down, my ears were burning. I reminded myself that there was no reason whatsoever to feel self-conscious. There was nothing wrong, in fact. The culprit of that whole era of demon fear. "What's wrong with Naru?" Kiba asked Yugura. "Nothing, Databeo," I replied cheerfully with a fake smile. "I want a soda all by myself today." I got to the end of the queue. "Aren't you hungry?" Yugura asked. "The truth is that I looked for breakfast this morning, Databeo," I said with feigned joy. "Wait in line, they will take the food and follow you to a plateau." I drank the soda in small sips. I had a knot in my stomach. Kiba asked me twice, with unnecessary concern, how I was feeling. I replied that nothing was wrong. I was behavioral. I didn't have to run away from the UN's hilarious eyes, you bad fear. I decided to allow myself a fleeting glance at the Uchiha family table. If they glared at me, I would stand up and set them straight. I kept my face tilted towards the ground and glanced sideways through my eyelashes. I raised my head slightly. Rian Se Sasuke team, Niji, and Suigetsu had their hair completely soaked with snow. Hinata and Karen stepped back when Suigetsu shook his hair, splashing them with dripping snow. They enjoyed the snowy day like everyone else, although they looked like they'd stepped out of a movie scene, and the others didn't. But aside from the joy and the games, there was something different, and I couldn't quite put my finger on what. I studied Sasuke team carefully. I decided that his pale complexion was less so, perhaps a little flushed from the snowball fight, and that the dark circles under his eyes were less pronounced, but there was something else. I examined him, trying to pinpoint that change, without taking my eyes off him. "Naru, who are you looking at?" Yugura interrupted, following the path of my gaze. At that precise moment, Sasuke team's eyes flashed. I found myself looking like a con artist. I stopped watching him, although I was sure that, when our eyes met, his eyes didn't seem as hard or hostile as the last time I saw him. They simply held a hint of curiosity and, again, a certain dissatisfaction. Uchiha Sasuke-kun, I'm looking at you, Yugura whispered in my ear, and laughed. He doesn't seem angry, does he? I had to ask him. Lie down, he said, confused by the question. Should I be? I don't think I'm to your liking, Databeo, I confessed casually. The Uchiha don't like anyone. Well, they don't even notice anyone they like, but he keeps looking at you. Don't look at it, Databeo, I whispered. Yugura laughed discreetly, but looked away. He glanced at him to make sure that he was indeed prepared to use force if necessary. Kiba interrupted us at that moment. He was planning an epic snowball fight in the parking lot and asked if we wanted to participate. Yugura nodded enthusiastically. The way she looked at Kiba left little doubt, she would agree to anything he suggested. I kept quiet. Was I going to have to hide in the gym until the parking lot was empty? How I hated snow. Don't take your eyes off my table for the rest of lunch. I'll attend biology class, and I'll try to be as natural as possible. Don't let anyone intimidate you. I really didn't want Kiba to accompany me to gym class. As usual, I already seemed to be the prime target for the snowball snipers. But, as we reached the door, everyone except me groaned in unison. It was raining, and the downpour washed away any trace of snow, leaving shreds of ice on the edges of the sidewalks. I pulled my hood up over my head and hid my glee. I could go straight home after gym class. Kiba kept complaining while we were going towards Building 4. Once in class, I checked with relief that my desk was still empty. Asuma-sensei was handing out a microscope and a small box of slides to each desk. There were still a few minutes before class started, and the classroom was buzzing with conversation. I absent-mindedly doodled a few lines on the cover of my notebook and kept my eyes off the door. I clearly heard the chair next to me move, but I continued looking at my drawing. Konnichiwa, said a calm, musical voice. I looked up, surprised that she was speaking to me. She sat as far away from me as the table allowed, but with her chair facing me. Her hair was damp and disheveled, but even so, she looked as if she had just filmed a commercial for a shampoo brand. Her dazzling face was serious and kind. A slight smile curved her perfect lips, but her eyes still showed wariness. My name is Sasuke Uchiha, he continued. I had the opportunity to introduce myself last week. You must be Namikaze Naru. I was confused and my head was spinning. Had I imagined it all? Now he was acting very kindly. He had to speak, he was waiting for my answer, but I couldn't think of anything to say. How conventional. How do you know my name, Databeo? She laughed softly and charmingly. I think everyone knows your name. The whole town was waiting for you. I smiled slightly. I knew it had to be something like that, but I insisted like a stupid UN. How strange, the way you treated me last time, I thought you wouldn't even know my name, Databeo. It seemed confusing. I don't know what you're talking about. What? I think you know what I'm talking about, look it up, Databeo. Dobe. Don't call me Dobe, fear. Nothing added. Violent, I looked away. Thank God, Asuma-sensei started class right on time. I tried to pay attention when he explained that we were going to do a practical exercise. The slides were all jumbled up. We had to work in pairs to identify the phases of mitosis in the cells at the root tip of an onion on each slide and classify them correctly. We couldn't consult the books. In 20 minutes, the sensei was going to visit each table to check who had passed. Start milking. Donsel's first, use your tonki? Sasuke asked, with a mocking smile so captivating it would have caused several people to faint. I glared at him. Who did this guy think he was? Was he unbearable? Besides, who did he think he was to insult me? Although I told him to be afraid, but that's beside the point. Can I start? Do you want to? Sasuke team's smile widened at my sour glare. Lie down, I said abruptly. I'll do it, Databeo. I looked a little bright. I had already done this practical and knew what I had to look for. It should be easy. I placed the first slide under the microscope and quickly adjusted the objective lens to 40x. I examined the layer for a few seconds. Preface affirm. Look, he said. Leave me alone, Dobe, he told me as I started to remove the slide. He took my hand to stop me while I asked the question. My fingers were as cold as ice, as if I had lain in a snowdrift before class, but I didn't abruptly withdraw my hand for that reason. When he touched me, my hand burned as if an electric current passed between us. I murmured and withdrew my hand immediately, but reached the microscope. I glared at him while he examined the slide in even less time than I had needed. Had I made a mistake? What an annoying guy, he was definitely a UN. Preface. He nodded, and wrote it carefully in the primer space of our worksheet. He replaced the first slide with the second with velocity and echoed the United Nations glimpse over feature. Anaphase, he murmured, and I wrote it down while he was talking. Try to make my voice sound indifferent. Let me see. Are you afraid? He gave me a mocking smile and pushed the microscope toward me. I peered through the lens eagerly, but was met with utter dismay. He'd been right. Can you pass me slide number 3, Databeo? I extended my hand without looking at him. I handed it to her. This time, be careful with the paragraph without touching my skin. I gave her the most fleeting glance possible as I said. Interface. I handed him the microscope before he could even ask. I glanced at it, and then I wrote it down. I would have written it while he was looking through the microscope, but I liked his clear and elegant handwriting. I didn't want to spoil the page with my clumsy scribbles. Even in that he had to be perfect. We finished before everyone else. I saw Kiba and his partner comparing 2 slides over and over again, and another couple opening a book under the table. But that left me with nothing else to do, except try not to look at Sasuke team, without success. I did it out of the corner of my eye. Again, he was watching me with that point of frustration in his gaze. Suddenly, I quickly identified the subtle difference in his face. Did you just put in contact lenses, Databeo? I blurted out without thinking. My unexpected question left him perplexed. Lie. Wow, I muttered. Your eyes look different, Databeo. He shrugged and looked away. In fact, I was sure they had changed. I vividly remembered the intense black of his eyes the last time he glared at me. A black that stood out against his pale complexion and jet black hair. Today they were a completely different color. They were a strange ochre, darker than caramel, but with a golden tinge. I didn't understand how they could have changed so much. There was someone who, for some reason, had lied to me about contact lenses. Or maybe Konoha was going crazy in the literal sense of the word. I noticed that he was clenching his fists again as he looked down. At that moment, Asuma-sensei came to see why we weren't working, and he glanced at our sheet, already filled out. Then, with more attention, he looked at the answers. Hey Sasuke, don't you think you should let Naruto look through the microscope too? Naru, he automatically corrected him. Actually, he identified 3 of the 5 slides. Asuma-sensei looked at me now with a skeptical expression. Have you done this before the lab practice? He asked. I smiled happily. With the root of an onion, no, Databeo. With a whitefish blastula? Hi. Asuma-sensei nodded. Were you in an advanced course in Yuzushio? Hi. Well, he said after a pause. I suppose it's good that you're both lab partners. I muttered something else as she walked away. Once she was gone, I started doodling in my notebook. It's a shame about the snow, isn't it? Sasuke team asked. It seemed to me that he was making a real effort to talk to me. Paranoia gripped me again. It was as if he had overheard my conversation over lunch and was trying to prove me wrong. That made me angry. What are you up to, Fear? I said furiously. He looked at me, surprised for a second, his serious face suddenly turning. Don't tell me, Dobe? I was only trying to be kind to you, angry face. The usury ran. I bit my lower lip. Maybe I misjudged him before I met him. I decided to fix it. Nothing bad would happen if I showed him some kindness, right? About the snow, I began. Actually, it's not so bad getting a tan. It saved me some trouble, Databeo. I was planning to take refuge in the gym until Kiba and the others finished their snowball fight, Databeo. I spoke sincerely instead of pretending to be as normal as everyone else. I kept trying to get rid of that stupid feeling of suspicion, and I couldn't concentrate. You don't like the cold? No time. One question. Neither does humidity, Databeo, I replied. For you, it must be difficult to live in Konoha, he concluded, looking back at me. You can't even imagine what the tea thing is like, Databeo. For some reason I couldn't fathom, he seemed fascinated by what I had just said. His face disturbed me so much that I tried, without looking at him, to do more than good manners required. In that case, why did you come here? Nobody had ever asked me that, not in such a direct and imperious way as he did. It's complicated, Databeo. I think I'm going to follow you, I urge myself. I paused for a long time and then made the mistake of looking into those gleaming dark eyes that confused me and answered without thinking. My cousin has gotten married, Databeo. I don't think it's that complicated, he disagreed, but suddenly he gave me a small smile. When did that happen? Last September, Databeo. My voice showed sadness, even I noticed. But you don't like him, Sasuke guessed, still in an attentive tone. No, Arashi-san is a good guy. Too young, maybe, but kind, Databeo. Why didn't you stay with them? I didn't understand your interest, but he kept looking at me with penetrating eyes, as if the dull story of my life were of no great importance. Arashi-san travels a lot. He's a professional baseball player, Databeo, I almost smiled. Should your name sound familiar? I asked, and she smiled back. Probably not. He doesn't play well. He only competes in the minor leagues. He spends a lot of time away, Databeo. And you sent here to be able to travel with him. It was again a statement, without a question. I raised my chin slightly. Lie down, he didn't send me here. It was my thing, Databeo. He frowned. I don't understand, he confessed, and seemed frustrated. Sigh. Why was I explaining all that to him? He continued to gaze at me with obvious curiosity. At first, Kachin was staying with me, but I missed him a lot. The separation made me unhappy, so I decided it was time to come live with Minato, Databeo, I concluded in a disinterested voice. But now you are unfortunate, he pointed out. And I replied in a defiant voice? It doesn't seem too fair. He shrugged, though his intense gaze still lingered. I laughed with joy. Has nobody told you? Life isn't fair, Databeo. I think I've heard it before, he admitted dryly. Well, that's all, carefree Databeo, I insisted, wondering why he was still looking at me with such interest. He evaluated me with the look. You can say whatever you want, Dobe, he said calmly, but I'd bet a tale you suffer more than you let on. I made a face and looked away, it was undoubtedly some UN fear. Am I wrong? Try to ignore it. I don't think so, I murmured smugly. What's it to you, fear? I asked irritably. I looked away and watched the sensei stopping at other tables. Very good question, Dobe, I muttered in such a low voice that I wondered if I was even talking to myself, but, after a few seconds of silence, I realized that it was the only answer I was going to get. Sigh, looking sulkily at the blackboard. Am I bothering you, Yujiro Tonki? He asked. He seemed amused. I spit it out without thinking and again I told him the truth. Not exactly, I'm afraid. I'm annoyed with myself more, Databeo. It's easy to see what I'm thinking. My cousin tells me I'm an open book, Databeo. I frowned. None of that, Yuzuru Tonki, I have trouble reading your thoughts. Despite everything I had said and he had sensed, he seemed sincere. Ah, what will it be? You are a good reader of UN minds, fear I replied. Usually yes, Dobhi displayed some perfect, white teeth when he smiled. Asuma-sensei called the class to order at that moment. I looked at him and listened with relief. I couldn't believe I had just told my life story to that handsome, eccentric guy who probably despised me. During our conversation, he had seemed absorbed, but now, glancing at him sideways, I saw him lean forward again to put as much distance between us as possible and grip the edge of the table, his hands tense. Trying to feign attention while Asuma-sensei showed with overhead projector transparencies what I had seen without difficulty under the microscope, I was unable to control my thoughts. When the bell finally rang, Sasuke team hurried out of the classroom with the same speed and elegance as last Monday. And, just like last Monday, I stared at him. Kiba came skipping to my side and picked up my books. We imagined him wagging his tail. What a mess, he groaned. All the slides were exactly the same. How lucky to have an Uchiha as a partner. I didn't have any difficulty, I said with a UN pout, annoyed by his assumption, but I immediately regretted it and before he got upset I added, it's just that what's done is done, Databeo. Uchiha was quite nice today, he commented as we put on our raincoats. Without being pleased, it seemed like too much. I tried to show indifference and said, I wonder what fly would bite him on Monday, Databeo. I paid no attention to what Kiba was saying as we walked to the gym, and I wasn't paying attention in PE class either. Kiba was on my team that day and very chivalrously covered both my position and his, so I was able to pass the time daydreaming, except when it was my turn to serve. My teammates would quickly duck whenever it was my turn to serve. The rain had turned to mist by the time I walked toward the parking lot, but I felt better once I stepped into the dry cab of the truck. I turned on the heater without, for once, caring about the engine noise, which was so dull. I unzipped my raincoat, pulled down the hood, and ruffled my wet hair to let it dry while I drove home. I looked around before reversing. It was then that I noticed a white, motionless figure, that of Sasuke Uchiha team, leaning against the front door of the Volvo about 3 cars away and staring at me. I looked away and reversed so fast that I almost crashed into a rusty Toyota Corolla. It was lucky for the Toyota that I slammed on the brakes. It was the kind of car my truck could reduce to scrap metal. I took a deep breath, still looking to the other side of my car, and shifted back into reverse smoothly and successfully. I was still looking ahead when I passed the Volvo, but I swear I saw him laugh when I glanced at him. Vocabulary. Taiyu, Sun, Florida. Konnichiwa, hello, after 9 a.m. Konbanwa, hello, after 4 p.m. and the see you later message. Nasai Okiri, welcome home. Tadaima, I'm home/I've arrived. Sensei, master, teacher. Nakama, companions, friends. Tomodachi, friend. Yokata, agreed. Shippuden Life, it's a fanfic by another author, it's my favorite. Let it be known that I only use the number plus and nothing. Donbori, a steamed rice dish served in a bowl with various tasty toppings. Katsudon, breaded and fried pork cutlet, tonkatsudan, chicken katsudon, or fish, magirodon. Oyakodon, father and son, usually chicken and egg, but sometimes also salmon and salmon roe. Gyudon, beef spices against. Tempuradon, a bite-sized fried scramble. Ramen, you already know this, but it's Naruto's favorite food. I have something important to say about this. Naru loves ramen, but he believes that he and Minato need something healthier, and he's quite protective of his dad, just like he was with Kushina, he took great care of her. In this FIC, Naru is very responsible with others and likes to take care of them. Something had changed when I opened my eyes in the morning. It was the light, somewhat clearer though it still had the greenish-gray hue typical of a cloudy day in the forest. I realized that the fog that usually enveloped my window was missing. I jumped out of bed to look outside and groaned in terror. A thin layer of snow covered the grass and the roof of my car, and whitened the road, but that wasn't the worst of it. All the previous day's rain had frozen, coating the pine needles in fantastic and beautiful patterns, but turning the road into a slippery and deadly surface. I already struggled to avoid falling when the ground was dry. Perhaps it would be safer to go back to bed. Minato had left for work before I came downstairs. In many ways, living with him was like having my own place, and I found myself enjoying the solitude rather than feeling lonely. I devoured a bowl of ramen and slurped some milk straight from the bottle. The prospect of going to high school excited me, and I was terrified to know that the reason wasn't the stimulating educational environment that awaited me, nor the prospect of seeing my new friends. If I didn't want to fool myself, I had to admit that I wanted to go to high school to see Uchiha Sasuke team. Which was utter nonsense. After he talked like an idiot and made a fool of me the day before, I should avoid him at all costs. Besides, I distrusted him for lying to me about his eyes. I was still worried about the hostility emanating from him. I stumbled over my words every time I imagined his perfect face. I was fully aware that we were in different leagues, far apart in our own right. For all these reasons, I shouldn't be so eager to see him. It took all my concentration to walk without killing myself on the icy sidewalk toward the road. Even so, I almost lost my balance when I finally reached the car, but I managed to grab the mirror and was saved. It was clear, the day was going to be a nightmare. As I drove to school, trying to distract myself from my fear of succumbing to unwanted speculation about Uchiha Sasuke, I thought about Kiba and Idate, and the stark difference between how the teenagers in town treated me and those in Uzushio. I looked the same as I did in Uzushio, I was sure of it. Maybe it was just that those boys had watched me slowly pass through the less glamorous stages of adolescence and still thought of me that way. Or maybe it was because I was new in a place where novelty was scarce. Perhaps the fact that I was terribly clumsy here was seen as endearing rather than pathetic, and I was typecast as a damsel in distress, which infuriated me. Since I wasn't some little lady, I was just a young man. Whatever the reason, I was baffled by Kiba's puppy dog behavior and Idate's rise to become his rival. I would have preferred to remain unnoticed. The truck seemed to have no problem moving along the blackened ice-covered road, but it still drove very slowly so as not to cause a scene of chaos. When I arrived at the school and got out of the car, I saw why I hadn't had any mishaps. A silver object caught my eye, and I went to the back of the truck, leaning on it the whole time, to examine the tires, which were covered with thin, crisscrossed chains. Minato had gotten up early to put chains on the car's tires. A lump formed in my throat, since I wasn't used to someone looking out for me, and Minato's quiet concern caught me off guard. I was standing by the back of the vehicle, trying to control the sudden wave of emotions that overwhelmed me when I saw the chains, when I heard a strange sound. It was a loud squeak that quickly turned into a roar. Startled, I looked up. I saw several things at once. Nothing moved in slow motion, as happens in movies, but the rush of adrenaline made my mind work faster, and I was able to assimilate several scenes at the same time in great detail. Uchiha Sasuke team was 4 cars away, staring at me with a look of utter horror. His face stood out in a sea of others, all bearing the same horrified expression. But at that moment, a dark blue van skidding with its locked tires squealing against the brakes was more important. It spun violently across the icy parking lot. It was headed straight for the back of the minivan, and I was caught between the 2 vehicles. I wouldn't even have time to close my eyes. Something hit me hard, though not from the direction I expected, just before I heard the terrible crunch as the van slammed into the base of my car and crumpled like an accordion. My head hit the icy asphalt, and I felt something cold and hard pin me to the ground. I was lying in the roadway behind the brown car next to mine, but I didn't have time to notice anything else because the van kept coming. After scraping the back of the truck, it had turned around and was about to crush me again. I realized someone was beside me when I heard a muttered curse, and it was impossible not to recognize her. 2 large white hands reached out in front of me to protect me, and the van stopped hesitantly about a foot above my head. Providentially, both hands fit perfectly into the deep dent in the side of the van. Then those hands moved so fast they blurred. Suddenly, one gripped the van's body from underneath as something dragged me away. It pushed my legs until they hit the tires of the brown car. With a sharp, metallic crunch that nearly pierced my eardrums, the van slammed to the asphalt amidst the shattering of windows. It landed exactly where my legs had been just a second before. There was absolute silence for a long second before everyone started screaming. I heard more than one person calling my name in the sudden frenzy that followed, but amidst all the shouting, I heard most clearly the soft, desperate voice of Uchiha Sasuke team speaking into my ear. Yuzuritanki? Daijubu ka? Daijubu, databeo. My own voice sounded strange to me. I tried to sit up and then I realized he was pressing me against his side with an iron fist. Be careful, Dobe, he said as he tried to let go of me. I think you hit your head pretty hard. I felt a throbbing pain above my left ear. Oh! I exclaimed, surprised. Just as I thought. Incredibly, he seemed to be trying to hold back his laughter. How the heck? I stopped to clear my head and get my bearings. How did you get here so fast, Databeo? I was right next to you, Dobe, he said, his tone of voice was serious again. I tried to sit up, and this time he let me. He removed his hand from my waist and moved as far away as he could in that cramped space. I gazed at the innocent expression on his face, now filled with worry. His golden eyes disoriented me again. What had I just asked him? They found us right away. There was a crowd with tears in their eyes, shouting to each other, and shouting at us. Don't move, someone ordered. Get Sorakuin out of the van, another person shouted. The commotion surrounded us. I tried to stand up, but Sasuke team's cold hand stopped me. Stay there for now. But it's cold, I'm afraid, I complained, puffing out my cheeks. I was surprised when he laughed softly, but with an ironic tone. You were over there, far away, Databeo, I suddenly remembered, and he stopped laughing. You were standing next to the car. His face hardened. No, that's not true, Yuzuritanki. I saw you, Databeo. Chaos reigned all around us. I heard the harsher voices of the adults who had just arrived, but I was only paying attention to our argument. I was right, and he was going to admit it. Naru, I was with you, by your side, and I got you out of the way. She unleashed the devastating power of her gaze, as if trying to tell me something crucial. My heart beat with joy upon hearing my name from her lips. Lie, I said firmly. The gold in her eyes sparkled. Onagai, Kitsune. I opened my eyes in surprise. Kitsune? Kitsune? I am charmingly river-shaped. Has anyone ever told you that you look like a kitsune kawaii? He lowered his gaze, blushing. Doesn't that matter now? You were far away and you're going to admit it, aren't you? I inquired. Onagai, Naru. Nays, Databeo? Trust me, Dobe, he pleaded. His low voice overwhelmed me. Then I heard the sirens. Do you promise to explain everything to me later, afraid? Yokata, he said brusquely, suddenly exasperated. Yokata, Databeo, I repeated angrily. It took 6 emergency medical technicians and 2 teachers, Asuma-sensei and Gai-sensei, to move the van so the stretchers could fit. Sasuke team vehemently refused to take one. I tried to imitate him, but he betrayed me by telling them I'd hit my head and had a concussion. I nearly died of embarrassment when they put a neck brace on me. It seemed like the entire school was there, staring grimly as they loaded me into the back of the ambulance. They let Sasuke team ride in the front. That infuriated me. To make matters worse, the Namikaze police chief arrived before I was taken to safety. Naru-chan, she shouted in panic when she recognized me on the stretcher. I'm perfectly fine, Mina, Tuchan, I said with a sigh. Nothing's wrong with me, Databeo. He turned to the nearest emergency medical technician for a second opinion. I ignored him and paused to process the jumble of inexplicable images crowding my mind. As they wheeled me away from the car on a stretcher, I had seen a deep dent in the brown car's bumper. It perfectly matched the outline of Sasuke team's shoulders, as if he had leaned against the vehicle with enough force to damage the metal frame. And then there was Sasuke team's family, who were looking at us from afar with a range of expressions from disapproval to anger. But there wasn't the slightest hint of concern for their Nizin's safety. Try to find a logical solution that would explain what you had just seen, an explanation that would rule out the possibility that you had gone mad. The police escorted the ambulance to the county hospital, of course. I felt ridiculous the entire time it took them to get me out, and seeing Sasuke, team, majestically walk through the hospital doors on his own 2 feet only made things worse. I gritted my teeth. I was led to the emergency room, a large room with a row of beds separated by light-colored curtains. A nurse took my blood pressure and placed a thermometer under my tongue. Since no one bothered to draw the curtains to give me some privacy, I decided I wasn't going to have to wear that ugly neck brace any longer. As soon as the nurse left, I quickly unfastened the Velcro and tossed it under the bed. There was another commotion among the hospital staff. They brought another stretcher to the bed next to mine. I recognized Sora, from my history class, under the bloody bandages wrapped around her head. She looked 100 times worse than I did, but she looked at me anxiously. "Naru, I'm so sorry." "Daijubu, Sora, but you look awful." "How are you feeling, Databeo?" The nurses began unrolling the stained bandages as we spoke, revealing a myriad of cuts all over his forehead and left cheek. Sora paid no attention to my words. "I thought I was going to kill you. I was going too fast and I hit the ice wrong." He winced when a nurse started cleaning his face. "Don't worry, you didn't catch me, Databeo. How did you move away so quickly? You were there and then you disappeared." "Well, Sasuke, team pushed me out of the way of the truck." It seemed confusing. "Sasuke team?" "Uchiha Sasuke. He was next to me, Databeo." I'd always been terrible at lying. I never sounded convincing at all. "Uchiha-san? I didn't see you." "Wow, it all happened so fast." "Are you alright?" "I suppose so. He's around here somewhere, but they didn't force him to use a stretcher, Databeo. He knew he wasn't crazy." In that case, what had happened? There was no way to find a convincing explanation for what he had seen. Then they wheeled me in to have an X-ray taken from my head. I told them I had no injuries, and I was right. Not even a bruise. I asked if I could leave, but the nurse said I had to speak to the doctor first, so I was stuck in the ER while Sora pestered me with his endless apologies. He kept pestering me no matter how hard I tried to convince him I was perfectly fine. Finally, I closed my eyes and ignored him, though he continued muttering words of remorse. "Is he sleeping?" a musical voice asked. I opened my eyes immediately. Sasuke team was standing at the foot of my bed, grinning smugly. I glared at him. It wasn't easy. It would have been more natural to devour him with my eyes. "Hey, Sasuke-kun, I'm so sorry." Sora began. The person being questioned raised his hand to silence him. "There's no guilt without blood," he said coldly. He sat on the edge of Sora's bed, looked at me, and smiled smugly again. "Well, what's the diagnosis?" "Nothing's wrong with me, but they won't let me leave, Databeo," I complained. "Why didn't they tie you to a stretcher like they did to us, team?" "I have contact," he replied, "but don't worry, I'm going to free you, Yujiro-tonki." Then a doctor came in, and I was speechless. He was young, silver-haired, and more handsome than any movie star, though he was pale and had dark circles under his eyes. He looked tired. Based on what Minato had told me, this must be Sasuke's father. "Well, Namikaze-kun," Uchiha-sensei said in a distinctly seductive voice. "How are you feeling?" "Daijubu, Databeo," I repeated, hoping it was for the last time. She walked over to the vertical light table on the wall and turned it on. "The X-rays are good," he said. "Does your head hurt?" "Sasuke told me you hit it pretty hard." "I'm perfectly fine, Databeo," I repeated with a sigh while shooting a quick angry look at Sasuke, team. The doctor examined my head with his cold fingers. He noticed when I winced in pain. "Does it hurt?" he asked. "Not much, Databeo. I'd had worse migraines." I heard a chuckle, looked around for Sasuke, and saw his condescending smile. I narrowed my eyes in anger. Yokata, your Tusan is in the waiting room. You may go home with him, but you must return quickly if you feel dizzy or have any vision problems. Can't I go to school, Databeo? I inquired, imagining Minato's attempts to be considerate. Today you should take things easy. I glared at Sasuke team. Can he go to school, Databeo? The fear? Uchiha-sensei seemed surprised and confused. Someone needs to give them the good news that we've survived, Dobe, he said smugly. Actually, Uchiha-sensei corrected him, it seems that most of the students are in the waiting room. Then I'd better get going, Databeo. I said as I swung my legs over the edge of the cot and stood up hurriedly, too hurriedly, because I stumbled and Uchiha-sensei caught me. He seemed worried. I'm fine, Databeo, I reassured him again. There was no point in explaining that my lack of balance had nothing to do with the blow to my head. Take some Tylenol painkillers, he suggested as he held me. It doesn't hurt much, Databeo, I insisted. It seems he's had a lot of luck, he said with a smile as he signed my report with a flourish. It was lucky that Sasuke-team was by my side, I corrected him, looking harshly at the object of my declaration. Ah, yes, well, Uchiha-sensei murmured, suddenly preoccupied with the papers in front of him. Then he glanced at Sora and went to the next bed. I had a feeling the doctor was aware of everything. I'm sorry to tell you that you're going to have to stay with us a little longer, he told Sora, and began to examine her wounds. I approached Sasuke-team as soon as the doctor turned his back on me. Can I talk to you for a moment, team? I murmured very quietly. He took a step away from me, his jaw tense. Your Tusan is waiting for you, Yujiro Tonki, he said through gritted teeth. I looked at Uchiha-sensei and Sora, and insisted. I want to talk to you alone, if you don't mind, Databeo. He glared at me, turned his back, and strode across the great hall. I almost had to run to follow him, but he turned to face me as soon as we entered a small corridor. What do you want, Dobe? He asked, annoyed. His gaze was glacial and his hostility intimidated me. I spoke more harshly than I intended. You owe me an explanation, Databeo, I reminded him. I saved your life. I don't owe you anything, Yujiro Tonki. I did not back down from the resentment in his tone. You promised me, be afraid. Naru, you hit your head hard, you don't know what you're talking about. He said it curtly. I got angry and looked at him defiantly. Nothing was going on in my head, Databeo. He returned my gaze with a defiant look. What do you want from me, Dobe? I want the truth, Databeo, I said. I want to know why I'm lying for you, fear. What do you think happened, Yujiro Tonki? He asked sharply. All I know, I blurted out. You weren't near me at all, and Sora didn't see you either, so don't give me that crap about me hitting my head really hard, Databeo. The van was going to kill us, but it didn't, Databeo. Your hands left dents in both the van and the brown car, but you came out unscathed, Databeo. And then you held it up when it was about to crush my legs. I realized it seemed like madness and I was unable to continue. I felt my eyes fill with tears of pure rage. I gritted my teeth to try and hold them back. Sasuke-team looked at me in disbelief, but his face was tense and he remained defensive. Do you think I can move a van by hand, dude? His voice questioned my sanity, but it only served to further fuel my suspicions, as it sounded like the perfect line delivered by a seasoned actor. I clenched my jaw and simply nodded. Nobody's going to believe you. His voice contained a note of mockery and disdain. I'm not going to tell anyone, Databeo. I spoke slowly, enunciating each word deliberately, carefully controlling my anger. Surprise crossed her face. So what does it matter? It matters to me, Databeo, I insisted. I don't like to lie, so I want to have a good reason to do it, fear. Can't you just thank me, Yujiro Tonki? Arigato, Databeo. I waited, furious, fuming. You're not going to let it go, are you, Dobe? Lie. In that case, I hope you enjoy the disappointment. We glared at each other, annoyed, until finally I broke the silence, trying to concentrate. I was in danger of being distracted by his beautiful, livid face. It was like trying to look away from a destructive tenchi. Why did you bother saving me, Databeo? I asked as coldly as I could. There was a pause, and for a brief moment her beautiful face was unexpectedly vulnerable. I don't know, Kitsune, I don't know, he whispered. Then he turned his back on me and left. I was so angry that it took me a few minutes before I could move. When I could walk, I slowly made my way to the exit at the end of the corridor. The waiting room exceeded my expectations. Everyone I knew from Konoha seemed to be there, and they were all staring at me. Minato hurried over. I raised my hands. I'm perfectly fine, Databeo, I assured him, sullenly. I was still exasperated and in no mood for chatting. What did the doctor say? Uchiha-sensei recognized me, he assures me that I'm fine and I can go home, Databeo. I sighed. Kiba, Yugura, and Ide were waiting for me and were now approaching. Let's go, Databeo. Without touching me, Minato put his arm around my back and led me to the glass doors of the exit. I waved to my crewmates, hoping they'd understand there was nothing to worry about. Getting into the patrol car was a huge relief, it was the first time I'd ever felt that way. We traveled in silence. I was so engrossed in my own thoughts that I was barely aware of Minato's presence. I was certain that Sasuke's defensive attitude in the hallway was nothing more than confirmation of events so strange that I would hardly have believed them had I not witnessed them with my own eyes. When we got home, Minato finally spoke. You have to call Kushina. Overwhelmed by guilt, I lowered my head. I was horrified. You told Kachin, Databeo. Suma-mason. As I got out, I slammed the patrol car door harder than necessary. My mother had gone hysterical, of course. I had to reassure her that I was fine at least 30 times before she calmed down. She begged me to come home, forgetting that it was empty at the time, but resisting her pleas was much easier than I thought. The mystery that Sasuke team represented consumed me, even more than that, he obsessed me. Baka. 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 I didn't have as much desire to flee Konoha as I should have, as any normal, sane person would have. I decided it would be best to go to bed early that night. Minato kept looking at me with concern, and it was driving me crazy. I stopped in the bathroom on my way upstairs and took 3 Tylenol pills. They eased the pain, and I went to sleep when it subsided. That was the first night I dreamed about Uchiha Sasuke team. Vocabulary. Sensei, master, teacher. Also used for doctors. Nakama, companions, friends. Yokata, agreed. Daijubu ka, are you okay? Are you feeling well? Daijubu, I'm fine. Kitsune, fox. Kawaii, cute, adorable, etc. Yokata, okay. Nays, why? Oyabun, chief. Kazan, mother. Kachin, mom. Tusan, father. Tuchan, dad. Hantu, truth. Onagai, please. Arigato, thank you. Lai, no. Sora, he is a filler character from Naruto Shippuden, he is a boy who also had Kurama's chakra. Kakashi-sensei, he doesn't wear a mask. If anyone wants a picture of him without his mask, let me know so I can send it to you. He's very attractive. My dream was shrouded in a dense darkness, and that dim light seemed to emanate from Sasuke team's skin. I couldn't see his face, only his back, as he walked away from me, leaving me shrouded in blackness. I couldn't reach him no matter how fast I ran, he didn't turn back no matter how loudly I called out. Distraught, I woke in the middle of the night and couldn't fall back asleep for what felt like an eternity. After that, he appeared in my dreams almost every night, but always in the distance, never within my reach. The month following the accident was violent. Tense, and, at least initially, embarrassing. I became the center of attention for the rest of the week. Sora became unbearable, following me everywhere, obsessed with somehow making it up to me. I tried to convince him that all he wanted was for me to forget what had happened, especially since nothing had actually happened to me, but he kept insisting. He followed me between classes, and at lunch he would sit at our now crowded table. Kiba and Idate were acting much more hostile toward him than they were toward each other, which led me to consider the possibility that I had gained another unwanted admirer. No one seemed to care about Sasuke, even though I explained over and over that he was the hero, that he'd pulled me out of the van's path and I'd almost been run over. I tried to be convincing. Yagura, Kiba, Idate, and everyone else kept saying they hadn't seen him until the van moved. I wondered why no one else had noticed how far ahead I was before he saved my life so suddenly and impossibly. With a pang of disgust, I realized the most likely reason was that no one was as focused on Sasuke's team as I was. No one else looked at him the way I did. Pathetic. Sasuke's team was never surrounded by curious onlookers eager to hear the story firsthand. People avoided him as usual. The Uchiha and Hyuga sat at the same table, as always, not eating, talking only to each other. None of them, least of all him, looked at me even once. When he sat next to me in class, as far away from me as the table allowed, he didn't seem to be aware of my presence. Only occasionally, when he suddenly clenched his fists, his skin taut over his knuckles, even whiter, did I wonder if he really ignored me as much as he pretended. I wished I hadn't stepped out of Sora's van's path. That was the only conclusion I could reach. I was very keen to talk to him, and I tried the day after the accident. The last time I saw him, outside the emergency room, we were both furious. I was still angry because he wouldn't tell me the truth, even though I had kept my end of the bargain to the letter. But the truth was, he was a hero, no doubt about it, but a hero who had saved my life, no matter how he did it, and that night, the heat of my anger faded, replaced by a respectful gratitude. He was already seated when I entered the biology classroom, staring straight ahead. I sat down, waiting for him to turn toward me. He showed no sign of having noticed me. "Konnichiwa, Sasuke, Databeo," I said with a big smile. My tone was cheerful to show him that I was going to behave. He tilted his head slightly toward me without looking at me, nodded once, and looked away. That greeting made my left eyebrow twitch. I still remember the urge to jump him and slap him around. That Ed coward. In short, that was the last contact I'd had with him, even though he was there every day, just a foot away. Sometimes, unable to resist, I'd watch him from a distance, in the cafeteria or the parking lot. I saw how his golden eyes were darkening noticeably day by day, but in class he showed no more sign of being aware of me than he did of me. I felt miserable. And the dreams continued. Despite my blatant lies, the tone of my emails alerted Kushina to my sadness, and she phoned a few times, worried. I tried to convince her it was just the weather, that it was making me feel down. At least Kiba was pleased by the obvious coolness between my lab partner and me. I noticed he was worried that I'd been impressed by Sasuke's team's daring rescue. He was greatly relieved when he realized it seemed to have had the opposite effect. His confidence grew until he sat on the edge of my desk to chat before biology class started, ignoring Sasuke's team as completely as he ignored us. Fortunately, the snow melted after that dangerous day. Kiba was disappointed that he hadn't been able to organize his snowball fight, but he was pleased that we could soon go on our trip to the beach. However, it continued to rain heavily, and the weeks passed. Yagura made me aware that another event was brewing. On the first Tuesday of March he phoned me and asked for permission to invite Kiba to the selection of the girls and young men for the spring dance that would take place in 2 weeks. "Are you sure you don't mind? Weren't you planning to ask him?" He insisted when I told him I didn't mind in the slightest. "No, Yagu-chan, I'm not going, Databeo," I assured him. Dancing was clearly outside my range of abilities. "It's going to be really fun." His attempt to convince me was half-hearted. I suspected that Yagura enjoyed my inexplicable popularity more than my company. "Have fun with Kiba, Databeo," I encouraged him. I was surprised that the next day he didn't display his usual effusive ego in trigonometry and Spanish classes. He remained silent no matter how much I tried to make conversation as we walked together between classes, and I was afraid to ask him why. If Kiba had rejected him, I was the last person he'd want to tell. My fears intensified during lunch, when Yugura sat as far away from Kiba as he could and chatted animatedly with Idate. Kiba was unusually quiet. Kiba remained silent as he accompanied me to class. The violent look on his face was a bad sign, but he didn't bring it up until I was sitting at my desk and he perched himself on the table. As always, I was aware that Sasuke-teen was sitting close enough to touch him, yet so distant as if he were a mere figment of my imagination. Well, Kiba said, looking at the ground. Yugura has asked me to accompany him to the spring dance. That's great, Databeo, I said enthusiastically. You're going to have a lot of fun with him, Databeo. Well, he trailed off, unsure what to say. As he studied my smile, it was obvious my answer wasn't satisfying him. I told her I had to think about it. Why did you do it? My voice betrayed a hint of disapproval, though I was relieved to know I hadn't given Yugura a definitive no. He turned bright red and looked down. Pity made me waver in my resolve. I was wondering if perhaps you intended to ask me yourself. I took a moment to breathe, barely enduring the wave of guilt that coursed through my entire being, but out of the corner of my eye I saw Sasuke-teen tilting his head towards me with a thoughtful gesture. Kiba, I think you should accept Yaguchan's proposal, Databeo, I told him. Have you asked anyone yet? Had Sasuke noticed that Kiba was looking at him? Lie, I assured him. I have no intention of going to the dance, Databeo. Nays? Kiba wanted to know. I didn't want to make him aware of the risks that dancing posed to my safety, so I improvised new plans on the fly. I'm going to Yami that Saturday, Databeo, I explained. Anyway, I needed to get out of town, and it was the perfect time to do it. Can't you go another weekend? Sorry, but no, I replied. You shouldn't keep Yugura waiting any longer. It's rude, Databeo. Hi, you're right, he muttered and, dejected, turned around to return to his seat. I closed my eyes and rubbed my temples with my fingers, trying to banish the feelings of guilt and self-pity from my mind. Asuma-sensei began to speak. I sighed and opened my eyes. Sasuke-teen looked at me curiously, that usual hint of frustration in his black eyes was now even more noticeable. I looked back at him, hoping he would look away, but instead, he continued to study my eyes intently and deeply. My hands began to tremble. Uchiha-kun? The sensei called, waiting for an answer to a question I hadn't heard. The Krebs cycle, Sasuke replied, sounding reluctant as he turned to look at Asuma-sensei. I buried my face in the book the moment Sasuke's eyes released me, trying to concentrate. I couldn't believe the torrent of emotions throbbing inside me, and all because he'd looked at me again for the first time in 6 weeks. I couldn't let him have that kind of influence over me. It was pathetic, more than pathetic, it was sickening. That demon. I tried my best to ignore him for the rest of the hour, and since that was impossible, I at least tried to keep him from knowing I was watching him. I turned my back on him when the bell finally rang, hoping that, as usual, he would leave immediately. Naru? Her voice shouldn't sound so familiar to me, as if I'd known her all my life instead of just a few weeks before. Without meaning to. I slowly turned around. I didn't want to feel what I knew I would feel when I gazed upon that perfect face. I wore a cautious expression when I finally turned to face him. His expression was inscrutable. He said nothing. Nanny? Are you going to speak to me again, are you afraid? I finally asked with an involuntary note of petulance in my voice. Her lips curved, hiding a smile. No, not really, he admitted. I closed my eyes and inhaled deeply through my nose, aware that my teeth were grinding. He waited. So, what do you want, Sasuke, Databeo? I asked without opening my eyes. It was easier to speak coherently to him that way. Gomen, he seemed sincere. I'm being very rude, I know, but it's really better this way. I opened my eyes. His face was very serious. I don't know what you mean, I said cautiously. It's better if we're not friends, he explained, trust me. I narrowed my eyes. I'd heard that before. It's a shame you didn't figure it out sooner, Databeo, I muttered through gritted teeth. You could have saved yourself all that trouble. Regret, the word and the tone of my voice caught him off guard, no doubt. Regret for what? For not letting that stupid van turn me into mush, Databeo. He was stunned. He stared at me, unable to believe what he was hearing. He almost seemed angry when he finally spoke. Do you think I regret saving your life, Yujiro Tonki? I know that's how it is, I'm afraid, I replied sharply. You don't know anything, Dobe. He was definitely angry. I abruptly pulled my face away from his, biting my tongue to keep from hurling all the harsh accusations I wanted to hurl at that jerk. I gathered my books and stood up to head for the door. I intended to make a dramatic exit from the classroom, but, of course, my boot caught on the doorframe and my books fell. I stood there for a moment, considering leaving them on the floor. Then I sighed and bent down to pick them up. But he was already there, having stacked them up. He handed them to me with a stern expression. Arigato, Databeo, I said coldly. He narrowed his eyes. You're welcome, Dobe. He replied. I straightened up quickly, muttering a quiet fear, moved away from him again, and walked off to PE class without looking back. Gym class was brutal. We switched sports and played basketball. My team never passed me the ball, which was great, but I fell a ton of times, sometimes even taking people down with me. I was moving worse than usual that day because Sasuke's team was completely on my mind. I tried to focus on my feet, but he kept creeping into my thoughts just when I most needed to keep my balance. As always, getting out was a relief. I practically ran to the minivan with a huge grin on my face. The vehicle had sustained minimal damage in the accident. I'd had to replace the taillights and would have done some touch-ups to the bodywork if I'd had a proper paint shop. Sora's parents had had to sell the van for parts. I nearly had a heart attack when, as I turned the corner, I saw a tall, dark figure leaning against the side of the car. Then I realized it was just Idate. I started walking again. Konnichiwa, Idate, I greeted him. Konnichiwa, Naru. What's up, Databeo? I asked as I opened the door. I didn't pay attention to the awkward tone of his voice, so his next words caught me completely off guard. I was wondering if you would like to come to the dance with me. Her voice broke as she uttered the last word. I thought it was the girl or young man who chose, Databeo, I replied, too surprised to be diplomatic. Well, yes, he admitted, embarrassed. I regained my composure and tried to offer her my warmest smile. Thank you for asking, but I'll be in Yami that day, Databeo. Oh. Well, maybe next time. Sure, Databeo, I agreed, and then I bit my tongue. I didn't want him to take it literally. She shuffled back to school. I heard a faint giggle. Sasuke walked past my car, eyes straight ahead and lips pursed. I yanked open the door, jumped in, and slammed it shut behind me. I revved the engine in neutral, deafeningly, and reversed into the hallway. Sasuke was already in his car. 2 cars behind, gliding smoothly in front of me, blocking my path. He stopped there to wait for his family. I could see the 4 of them heading that way, even though they were still close to the cafeteria. Was that guy doing? I seriously considered rear-ending his brand new Volvo, but there were too many witnesses. I glanced in the rearview mirror. A line was starting to form. Immediately behind me, Sora was waving at me from his newly acquired second-hand Sentra. I was too furious to wave back. I heard someone tapping on the passenger side window as I sat there, staring at everything but the car in front of me. Turning around, I saw Sora. Confused, I glanced back in the rearview mirror. Her car was still moving with the left door open. I leaned into the cabin to roll down the window. It was freezing. I opened the window halfway and stopped. Sorry, Sora, he said, still surprised, since it was obvious it wasn't his fault. The Uchiha car has me trapped, Databeo. Oh, I know. I just wanted to ask you something while we were stuck here. He broke into a wide smile. It couldn't be true. Are you going to ask me to accompany you to the spring dance? She continued. I won't be in the village, Sora, Databeo. My voice sounded a little sharp. I tried to remind myself that it wasn't their fault that Kiba and Idate had already pushed me to my limit that day. Yeah, that's what Kiba told me, he admitted. Then why? He shrugged. I was hoping it was a way to soften the blow after rejecting him. Yokata, that was entirely your fault. Gomen, Sora, I replied, trying to hide my irritation, but I'm really leaving, Databeo. Daijubu. We still have the end of your dance. I walked back to my car before I could answer him. I knew my face reflected my surprise. I glanced ahead and saw Hinata, Karen, Suigetsu, and Niji heading toward the Volvo. Sasuke team was watching me intently in the rearview mirror. He was clearly laughing his head off, as if he'd heard everything. I reached for the accelerator. A tap wouldn't hurt anyone, it would only scratch the shiny paintwork. I read the engine in neutral. But the four of them had already gone inside, and Sasuke team was speeding away. I drove home slowly and carefully, talking to myself the whole way. Upon arriving, I decided to make dangojiru, sashimi, shabu-shabu, and kushiyaki. These were laborious dishes that would keep me busy. The phone rang while I was preparing the sauce for the shabu-shabu. I almost didn't dare answer it, but it could have been Kazan or Minato. It was Yagura, and he was ecstatic. Kiba had caught up with him after class to accept the invitation. I celebrated with him for a few moments while stirring the food. Yagura had to hang up, since he wanted to call Haku and Kin to tell them. I casually suggested that maybe Haku, the shy boy who was in biology with me, could ask Idate. And Kin, a stuck-up girl who ignored me during lunch, could ask Sora. I understood she was available. Yagu-chan thought it was a great idea. In fact, now that I had Kiba confirmed, she sounded sincere when she said she wanted me to go to the dance. I mentioned the excuse of the trip to Yami. After hanging up, I tried to concentrate on the kitchen, especially on cutting the sashimi. I didn't want another trip to the emergency room. But my head was spinning from analyzing every word Sasuke team had said today. What did he mean by saying it was better if we weren't friends? My stomach churned when I realized what it meant. He must have seen how obsessed I was and didn't want to give me false hope, which is why we couldn't even be friends, because he wasn't interested in me at all. Of course he wasn't interested, I thought angrily as my eyes watered, a reaction brought on by the onions. I wasn't interesting, and he was. Interesting, and brilliant, mysterious, perfect, and attractive, and possibly capable of lifting a van with one hand. Daijubu, Yokata. I could leave him alone. I would leave him alone. I would endure the sentence I had imposed on myself here in purgatory, then, if Kami willed it, some university in the southeast, or perhaps Getsu, would offer me a scholarship. I focused my mind on sunny beaches and palm trees as I finished the second course and placed it on the table. Minato seemed wary when he caught a whiff of the dishes I'd prepared when I got home. I couldn't blame him, the most home-cooked food I'd ever tasted was ramen. But even so, he didn't put up much of a fight before taking the first bite. He seemed to like it. It was amusing to see how slowly he was beginning to trust me with culinary matters. When I was about to finish, I asked him. Tuchan? Huh? I wanted to let you know that I'm going to Yami next Saturday, if that's okay with you, Databeo. I didn't ask for permission, it would have set a bad precedent, but I felt rude. I tried to smooth things over with that ending. Nays? He seemed surprised, as if he were unable to imagine anything that Konoha could not offer. Well, I want to get some manga, and maybe I'll look at some clothes, Databeo. I had more money than usual, since I hadn't had to pay for the car thanks to Minato, although I was spending a good chunk of it at gas stations. The minivan will most likely consume a lot of gasoline, he noted, echoing my thoughts. I know. I'll stop in Mori and Ariasu, and in Tetsuya if necessary, Databeo. Are you going alone? He asked with a smile. I couldn't tell if he suspected I had a secret Koreshi or if he was worried about the car. Hi. Yami is a very big city, you could get lost, he said worriedly. Tuchan, Yuzushio is 5 times bigger than Yami, don't worry, Databeo. Don't you want me to come with you? I tried to be clever while hiding my panic. Don't worry, Tuchan. I'm going shopping and spending the day looking for manga. It'll be boring, Databeo. Oh, Daijubu. The mere thought of being dragged from place to buy manga for an indefinite period made him immediately give up. Arigato, Databeo, I smiled at him. Will you be back in time for the dance? Kyuso. Only in such a small town does a Tucson know when the high school dances are taking place. No, I dance it, Tuchan, Databeo. He, above all others, should understand. I hadn't inherited my balance problems from my cousin. He understood. Ah, Daijubu, he realized. The next morning, when I pulled into the parking lot, I parked as far away from the black Volvo as possible. I wanted to get out of the way of temptation so I wouldn't end up owing Sasuke Team We Can't Be Friends a new car. As I got out of my car, I fiddled with my keys, which fell into a nearby puddle. As I bent down to pick them up, a snow-white hand suddenly appeared and grabbed them before I could. I stood up abruptly. Uchiha Sasuke Teen was beside me, leaning casually against my car. How do you do it, Databeo? I asked, amazed and irritated. Do what, Dobe? He handed me the keys while he was talking and dropped them into the palm of my hand when I went to pick them up. Appearing out of thin air, Databeo. Use your Tonki, it's not my fault that you're exceptionally absent-minded. As usual, she spoke calmly, with a slow, velvety voice. I frowned at that perfect face. Today her eyes shone again with a deep, golden hue like honey. I had to lower my own eyes to collect my now confused thoughts. Why did you block my path last night, Databeo? I wanted to know, still avoiding his gaze. You were supposed to pretend I didn't exist and didn't even realize I was fuming, Databeo. That was Sora's fault, not mine, she chuckled. I had to give her a chance. Fear. I said haltingly. I couldn't think of any insult bad enough. I thought the force of my rage would intimidate him, but it only seemed to amuse him more. I'm not pretending you don't exist, he continued. Do you want to kill me with tantrums since Sora's van didn't manage it? Anger flashed in her brown eyes. She pursed her lips, and all traces of joy vanished. Dobe, you're totally absurd, I muttered coldly. I felt a tingling in the palms of my hands and a sudden urge to hit someone. I was surprised. I wasn't usually a violent person. I turned my back on him and started to walk away. Matt, he shouted. I kept walking, splashing angrily in the rain, but he caught up to me and easily kept pace. I was rude, he said as he walked away. I ignored him. I'm not saying it isn't true, he continued, but it still wasn't polite. Why don't you leave me alone, you little, he grumbled. I wanted to ask you something, but you changed the subject, he chuckled again. He seemed to have regained his good humor. Do you have multiple personality disorder? I asked him with a raised eyebrow. And do it again. Sigh. Daijubu, so what did you want to ask me? I was wondering if next Saturday, you know, the day of the spring dance. Are you trying to be funny, are you? I interrupted, turning to face him. My face was drenched when I raised my head to look at him. There was a wicked amusement in his eyes. Are you going to let me finish, Dobe? I bit my lip and clasped my hands together, interlacing my fingers, so as not to erase that arrogant little smile from his face. I heard you say you're going to Yami that day and I was wondering if you'd like to go for a walk. That was totally unexpected. Nanny? He wasn't sure where she was going with this. Do you want to take a walk to Yami? With whom, Databeo? I asked, puzzled. With me, obviously, he articulated each syllable as if he were addressing a disabled person. Nays, Databeo? I was planning to go to Yami in the next few weeks and, to be honest, I'm not sure your minivan can make it there. My car is running perfectly, Databeo, thank you very much for your concern, team. I made a move to keep walking, but I was too shocked to maintain the same level of anger. Can you get there using just one tank of gas? He resumed, keeping pace with my steps. I don't see that it's any of your business, Databeo. Stupid owner of a brand new Volvo is afraid. Wasting limited resources is everyone's problem, Dobe. Seriously, Sasuke, I don't follow you, Databeo. A shiver ran through me as I said his name. I hated the feeling. I thought you didn't want to be my friend, Databeo. I said it would be better if we weren't, not that I didn't want to be. Well, arigato, that clears everything up, Databeo, I retorted with fierce sarcasm. I realized I had stopped walking again. Now we were under the shelter of the cafe roof, so I could look at his face more easily, which, of course, didn't help me clear my head. It would be more prudent for you if you weren't my friend, he explained, but I've grown tired of distancing myself from you, Naru. Her eyes held a delicious intensity as she uttered that last sentence in a seductive voice. I even forgot to breathe. Will you accompany me to Yami? She asked, her voice still vehement. I was still unable to speak, so I just nodded. He smiled slightly, and then his face turned serious. You should stay away from me, really, she warned me. I'll see you in class. He turned around abruptly and retraced the path we had taken. Vocabulary. Yokata, agreed. Daijubu ka, are you okay? Are you feeling well? Daijubu, I'm fine. It's okay. Kami, God. Matt, wait. Hyuso, curse. Koreshi, boyfriend. Nays, why? Kazan, mother. Kachan, mom. Tusan, father. Tuchan, dad. Hantu, truth. Onagai, please. Arigato, thank you. Lie, no. Nanny, what? Fear, cursed. Yujiratanki, idiot. Dobe, fool. Konnichiwa, hello, starting at 9 a.m. Gomen, sorry. Yami, Seattle. Konoha, fork. Mori, forest, Montesano. Ariasu, Japanese form of Alice, Olympia. Tetsuya, intelligent, vigilant, Tacoma. Getsu, moon, would be Hawaii in the book, so you don't know the village of the moon, appeared in the fourth Naruto movie. Dangojiru, soup made with ravioli accompanied by seaweed, tofu, lotus root, or any amount of other vegetables and roots. Sashimi, it's raw food, sliced into thin slivers and served with a dipping sauce and simple garnishes. It's usually fish or shellfish, but it can be almost anything, including beef, horse, or chicken. Shabu shabu, noodles, vegetables, and shrimp or thin slices of beef boiled in mild broth. They are dipped in soy or sesame sauce before eating. Kushiyaki, skewers of meat and vegetables. I headed to language class still in the clouds, so much so that when I entered I didn't even realize that the class had started. Thank you for coming, Uzumaki-kun, Mizuki-sensei greeted dismissively. I scratched the back of my neck, smiling nonchalantly, and quickly made my way to my seat. I didn't notice Kiba sitting in his usual desk next to mine until the end of class. I felt a pang of guilt, but both he and Idate joined me at the door as usual, so I assumed they'd forgiven me completely. Kiba seemed back to his old self as we walked, talking excitedly about the weekend's weather report. The rain meant a shorter camping trip, but that beach getaway seemed possible. I feigned interest to mask yesterday's rejection. It would be difficult, anyway, with luck, it would only soften when I was in my late 40s. I spent the rest of the morning daydreaming. It was hard to believe that Sasuke Team's words and the way he looked at me weren't just my imagination. Maybe it was just a very convincing dream that I was mistaking for reality. That seemed more likely than him actually being attracted to me on any level. That's why I was so impatient when I walked into the cafe with Yugura. I wanted to see his face to verify if he was back to being the indifferent, cold person I'd known for the past few weeks, or if, by some miracle, he'd truly forgotten what I thought I'd heard that morning. Yugura was going on and on about the plans for the dance. Kin and Haku had already asked the other boys, and they were all going together, completely oblivious to my disinterest. A wave of disappointment washed over me as I glanced, unerringly, at the Uchiha table. The other 4 brothers were there, but he was nowhere to be seen. Had he gone home? Dejected, I joined the queue behind Yugura. I'd lost my appetite and only bought a bottle of lemonade. All I wanted to do was sit and sulk. Uchiha Sasuke-kun is looking at you again, Yugura said. He interrupted my distraction by saying his name. I wonder why he's sitting alone today. I abruptly turned my head and followed his gaze to see Sasuke-team, with his smug smile, watching me from an empty table at the opposite end of the cafe from where he usually sat. Once he had my attention, he raised his hand and flicked his index finger, gesturing for me to join him. He winked at me when I looked at him incredulously. Are you referring to yourself? Yugura asked, his voice laced with insulting disbelief. Maybe you need help with your biology homework, Databeo, I muttered to appease him. I'd better go see what you want, Databeo. I could feel him watching me as I walked away. I stood behind the chair in front of Sasuke. I was afraid when I got to his table. Why don't you sit with me today, Dobe? He asked me with a smile. I did it immediately, eyeing him cautiously. He was still smiling. It was hard to believe someone so handsome could exist. I was afraid he'd vanish in a sudden puff of smoke and I'd wake up. He must have been waiting for me to say something, and I finally managed to say. This is different, Databeo. Well, he paused and the rest of the words came out rushed. I decided that, since I'm going to hell anyway, I should do what I want. I waited for him to say something coherent. Seconds passed, and then I told him. You know I have no idea what you're talking about, Databeo. I know, Dobe. He smiled again and changed the subject. I think your nakama are angry about you being kidnapped. They will survive, Databeo. Although it's possible I don't want to release you, he said with a mischievous glint in his eyes. I swallowed and he laughed. You seem worried, Uzumaki. Lie, I replied, but my voice cracked ridiculously. More like surprised. What's with this change, Databeo? I already told you. I'm fed up with being away from you, Dobe, so I've given up. She was still smiling, but her ochre-colored eyes were serious. Surrendered, Databeo? I repeated, confused. Yes, I've stopped trying to be good. Now I'm going to do what I want, and whatever happens, happens. Her smile faded as she explained, and the tone of her voice hardened. I've gotten lost again, Databeo. The captivating smile reappeared. I always say too much when I talk to you, that's one of the problems. Uzumaki. Don't worry, I don't understand anything, Databeo, I replied dryly. I'm counting on it, Dobe. Yeah, right. In plain English, are we nakama now, Databeo? Nakama, I meditate doubtfully. Or not, Databeo, I muttered. He flashed a smug smile. Well, we can try, I guess. But I'm warning you, I'm not a good friend for you, Uzumaki. The hidden warning behind her smile was real. You say that very often, Databeo, I emphasized while trying to ignore the sudden trembling of my stomach and keeping my voice calm. Yes, because you don't listen to me. I'm still hoping you'll believe it. If you were smart, you'd avoid me, though I don't have much hope since you're a Dobe. Don't call me Dobe, team, Databeo. I stared at him for a few seconds. I think you've formed an opinion of my intellect, Databeo. I narrowed my eyes and he smiled arrogantly. So, I struggled to summarize that confusing exchange of phrases, as long as I'm not intelligent. Can we try to be nakama? That sounds good, Dobe. I looked around at my hands, around the lemonade bottle, not knowing what to do. What are you thinking? He asked curiously. I looked up into those deep golden eyes that disturbed my senses and, as usual, I answered truthfully. I'm trying to figure out who you are, Databeo. Her face twitched, but she managed to keep smiling, not without some effort. Are you having some luck? He inquired casually. Not much, Databeo, I admitted. He chuckled. What are your theories, Uzumaki? I blushed. For the past month I'd been wavering between Bleach and Cardcaptor Sakura. There was no way I was going to admit that. Who knows, maybe he had some kind of clout card that gave him speed and super strength, although I highly doubted it. Aren't you going to tell me, Dobe? He asked, tilting his head with a terribly tempting smile. I shook my head. Too embarrassing, Databeo. That's really frustrating, you know, he complained. Lie, I quickly disagreed with a hard look. I can't imagine why that would be frustrating, Databeo, just because someone refuses to tell you what they're thinking, even if in the meantime they've made cryptic comments, designed to keep you up all night wondering what they could mean. Now why would it be frustrating, Databeo? He grimaced. Or better yet, I continued, now my pent-up anger flowing freely, let's just say that person did a lot of strange things, Databeo, from saving your life under impossible circumstances one day and treating you like an outcast the next, and never explaining either, even though they promised to. That's not frustrating at all, Databeo. You've got a bit of a temper, haven't you? I don't like double meanings, Databeo. We stared at each other without smiling. It seemed as if rays of light were emanating from our gazes. He looked over my shoulder and then, unexpectedly, chuckled softly. Nanny? Your Koreshi seems to think I'm being rude to you. He's debating whether or not to come and interrupt our discussion. He laughed again. I don't know who you're talking about, Databeo, I said disinterestedly, but I'm sure you're wrong anyway, Databeo. I'm not, Dobe, I already told you, it's easy for me to know what most people think. Except me, of course, Databeo. Yes, except for you, her mood suddenly changed. Her eyes became more unsettling. I wonder why that is. The intensity of his gaze was such that I had to look away. I concentrated on opening the lemonade bottle cap. I unscrewed it without looking, my eyes fixed on the table. Aren't you hungry? He asked distractedly. Lie, I didn't feel like mentioning that my stomach was already full of butterflies. I looked at the empty space on the table in front of him. And you? No, I'm not hungry. I didn't understand his expression, he seemed to be enjoying some private joke. Could you do me a favor, Databeo? I asked after a second of hesitation. Suddenly, he became alert. That depends on what you want, Dobe. It's not much, Databeo, I assured him. He waited cautiously and curiously. I was just wondering if you could warn me next time you decide to ignore me. For my own good, just so I'm prepared, Databeo. I kept my eyes fixed on the lemonade bottle as I spoke, tracing the circle of my mouth with my pinky finger. That seems fair to me. She pressed her lips together to keep from laughing when I looked up. Arigato, team, Databeo, I said, scratching the back of my neck and smiling sheepishly. So, can I ask you for a favor in return? He asked. -1. Tell me one of your theories. Abusive coward. Not that, Databeo. You made no exceptions, you only promised one answer, he reminded me. And you've broken promises before, Databeo, I reminded him in turn. Just a theory, I promise not to laugh, Dobe. You will, Databeo. I was sure of it. She lowered her gaze and then looked at me with those burning ochre eyes through her long black eyelashes. Onagai, Uzumaki, he breathed as he leaned towards me. I blinked, my mind blank. Kami-sama. How did that jerk do it? Nanny? I asked, dazzled. Tell me just one of your little theories, please. His gaze still burned me. Was he a hypnotist too? Or was I just hopelessly naive? Well, you have a magic staff that gives you superpowers, Databeo? That's not very creative, Dobe. Gomen, it's all I have, Databeo, I replied, offended. You're not close at all, he said, annoyed. No magic, Databeo? Lie. I sighed. I don't know Kurosaki Ichigo either, he chuckled. You weren't supposed to laugh, remember, Databeo? He made an effort to regain his composure. In time, I'll find out, Databeo, I warned him. I wish you wouldn't, Dobe, he said, again with a serious expression. Bye. What if I wasn't a hero, Uzumaki? What if I was the bad guy? He smiled arrogantly, but his eyes were impenetrable. Oh, I see, Databeo, I said. Some of the things I'd said suddenly made sense. Do you see it, Uzumaki? Suddenly, her face had become grim, as if she feared she had unwittingly revealed too much. Are you dangerous, Databeo? It was just a guess, but my pulse quickened when, instinctively, I grasped the truth of my own words. It was true. He'd been trying to tell me all along. He just looked at me, his eyes brimming with some emotion I couldn't quite understand. But not bad, Databeo, I whispered, shaking my head. No, I don't think you're bad, Databeo. You're wrong, Dobe. His voice was barely audible. He looked down as he snatched the bottle cap from me and twirled it between his fingers. I stared at him, wondering why I wasn't scared. He was serious, that much was clear, but I just felt anxious, on edge, and, above all else, fascinated, as always when I was near him. The silence lingered until I realized the cafeteria was almost empty. I jumped to my feet. We're going to be late, Databeo. I'm not going to class, Uzumaki, he said while turning the lid so fast that it could barely be seen. Why not, Databeo? It's healthy to skip classes once in a while, Dobe, he said, smiling at me with superiority, but concern shone in his eyes. Well, I'm going. He focused his attention on the lid. Then, I'll see you later, Uzumaki. Hesitant, I hesitated, but I hurried out as soon as the first ring of the doorbell sounded after confirming with one last look that he had not moved an inch. As I ran to class, my head was spinning faster than a bottle cap. He'd answered only a few of my questions compared to the many I'd asked. At least it had stopped raining. I was lucky. Asuma-sensei hadn't even entered the classroom yet when I arrived. I quickly settled into my seat, aware that both Kiba and Haku were staring at me. Kiba seemed resentful, and Haku looked surprised and a little intimidated. Then Asuma-sensei entered the classroom and called the students to order. He was balancing on cardboard boxes. He placed them on Kiba's desk and told him to start distributing them around the classroom. Yokata, Mina, I want everyone to take an item from the box. The shrill sound of the rubber gloves against her wrist struck me as a bad omen. The first contains a blood-type identification card, she continued, taking a white card with 4 marked corners and displaying it. Second, we have a 4-pronged applicator. She held up something resembling a toothless comb. The third item is a sterile microlancet. She lifted a tiny piece of blue plastic and opened it. The lancet needle was invisible from that distance, but it made my stomach churn. I'm going to come around with a dropper of saline solution to prepare your cards, so please don't start until I've come around. She began again at Kiba's desk, carefully placing a drop of water in each of the 4 corners. Then, carefully, I want you to prick your finger with the lancet. He took Kiba's hand and pricked the tip of the lancet on the tip of his middle finger. Oh, no. A sticky sweat covered my forehead. Place a drop of blood on each of the tips, he demonstrated. He squeezed Kiba's finger until the blood flowed. I swallowed hard, my stomach churning even more. Then apply it to the test card, he concluded. He held up the dripping red card in front of us for us to see. I closed my eyes, trying to hear over the ringing in my ears. Next weekend, the Red Cross will be stopping in Etsu to collect blood donations, so I thought you should all know your blood type, he said, sounding proud of himself. Those under 18 will need parental permission. There are authorization forms on my desk. She continued walking across the classroom with the dropper. I rested my cheek against the cold, dark surface of the table, trying to stay conscious. All I could hear around me were shouts, groans, and giggles as they pricked their fingers with the lancet. I breathed in and out rhythmically through my mouth. Naru, Daijubu ka? Asuma-sensei asked. His voice sounded very close to my head. He seemed alarmed. I know my blood type now, Asuma-sensei, Databeo, I said weakly. I didn't dare lift my head. Do you feel weak? Hi, sensei, Databeo, I muttered while inwardly slapping myself for not skipping classes when I had the chance. Onagai, can someone take Naru to the infirmary? She asked loudly. I didn't have to look up to know that Kiba would volunteer. Can you walk? Asked Asuma-sensei. Hi, I whispered. Just let me out of here, I thought. I'll crawl, Databeo. Kiba seemed eager as he put his arm around my waist and placed my arm over his shoulder. I leaned heavily on him as I left the classroom. Very slowly, I crossed the campus, being towed by Kiba. When we turned the corner by the cafeteria and were out of sight of Building 4, in case Asuma-sensei was looking, I stopped. Can I sit down for a minute, Onagai, Databeo? I begged. He helped me sit down at the edge of the promenade. And whatever you do, mind your own business, Databeo, I warned him. I was still very confused. I lay down on my side, put my cheek against the damp, icy cement of the sidewalk, and closed my eyes. That seemed to help a little. Wow, you've turned green, Kiba commented, quite nervously. Naru, another voice called to me from afar. Lie. Onagai, let that terribly familiar voice be just my imagination, Databeo. What's wrong with him? Is he hurt? Now the voice sounded closer, and she seemed worried. I wasn't imagining it. I squeezed my eyelids shut. I wanted to die, or at least not throw up. Kiba seemed tense. I think she fainted. I don't know what happened to her, she hasn't moved a muscle. Naru, Sasuke's voice sounded beside me. He seemed relieved now. Can you hear me? Lie, I moaned, go away, you idiot. He chuckled softly. I was taking him to the infirmary, Kiba explained defensively, but he didn't want to walk anymore. I'll take care of him, Sasuke said. I sensed a superior smile in his tone of voice. You can go back to class. Lie, Kiba protested. I'm supposed to do that. Suddenly, the sidewalk vanished beneath me. I opened my eyes, startled. I was in Sasuke Team's arms, who had lifted me up and was carrying me with the same ease as if I weighed 5 kilos instead of 50. Put me down, Team, Databeo. Please, please don't throw up on him. He started walking before he finished speaking. Hey, shouted Kiba, who was already 10 steps behind us. Sasuke, I don't know. You look horrible, Dobe, he told me, while flashing a mocking smile. Leave me on the sidewalk, Databeo. I protested. The swaying of his gait didn't help. He carefully held me away from his body, supporting my entire weight with just his arms, without it seeming to bother him. So you faint at the sight of blood? He asked. That seemed to amuse him. I didn't answer him. I closed my eyes, pressed my lips together, and fought the nausea with all my might. And it wasn't even the sight of your own blood, he continued mockingly. I don't know how he opened the door while carrying me in his arms, but suddenly it was hot, so I knew we had gone inside. Oh, Kami-sama, a woman's voice said haltingly. She fainted in biology, Sasuke explained, team. I opened my eyes. I was in the office. Sasuke Team was striding me past the front desk toward the infirmary door. Hana-san, the receptionist, ran ahead of him to hold the door open. The astonished nurse, Asuito Basin, looked up from her novel as Sasuke Team carried me into the room and gently placed me on the crisp paper covering the brown vinyl mattress of the only cot. Then he stood against the wall, as far away as the narrow room allowed, his eyes shining, excited. She had a brief fainting spell, she reassured the startled nurse. They're doing blood tests in biology. The nurse nodded wisely. It always happens to someone. Sasuke Team laughed discreetly. You Ed bastard. Just lie down for a minute, Koisher. It'll pass. I know, Databeo, I said with a sigh. The nausea was already starting to subside. Does this happen to you often? She asked. Sometimes, Databeo, I admitted. Sasuke coughed to hide another laugh. If I were feeling better I'd wipe that smug little smile off his face with a solid punch, Databeo. You can go back to class, the nurse told her. I'm supposed to keep him, I replied in that authoritarian tone of his that made the nurse, although she pursed her lips, not argue further. I'll get you some ice for your forehead, Koisher, she told me, and then she bustled out of the room. You were right, Databeo, I complained, letting my eyes close. I usually have it, but in what particular way this time? Skipping classes is healthy, Databeo. Breathe in a rhythmic manner. You worried me for a minute out there, he admitted after a pause. His voice sounded as if he were confessing a humiliating weakness. I thought Inuzuka was dragging your corpse to bury it in the forest. Haha. I continued with my eyes closed, but I found myself getting more and more in tune. Honestly, I've seen better-looking corpses than you. I was worried I'd have to avenge your death. Poor Kiba. I bet he's mad, Databeo. He absolutely hates me, Sasuke said jovially. You can't know that, Databeo, I disagreed, but then I suddenly wondered if maybe I could. I saw his face, I assure you. How did you see me? I thought you were skipping class, Databeo. I was practically recovered by now. The nausea would have passed more quickly if I had eaten something at lunch, although, on the other hand, perhaps I was lucky to have had an empty stomach. I was in my car listening to a CD. That simple answer surprised me. I heard the door and opened my eyes to see the nurse with a cold compress in her hand. Here you go, Koisher, she placed it on my forehead and added, you look better now. I think I'm fine now, Databeo, I said as I slowly sat up. My ears were ringing a little, but I wasn't dizzy. The mint-colored walls weren't spinning. I could see that she was going to force me to lie down again, but at that precise moment the door opened and Hana-san hit her head against it. We have another one, he warned. I jumped down to free up the cot for the next invalid. I returned the compress to the nurse. Here you go, I don't need it anymore. Then Kiba staggered through the door. He was now carrying Aburame Shino, another boy from our biology class, whose face was yellowish. Sasuke and I stepped back against the wall to make room for them. Oh, no, Sasuke muttered. Let's get out of here, Dobe. Dazed, I looked around for him. Trust me, let's go out. I turned around and grabbed the door before it closed. Then bolted out of the infirmary. I felt Sasuke team following me. For once you listen to me. I was surprised. I smelled the blood, Databeo, I said, wrinkling my nose. Shino hasn't felt bad about seeing other people's blood, like me. People can't smell blood, Dobe, he contradicted me. Well, I can, that's what's making me feel bad. It smells like rust, just get out. He stared at me with an unfathomable expression. Nanny? I asked her. Forget it. Then Kiba came through the door, his eyes darting from Sasuke to me. The look he gave Sasuke confirmed what he'd told me, Kiba loathed him. He turned back to me with a sullen expression. You look better, she accused me. Mind your own business, Databeo, I warned him again. No one else is bleeding, he murmured. Are you going back to class? Are you kidding me? I'd have to turn around and go back, Databeo. Yes, I guess so. Are you coming to the beach this weekend? As he spoke, he cast another fleeting glance at Sasuke team, who was leaning absently against the cluttered counter, motionless as a statue. He tried to make himself seem as friendly as possible, though he didn't have much hope, after all, he was a team. Sure, I told you I'd go, Databeo. We'll meet at my father's shop at 10 o'clock. Her gaze lingered on Sasuke again, wondering if she wasn't giving away too much. Her body language made it clear that it wasn't an open invitation. I'll be there, Databeo, I promised. I'll see you in gymnastics, then, he said, heading uncertainly towards the door. Ja-any, I replied. She looked at me once more, her face etched with displeasure, and slumped as she slowly walked through the door. A wave of pity washed over me. I considered the prospect of seeing her disillusioned face again in PE class. Gymnastics, I moaned. I can take care of that. I hadn't noticed Sasuke, team, approaching, but he spoke in my ear. Go sit down and pretend to be pale. This was quite a change, as I was never pale, but thanks to the recent fainting spell, which had left a light sheen of sweat on my face, I wasn't as tanned as usual. I sat down in one of the creaky, padded folding chairs and rested my head against the wall with my eyes closed. Fainting spells always left me exhausted. I heard Sasuke team speaking in a soft voice at the counter. Hana-san? Huh? I hadn't heard her return to her table. Naru has gym class next period, and I don't think he's feeling very well yet. To be honest, I was thinking of taking him home now. Could you excuse him from his class? Her voice was velvety. I could imagine how convincing her eyes were being. Sasuke-kun, Hana-san said, continuing to pace back and forth. Why couldn't I do the same? She asked. Do you need me to excuse you too? Lie, I have class with Kurenai-sensei. She won't mind. Yokata, Daijubu. Get well soon, Naru-kun, she said aloud. I nodded weakly, overacting a little. Can you walk or do you want me to carry you again? With her back to the receptionist, her expression turned sarcastic. I'll walk, Databeo. I got up carefully, I still felt fine. He held the door open for me, kindness on his lips and mockery in his eyes. Arrogant jerk. I stepped outside into the cold drizzle that was starting to fall. I was grateful it washed the sticky sweat off my face. It was the first time I'd enjoyed the perennial dampness that seemed to fall from the sky. Thank you, friend, I said when he followed me. It's worth being sick to skip gym class, Databeo. Whenever you want, Dobe. I looked directly at myself, my eyes squinting in the rain. So you're going, this Saturday, Databeo. I was hoping he'd come, even though it seemed unlikely. I couldn't imagine him coordinating with the rest of the kids from school to go somewhere by car. He wasn't from the same world, but the mere hope that it might happen gave me a little thrill. Where exactly are you going? He continued staring straight ahead, expressionless. To Suna, to the port. I studied her face, trying to read it. Her eyes seemed to narrow a little more. She glanced at me out of the corner of her eye and smiled dryly. I don't think I'm invited. Yujiro Tonki. Sigh. I just invited you, fear, Databeo. Let's not abuse poor Kiba any more this week. We don't want him to break. Her eyes sparkled. She was enjoying the idea more than usual. Kiba's a softie, Databeo. I muttered, worried about the way I'd said between the two of us. I liked him more than was good. We were now close to the parking lot. I turned left, toward the minivan. Something grabbed my jacket and pulled me back. Where do you think you're going, Dobe? He asked, offended. Sasuke, I was clinging to it with one hand. I was perplexed. I'm going home, Databeo. Didn't you hear me say I'd leave you safely at home? Do you think I'm going to let you drive in your condition? In what state? And what's going to happen to my truck, Databeo? I'll tell Hinata to drop her off after school. I dragged myself by my clothes toward his car. All I could do was try not to fall, although, anyway, he'd probably grab me if I lost my balance. Leave me alone, you're afraid. I insisted. He ignored me. I zigzagged across the soaked sidewalks until I reached his Volvo. Then he finally let go of me. I tripped over the passenger door. You're so persistent, Databeo, he grumbles. It's open, he simply replied. He got into the car on the driver's side. I'm perfectly capable of driving home, Databeo. I stood beside the Volvo, sparks flying. It was raining harder now, and my hair was wet because I hadn't put my hood up. I rolled down the automatic window and leaned over the passenger seat. Come in, Dobe. I didn't answer him. I was calculating my chances of reaching the minivan before he caught me, and I had to admit they weren't many. I'd drag you back, use your tonki, he threatened, guessing my plan. I tried to maintain as much dignity as possible when I got into the Volvo. I wasn't very successful. I looked like a soaking wet cat, and my boots were constantly squeaking. This is completely unnecessary, Databeo, I said dryly, puffing out my cheeks. He didn't answer, but I could see his smug smile. He fiddled with the controls, turning up the heat and turning down the music. When he left the parking space, I was about to punish him with my silence, making a face of utter anger, but then I recognized the music that had been playing, and curiosity got the better of me. Amaya? I asked, surprised. Do you know Fujike's? He also seemed surprised. Not much, Databeo, I admitted. My cousin plays a lot of classical music at home, I only know my favorites, Databeo. It's also one of my favorites. He continued staring straight ahead through the rain, lost in thought. I listened to the music as I relaxed against the soft gray leather upholstery. It was impossible not to react to the familiar, soothing melody. The rain blurred the landscape beyond the window, turning it into a patchwork of gray and green hues. I began to realize how fast we were going, but the car moved with such firmness and stability that I didn't notice the speed, except for how quickly we were leaving the town behind. What's your cousin like? He suddenly asked me. I glanced at him out of the corner of my eye, curious. Let's not get too close physically, Databeo, she's very curious and has long, fiery red hair, I replied. I raised my eyebrows. I inherited Minato's features. She's sociable and daring. She's also irresponsible and a bit eccentric, and an unpredictable cook. She's my best nakama, Databeo. I fell silent. Talking about her had depressed me. Naru, how old are you? For some reason I couldn't understand, Sasuke's voice held a note of frustration. He stopped the car, and then I realized we had arrived at Minato's house. It was raining so hard I could barely see the house. It looked like the car was sitting in a riverbed. 17, Databeo, I replied, a little confused. Sometimes, you don't look it, she said with a reproachful tone that made me laugh. What's going on? He inquired, curious again. My mom always says I was born 35 and that I get more mature every year, Databeo, I laughed and then sighed. Well, someone had to be the adult, Databeo, I paused for a second. You don't exactly look like a high school student either, Databeo. He grimaced and changed the subject. In that case, why did your mother marry Arashi-san? I was surprised he remembered the name. He'd only mentioned it once 2 months ago. I needed a few moments to respond. My cousin has a very youthful spirit for her age. I think Arashi-san makes her feel younger. Anyway, she's crazy about him, Databeo, I shook my head. That attraction was a mystery to me. Do you approve? Does it matter? I replied, I want her to be happy, and Arashi-san is what she wants, Databeo. That's very generous, I wonder, I murmured thoughtfully. Nanny? Would she be as courteous to you, regardless of who you chose? Suddenly, I was paying close attention. Our eyes met. I think so, I stammered, but, after all, she's the cousin. She's a little different, Databeo. So, nobody too scary, he scoffed. I answered him with a big smile. What do you mean by too scary, you say? Multiple piercings and big tattoos, Databeo? I suppose that's one possible definition. What's yours, Databeo? But he ignored my question and answered with another one. Do you think I can scare you? I raised an eyebrow. The faint trace of a smile lit up her face. I think you could if you put your mind to it, Databeo. Did it scare you now? The smile disappeared from Sasuke Team's face and his divine face suddenly became serious, but I answered quickly. Lie. The smile reappeared. So, are you going to tell me something about your family, Databeo? I asked to distract him. I'm sure it's more interesting than mine. He immediately went on guard. What do you want to know, Dobe? Were you adopted by the Uchiha, Databeo? I asked to verify the fact. Hi. I hesitated for a few moments. What happened to your parents, Databeo? They died many years ago, he replied matter-of-factly. Gomen, I murmured. Actually, my memories of them are vague. Kakashi and Irika have been my parents for a long time. And you want them, Databeo? It wasn't a question. It was obvious from the way he talked about them. Hi, he smiled. I can't imagine two better people than them. You're very lucky, Databeo. I know I am. And your brothers and sisters? He glanced at the clock on the dashboard. My Nizan, Nasan, as well as Niji and Karen, will be upset if they have to wait for me in the rain. Oh, Gomen. I guess you should go, Databeo. I didn't want to get out of the car. And you'll probably want your truck back before Chief Namikaze-san gets home so you don't have to tell him about the biology incident. He smiled mockingly at me. I'm sure he already knows. There are no secrets in Konoha, Databeo, I sighed. He burst out laughing. Have fun at the beach, I hope you have good weather for sunbathing, I wished myself while looking at the curtains of rain. Won't I see you tomorrow, Databeo? Lie, Suigetsu, and I will start the weekend before. What will they do, Databeo? A friend can ask that kind of thing, right? I hoped my voice didn't betray my disappointment. We're going on a hike to Kento Rakudo Forest, south of Mount Ryota. Oh, alright, have fun, Databeo, I tried to feign enthusiasm, though I doubted I'd pull it off. A smile curved the corners of her lips. She turned to face me, using the full power of her fiery golden eyes. Would you do something for me this weekend, Dobe? I nodded. No offense, Yujiro Tonki, but you seem like one of those people who attract trouble like a magnet. So, try not to fall into the sea or get run over by something, okay? I gave him a malevolent smile. I stared at him intently. I'll see what I can do, you arrogant fool, I replied sharply as I got out of the Volvo in the rain. I slammed the door shut. Sasuke-team was still smiling as he walked away to the wheel of the car. Actually, when I sat down in my room and tried to concentrate on reading Rosenrat's new fanfic, I was listening intently to see if I could hear my car engine. I thought I might be able to hear the roar of the engine over the drumming of the rain, but when I pulled back the curtain to look again, there it was, all of a sudden. I wasn't looking forward to Friday with any particular interest, it was simply about resuming my life without expectations. There were a few comments, of course. Yugura seemed especially keen to discuss the matter, but fortunately, Kiba had kept his mouth shut, and no one seemed to know anything about Sasuke-team's involvement. Nevertheless, Yugura asked me a lot of questions about my lunch, and in trigonometry class, he said to me, "What did Uchiha Sasuke-kun want yesterday?" "I don't know," I replied honestly. "Actually, he didn't get to the point, Databeo." "You seemed angry," he commented, trying to get something out of me. "Hi," I kept my face expressionless. You know, I'd never seen him sit with anyone other than his family before. It was strange. Strange indeed. He looked amazed. He impatiently smoothed his gray hair. I guessed he was waiting to hear anything that struck him as a good story to tell. The worst part of Friday was that, despite knowing he wouldn't be there, I still held on to hope. When I entered the cafeteria with Yugura and Kiba, I couldn't help but glance at the table where Karen, Hinata, and Niji sat talking, their heads close together. I couldn't contain the melancholy that overwhelmed me as I realized I didn't know how long I would have to wait before seeing him again. At my usual table, they were talking about nothing but plans for the next day. Kiba was cheerful again, putting a lot of faith in the weatherman, who predicted sunshine for Saturday. I had to see it to believe it, but it was warmer today, almost 12 degrees. Maybe the hike wasn't so bad after all. I caught a few unfriendly glances from Kin during lunch, which I didn't understand until we left the dining hall together. I was right behind her, a foot away from her sleek, glossy jet black hair, and she certainly didn't notice when I heard her mutter to Kiba. "I don't know why Naru," he said, smiling contemptuously as he pronounced my name, "won't sit with the Uchiha from now on." Until that moment, I hadn't noticed how nasal and shrill her voice was, and I was surprised by the malice it exuded. In truth, I didn't know her very well, certainly not well enough for her to hate me, or so I had thought. "He's my friend, he sits with us," Kiba whispered back, his voice filled with loyalty, but also a touch possessive. I stopped to let Yugura and Haku pass me. I didn't want to hear anything else. During dinner that night, Minato seemed excited about my trip to Suna the next day. I suspect he felt guilty about leaving me home alone on weekends, but I'd spent too many years building habits to break them now. He knew the names of all the boys going, of course, and their parents' names, and probably their great-great-grandparents' names too. He seemed to approve of the trip. I wondered if he'd approve of my plan to drive to Yami with Uchiha Sasuke. I wasn't about to tell him either. "Tuchan," I asked casually, "do you know a place called Kento Rakuto, or something like that? I think it's south of Mount Ryota, Databeo." "Hi. Nays?" I shrugged. Some kids mentioned the possibility of camping there. "It's not a good place to camp," he said, sounding surprised. "There are too many kumas. Most people go there during hunting season." "Oh," I murmured, scratching the back of my neck with my eyes closed, maybe I misunderstood the name, Databeo. I intended to sleep in, but an unusual brightness woke me. I opened my eyes and saw a clear yellow light streaming in through the window. I couldn't believe it. I rushed to the window to check, and sure enough, there was the sun. It was in the wrong place in the sky, too low, and didn't seem as close as usual, but it was the sun, without a doubt. Clouds were gathering on the horizon, but in the middle of the sky there was a large blue area. I lingered at the window as long as I could, afraid that the blue of the sky would disappear again as soon as I left. Inuzuka's Olympic sports shop was located at the northern edge of town. I'd seen it before, but I'd never stopped there since I didn't need any gear for spending long periods outdoors. In the parking lot, I recognized Kiba's Suburban and Sora's Sentra. I saw the group gathered around the front of the Suburban as I parked next to both vehicles. Ide was there with two other boys I shared classes with. I was almost certain their names were Zabusa and Zaku. Yaguchan was there too, flanked by Haku and Kin. They were accompanied by 3 other girls, including one I remembered falling on top of during gym class on Friday. She shot me a murderous glare when I got out of the car and whispered something to Kin, who shook her raven hair and looked at me with disdain. So that was going to be one of those days. At least Kiba was happy to see me. "You've come!" I exclaimed, delighted. "Didn't I tell you today was going to be a sunny day?" "And I told you I was coming," I reminded him with a big smile. "All we can do is wait for Shinoya Isaribi, unless you've invited someone," I added. I lied casually while hoping he wouldn't find out and at the same time wishing for a miracle and for Sasuke-teen to appear. Kiba seemed satisfied. "Will you ride in my car? It's either that or Shino's cousin's minivan." "Clear." He smiled joyfully. How easy it was to make Kiba happy. "You can sit by the window," he promised. I hid my mortification. It wasn't so easy to make Kiba and Yugura happy at the same time. I could already see him glaring at us. However, numbers worked in my favor. Shino brought 2 more people, and suddenly all the seats were needed. I managed to squeeze Yugura into the front seat of the Suburban, between Kiba and me. Kiba could have behaved more elegantly, but at least Yaguchan seemed appeased. Between Suna and Konoha, there were less than 25 kilometers of dense, vibrant green forests lining the road. Beneath them, the mighty Kazuma River wound its way. I was glad to have the window seat. I turned the crank to roll down the window. The Suburban felt a bit claustrophobic with 9 people inside, and tried to soak up as much sunlight as possible. I had seen the beaches surrounding Suna many times during my vacations in Konoha with Minato, so I was already familiar with Yumiko's crescent-shaped beach, which stretched for over a mile. It was still breathtaking. The dark gray water, even when bathed in sunlight, was crowned with white foam as it lapped heavily toward the rocky gray shore. The sheer walls of the island's cliffs rose above the waters of the metal seawall. These cliffs reached uneven heights and were topped with stark fir trees that reached for the sky. The beach had only a narrow strip of real sand at the water's edge, behind which thousands upon thousands of large, smooth rocks were piled up. From a distance, they appeared a uniform gray, but up close they displayed every possible shade of stone: terracotta, sea green, lavender, grayish blue, matte gold. The mark left by the tide on the beach was dotted with beige-colored trees, due to the marine salinity, thrown onto the coast by the waves. A strong breeze blew in from the sea, cold and salty. Pelicans floated on the ripples of the tide while seagulls and a lone eagle circled overhead. The clouds continued to gather, threatening to engulf the area at any moment, but for now, the sun shone brightly, its luminous halo reflecting the blue sky. We chose a path down to the beach. Kiba led us to a circle of logs washed ashore by the tide. It was obvious they had been used before for camping trips like ours. The outline of a campfire, now covered in black ash, was already visible. Idate and the boy, who I thought was named Zabusa, gathered broken branches from the driest piles stacked at the edge of the woods, and soon we had a teepee-shaped campfire atop the old embers. "Have you ever seen a wooden campfire washed up on the beach?" Kiba asked me. I sat on a whitish bench. At the other end, the girls and young men gathered, gossiping animatedly. Kiba knelt by the fire and lit a small branch with a lighter. "Lie," I acknowledged as he cautiously threw the flaming branch at the teepee. "Then you're going to like it. Look at the colors." He lit another twig and placed it next to the first one. The flames quickly began to lick the dry wood. "It's blue." "Databeo," I exclaimed in surprise. "It's because of the salt." "Kirai, Hantu?" He lit another one and placed it where the fire hadn't caught, then came to sit beside me. Fortunately, Yugura was next to him, on the other side. He turned to Kiba and called for his attention. I gazed at the mesmerizing green and blue flames that sputtered toward the sky. After half an hour of chatting, some of the boys wanted to take a walk to the nearby marshes. It was a dilemma. On the one hand, I love the tide pools that form at low tide. They've fascinated me since I was a kid. It was one of the few things I looked forward to when I had to come to Konoha. But on the other hand, I also fell in a lot of times. It's not a pleasant experience when you're 7 years old and with your older brother. That reminded me of Sasuke team's request that I not fall into the sea. Kin was the one who decided for me. I didn't want to walk, since I was wearing shoes that weren't suitable for it. Most of the other girls and boys, including Yugura and Haku, decided to stay on the beach as well. I waited until Sora and Idate had agreed to join them before quietly getting up to join the group of walkers. Kiba gave me a huge smile when he saw me coming too. The walk wasn't too long, though I was annoyed at losing sight of the sky as I entered the woods. The green light of the forest hardly matched the youthful laughter. It was too dark and frightening to harmonize with the light-hearted jokes being made around me. I had to watch every step carefully to avoid the roots in the ground and the branches overhead, so I soon fell behind. Finally, I ventured into the emerald depths of the forest and found the rocky shore again. The tide had gone out, and a river flowed beside us on its way to the sea. Along its pebbly banks were shallow pools that never quite dried up. They teemed with life. I was careful not to lean too far over those natural pools. The others were more daring, leaping onto the rocks and perching precariously on the edges. I found a fairly stable-looking rock near one of the larger pools and sat down cautiously, fascinated by the natural aquarium at my feet. Clusters of bright anemones rippled ceaselessly with the invisible current. Spiraling shells rolled over the folds where crabs hid. A motionless starfish clung to the rocks, while a small, white-striped eel zigzagged through the shimmering green reeds, waiting for the tide to come in. I was completely absorbed, except for a small part of my mind that wondered what Sasuke was doing now and tried to imagine what he would say if he were here with me. Finally, the boys got hungry, and I stiffly got up to follow them back to the beach. This time I tried to keep up with them through the woods, so I tripped a few times, of course. I got some shallow scrapes on my palms, and the knees of my jeans turned green, but it could have been worse. When we returned to Yumiko, the group we had left behind had multiplied. As we approached, I could see some teenagers from the reserve who had come to socialize. The food had already begun to be distributed, and the boys hurried to ask to share as Idate introduced us upon entering the campfire circle. Haku and I were the last to arrive, and I noticed the youngest of the newcomers, sitting on the stones near the fire, look up at me with interest as Idate called our names. I sat next to Haku, and Kiba brought us sandwiches and a selection of soft drinks to choose from while the boy who seemed to be the oldest of the visitors called out the names of the other 7 young people with him. All I could make out was that one of the boys was also named Yugura and that the boy whose name had caught my attention was Gara. It was relaxing to sit with Haku. He was one of those people who listened attentively to everything you said and then asked you important questions about what you'd told him. We talked quietly while we ate. I thought about how disjointedly time passed in Konoha. Sometimes it drifted by like a fog, with a few unique images standing out more clearly than the rest, while at other times every second was significant and etched into my mind. I knew exactly what caused the difference. And that unsettled me. The clouds began to drift in during lunch. They drifted across the blue sky, briefly obscuring the sun, casting long shadows on the beach, and darkening the waves. The boys began to disperse in pairs and trios after they finished eating. Some went down to the water's edge to play skittles, throwing stones across the choppy surface. Others gathered for a second expedition to the tide pools. Kiba, with Yugura as his shadow, led another group to the village shop. Some of the visitors joined them, while others went for a walk. By the time everyone had dispersed, I was left sitting alone on a log, with Kin and Sora engrossed in a CD player that someone had thought to bring, and 3 teenagers from the reserve gathered around the fire, including the young boy named Gara and the older one, the one who had acted as spokesperson. A few minutes later, Haku left with the other walkers, and Gara came walking slowly over to sit in the empty seat next to me. Judging by his appearance, he must have been 14, maybe 15. His long, bright red hair was tied back with an elastic band at the nape of his neck. He had beautiful pale skin and green eyes set high on his cheekbones. A hint of childhood roundness still lingered around his chin, and to top it all off, there was a red tattoo on his forehead that said love. In short, he had a very pretty face. However, his first words spoiled that positive impression. "You are Namake's Naruto-kun, Hantu?" It was like starting the first day of high school all over again. "Just call me Naru," I said with a big smile. "My name is Sabaku no Gara," he extended his hand in a friendly gesture. "You bought my Kachan's car." "Oh," I said with relief as I shook his soft hand. "You're Kururabazen's son. I should probably remember you, Databeo." "Lie, I'm the youngest, you should remember my older brothers." Temari Nichan and Kankuro Nikan, I suddenly remembered. Minato and Karura had often left us together to keep us occupied while they fished. We were all too shy back then to make much progress as crewmates. Of course, I'd thrown enough tantrums to put an end to the fishing trips by the time I was 11. "Have they come, Databeo?" I inquired while examining the girls and boys who were at the edge of the sea, wondering if I would be able to recognize them now. "Lie," Gara shook his head. "Kankuro has a scholarship from the Land of Fire, and Temari married a detective. She lives in Getsu now." "Is she married?" Wow, I was astonished. The twins were barely a year older than me. "How's the minivan working out for you?" he asked. "I love it, and it works very well." "Yes, but it's really slow," he laughed. I breathed a sigh of relief when Minato-san bought it. Kachan wouldn't have let me start working on building another car as long as we had one in perfect condition. "It's not that slow, Databeo," I objected. "Have you tried going over 60? "Lie." "Fine. Don't do it." She smiled, and I couldn't help but smile back. "That improves it in case of an accident," I argued in defense of my car. "I doubt a tank could take on that old dinosaur," he admitted with a laugh. "So you manufacture cars?" I commented, impressed. "When I have free time and parts." "You wouldn't happen to know where I can get a master cylinder for an '86 Volkswagen Rabbit, would you?" he added jokingly. He had a kind, husky voice. "Gomen," I laughed. I haven't seen any lately, but I'll keep an eye out to let you know, Databeo. As if I knew what that was. He was very easy to talk to. He smiled and looked at me with appreciation, in a way I had learned to recognize. I wasn't the only one who noticed. Do you know Naru, Gara? Kin asked from the other side of the fire in a tone I imagined to be insolent. In a way, we've known about each other since I was born, she replied with a laugh, and smiled at me again. Excellent. That didn't seem to be what he was thinking, and he narrowed his pale, fish-like eyes. Naru, he called again, studying my face closely. I was telling Sora-kun that it's a shame none of the Uchiha came today. Did no one remember to invite them? His worried expression wasn't very convincing. Are you referring to Dr. Uchiha Kakashi's family? The older of the reserve boys asked before I could answer, much to Kin's irritation. He was more grown up than a boy, and his voice was quite deep. Hi, do you know them? He asked with a condescending gesture, turning partly towards him. The Uchiha don't come here, he replied in a tone that settled the matter and ignored Kin's question. Sora asked Kin what she thought of the CD she was holding in an attempt to regain her attention. She became distracted. I gazed at the perplexing young man with the deep voice, but he was looking far away, toward the shadowy forest behind us. He had said that the Uchiha didn't come here, but his tone hinted at something more, that they weren't allowed, that it was forbidden. His demeanor made a strange impression on me, one I tried unsuccessfully to ignore. Gara interrupted my train of thought. Does Konoha still drive you crazy? Well, I'd say that's an understatement, Databeo, I grimaced, and he smiled understandingly. I kept turning over the brief comment about the Uchiha in my mind, and suddenly an inspiration struck. It was a stupid plan, but I couldn't think of anything better. I harbored the hope that young Gara was still inexperienced with girls or young men, so he wouldn't see how pathetic my attempts at flirting were. Do you want to go for a walk on the beach with me? I asked, trying to mimic the way Sasuke-teen looked at me through his eyelids. It wasn't going to have the same effect, I was sure, but Gara jumped up, quite willingly. The clouds finally closed in, darkening the ocean waters and lowering the temperature, as we headed north among multicolored rocks toward the wooden breakwater. I put my hands in the pockets of my jacket. So you're 16 years old? I asked while trying not to look like an idiot when I blinked like I'd seen girls do on TV. I just turned 15, he confessed, flattered. Really? My face filled with a fake expression of surprise. I would have sworn you were older. I'm tall for my age, he explained. Do you come up to Konoha often, Databeo? I asked mischievously, pretending to expect a yes in response. I felt like a complete idiot and feared that, disgusted, he'd turn away after accusing me of being a fraud, but he still seemed flattered. Not too much, he admitted with a grimace, but I'll be able to go as often as I want once the car is finished, and I have my license, he added. Who was that other guy Kin was talking to? He seemed a bit old to be hanging around with us. I deliberately included myself among the younger ones in an attempt to make it clear that I preferred him. It's Yamato-san and she's 19 years old, Gara informed me. What was it he was saying about the sensei's family, Databeo? I asked innocently. The Uchiha? They're not supposed to go near the reserve. He glanced towards Shi Island as he confirmed what he thought he had heard from Yamato-san. Why not? She looked back at me and bit her lip. Oh. I'm not supposed to say anything. Oh, I'm not going to tell anyone. I'm just curious, Databeo. I tried to force a tempting smile while wondering if I wasn't going too far, though he smiled back and seemed tempted. Then he raised an eyebrow and his voice grew huskier as he asked me in a foreboding tone. Do you like scary stories? I love them, I replied enthusiastically, trying hard to charm him. Gara strolled over to a nearby tree stranded on the beach, its roots jutting out like the legs of a large, whitish spider. He leaned lightly against one of the twisted roots as I sat down at his feet, resting my head against the trunk. He gazed at the rocks. A smile played at the corners of his full lips, and I knew he was going to try his best. I made an effort to show in my eyes the keen interest I felt. Do you know any of our ancestral legends? He began. I mean our origin, the Kazuma origin. Actually, no, I admitted. Well, there are many legends. Some are said to date back to the shinobi era. Supposedly, the ancient Kazuma built houses high in the tallest trees in the mountains to survive. He smiled at me to show how little credence he gave to those stories. Another legend says that we are descended from the Okami. And that they are still our brothers. Clan law forbids killing them. And then there are the stories about the cold. The cold ones, Databeo? I asked, unable to hide my curiosity. Yes. The stories of the cold ones are as old as those of the Okamis, and some are much more recent. According to legend, my own great-great-grandfather met some of them. He was the one who sealed the deal that keeps them away from our lands. He narrowed his eyes. Your great-great-grandfather? I encouraged him. He was the clan chief, like my Kachin. You know, the cold ones are the natural enemies of the Okamis, well, not of the Okamis themselves, but of the Okamis who become men, like our ancestors. The werewolves. Do werewolves have enemies? Only one. I looked at him eagerly, hoping to pass off my impatience as admiration. Gaara continued. You know, the cold ones have traditionally been our enemies, but the group that came to our territory in my great-great-grandfather's time was different. They didn't hunt like the others and shouldn't have been a danger to the clan, so my ancestor made a deal with them. We wouldn't betray them if they promised to stay away from our lands. He winked at me. If they weren't dangerous, why? I tried to understand while trying hard to hide how seriously I was taking this ghost story. There's always a risk to humans who are near the cold, even if they're civilized like this clan. He deliberately infused his voice with a distinctly threatening tone. You never know when they'll become too thirsty to bear. What do you mean by civilized, Databeo? They claim they don't hunt men. Supposedly, they are able to substitute animals as prey instead of men. I tried to give my voice the most casual tone possible. And how did the Uchiha fit into all this? Are they like the cold people your great-great-grandfather knew? Lie, she paused dramatically. They're the same. He must have thought the expression on my face was caused by the panic his story had triggered. He smiled smugly and continued. Now there are more of them, another male and a new female, but the rest are the same. The clan already knew their leader, Kakashi, in my ancestor's time. He traveled back and forth through these lands even before Konoha was habitable. She suppressed a smile. And what are they? What are the cold ones, Databeo? He smiled grimly. Blood drinkers, he replied in a chilling voice. In other words, vampires. I stood gazing at the choppy sea, not quite sure what my face was reflecting. You've got goosebumps, he laughed, delighted. You're a great storyteller, I congratulated him without taking my eyes off the waves. The topic is a bit far-fetched, isn't it? I wonder why Kachin doesn't want us to talk to anyone about it. I still couldn't control my facial expression enough to look at him. Don't worry. I won't betray you. I guess I just violated the treaty, he laughed. I'll take the secret to my grave, Databeo, I promised him, and then I shuddered. Seriously, don't tell Minato-Ajisen anything. He was furious with my Kachin when he found out that some of us hadn't been going to the hospital since Kakashi-sensei started working there. I won't do it, of course not. Nanny? Do you think we're a bunch of superstitious people? She asked playfully, but with a hint of caution. I hadn't yet taken my eyes off the sea, so I turned around and smiled at him as normally as possible. Lie. I think you're really good at telling scary stories. I still have goosebumps, Databeo. Sugoi. He smiled. Then the clinking of pebbles alerted us that someone was approaching. We turned our heads at the same time to see Kiba and Yugura walking in our direction about 45 meters away. Ah, you're there, Naru, Kiba shouted in relief as he waved his arm above his head. Is that your Koreshi? Gaara asked, alerted by the jealousy in Kiba's voice. I was surprised that it was so obvious. Lie, definitely not, I whispered. I was incredibly grateful to Gaara and eager to make him as happy as possible. I winked at him, carefully turning my back before doing so. He smiled, delighted by my clumsy flirting. When I have my license, he began. You have to come see me in Konoha. We could hang out sometime, Databeo. I felt guilty saying this, knowing I'd used him, but I really liked Gaara. He was someone I could easily be friends with. Kiba reached us, with Yugura still a few steps behind. I saw him assess Gaara with his eyes, and he seemed pleased by his obvious youth. Where have you been? He asked me, even though he had the answer right in front of him. Gaara just told me some local stories, I said willingly. It was very interesting, Databeo. I smiled at Gaara affectionately and he smiled back. Well, Kiba paused, reassessing the situation as he saw our complicity. We're packing up. It looks like it's going to start raining soon. We all looked up at the overcast sky. It was definitely about to rain. Yokata, I jumped up, I'm coming. It's been a pleasure seeing you again, Gaara said, teasing Kiba a little. That's right. Next time Minato comes down to see Kururabazan, I'll come too, Databeo, I promised. Her smile widened. That would be great. And arigato, I added from the heart. I pulled my head up as soon as we started walking briskly among the rocks toward the parking lot. A few drops had begun to fall, leaving dark marks on the rocks they hit. By the time we reached Kiba's car, the others were already heading back, carrying everything. I slid into the back seat next to Haku and Sora, announcing that I'd had my turn by the window. Haku just stared out the window at the growing storm, and Kin shifted in the middle seat to get Sora's attention, so all I could do was lean my head back, close my eyes, and try my hardest not to think. Vocabulary. Hi, yes. Lie, no. Nays, why? Nanny, what? Hantu, truth. Yokata, agreed. Arigato, thank you. Sugoi, incredible, fantastic, great. Gomen, sorry. Baka, fool. Sensei, teacher, doctor. Tomodachi, friend. Tuchan, dad. Tusan, father. Kachan, mom. Kazan, mother. Koreshi, boyfriend. Nakama, partner. Kirai, precious, beautiful. Kuma, bear. Okami, wolf. Suna, La Push. Yami, Seattle. Land of Fire, Washington. Getsu, moon, Hawaii. Yumiko, daughter of the sea, would be like First Beach. Shi Island, James Island. Kento Rakuto, it would be Goat Rocks. Kento, healthy, sound, vigorous. Rikuto, earth, fly. Ryota, purity, respect, veneration, esteem, it would supplant Mount Rainier. Kazuma, truth, sincerity, reality, serene, peaceful. It replaces Quilut in the book. As for the Kazuma are a clan, something like Native Americans in our society. There aren't many left, they have their own laws, history, etc. Like the Quiluts but with a different name. Let's just say I didn't want to use the same name. With this, I plan to change some things in the story. Isaribi, she's a filler character from Naruto. You know, the girl who saved Naru from drowning and gave him mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. Yamato, replaces Sam in the book. For those who don't know, Yamato is the captain of Team 7 when Kakashi-sensei is on a mission or recovering. I told Minato I had a ton of homework to do and no appetite. There was a basketball game he was really excited about, though of course I had no idea why it was special, so he didn't notice anything unusual about my face or voice. Once in my room, I closed the door. I rummaged through my desk until I found my old headphones and plugged them into my small CD player. I chose a CD that Arashi-san had given me for Christmas. It was one of her favorite bands, although, in my opinion, they were too loud and overused the bass. I put it in the player and lay down on my bed. I put on the headphones, pressed play, and turned the volume up until my ears hurt. I closed my eyes, but the light was still bothering me, so I put a pillow over my face. I focused intently on the music, trying to understand the lyrics, untangling them amidst the intricate drumbeat. By the third time I listened to the entire CD, I knew at least the choruses by heart. I was surprised to discover that, after all, once I managed to get past the deafening noise, I actually liked the band. I had to thank Arashi-san again. And it worked. The crushing blows prevented me from thinking. Which was the whole point. I listened to the CD over and over until I sang along to every song and finally fell asleep. I opened my eyes in a familiar place. Deep down, I knew I was dreaming. I recognized the verdant glow of the forest and heard waves crashing against the rocks nearby. I knew I could see the sun if I found the ocean. I tried to follow the sound of the sea, but then Sabaku no Gara was there, tugging at my hand and pulling me back into the darkest part of the forest. Gara? What's wrong, Databeo? I asked. There was panic on his face as he pulled me with all his might to overcome my resistance, but I didn't want to enter the darkness. Run, Naru, you have to run, he whispered, terrified. This way, Naru. I recognized the voice calling me from the gloomy heart of the forest. It was Kiba's, although I couldn't see him. Nays? I asked as I continued to resist Gara's hold, desperate to find the sun. But Gara, who suddenly convulsed, let go of my hand and let out a scream before collapsing to the ground in the dark forest. He writhed violently on the earth as I watched in terror. Gara, I shouted. But he had disappeared, replaced by a large okami with green eyes and reddish-brown fur. The wolf turned its back on me and walked away, heading towards the coast with its back fur bristling, growling softly and baring its fangs. Run, Naru! Kiba shouted again behind me, but I didn't turn around. I was staring at a light coming toward me from the beach. And at that moment, Sasuke team appeared, walking very quickly from among the trees, his skin glowing faintly and his eyes black and dangerous. He raised a hand and beckoned me to approach him. The okami growled at my feet. I took a step forward, toward Sasuke team. Then he smiled. He had sharp, pointed teeth. Trust me, he purred. I took another step forward. The okami leaped across the space between the vampire and me, searching for the jugular with its fangs. Lie! I yelled, shoving the bedclothes up. The sudden movement caused the headphones to knock the CD player off the bedside table. It clanged across the wooden floor. The light was still on. Fully dressed and with my shoes on, I sat down on the bed. Disoriented, I glanced at the clock on the dresser. It was 5:30 in the morning. I groaned, flopped back, and rolled onto my stomach. I kicked off my boots, though I was too uncomfortable to fall asleep. I rolled over again and unbuttoned my jeans, yanking them off while trying to stay horizontal. I put the pillow over my eyes. It was no use, of course. My subconscious had brought forth exactly the images I had tried so desperately to avoid. Now I was going to have to face them. I sat up, my head spinning for a minute as the circulation drained. First things first, I told myself, happy to postpone the matter as long as possible. I grabbed my toiletry bag. However, the shower didn't last as long as I'd hoped. Soon I had nothing left to do in the bathroom, even though I'd taken my time drying my hair with the hairdryer. I went back upstairs to my room wrapped in a towel. I didn't know if Minato was still asleep or if he'd already left. I went to the window to take a look and saw that the patrol car wasn't there. He'd gone fishing again. I slowly put on my most comfortable sweatshirt and then made the bed, something I never did. I couldn't put it off any longer, so I went to my desk and turned on my old computer. I hated using the internet in Konoha. The modem was ancient, and the free service was far inferior to Uzushio's, so, seeing how long it was taking to connect, I decided to pour myself a bowl of cereal in the meantime. I ate slowly, chewing each bite thoroughly. When I finished, I washed the bowl and spoon, dried them, and put them away. I shuffled upstairs and the first thing I did was pick up the CD player from the floor and place it in the center of the table. I unplugged my headphones and put them away in a desk drawer. Then I put the same CD back on, at a volume low enough so it was just background music. I turned back to the computer with another sigh. The screen was full of pop-up ads, and I started closing all the windows. Finally, I went to my favorite search engine, closed a few more pop-ups, and typed in a single word. Vampire. It was so slow it drove me crazy, of course. There was so much to sift through when the results finally appeared. Everything related to movies, TV series, role-playing games, underground music, and gothic cosmetics companies. Then I found a promising site, Vampires A to Z. I waited impatiently for the browser to load, quickly clicking on each ad that popped up to close it. Finally, the screen was full, a simple page with a white background and black text, looking rather academic. The homepage greeted me with two quotes. In the entire vast and dark world of specters and demons, there is no creature so terrible, none so feared and abhorred, and yet haloed by a terrifying fascination, as the vampire, who is in himself neither specter nor demon, but shares with them their dark nature and possesses the mysterious and terrible qualities of both. Reverend Montague Summers. If there's one thing in this world that's been thoroughly documented, it's the existence of vampires. It's completely documented, official reports, sworn statements from famous people, surgeons, priests, and judges. The legal evidence is overwhelming, and yet, does anyone still believe in vampires? Rousseau. The rest of the site consisted of an alphabetical listing of different vampire myths from around the world. The first one I clicked on was the Danag, a vampire supposedly responsible for the taro plantation on the islands long ago. The myth claimed that the Danag worked with humans for many years, but the collaboration ended the day a woman cut her finger and a Danag licked the wound, enjoying the taste of blood so much that he drained her completely. I read the descriptions carefully, searching for anything familiar and keeping only what seemed plausible. It appeared that most vampire myths focused on portraying beautiful women as demons and children as victims. They also seemed like constructs created to explain the high infant mortality rate and provide men with an alibi for infidelity. Many of the stories combined disembodied spirits with warnings against improper burials. There wasn't much that resembled the movies I'd seen, and only a few, like the Stryan the Upier, were concerned with drinking blood. Only 3 entries really caught my attention: the Varicolossi, a powerful undead that could appear as a beautiful pale-skinned human; the Nalapsi, a creature of such strength and speed that it was capable of massacring an entire village in a single hour after midnight; and yet another, the Strigoni Benefici. Regarding the latter, there was only one statement. Strigoni Benefici, a vampire who claimed to be on the side of good, he was a mortal enemy of all evil vampires. That small entry was a relief. It was the only one among hundreds of myths that assured the existence of good vampires. However, overall, there were few that matched Gaara's story or my own observations. I had mentally compiled a small catalog and carefully compared it to each myth as I read. Speed, strength, beauty, pale complexion, color-changing eyes, and then Gaara's criteria: blood drinkers, enemies of werewolves, cold skin, immortality. There were very few myths that matched even one of these traits. And there was another problem, stemming from what she remembered of the few horror movies she'd seen and reinforced by those books: vampires couldn't go out during the day because the sun would burn them to ashes. They slept in coffins all day and only came out at night. Exasperated, I slammed the power button off my computer without waiting for the operating system to shut down properly. A crushing sense of unease washed over me despite my irritation. This whole thing was so stupid. I'd been sitting in my room researching vampires. What was wrong with me? I decided that most of the blame lay outside my front door, in the village of Konoha. I had to leave the house, but there was nowhere I wanted to go that didn't involve driving for 3 days. I slipped my boots back on, not really knowing where I was going, and went downstairs. I wrapped myself in my raincoat without checking the weather and stormed out the door. It was cloudy, but it wasn't raining yet. I ignored the car and started walking east, crossing Minato's yard toward the woods. It wasn't long before I had gone far enough into it that the house and the road disappeared from sight, and the only audible sounds were the damp earth sucking in my boots and the sudden hisses of jays. A narrow strip of path wound its way through the woods, Otherwise, I wouldn't have risked wandering like that on my own, as I had no sense of direction and was perfectly capable of getting lost in far less convoluted terrain. The path led deeper and deeper into the heart of the forest, I'd even venture to say almost always eastward. It meandered among firs and hemlocks, yews and maples. I had a vague notion of the trees around me, and everything I knew I owed to Minato, who had taught me their names from the window of the patrol car when I was a child. I didn't recognize many of them, and I wasn't entirely sure about others because they were almost completely covered in green parasites. I followed the path, driven by my anger with myself. Once it began to disappear, I slowed my pace. A few drops of water fell from the canopy of branches above, but I wasn't sure if it was starting to rain or if it was just the remnants of the previous day's rain, pooled on the surface of the leaves and now trickling slowly to the ground. A recently fallen tree, I knew this because it wasn't completely covered in moss, rested on the trunk of one of its brethren, creating a sort of low bench a few safe steps from the path. I reached it by cautiously hopping over the ferns and sat down, positioning my jacket between the damp seat and my clothes. I rested my head, covered by my hood, against the living tree. This was the worst place I could have gone, I should have known, but where else could I go? The forest, a deep green, was too much like the scene from last night's dream to bring any peace of mind. Now that I could no longer hear the sound of my footsteps in the mud, the silence was profound. The birds were silent too, and the dripping rain increased, which seemed to confirm that it was raining up above. Now that I was sitting down, the ferns were taller than my head, so anyone could have walked along the path 3 feet away without seeing me. There, among the trees, it was much easier to believe the nonsense I was ashamed of inside the house. Nothing had changed in that forest for thousands of years, and all the myths and legends from 1,000 different countries seemed much more plausible to me amidst that green haze than in my bright, airy bedroom. I forced myself to concentrate on the 2 vital questions I had to answer, but I did so reluctantly. First, I had to decide if what Gaara had told me about the Uchiha could be true. My mind immediately responded with a resounding no. It was stupid and morbid to dwell on such ridiculous ideas. But, in that case, what was going on? I wondered. There was no rational explanation for why he was still alive at that moment. I mentally tallied what I had observed with my own eyes, the implausibility of his strength and speed, the shifting color of his eyes, from black to gold and back again, his superhuman beauty, his cold, pale skin, and other small details I had gradually taken note of. He never seemed to eat and he moved with a disturbing grace. And then there was the way he sometimes spoke, with unusual cadences and phrases that fit better with the style of a late 19th century novel than a 21st century lecture. He skipped class the day we did the blood type test, he didn't refuse to go camping on the beach until he knew where we were going, and he seemed to know what everyone around him was thinking, except for me. He had told me he was the bad guy in the movie, Dangerous. Could the Uchiha be vampires? Well, they were something. And what was beginning to take shape before my incredulous eyes exceeded the possibility of a rational explanation. Whether he was one of the cold ones or my hero theory was correct, Uchiha Sasuke wasn't human. He was something else. So, maybe. That was going to be my answer for now. And then there was the most important question. What would I do if it turned out to be true? What would I do if Sasuke were a vampire? I could barely force myself to think those words. Involving anyone else was out of line. Not even I believed it, I'd look ridiculous to anyone I told. Only 2 alternatives seemed practical. The first was to heed his warning, be smart and avoid him as much as possible, cancel our plans and ignore him again as much as I could, pretend that a thick, impenetrable glass wall existed between us in the only class we were forced to share, tell him to stay away from me, and this time, mean it. I was suddenly overcome by such agonizing despair when I considered that option that my mind's pain rejection mechanism caused me to quickly move on to the next alternative. Doing nothing differently. After all, up until now, he hadn't caused me any harm, even if he was sinister. In fact, it would have been little more than a dent in Sora's fender if he hadn't acted so quickly. So quickly, I told myself, that it could have been pure reflex, How can he be evil if he has reflexes that save lives? I thought. I kept turning it over in my mind without getting any answers. There was one thing I was certain of, if I was certain of anything, the dark Sasuke team from last night's dream was merely a reaction to my fear of the world Gaara had spoken of, not Sasuke team himself. Even so, when I screamed in panic at the werewolf's attack, it wasn't fear of the lycanthrope that ripped that cry of lie from my lips, but rather the fear that he might be hurt. Despite the fact that he had called to me with his sharp fangs, I feared for him. And I knew I had my answer. I didn't know if I'd ever really had a choice. I'd already gotten too involved in the matter. Now that I knew, if I even knew, there was nothing I could do about my terrifying secret, because when I thought of him, of his voice, his hypnotic eyes, and the magnetic force of his personality, I wanted nothing more than to be with him immediately, even if. But I couldn't think about it, not here, only in the gloom of the woods, not while the rain made it as somber as twilight beneath the canopy of branches and scattered like footprints on a tangled earthen floor. I shuddered and hurriedly rose from my hiding place, worried that the rain had washed away the path. But it remained there, clear and winding, leading me out of the dripping green labyrinth. I hurried along it, my hood pulled high over my head, constantly surprised, as I whizzed through the trees almost at a run, by how far I had come. I began to wonder if I was heading for some exit or if the path led beyond the edge of the woods. I glimpsed a few clearings through the tangle of branches before I became too panicked, and then I heard a car pass on the road, and there was Minato's garden stretching out before me, and the house, calling to me and promising warmth and dry socks. It was barely noon when I walked in. I went upstairs and changed into some loungewear, jeans and a t-shirt, since I wasn't going out. It didn't take much effort to focus on the day's task, a literature assignment due on Wednesday. I wrote a first draft with a sense of satisfaction and serenity I hadn't felt since, well, to be honest, since Thursday. That had always been my way. Making decisions was the hardest part, the part that led me down a path of bitterness. But once I made a decision, I simply stuck to it, usually with the relief that came from having made it. Sometimes, the relief was tinged with despair, like when I decided to come to Konoha, but it was still better than fighting with the alternatives. It was ridiculously easy to live with this decision. Dangerously easy. Thus, the day was calm and productive. I finished my work before 8. Minato returned home with a bountiful catch, which made me think about getting a fish cookbook when I was in Yami the following week. The chills that ran down my spine whenever I thought about that trip were no different from the ones I felt before my walk with Sabaku no Gaara. I believed they would be different. They should be. I knew I should be scared, but what I felt wasn't exactly fear. I slept soundly that night. Exhausted from getting up so early on Sunday and getting so little rest the night before. For the second time since arriving in Konoha, I was awakened by the bright light of a sunny day. I jumped up and ran to the window. I was astonished to see that there were hardly any clouds in the sky, and the few that were there were just small, cottony wisps of white that probably wouldn't bring any rain. I opened the window and was surprised that it opened without any noise or effort, even though it hadn't been opened in who knows how many years, and I breathed in the relatively dry air. It was almost warm, and there was hardly any wind. Adrenaline coursed through my veins. Minato was finishing breakfast when I came downstairs and immediately noticed my mood. "It's a beautiful day out there," he remarked. "Hi," I agreed with a big smile. He smiled back. The skin crinkled around his blue eyes. It was easy to see why he and my cousin had so readily entered into such a premature marriage when Minato smiled. Much of the romantic young man he once was had vanished before I'd even met him. But when he smiled, I could glimpse a bit of the man who had eloped with Kushina when she was only 2 years older than I am now. I ate breakfast briskly, watching the dust motes flutter in the streams of light filtering through the back window. Minato wished me a good day loudly, and then I heard the patrol car driving away. I hesitated as I left the house, raincoat in hand. Not wearing it would be tempting fate. I folded it over my arm with a sigh and walked out into the brightest light I'd seen in months. By using my elbows extensively, I managed to roll down both windows of the minivan completely. I was one of the first to arrive at school. I hadn't checked the time in my rush to get outside. I parked and headed towards the benches on the south side of the cafeteria, which were occasionally used for picnics. The benches were still a bit damp, so I sat down on my raincoat, happy to be able to use it. I had finished my homework, the result of a rather limited social life, but there were a few trigonometry problems I wasn't sure I had solved correctly. I opened the book diligently, but I started daydreaming halfway through checking the first problem. I absent-mindedly scribbled some sketches in the margins of my homework. After a few minutes, I suddenly realized I had drawn 5 pairs of black eyes staring at me from the page. I erased them. Naru! I heard someone shout, and it sounded like Kiba's voice. Looking around, I realized the school had been filling up while I sat there, lost in thought. Everyone was wearing t-shirts, some even shorts despite the temperature not being above 12 degrees. Kiba was approaching, waving, wearing khaki shorts and a striped rugby shirt. He sat down next to me with a huge grin, the carefully styled ends of his hair gleaming in the sunlight. He was so delighted to see me that I couldn't help but feel pleased. "It's a beautiful day, isn't it?" "The kind of days I like, Databeo," I said, showing my agreement. "What did you do yesterday?" His tone of voice was too possessive. "I dedicated myself mainly to the work of literature." I didn't add that I'd finished it, there was no need to seem proud of myself. He hit his forehead with the heel of his hand. "Ah, yes, it has to be handed in on Thursday, right?" I think Wednesday." "Wednesday?" He frowned. "Bad news." "What did you write yours about?" "Regarding Jiraiya's possible misogyny in his treatment of female characters." He looked at me as if I had spoken to him in another language. "I guess I'll have to get to work on that tonight," he said dejectedly. "I was going to ask if you wanted to go out." Ah. He'd caught me off guard. Why couldn't I have a nice conversation with Kiba anymore without it turning awkward? "Well, we could go out for dinner or something." "I can work later." He smiled at me, full of hope. "Kiba." I hated being put on the spot. "I don't think this is a good idea, Databeo." His face contorted. "Nays?" he asked cautiously. My thoughts flew to Sasuke team, wondering if Kiba was thinking the same thing. "I believe, and I'll give you a good beating without any remorse if you repeat a single word of what I'm about to say," I threatened. "That it would hurt Yugura's feelings." He was stunned. It was obvious she wasn't thinking in that direction at all. "Yugura? Seriously, Kiba, are you blind?" "Wow," he exhaled, clearly confused. I took advantage of the situation to slip away. "It's time to go into class, and I can't be late, Databeo." I gathered the books and put them in my backpack. We walked in silence toward Building 3. Kiba had a distracted expression. He hoped that whatever thoughts he was immersed in would lead him in the right direction. When I saw Yugura in trigonometry class, he was bursting with enthusiasm. He, Haku, and Kin were going shopping in Etsu that afternoon to find kimonos for the dance, and he wanted me to come along, even though I didn't need one. I was torn. It would be nice to get out of town, but Kin would be there, and who knew what he might do that afternoon. But that was definitely the wrong way to let my imagination run wild. So I replied that maybe, explaining that I first had to talk to Minato. She talked about nothing but dancing the entire way to Spanish class, and continued as if there had been no interruption when class finally ended 5 minutes late, as we headed to lunch. I was too caught up in the frenzy of my own expectations to understand almost anything she said. I was painfully eager to see not only Sasuke team but all the Uchiha, so I could compare them to the new suspicions that filled my mind. As I crossed the threshold of the cafeteria, I felt the first pang of panic slide down my spine and settle in my stomach. Would they be able to read my mind? Then a different feeling startled me. Was Sasuke team waiting to sit with me again? True to form, I first looked towards the Uchiha table. A wave of panic shook my stomach when I realized it was empty. With dwindling hope, I scanned the cafeteria, expecting to find him alone, waiting for me. The place was nearly full. Spanish class had delayed us, but there was no sign of Sasuke team or his family. Despair gripped me with an overwhelming force. I hesitantly followed Yugura, not bothering to pretend any longer that I was listening to him. We had arrived late enough that everyone had already taken their seats at our table. I sidestepped the empty chair next to Kiba in favor of one next to Haku. I was vaguely aware that Kiba was politely offering the chair to Yugura, and that Yugura's face lit up in response. Haku quietly asked me a few questions about the literature assignment, which I answered as naturally as possible while sinking deeper into despair. He also invited me to join them in the afternoon, and I accepted, clinging to anything that would distract me. I realized I had clung to the last shred of hope when I saw the seat next to me empty as I entered biology, and I felt a new wave of disappointment. The rest of the day dragged on, filled with despair. In PE, we had a lecture on the rules of badminton, the next torture they threw my way, but at least it meant I could sit and listen instead of stumbling around the court. The best part was that the coach didn't finish, so I'd have another day without exercise the next day. It didn't matter that they handed me a racket before letting me have the rest of the class. I was glad to leave campus. That way I could sulk and get depressed before going out with Yugura and the others, but I'd barely stepped outside Minato's house when Yugura called to cancel our plans. I tried to act delighted that Kiba had invited him to dinner, though what really relieved me was that he finally seemed to be getting what he wanted, but even I found that enthusiasm fake. He rescheduled our shopping trip for the evening of the following day. That left me with little to do to distract myself. There was marinated fish, with a salad and bread left over from the night before, so there was nothing left to cook. I stayed focused on my chores, but finished them in half an hour. I checked my email and read the overdue messages from my cousin, which were becoming more and more urgent as they got closer to the present. I sighed and typed a quick reply. Kachin. Sorry. I've been away. I went to the beach with some friends and then I had to write a paper for school. Databao. My excuses were pathetic, so I gave up trying to justify myself. It's a sunny day today. I know, I'm surprised too, so I'm going outside to soak up as much vitamin D as I can. Love you. Naru. I decided to kill an hour with some reading unrelated to classes. I had a small collection of printed fanfiction I'd brought with me to Konoha. The most worn was a compilation of Lari's work. I selected it and headed to the backyard. As I went downstairs, I grabbed an old, tattered comforter from the linen closet. Out in Minato's small, square courtyard, I folded the comforter in half, out of the reach of the tree's shade, on the grass, which was going to stay damp no matter how long the sun shone. I lay face down, ankles crossed in the air, flipping through the different fanfics while trying to decide which one would occupy my mind completely. My favorites were Future Sharingan and My Way of the Kunoichi. I had read the first one recently, so I started with My Way of the Kunoichi, only to remember at the beginning of chapter 3 that the protagonist's name was Sasuke. Annoyed, I started reading Child's Love, but the hero of that story was named Sanosuke, and he looked too much like him. Were there no other names in the universe? Dazed, I abruptly put aside the fanfiction and rolled over onto my back. I rolled up my t-shirt sleeves as high as they would go and closed my eyes. I didn't want to think about anything other than the warmth of the sun on my skin, I told myself. The breeze was still gentle, but its gusts tossed strands of hair across my face, tickling me. I focused on the warmth caressing my eyelids, cheekbones, nose, lips, forearms, and neck, and warming my light t-shirt. The next thing I was aware of was the sound of Minato's patrol car turning on the sidewalk tiles. I sat up, surprised to realize that the light had already disappeared behind the trees and that I had fallen asleep. I looked around, confused, with the sudden feeling that I wasn't alone. Minato? I asked, but all I heard was the car door slam shut in front of the house. I jumped up, my nerves on edge for no reason, to grab the now-soaked duvet and the fanfics. I rushed inside to pour some diesel into the stove, realizing that dinner was going to be delayed. Minato was hanging up his belt with the pistol and taking off his boots when I walked in. Sorry, Tuchan, dinner's not ready yet. I fell asleep out there, Databeo, I said, suppressing a yawn. Don't worry, he replied. Anyway, I wanted to know the result of the match. I watched TV with Minato after dinner, just to do something. There wasn't a show I wanted to watch, but he knew I didn't like basketball, so he put on some stupid sitcom that neither of us enjoyed. Still, he seemed happy that we were doing something together. Despite my sadness, I felt good about pleasing him. "Tuchan," I said during the announcements, "Yugura and Haku are going to Etsu tomorrow afternoon to look at kimonos for the dance, and they'd like me to help them choose. Would you mind if I went with them?" "Yugura?" he asked. "And Yuki Haku." I sighed as I gave him all the details. "But you're not going to the dance, are you?" she remarked. I didn't understand. "Lie, Tuchan, but I'm going to help you choose the kimonos. I shouldn't have to explain this to a woman or a young man. You know, offer constructive criticism, Databeo." Well, Yokata, he seemed to realize that those topics of girls and young men were beyond him. "Although, isn't there school in the afternoon? We'll leave as soon as school's over, so we can get back early, Databeo. I'll have dinner ready for you, okay?" "Naru, I fed myself for 17 years before you came," he reminded me. "And I don't know how you survived," I said through gritted teeth, then added more clearly, "I'm going to leave you some cold food in the fridge so you can make yourself a couple of sandwiches, okay? Upstairs." He gave me an amused, tolerant look. The next day dawned sunny. I woke up with renewed hope, which I tried my best to suppress. Since the day was milder, I put on a dark blue t-shirt, something I would have worn in Uzushio during the depths of winter. I had planned to arrive at school just in time so I wouldn't have to wait to get into class. Demoralized, I circled the parking lot looking for a space while also searching for my black Volvo, which, clearly, wasn't there. I parked in the last row and hurried to my English class, arriving breathless and exhausted, but just before the bell rang. The same thing happened as the day before. I couldn't help but have some hope, which was painfully dashed when I glanced around the dining hall and saw that the seat next to mine at the biology table was still empty. The plan to go to Etsu in the afternoon became even more appealing now that Kin had other commitments. I was eager to leave town so I could stop looking over my shoulder, hoping he'd suddenly appear out of nowhere, as he always did. I promised myself I'd be in a good mood so as not to spoil Haku or Yugura's kimono hunt. I might even do some light shopping myself. I refused to believe I'd be able to go shopping alone in Yami this week just because Sasuke-teen wasn't interested in our plan anymore. Surely he wouldn't cancel it without at least telling me. Yugura followed me home in his old white Mercury after school so I could drop off my books and my car. I felt a slight excitement rising at the prospect of leaving Konoha. On the table, I left a note for Minato explaining again where to find dinner, swapped my shabby school backpack for a bag I rarely used, and hurried to meet Yugura. Then we went to Haku's house, where he was waiting for us. My excitement grew exponentially as the car drove further away from the village limits. Yugura was driving even faster than Minato, so we arrived in Etsu around 4 o'clock. It had been quite a while since I'd had a night out with just guys. The estrogen rush was invigorating. We listened to rock music while Yugura talked about the guys we used to hang out with. His dinner with Kiba had gone really well, and he hoped that by Saturday night they'd progressed to the first kiss stage. I smiled inwardly, pleased. Haku was happy to be at the dance even though he wasn't really interested in idate. Yugura tried to get him to confess what his type was, but I interrupted him with a question about kimonos shortly after, just to distract him. Haku gave me a grateful look. Etsu was a beautiful tourist trap, much more elegant and charming than Konoha, but Yaguchan and Haku knew it well, so they didn't plan to waste time on the picturesque waterfront near the bay. Yugura drove straight to one of the city's large department stores, located a few blocks from the bay's tourist area. It had been announced that the dance would be semi-formal, and none of us knew exactly what that meant. Yugura and Haku seemed surprised and almost didn't believe me when I told them I'd never been to a dance in Uzushio. "Haven't you ever had a boyfriend or anything?" Yaguchan asked me doubtfully as we walked through the front doors of the store. Really, I tried to convince him, not wanting to confess my problems with dancing. I've never had a boyfriend or anything like that. I didn't go out much in Yuzushio, Databeo. Why not? Yugura wanted to know. Nobody asked me to, I replied frankly. He seemed skeptical. They asked you here, he reminded me, and you refused. At that moment we were in the youth clothing section, examining the hangers with formal kimonos. Well, except for Sora-kun, Haku corrected me in a soft voice. Gomen? I was speechless. What are you saying, Databeo? Sora-kun has told everyone that he's going to take you to the prom, Yugura informed me suspiciously. What does he say? It felt like I was drowning. I told you it wasn't true, Haku whispered to Yugura. I remained silent, still in shock, which quickly turned to irritation. But we had already found the kimono section, and now we had work to do. That's why Kin doesn't like you, Yugura commented with a giggle as we touched the clothes. My teeth ground together. Do you think Sora would stop feeling guilty if I ran him over with the minivan, that it would make him lose interest in apologizing and we'd be even, Databeo? Maybe, Yaguchan chuckled discreetly. If that's the reason he's doing it. Choosing the kimonos wasn't a long process, but they both found a few to try on. I sat on a low chair inside the fitting room, next to the 3 mirror panels, trying to control my anger. Yugura was undecided between two. One was a simple red dress with white sakura blossoms, the other, a dark blue kimono with gold details. Haku chose a light pink kimono. I congratulated them both profusely and helped them hang up the rejected outfits. We went to get other accessories. I just watched and criticized while they tried things on. The evening with the young men continued in the wake of my anger with Sora, which gradually gave way to melancholy. Haku? I began hesitantly as we looked at the tool to put over the kimono. Yugura had gone to the jewelry counter and we were alone together. Huh? Is it normal for the Uchiha to miss a lot of class? She kept her eyes fixed on the shawls. I failed miserably in my attempt to appear indifferent. Yes, when the weather is nice they grab their backpacks and go on excursions for several days, even the sensei, he answered me in a low voice without taking his eyes off the shawls. They love living outdoors. He didn't ask me a single question, unlike the thousands that my question would have prompted from Yugura. I was really starting to like Haku. Oh. I dropped the subject when Yugura returned to show us a rhinestone she had found at the jewelry store that matched her kimono. We had planned to have dinner at a small restaurant by the waterfront, but shopping for clothes had taken less time than expected. Yaguchan and Haku went to put the purchases in the car, and then we strolled down towards the bay. I told them I would meet them at the restaurant in an hour, as I wanted to find a bookstore. They were both eager to come with me, but I encouraged them to have fun. They didn't know how engrossed I could get when surrounded by books, it was something I preferred to do alone. They walked away from the car chatting animatedly, and I headed in the direction indicated by Yugura. Finding the bookstore was easy, but they didn't have what I was looking for. The windows were filled with glass tumblers, dream catchers, and books on spiritual healing. I didn't even go in. From outside, I saw a woman in her 50s with long gray hair cascading down her back. She was wearing a dress from the 60s and smiling warmly from behind a counter. I decided it was a conversation I could avoid. There had to be a normal bookstore in town. I wandered through the streets, choked with the usual late-day traffic, hoping to head downtown. I walked aimlessly, fighting against despair, trying my hardest not to think about him, and above all, determined to dash my hopes for Saturday's trip, fearing an even more painful disappointment than the rest. When I looked up and saw a black Volvo parked on the street, everything came crashing down on me. Vampire is fearful, stupid, and fickle, I thought. I strode south, heading towards some shops with promising-looking windows, but when I arrived, it was just a repair shop and another one that was empty. I still had plenty of time to go looking for Yaguchan and Haku, and I needed to gather my courage before meeting up with my nakama. After tugging at my hair a couple of times while sighing deeply, I continued on to turn the corner. As I crossed another street, I began to realize I was going the wrong way. The few pedestrians I'd seen were heading north, and most of the buildings in the area looked like warehouses. I decided to turn east at the next corner and then loop around behind some apartment blocks to try my luck on another street and get back to the seafront. A group of 4 men turned the corner I was heading towards. I was dressed far too casually to be someone walking home from the office, but they were far too filthy to be tourists. I realized they couldn't have been much older than me as they approached. They were joking loudly, laughing raucously, and nudging each other. I hurried off the inside of the sidewalk to give them a clear path, glancing back at the corner behind them. "Hey, there," said one as he passed by. He must have been referring to me, since there was no one else around. I looked up immediately. 2 of them had stopped, and the others had slowed their pace. The closest one, a burly guy with dark hair and a little over 20, seemed to be the one who had spoken. He was wearing an open flannel shirt over a dirty t-shirt, ripped jeans, and sandals. He took half a step toward me. Well, I murmured instinctively. Then I looked away and walked faster toward the corner. I could hear them laughing loudly behind me. "Hey, wait," one of them shouted behind me, but I kept my head down and turned the corner with a sigh of relief. I could still hear them chuckling behind me. I found myself walking along a sidewalk that ran past the backs of several drab-colored warehouses, each with large, projecting doors for unloading trucks, locked at night. The southern part of the street lacked a sidewalk, consisting instead of a chain-link fence topped with barbed wire to protect some kind of mechanical parts in a storage yard. In my wandering, I had missed the part of Etsu I had intended to see as a tourist. I realized it was getting dark when the clouds returned, gathering on the western horizon, creating a premature sunset. To the west, the sky was still clear, but streaked with orange and pink, it was beginning to turn gray. I had left my jacket in the car, and a sudden chill made me hug my torso tightly. A single van passed me, and then the road was empty. Suddenly, the sky darkened further, and as I looked over my shoulder to locate the cloud causing the gloom, I was startled to realize that 2 men were stealthily following me 6 meters away. They were part of the same group I'd left behind on the corner, though neither of them was the dark-haired man who'd spoken to me. Immediately, I looked ahead and quickened my pace. A chill, unrelated to time, ran down my spine. My bag was slung over my shoulder, hanging from the strap across my chest, the way I was supposed to wear it to keep it from being snatched. I knew exactly where my pepper spray was, in the bag under the bed that I'd never gotten around to unpacking. I didn't have much cash on me, just 20-something, but I thought about accidentally tossing the bag aside and walking away. But a frightened little voice in the back of my mind warned me that they might be worse than thieves. I listened intently to the silent footsteps, much more so than the commotion they'd been making earlier. They didn't seem to be picking up the pace or getting any closer. Breathe, I had to remind myself. You don't know if they're following you, Databeo. I kept walking as fast as I could without actually running, focusing on the turn to the right, just a few meters ahead. I could hear them at the same distance as before. Coming from the south side of town, a blue car turned onto the street and sped past me. I thought about jumping out in front of it, but I hesitated, inhibited by the uncertainty of whether I was really being followed, and then it was too late. I reached the corner, but a quick glance revealed a dead end behind another building. Anticipating this, I'd already turned around. I had to correct my course quickly, dash across the narrow passageway, and get back to the sidewalk. The street ended at the next corner, where there was a stop sign. I focused on the faint footsteps following me as I decided whether or not to run. They sounded a little farther away, though I knew they could catch me if they ran. I was sure I'd trip and fall if I went any faster. The footsteps certainly sounded farther away, so I risked a quick glance over my shoulder. I saw with relief that they were now 12 meters away, but both of them were staring at me. The time it took me to reach the corner felt like an eternity. I kept a brisk pace, to the point of leaving them a little further behind with each step. Perhaps they had realized they had startled me and were sorry. I saw 2 cars cross the intersection heading north. I was almost there, and I sighed with relief. As soon as I left that deserted street, there would be more people around me. In a moment, I turned the corner with a grateful sigh. And I slid down to the stop sign. White, windowless walls lined both sides of the street. In the distance, I could see two intersections, streetlights, cars, and more pedestrians, but they were all too far away. The other two men in the group were standing in the middle of the street, leaning against a building to the west, looking at me with excited smiles that left me frozen on the sidewalk. I suddenly realized they hadn't been following me. They had been herding me like cattle. I stopped for a few brief moments, though it felt like a long time. I turned around and darted like an arrow to the other side of the sidewalk. I had a grim premonition that it was a futile attempt. The footsteps following me were getting louder. There it is. The thunderous voice of the stocky, black-haired man broke the intense stillness and made me jump. In the growing darkness, it seemed as if he was going to pass right by. "Hi," a voice shouted behind me, making me jump again as I tried to run down the street. We'd barely deviated. Now I had to walk slowly. I was closing the distance too quickly to the two waiting against the wall. I was capable of shouting loudly, and I took a deep breath, preparing to let out a scream, but my throat was too dry to be sure of the volume I could generate. With a swift movement, I slid the bag over my head and gripped the strap with one hand, ready to hand it over or use it as a weapon, depending on what the situation demanded. The fat man, now far from the wall, shrugged when I cautiously stopped and walked slowly down the street. "Get away from me, Databeo," I warned him in a voice that was supposed to sound strong and fearless, but he was right about the dry throat, and it came out, without volume. "Don't be like that, sweetheart," he shouted, and a husky laugh erupted behind me. I spread my feet, braced myself on the ground, and tried to remember, despite the panic, what little self-defense I knew. The base of my hand up to break his nose, hopefully, or embedded in his brain. Inserting my fingers into his eye socket, trying to hook them around the bone to gouge out his eye. And the usual knee to the groin, of course. That same pessimistic little voice spoke again to remind me that I probably wouldn't stand a chance against one, and there were 4 of them. "Shut up," I ordered the voice before panic incapacitated me. I wasn't going down without taking one of them down with me. I tried to swallow hard so I could manage a passable scream. Suddenly, headlights appeared around the corner. The car nearly hit the fat man, forcing him to jump back onto the sidewalk. I threw myself into the middle of the road. That car was either going to stop or run me over, but, completely unexpectedly, the black car skidded to a stop with the passenger door open less than a meter away. "Get in," ordered an angry voice. It was surprising how that suffocating fear vanished instantly, and equally surprising was the sudden sense of security that washed over me, even before I left the street, as soon as I heard his voice. I jumped into my seat and slammed the door. The car was pitch black, the open door hadn't let any light in, so I could barely make out his face thanks to the dashboard lights. The tire squealed as he accelerated sharply and swerved, turning the car toward the astonished men in the street before heading north. I caught a glimpse of them as they threw themselves to the ground while we sped off toward the port. "Put on your seatbelt," he ordered me, then I realized I was clinging to the seat with both hands. I obeyed quickly. The click of the seatbelt fastening sounded loudly in the dim light. He swerved to the left and accelerated forward, running several stop signs without stopping. But I felt completely safe, and for the moment, it didn't matter where we went. I looked at him with profound relief, a relief that went beyond my sudden liberation. I studied the perfect features of Sasuke's face in the dim light from the dashboard, waiting to catch my breath, until it seemed to me that his expression reflected murderous rage. "Are you okay, Databeo?" I asked, surprised by how hoarse my voice sounded. "Lie," he replied sharply, but his tone was one of fury. I remained silent, staring at his face as he stared straight ahead with eyes as red as coals, until the car suddenly stopped. I looked around, but it was too dark to see anything but the vague silhouettes of the trees along the roadside. We were no longer in the city. "Naru?" he asked in a tense and measured voice. "Huh?" My voice still sounded hoarse. I tried to clear my throat silently. "Are you okay?" He hadn't looked at me yet, but the anger on his face was evident. "Hi," I answered in a hoarse voice. "Distract me," he ordered. "Gomen, nanny?" He sighed bitterly. "Just chat about anything trivial until I calm down," she clarified as she closed her eyes and pinched the bridge of her nose with her thumb and forefinger. I racked my brains looking for something trivial. "Tomorrow before class I'm going to run over Kamiko Sora." Sasuke-teen continued with his eyes closed, but the corner of his lips curled. "Because? He's been going around saying he's going to take me to the prom, Databeo. Either he's crazy or he's trying to make people forget that he almost killed me when. Well, you remember, and he thinks prom is the right way to do it, Databeo. Will be even if I endanger his life and he won't be able to keep trying to make amends, Databeo. I don't need enemies, and maybe Kin will calm down if Sora leaves me alone. Although I could also wreck his Sentra, Databeo. He won't be able to take anyone to the prom if he doesn't have a car." I continued. I was aware of it, he sounded somewhat calmer. "Hi?" I asked incredulously, my previous irritation flared. "If he's paralyzed from the neck down, he won't be able to go to the prom either, Databeo," I muttered, crossing my arms and refining my plan. Sasuke sighed and finally opened his eyes. "Are you okay?" "Actually, no." I waited, but he didn't speak again. He leaned his head back against the seat and stared at the roof of the Volvo. His face was rigid. "What's going on?" I inquired in a whisper. "Sometimes I have problems with my temper, Dobe." He too was whispering, and he kept looking out the window while he did so, with his eyes half closed. "But it's not in my best interest to turn around and hunt those." She didn't finish the sentence, looked away, and fought back to control her anger. Then she continued, "At least, that's what I'm trying to convince myself of." Ah. The word seemed inappropriate, but I couldn't think of a better response. Again we sat in silence. I glanced at the clock on the dashboard, which read just past 6:30. "Yagura and Haku are going to worry," I muttered. "I was going to meet with them, Databeo." He started the engine without another word, turning smoothly and quickly heading back toward the city. He continued driving at high speed once we were under the streetlights, easily weaving through the slower vehicles crossing the promenade. He parked parallel to the curb in a space I would have considered far too small for the Volvo, but he squeezed it in effortlessly on the first try. I glanced out the window, searching for the lights of Ichiraka Ramen. Yaguchan and Haku had just come out and were walking briskly away. "How did you know where?" I began, but then just shook my head. I heard the door open and turned to see him come out. "What are you doing?" "Take you out to dinner." She smiled slightly, but her gaze remained stern. She walked away from the car and slammed the door. I struggled with my seatbelt and hurried out of the car as well. She was waiting for me on the sidewalk and spoke before I could even open my mouth. "Stop Yagura and Haku before I have to go looking for them too. I doubt I could control myself again if I run into your friends again." I shuddered at the threatening tone of his voice. "Yaguchan, Haku," I called out, waving as they turned around. They hurried back. The obvious relief on their faces turned to surprise when they saw who was standing beside me. A few feet away, they hesitated. "Where have you been?" Yagura asked suspiciously. "I got lost," I admitted shyly, scratching the back of my neck, "and then I ran into Sasuke." "Databeo." I pointed to it with a gesture. "Would you mind if I joined you?" he asked in a silky, irresistible voice. From their stunned faces, I knew he had never before fully employed his talents on anyone other than me. Yes, of course," Yagura murmured. "Actually," Haku confessed, "Naru, the truth is that we already had dinner while we were waiting for you." "Gomen." "It's okay," I shrugged. "I'm not hungry, Databeo." "I think you should eat something," Sasuke interjected, his voice low but authoritative. He glanced around at Yagura and spoke a little louder. "Would you mind if I took Naru home tonight? That way, you won't have to wait while she eats." I guess there's no problem." Yaguchan bit her lip, trying to deduce from my expression if that was what I wanted. I winked at her. Nothing was more desirable than to be alone with my perpetual savior. There were so many questions I couldn't bombard her with until we were alone. Yokata, Haku was faster than Yugura. See you tomorrow, Naru, Sasuke-kun. He took Yugura's hand and pulled him toward the car, which I could see parked a little further away. When they got in, Yaguchan turned and waved at me. From his face, I knew he was dying of curiosity. I waved back and waited until they were gone before turning to Sasuke team. Seriously, I'm not hungry, Databeo, I insisted, looking up at his face. His expression was inscrutable. Please me, Dobe. Don't call me Dobe, fear. She walked to the restaurant door and held it open with a stubborn gesture. Clearly, there was no point in arguing. I walked past her and went inside with a sigh of resignation. It was the off-season for tourism in Etsu, so the restaurant wasn't crowded. I understood the twinkle in our hostess's eye as she assessed Sasuke team. She welcomed him with a bit more enthusiasm than necessary. I was surprised by how much it bothered me. She was several inches taller than me and a bottle blonde. Do you have a table for two? Sasuke asked in a tempting voice, whether he meant it or not. I saw the blonde's eyes flick across mine and then shift, unsatisfied with my obvious attractiveness. She knew I was handsome, she wasn't about to be modest, but her eyes brightened somewhat when she saw the lack of contact between Sasuke and me. She led us to a large table for four in the center of the busiest part of the dining room. I was about to sit down when Sasuke-team nodded in agreement. Do you perhaps have something more private? He insisted softly to the hostess. I wasn't sure, but it seemed to me that he discreetly handed her a tip. I'd never seen anyone refuse a table except in old movies. Of course, she said, sounding as surprised as I was. She turned and led us around a partition into a private room. Something like this? Perfect. He gave the owner a sideways smile, leaving her momentarily dazzled. He shook his head, squinting. I'll take care of them right away. He walked away with a hesitant gait. Seriously, you shouldn't do that to people, I criticized him. It's very impolite, Databeo. Do what, use your tonki? Dazzle her. She's probably in the kitchen hyperventilating right now. It seemed confusing. Oh, come on, be afraid, I said, a little hesitantly. You have to know the effect you have on others. He tilted his head, his eyes full of curiosity. Do I dazzle them? Haven't you noticed? Do you think everyone gives in so easily, Databeo? He ignored my questions. Am I dazzling you, Dobe? Often, I admitted. Then the waitress arrived, her face expectant. The hostess had definitely left, and the new girl didn't seem disappointed. She tucked a strand of her black hair behind her ear and smiled with unnecessary warmth. Konbanwa. My name is Aya and I will be serving you tonight. What can I get you to drink? I didn't miss the fact that he was only speaking to him. Sasuke-team looked at me. I'm going to have a Coca-Cola. It sounded like a question. Two, he said. I'll bring them right away, she assured him with another unnecessary smile, but he didn't see it because he was looking at me. What's wrong? I asked when the waitress left. She was staring at my face. How are you feeling, Dobe? I'm fine, fear, I replied, surprised by the intensity. You don't feel dizzy, cold, or unwell? Ought? He chuckled at my perplexed response. Well, actually I expected you to go into shock. Her face twitched as she flashed that perfect mischievous smile. I doubt that's going to happen, I replied after taking a breath. I've always been very good at suppressing unpleasant things. It doesn't matter, use your tonki, I'll feel better when you've had some glucose and food. The waitress appeared with our drinks and a basket of breadsticks at that exact moment. She stood with her back to me as she placed them on the table. Have you decided what you're going to order? He asked Sasuke-team. Naru? He inquired. She turned to me reluctantly. I chose the first thing I saw on the menu. Ramen. And you? He turned to Sasuke team with a smile. Nothing for me, he replied coldly. No, of course not, Databeo. If you change your mind, let me know. The flirty smile was still there, but he didn't look at her and the waitress left displeased. Drink, he ordered me. At first, I obediently sipped my soda, then, I gulped it down, surprised by how thirsty I was. I realized I'd finished it all when Sasuke pushed his glass toward me. Arigato, I murmured, still thirsty. The cold of the soda spread through my chest and I shivered. Are you cold? It's just the Coca-Cola, I explained as I shuddered again. Don't you have a jacket? He reproached me. Hi, I glanced at the empty chair next to me and realized. Oh, I left it in Yagura's car. Sasuke team took his off. I simply couldn't tear my eyes away from his face. I concentrated to force myself to do so at that moment. He was taking off his beige leather jacket, underneath which he wore a turtleneck sweater that fit very well, highlighting how muscular his chest was. He handed me his jacket and interrupted me while I was devouring him with my eyes. Arigato, I said again as I slipped my arms into his jacket. The garment was freezing cold, just like when I put on my clothes first thing in the morning, hanging in the drafty hallway. I shivered again. It had an amazing smell. I sniffed it, trying to identify that delicious aroma, which wasn't like any perfume. The sleeves were too long, so I rolled them up to free my hands. Your skin looks lovely with that blue color, he observed as he looked at me. I was surprised and looked down, blushing, of course. He pushed the basket with the breadsticks towards me. I'm not going into shock, Databeo, I protested. Well, you should, a normal person would, and you don't even seem upset. He seemed bewildered. He looked into my eyes, and I saw that they were clear, clearer than I had seen them before, that golden hue of caramel syrup. I feel safe with you, I confessed, compelled to tell the truth again. This displeased him, and he frowned his alabaster brow. Frowning, he shook his head and muttered to himself. This is more complicated than I thought. I took a breadstick and began to nibble at one end, assessing his expression. I wondered when the right moment would be to start questioning him. You're usually in a better mood when your eyes are sparkling, I remarked, trying to distract him from whatever thought had left him looking sad and gloomy. Stunned, he looked at me. Nanny? You're in a bad mood when you have black eyes, Databeo. So, I can see it coming, I continued. I have a theory about it, Databeo. He narrowed his eyes and said. More theories? Uh-huh. I chewed a bread roll while trying to appear indifferent. I hope you'll be more creative this time, or are you still taking ideas from comics? The barely perceptible smile was mocking, but the gaze remained stern. Well, no. I didn't get it from a comic, but I didn't make it up either, I confessed. So, he urged me to continue, but at that moment the waitress appeared behind the screen with my food. I realized that, unconsciously, we had been leaning closer and closer to each other, as we both straightened up when he approached. He placed the bowl in front of me, it looked good, and quickly turned to Sasuke team to ask him. Have you changed your mind? Is there nothing I can offer you? I grasped the double meaning of his words. Lie, but it would be nice if you brought us something else to drink. He pointed to the empty glasses in front of me with his long white hand. Clear. He removed the empty glasses and left. What were you saying? I'll tell you in the car. If. I paused. Are there conditions? His voice sounded ominous. He raised an eyebrow. I have a few questions, of course, Databeo. Of course. The waitress returned with 2 glasses of Coca-Cola. She placed them on the table without saying anything and left again. I took a sip. Well, go ahead, he urged me, still with a harsh voice. I started with the least demanding question. Or so I thought. Why are you in Etsu? She lowered her gaze and slowly crossed her long hands on the table, then looked at me through her eyelashes as the hint of an affected smile appeared on her face. Next question. But that's the easiest one, I objected. Next, dobe, he repeated. Frustrated, I lowered my eyes. I moved the bowl, picked up my chopsticks, carefully grasped the noodles, and brought them to my mouth with deliberate slowness, thinking as I chewed. The noodles were delicious. I swallowed and took another sip of my soda before looking up. In that case, okay, be afraid, I looked at him and continued slowly. Let's suppose that, hypothetically, someone is able to know what people are thinking, to read their minds, you know, with a few exceptions. Only one exception, he corrected me, hypothetically. Okay then, just one exception, databao. I shuddered when he played along, but I tried to appear unconcerned. How does it work? What limitations does it have? How could that someone find another person at the right time? How would they know she's in trouble? Hypothetically? Well, if that someone. Let's say his name is Yuto, I suggested. He gave a dry smile. In that case, Yuto. If Yuto had been paying attention, the timing wouldn't have had to be so precise. He shook his head and rolled his eyes. Only you could get into trouble in such a small place. You'd blow up the crime statistics for a decade, you know. We're talking about a hypothetical case, databao, I reminded him, puffing out my cheeks. She laughed at me with tender eyes. Yes, he agreed. What if we call him Ren? How did you know, team? I asked, unable to contain my anxiety. I realized I was leaning towards him again. He seemed to hesitate, torn by some internal dilemma. Our eyes met, and I sensed that at that precise moment he was deciding whether or not to tell the truth. You can trust me, you know that, fear, I murmured. Without thinking, I stretched out my arm to touch his crossed hands, but Sasuke withdrew them slightly and I did the same with mine. I don't know if I have any other choice, her voice was a whisper. I was wrong. You're much more observant than I thought. I thought you were always right. That's right, he shook his head again. There's something else I got wrong about you, Dobe. You're not an accident magnet. That's not a broad enough description. You're a trouble magnet. If there's anything dangerous within 15 kilometers, it'll inevitably find you. You're a real jerk. Do you include yourself in that category? Without a doubt, Dobe. His face turned cold and expressionless. I reached across the table again, ignoring when he slightly withdrew his own, to timidly touch the back of his hands with my fingertips. His skin was cold and hard as stone. Thank you, I murmured with fervent gratitude. It's the second time, databao. Her face softened. You won't let there be a third one, will you, Yokata, Yuzuritanki? I frowned, but nodded. He took his hand out from under mine and placed both on the table, but leaned toward me. I followed you to Etsu, he admitted, speaking very quickly. I've never tried to keep someone alive before, and it's much more troublesome than I thought, but that's probably because it's you. Normal people seem able to get through the day without so many catastrophes. He paused. I wondered if I should be worried that he was following me. But instead, I felt a strange spasm of satisfaction. He stared at me, wondering perhaps why my lips were curling into an involuntary smile. Do you think my time had come the first time, when the van incident happened, and that you interfered with fate, databao? I speculated to distract myself. That wasn't the first time, he retorted sharply. I looked at him in surprise, but he was staring at the ground. The first time was when I met you. I felt a chill upon hearing his words and abruptly recalling the furious glare in his black eyes that first day, but it was drowned out by the overwhelming sense of security I felt in Sasuke's presence. Do you remember? He inquired with his angelic face very serious. Hi, I replied calmly. And yet you're sitting here, he remarked with a hint of disbelief in his voice and raised an eyebrow. Yes, I'm here, thanks to you, team, I fell silent and then urged him on. Because somehow you managed to find me today. She pursed her lips and looked at me with narrowed eyes as she resumed her thoughts. She glanced at my bowl, almost untouched, and then back at me. You eat and I'll talk, he suggested. I quickly scooped a couple of noodles out of the bowl with my chopsticks, popped them into my mouth, and chewed hurriedly. Tracking you is harder than usual. I can normally find someone with ease as long as I've heard their thoughts beforehand. She looked at me anxiously, and I realized I'd frozen. I forced myself to swallow, grabbed more noodles, and shoved them into my mouth. I was watching Yagura without paying much attention. Like I told you, only you can get into trouble in Etsu. At first, I didn't realize you'd gone off on your own, and then, when I understood you weren't with him anymore, I went to look for you at the bookstore. I glimpsed in Yagura's mind. I can tell you that I know you didn't go in and that you headed south. I knew you'd have to turn around soon, so I just waited for you, randomly scanning the thoughts of passersby to see if anyone had noticed you, and thus find out where you were. I had no reason to worry, but I was strangely anxious. He was lost in thought, staring into space, seeing things I couldn't even imagine. I started driving in circles, still alert. The sun finally set, and I was about to get out and follow you on foot when he trailed off, grinding his teeth in sudden anger. He tried hard to calm himself. What happened then, Databeo? I whispered. Sasuke team was still staring into space above my head. I heard what they were thinking, he growled, as his expression twisted, his upper lip curled, revealing his teeth, and I saw your face in their minds. Suddenly, he leaned forward, his elbow resting on the table and his hand covering his eyes. The movement was so quick it startled me. It was hard, you have no idea, leaving them, alive, his arm muffled his voice. I could have let you go with Yagura and Haku, but I was afraid, he admitted in a whisper, that if you left me alone, I would go after them. I sat in silence, confused, my mind racing with incoherent thoughts, my hands clasped over my stomach, leaning languidly back against the chair. He remained with his hand on his face, so still he seemed like a carved statue. Finally, she looked up and her eyes sought mine, overflowing with her own questions. Are you ready to go home? He asked. I'm ready to get out of here, Databeo, I said, immensely grateful that we had a long hour's drive before we could get home together. I wasn't prepared to say goodbye to him. The waitress appeared as if she had been called, or was watching. How's everything? He asked Sasuke team. Ready to pay the bill. Her voice was restrained but hoarser, still reflecting the tension of our conversation. That seemed to silence her. Sasuke team looked up, waiting. Of course, he stammered. Here it is. The waitress took a small leather folder from the front pocket of her black apron and handed it to him. Sasuke team already had a bill in his hand. He slipped it into the folder and immediately handed it back. Keep the change, he said coldly. He smiled at me, stood up. And I awkwardly imitated him. She gave him another suggestive smile. But he couldn't see her because he was staring at my face. Have a good night, she said dejectedly. Sasuke, team, didn't take his eyes off me as we said goodbye to her. I stifled a smile. Eat that stupid waitress. He walked very close to me until he reached the door, but he was still very careful not to touch me. I remembered what Yagura had said about his relationship with Kiba, and how they had almost made it to the first kiss stage. I sighed. Sasuke team heard me and looked at me curiously. I stared at the sidewalk, very grateful that he seemed incapable of knowing what I was thinking. He opened the passenger door and held it until I got in. Then he gently closed it behind me. I watched him walk around the front of the car, again surprised by the grace with which he moved. I probably should have been used to it by now, but I wasn't. I had the feeling that Sasuke team wasn't the kind of person anyone could get used to. Once inside, she started the car and turned the heating up to the maximum. It had gotten quite chilly, and I assumed the good weather was over, although she was nice and warm in her jacket, inhaling her scent when I thought she wasn't looking. He drove into traffic, seemingly without looking, and dodged cars towards the highway. Now, he said eloquently, it's your turn, Yujiro Tonki. Can I ask you just one more question, Tyr? I pleaded as I sped down the deserted street. I didn't seem to be paying any attention to the road. Sigh. One, she agreed. Her lips pursed, forming a line of suspicion. Well, you said you knew I hadn't gone into the bookstore and that I'd headed south. I was just wondering how you knew, Databeo. He deliberately looked away. I thought we were past the stage of evasions, I grumbled. She almost smiled. Okay. I followed your scent. He was looking at the road, which gave me time to regain my composure. I couldn't admit that this was an acceptable answer, but I carefully noted it down for later. I tried to get back on track. I wasn't about to let it end there, not now that he was finally explaining things to me. You still haven't answered the first of my questions, I said to buy time. He looked at me disapprovingly. Which? How does mind reading work, Databeo? Can you read anyone's mind anywhere? How do you do it? Can the rest of your family do it? I felt stupid asking for clarification about a fantasy. You've asked more than one question, he pointed out. I simply interlaced my fingers and waited. Only I have that ability, and I can't hear just anyone anywhere. I have to be quite close. The more familiar that voice is to me, the farther away I can hear it, but even then, no more than a few kilometers. He paused thoughtfully. It's a bit like a huge hall full of people all talking at once. It's just a hum, a whisper of voices in the background, until I locate one voice, and then it's clear what they're thinking. Most of the time I don't listen to them, as it can be too distracting, and it's easier to appear normal. He frowned as he used the word, and not respond to someone's thoughts before they've put them into words. He looked at me with enigmatic eyes. Why do you think you can't hear me? I asked curiously. I don't know, he murmured. My only guess is that perhaps your mind works differently from everyone else's. It's as if your thoughts flow on medium wave and I only pick up the FM ones. He smiled at me, suddenly amused. Is my mind not working right, Databeo? Am I a freak? Those words worried me more than I expected, probably because they had hit the nail on the head. I had always suspected it, and I was ashamed to have it confirmed. I hear voices in my head, and you're the one worried about being a freak. You're a real weirdo, he laughed. Don't worry, it's just a theory. His face tightened. And that brings us back to you. I sighed. How to begin? I thought we were past the stage of evasions, she reminded me sweetly. I looked away from Sasuke's face for the first time in an attempt to find the words and saw the speedometer. Kami-sama. I shouted. Slow down, Databeo. What's wrong, Uzumaki? He exclaimed, startled, but the car didn't slow down. You're going 160, you're scared. I kept shouting. I glanced out the window in a panic, but it was too dark to see much. The road was only visible as far as the headlights reached. The forest flanking both sides of the road looked like a black wall, as hard as an iron wall if we ran off the road at that speed. Calm down, Dobe. He rolled his eyes without slowing down yet. Do you want us to kill each other, Databeo? I wanted to know. We are not going to collide, Uzumaki. I tried to modulate the volume of my voice when I asked. Why are we going so fast? I always drive like this, he said, turning around and smiling at me with a twisted mouth. Don't take your eyes off the road, Baka. I've never had an accident, Dobe, I haven't even gotten a ticket, he smiled and stroked his forehead several times. Speed camera proof. Very funny, team, he said, practically fuming. Minato's a cop, remember? I grew up respecting traffic laws, Databeo. Besides, if we crash into a tree trunk and turn into a Volvo, you'll have to walk back. Probably, he admitted with a loud but brief laugh, but not you. He sighed, and I watched with relief as the needle gradually descended to 120. Satisfied? Almost. I hate driving slowly, he muttered. You call this slow, Databeo? Stop criticizing my driving, Dobe, he said sharply, I'm still waiting for your latest theory. I bit my lip. He looked at me with unexpectedly kind eyes. I'm not going to laugh, he promised. I fear more that you will be angry with me, fear. Is it that bad? Quite a lot, yes. He waited. His gaze was fixed on my hands, so I couldn't see his expression. Go ahead, he encouraged me in a calm voice. I don't know how to start, Databeo, I admitted. Why don't you start from the beginning? You said it wasn't your invention. Lie. How did you start? With a book? With a movie? He asked me. Lie. It was Saturday, at the beach. I risked raising my eyes to meet his gaze. He seemed confused. I ran into an old family friend. Sabaku no Gara, I continued. His mother and Minato have been friends since I was a child. He still seemed perplexed. His cousin is one of the Kazuma elders, Databeo. I scrutinized him closely. An icy expression replaced my previous bewilderment. We went for a walk. I avoided explaining all my machinations to extract the story, and he was telling me old legends to scare me. I hesitated. He told me one. Continue. About vampires. At that moment I realized he was speaking in whispers. I couldn't see his face anymore, but I could see the tense, trembling knuckles of his hands on the steering wheel. And you immediately thought of me? He remained calm. Lie. Gara mentioned your family. He remained silent, his eyes fixed on the road. Suddenly, I became alarmed, worried about protecting Gara. I just thought it was a stupid superstition, Databeo, I added quickly. I didn't expect you to believe a word of it. My comment didn't seem sufficient, so I had to confess, it was my fault. I made you tell me. Because? Kin said something about you. He was trying to provoke me, Databeo. A boy mentioned that your family doesn't go to the reserve, but it sounded like it had some special meaning, so I took Gara aside and tricked him into telling me, I admitted, my head bowed. How did you trick him, Dobe? I tried to flirt a little. It worked better than I thought it would, disbelief filled my voice as I recalled it. I wish I could have seen it, he chuckled grimly. And you accuse me of confusing people. Poor Sabaku no Gara. I turned as red as a tomato and gazed out the window at the night. What did you do then? He asked a minute later. I searched on the internet. And that convinced you? Her voice barely sounded interested, but her hands gripped the steering wheel tightly. Lie. Nothing made sense. Most of it was nonsense, and then, I stopped. Nanny? I decided it didn't matter, Databeo, I whispered. It didn't matter? The tone of his voice made me look up. The carefully crafted mask had finally shattered. He wore a look of disbelief, with a faint hint of the rage I had feared. Lie, I said softly. I don't care what you are. Don't you care that he's a monster? His voice reflected a stern and mocking note, that he's not human? Lie. He fell silent and looked straight ahead again. His face was dark and icy. You're angry, I sighed. I shouldn't have said anything to you, Databeo. Lie, he said, his tone as stern as his expression. I prefer to know what you think, even if what you think is crazy. So, am I wrong again? I challenged him. That's not what I meant. It didn't matter, he quoted me, gritting his teeth. Am I right? I answered with a start. Does it matter? I took a deep breath. Actually, no, I paused. I'm curious, Databeo. At least my voice sounded calm. Suddenly, he resigned himself. What are you curious about, Dobe? How old are you? 17, he replied immediately. And how long have you been 17? He pursed his lips as he looked at the road. Quite a lot, he finally admitted. Okay. I smiled, pleased that he was finally being honest with me. His watchful eyes were watching me more often than before, when he was worried I was going into shock. I gave him a wider, encouraging smile, and he frowned. Don't laugh, but how come you can go out during the day, Databeo? In any case, he laughed. A myth, Dobe. Doesn't the sun burn you? A myth. And what about sleeping in coffins? A myth. He hesitated for a moment, and a peculiar tone crept into his voice. I can't sleep. It took me a minute to understand it. Nothing? Never, uzumaki, he answered in a barely audible voice. He turned to look at me with a wistful expression. His golden eyes held my gaze, and I lost my chance to think. I stared at him until he looked away. You haven't asked me the most important question yet. Now her voice sounded stern, and when she looked at me again, her eyes were icy. I blinked, still confused. Which? Aren't you worried about my diet? She asked sarcastically. I murmured, that one. Yes, that one, he remarked in a flat voice. Don't you want to know if I drink blood? I stepped back. Well, Gara told me something about it, Databeo. What did Gara say? He asked wearily. That they didn't hunt people. He said that your family wasn't supposed to be dangerous because they only hunted animals. Did he say we weren't dangerous? Her voice was deeply skeptical. Not exactly. He said they weren't supposed to be, but the Kazumas still don't want them on their land, just in case. He looked ahead, but he didn't know whether he was looking at the road or not. So, you're right about them not hunting people, Databeo? I asked, trying to keep my voice as quiet as possible. The memory of the Kazuma family reaches far. He whispered. I accepted it as confirmation. But don't let that make you complacent, he warned me. They're right to keep their distance from us. I don't understand. We try. He explained slowly, we're usually good at everything we do, but sometimes we make mistakes. For example, by allowing myself to be alone with you. Is this a mistake? I heard the sadness in my voice, but I didn't know if he had noticed it too. A very dangerous one, he murmured. Then we both remained silent. I watched the car's headlights swivel with the curse of the road. They moved too quickly, they didn't seem real, more like a video game. I was aware that time was slipping away from me, running out like the road we were traveling on, and I was terrified that I wouldn't have another chance to be with him like this, openly, without any walls between us. His words hinted at an ending, and I recoiled at the thought. I couldn't waste a single minute I had with him. Tell me more, Databeo, I pleaded desperately, not caring what he said, just to hear his voice again. He looked at me quickly, startled by the change that had occurred in my voice. What else do you want to know, Dobe? Tell me why they hunt animals instead of people, I suggested, my voice still trembling with despair. I realized my eyes were watering and fought against the sorrow that was trying to overwhelm me. I don't want to be a monster, uzumaki, he explained in a very low voice. But aren't animals enough? He paused. I can't be sure, of course, but I'd compare it to living on cheese and soy milk. We call ourselves vegetarians, it's our little inside joke. It doesn't completely satisfy our hunger, well, more like our thirst, but it keeps us strong enough to hold out, most of the time. His voice held a premonition. Sometimes it's harder than others. Are you finding it very difficult now? Hi. Sigh. But you're not hungry now, Databeo, I asserted confidently, stating, not asking. What makes you think that, Dobe? Your eyes. I told you I had a theory. I've noticed that people, and men in particular, get angry when they're hungry. He chuckled. You're very observant, aren't you, uzumaki? I didn't answer, I just listened to the sound of her laughter and recorded it in my memory. You were out hunting this weekend, weren't you, Databeo? I asked when everything had calmed down. Yes, he paused for a second, as if deciding whether to say something or not. I didn't want to go out, but it was necessary. It's a little easier to be near you when I'm not thirsty. Why didn't you want to leave? Being away from you makes me anxious. His gaze was kind and intense, and I shuddered to my core. I wasn't joking when I asked you not to fall into the sea or get run over last Thursday, Dobe. I was preoccupied all weekend, worrying about you, and after what happened tonight, I'm surprised you came out of the weekend unscathed, uzumaki. He shook his head, then he remembered something. Well, not entirely. Nanny? Your hands, he reminded me. I examined the palms of my hands and the almost healed tears on my fingertips. Nothing escaped Sasuke team. I fell, Databeo, I admitted with a sigh. That's what I thought, Dobe, the corners of his lips curled. I suppose, being you, it could have been much worse, and that possibility haunted me during my absence. It was a really long 3 days, and I honestly got on Suigetsu's nerves. He smiled at me, looking contrite. 3 days? Didn't you just get back today? Lie, we came back on Sunday. So why didn't any of you go to high school, Databeo? I was frustrated, almost angry, when I thought about the great distress that his absence had caused me. Well, you asked me if the sun harms me, and it doesn't, Dobe, but I can't go out in daylight. At least, not where someone can see me. Because? I'll show it to you someday, Yujiro Tonki, he promised me. I thought about it for a moment. You could have called me, I'm afraid, I decided. He was confused. But I knew you were safe. But I didn't know where you were, Databeo. I hesitated and narrowed my eyes. Nanny? She urged me in a soothing voice. I don't like not seeing you, he says. It makes me anxious too. I blushed as I said it aloud. He froze and looked up apprehensively. I watched his expression, saddened. Oh, she moaned softly, that's not right. I didn't understand that answer. What did I say? Don't you see, Naru? Of all the things you've been involved in, this is one of the things that makes me feel the worst. He fixed his eyes on the road abruptly, he spoke in a rush, so fast I could barely understand him. I don't want to hear you feel this way, he said in a low but urgent voice. It's a mistake. It's not safe. Dobe, I'm dangerous. Get that through your head. Lie. I tried hard not to look like a sulking child. I'm serious, Yujiro Tonki, he growled. Me too, fear. I told you, I don't care what you are. It's too late, Databeo. Never say that, Dobe, he snapped harshly and in a low voice. I bit my lip, glad she didn't know how much it hurt. I stared at the road. We must be close now. I was driving much faster. What are you thinking about? He inquired, his voice still rough. I just shook my head, not very sure I was able to speak. Are you crying? I hadn't realized my eyes had started to water. I quickly rubbed my cheek with my hand, and sure enough, there were the telltale tears, betraying me. Lie, I denied, but my voice broke. I saw him extend his right hand towards me hesitantly, but then he restrained himself and slowly placed it back on the steering wheel. Gomen, Dobe, he apologized in a sorrowful voice. I knew he wasn't just apologizing for the words that had upset me. Darkness crept silently past us. Tell me something, Yujiro Tonki, he asked after another minute had passed, and I heard him control himself so that his tone was light. Huh? Tonight, just before I turned the corner, what were you thinking about? I didn't understand your expression. You didn't seem scared, but rather completely focused on something. I was trying to remember how to incapacitate an attacker, you know. Self-defense, Databeo. I was going to shove my nose into that. I thought of the dark-haired guy with a wave of hatred. Were you going to fight them? That disturbed him. Didn't you think about running, Dobe? I fall a lot when I run, I admitted. And what about shouting? I was about to do it. He shook his head. You're right. I'm definitely fighting against fate by trying to keep you alive, Yujiro Tonki. I sighed. As we crossed the borders of Konoha, we slowed down. The journey had taken him less than 20 minutes. Will I see you tomorrow, Databeo? I wanted to know. Hi. I also have a paper to hand in, she smiled at me. I'll save you a seat for lunch. After everything we had been through that night, it was silly that that little promise caused me such excitement and prevented me from speaking. We were in front of Minato's house. The lights were on, and my car was in its place. Everything seemed perfectly normal. It was like waking up from a dream. He stopped the car, but I didn't move. Do you promise to be there tomorrow, Fear? I promise, Dobe. I considered the answer for a few moments and then nodded. I took off my jacket after taking one last sniff. You can keep it. You don't have one for tomorrow, Uzumaki, he reminded me. I gave it back to her. I don't want to have to explain it to Minato. Ah, okay. He gave a small smile. With my hand on the crank, I hesitated, trying to prolong the moment. Naru? He said in a different tone, serious and doubtful. Hi. I turned towards him with too much eagerness. Are you going to promise me something? Yes, I replied, and immediately regretted my unconditional acceptance. What if he asked me to stay away from him? I couldn't keep that promise. Don't go into the forest alone. I stared at him, completely confused. Because? He frowned and looked sternly out the window. I'm not the most dangerous creature out there. Let's leave it at that. I shuddered slightly at his sudden somber tone, but I was relieved. At least this was a promise easy to keep. Whatever you say, Databeo. See you tomorrow, Dobe, he sighed, and I knew he wanted me to get out of the car. Then, see you tomorrow. I reluctantly opened the door. Naru? I turned around as he leaned toward me, so his magnificent pale face was just inches from mine. My heart stopped. Sleep well, Uzumaki, he said. His breath brushed against my face, stunning me. It was the same exquisite scent that emanated from the huntress, but more concentrated. I blinked, completely dazzled. Sasuke team walked away. I was unable to move until my mind cleared a little. Then I clumsily got out of the car, having to lean against the doorframe for support. I thought I heard him chuckle, but the sound was too faint to confirm it. He waited until I stumbled to the door, and then I heard the sound of the car engine. I turned around just in time to see the black vehicle disappear around the corner. I realized how cold it was. I mechanically took the key, unlocked the door, and went inside. Minato called me from the living room. Naru? Hi, Tuchan, it's me. I went there. He was watching a basketball game. You've come back early. Hi. He was surprised. It's not even 8 o'clock yet, he told me. Did you have fun? Hi, we had a great time, Databeo. My head spun as I tried to remember the whole outing I had planned. Han found some cute kimonos. Are you alright? Just tired. I've walked a lot. Well, maybe you should go to bed now. He looked worried. I wondered what my face would look like. First I need to call Yugura. Demo, weren't you just with him? He asked, surprised. Yes, but I left my jacket in his car. I want to make sure he brings it back for me tomorrow, Databeo. Well, at least give him time to get home. That's right, I agreed. I went to the kitchen and collapsed, exhausted, into a chair. Then I started to feel really dizzy. I wondered if I was going into shock after all. Get a grip, I told myself. The phone startled me when it rang suddenly. I jerked up the receiver. Hello? I asked haltingly. Naru? Kanbanwa, Yaguchan. I was just about to call you. Are you home? Her voice reflected surprise and relief. Hi. I left my jacket in your car. Can you bring it to me tomorrow? Sure, but tell me what happened, he demanded. Tomorrow, in trigonometry, okay? I catch it on the fly. Ah, your Tucson is there, isn't he? Yes, exactly. Okay. In that case, we'll talk tomorrow. I sensed the impatience in her voice. Ja-ani, Yaguchan. I slowly climbed the stairs, a deep drowsiness clouding my mind. I prepared for bed, paying no attention to what I was doing. I didn't realize how cold I was until I was in the shower, the water, far too hot, burning my skin. I shivered violently for several minutes, then the stream of water relaxed my stiff muscles. Too tired to move, I remained in the shower until the hot water ran out. I stumbled out of the water and wrapped a towel around myself, trying to keep the water warm and stop the painful shivering from returning. I quickly put on my pajamas. I curled up under the covers, balling myself up, hugging myself to stay warm. I shivered several times. My head kept spinning, filled with images I couldn't understand and others I tried to suppress. At first, nothing was clear, but as I gradually drifted off to sleep, some things became certain. I was absolutely certain of 3 things. First, Sasuke was a vampire. Second, a part of him, and I didn't know how powerful that part could be, thirsted for my blood. And third, I was unconditionally and irrevocably in love with him. The next morning, it was incredibly difficult to argue with the part of me that was convinced the previous night had been a dream. Neither logic nor common sense was on my side. I clung to the parts that couldn't possibly have been my own invention, like the scent of Sasuke. I was certain that something like that could never have been a product of my own dreams. Outside, the day was hazy and dark. Perfect. Sasuke had no reason to miss class today. I dressed in warm clothes, remembering I didn't have my jacket, further proof that my memories were real. As I went downstairs, I discovered that Minato had already left. It was later than I thought. I devoured an onigiri in 3 bites, along with milk I drank straight from the carton, and hurried out the door. With any luck, it wouldn't start raining until I'd found Yugura. There was more fog than usual, the air seemed thick with smoke. Its touch was icy as it curled against the exposed skin of my neck and face. I couldn't wait to reach the warmth of my car. The fog was so dense that I didn't notice a car in it, a black car, until I was just a few meters from the road. My heart slowed, hesitated, and then resumed its rapid pace. I didn't see where he had come from, but suddenly he was there, with the door open for me. "Do you want to go for a ride with me today, Dobe?" he asked, amused by my expression, surprising me even though I was still unprepared. I sensed uncertainty in his voice. He was truly giving me a choice, I was free to refuse, and a part of him expected it. It was a vain hope. "Hi, arigato, databeo," I accepted with a big smile and tried to speak in a calm voice. As I stepped into the hot car, I noticed her blue jacket hanging from the passenger seat headrest. She closed the door behind me and, before I knew it, she was sitting next to me and starting the engine. "I brought the jacket for you. I don't want you to get sick or anything like that." He spoke cautiously. I noticed he wasn't wearing a jacket, just a long-sleeved gray V-neck t-shirt. Again, the fabric clung to his muscular chest. The fact that he looked away from that body was a colossal tribute to his face. "I'm not that fussy," I said, but I pulled the jacket over my stomach and slipped my arms into the sleeves, which were too long, curious to see if the scent could be as good as I remembered. It was better. "Oh, no," he contradicted me in such a low voice that I wasn't sure if he wanted me to hear him. The car sped through the streets shrouded in wisps of fog. I felt self-conscious. In fact, I was. Last night, all my defenses were down, almost all of them. I didn't know if we were still so naive today. I bit my tongue and waited for him to speak. He turned around and smiled mockingly at me. "Nanny? Don't you have 20 questions for today, Dobe? Do my questions bother you, databeo?" I asked, relieved. "Not as much as your reactions." He seemed to be joking, but I wasn't sure. I frowned. Did I react badly? Lie. That's the problem. You took it all too well, it's not natural. It makes me wonder what you're really thinking. I always tell you what I really think. You're censoring it, he accused me. Not too much, databeo. Enough to drive me crazy, Yuzuratonki. You don't want to hear it, he's afraid, I muttered almost in a whisper. The moment I uttered those words, I regretted it. The pain in my voice was so faint. I could only hope he hadn't noticed. He didn't answer, so I wondered if I'd upset him. His face was inscrutable as we drove into the school parking lot. Later, an idea occurred to me. "Where are your brothers, Databeo?" I asked, very happy to be alone with him, but remembering that the car was usually full. "They went in Karen's car," he shrugged as he parked next to a gleaming red convertible with its top up. "Showy, huh? Good heavens," I muttered. "If she has this, why is she with you?" "Like I said, it's ostentatious. We try not to stand out, Uzumaki. They're not successful." I laughed and shook my head as we got out of the car. We weren't late anymore. His crazy driving had gotten me to school with plenty of time to spare. "So why did Karen drive today if she's more flashy? Haven't you noticed?" "Now, I'm breaking all the rules, Dobe." He met me in front of the car and stayed very close as we walked toward campus. I wanted to close that small distance, reach out and touch him, but I was afraid he wouldn't like it. "Why do you all have cars like that if you want to go unnoticed, Databeo?" I asked aloud. "A luxury," he admitted with a mischievous smile. "We all like to drive fast." "I don't understand," I murmured. With his eyes practically popping out of their sockets, Yugura was waiting under the overhanging roof of the cafe. On his arm, thank goodness, was my jacket. "Hey, Yugura," I said enthusiastically when we were just a few steps away. "Thanks for remembering, Databeo." He handed it to me without saying a word. "Konnichiwa, Yugura," Sasuke greeted him politely. It wasn't his fault that his voice was so irresistible, nor what his eyes were capable of. Konnichiwa," he fixed his eyes on me, trying to gather his scattered thoughts. "I suppose I'll see you in trigonometry." He gave me an eloquent look, and I stifled a sigh. What on earth was I going to say to him? "Hi, see you there." He walked away, stopping twice to look at us over his shoulder. "What are you going to tell him?" Sasuke murmured, "Team." "Hey. I thought you couldn't read my mind, Databeo," I whispered. "I can't, Dobe," he said, startled. Understanding flashed in Sasuke's eyes, "but I can read his." "He's going to ambush you in class, Uzumaki." I moaned as I took off his jacket and handed it to him to replace it with mine. He folded it over his arm. "Well, what are you going to say to him?" "A little help, please," I pleaded. "What do you want to know?" Sasuke team shook his head and gave a malevolent smile. "That's not elegant." "Lie, what's not elegant is that you don't share what you know." He was thinking about it as we walked. We stopped at the door of the first classroom. "She wants to know if we're seeing each other secretly, and also what you feel for me," she said finally. Oh no. What should I say to him? I tried to maintain the most innocent expression. People walked past us on their way to class, probably glancing, but I was barely aware of their presence. He paused to catch a stray strand of hair from my forehead and tucked it back into place. My heart pounded with excitement. "I guess, if you don't mind, you can say yes to the first thing. It's easier than any other explanation, Dobe." "I don't care, Databeo," I said in a whisper. As for the remaining question, well, I'll be listening for the answer, Uzumaki. One corner of her mouth curled as she flashed my favorite mischievous smile. She turned and walked away. "I'll see you at lunch, Dobe," he shouted over my shoulder. The three people who were coming through the door stopped to look at me. Flushed and irritated, I hurried into the classroom. What a cheating idiot. Now I was even more worried about what I was going to say to Yugura. I sat down in my usual seat and threw my wallet to the floor in annoyance. "Konnichiwa, Naru," Kiba greeted me from the seat next to me. I looked up to see the strange, resigned expression on his face. How did it go in Etsu? It was. There wasn't a sincere way to sum it up. It was great, I concluded with a big smile. Yugura got a fantastic kimono. "Did she say anything about Monday night?" she asked, her eyes sparkling. I smiled at the turn the conversation had taken. "He said he had a really good time, Databeo," I confirmed. "Are you sure?" he said eagerly. "Absolutely." Then, Mizuki-sensei called the class to order and asked us to hand in our work. Language arts and history passed by in a blur, while I remained worried about how I was going to explain things to Yugura. It was going to be incredibly difficult if Sasuke-teen was listening to what I was saying through Yugura's thoughts. How inconvenient his little quirk could be when it couldn't save my life. The fog had lifted toward the end of the second hour, but the day remained dark, with low, oppressive clouds. I smiled at the sky. Sasuke-teen was right, of course. Yugura was sitting in the back row when I walked into trigonometry class, practically bouncing out of his seat in sheer agitation. I reluctantly sat down next to him, trying to convince myself that it would be best to settle this matter as soon as possible. "Tell me everything," he ordered before I sat down. "What do you want to know, Databeo?" I tried to change the subject. "What happened last night?" "He took me out to dinner and then brought me home." He looked at me with a forced expression of skepticism. "How did you get home so early?" "He drives like a maniac, I hoped he'd hear." It was terrifying. Was it like a date? Had you told her to meet you there? I hadn't thought of that. Lie. I was very surprised to see him in Konoha. She pursed her lips, annoyed by the obvious sincerity of my voice. "But he picked you up today to bring you to class." She probed. "Yes, that was a surprise too." "She realized I didn't have my jacket last night, Databeo," I explained. "So, are you going out again?" "He offered to drive me to Yami on Saturday, since he thinks my car isn't very reliable." "Does that count?" "Hi," he nodded. "Well, then, yes, Databeo." "Go," he magnified the word until it had 4 syllables. "Uchiha Sasuke-kun." "I know," I admitted. "Well, wasn't even close." "Wait." She raised her hands, palms facing me, as if she were stopping traffic. "Did he kiss you?" "Lie," I muttered. "He's not one of those, Databeo." He seemed disappointed, and I'm sure I was too. "Do you think on Saturday?" He raised his eyebrows. "I doubt it, really." I did a very poor job of hiding the discontent in my voice. "What did you talk about?" he whispered to me, pressing me for more information. Class had started, but Ibisu-sensei wasn't paying much attention, and we weren't the only ones still talking. "I don't know, Yagu-chan, about a lot of things," I whispered back. "We talked a little about the literature assignment, Databeo." Very little, I think he mentioned it in passing." "Onagai, Naru," he implored. "Give me some details." "Well. Okay. I have one, Databeo. You should have seen the waitress flirting with him. She was a pest, but he didn't pay her any attention." "Let's see what Sasuke-teen can do with that, Databeo." "That's a good sign," he agreed. "Was she pretty?" "A lot, and I was probably 19 or 20 years old." "Even better. He must like you." "I think so, but it's hard to know," I added with a sigh, for Sasuke's sake. "He's always so cryptic." "I don't know how you had the courage to be alone with him," she muttered. "Nays?" I was surprised, but he didn't understand my reaction. "He's so intimidating. I wouldn't know what to say to him." He grimaced, probably remembering this morning or last night, when Sasuke-teen used the crushing force of his eyes upon him. "I do make some inconsistencies when I'm around him, Databeo," I admitted. "Oh, well. He's incredibly attractive." Yugura shrugged, as if that excused any failure, which, in his opinion, it probably did. "He is much more than that." "Really? Like what?" I wanted to let it go almost as much as I hoped he would take it as a joke when he found out. "I can't explain it to you now, but it's even more incredible behind the face, Databeo. The vampire who wanted to be good, who ran to save lives, because that way he wouldn't be a monster." I looked towards the front of the class. "Is that possible?" she said, giggling. I ignored him, trying to pretend I was paying attention to Ibisu-sensei. "So, you like it?" He wasn't going to give up. "Hi," I replied curtly. I mean, do you really like it? He urged me. Hi, I said again, blushing. I hoped that detail wouldn't register in Yugura's thoughts. Monosyllabic answers would have to suffice. How much do you like it? Too much, I whispered back, more than he likes me, but I don't see how to stop it. I sighed. A blush masked the next one. Then, fortunately, Ibisu-sensei asked Yugura a question. I didn't have a chance to continue with the topic during the class, and as soon as the bell rang, I began an evasive maneuver. In language, Kiba asked me if you had told me anything about Monday night, Databeo, I told him. You're kidding me. What did you say to her? She exclaimed in a broken voice, her attention completely diverted from the matter. Tell me exactly what he said and what your response was, word for word. We spent the rest of the way dissecting sentence structure and most of Spanish class with a meticulous description of Kiba's facial expressions. I wouldn't have dragged it out so long if I hadn't been worried about becoming the topic of conversation again. Then the lunch bell rang. The fact that I jumped up from my chair and hurriedly stuffed my books into my backpack with a lively expression must have been a clear indication to Yugura, who commented. You're not going to sit with us today, are you? I don't think so, Databeo. I wasn't sure he wouldn't disappear unexpectedly again. But Sasuke was waiting for me outside our Spanish class, leaning against the wall. He looked more like a Greek god than anyone should have the right to. Yugura glanced at us, rolled his eyes, and left. See you later, Naru, she said, her voice heavy with meaning. Maybe I should turn off my phone. Konnichiwa, Sasuke said, his voice both amused and irritated. It was obvious he'd been listening. Konnichiwa. Nothing else came to mind to say, and he didn't speak, waiting for the right moment, I presumed, so the walk to the cafeteria was a silent stroll. Entering with Sasuke into the bustling flow of people at lunchtime felt a lot like my first day. Everyone was staring at me. She led the way to the back of the line, still not uttering a word, even though her eyes kept glancing at me every few seconds with a speculative expression. It seemed to me that irritation was overcoming amusement as the predominant emotion on her face. Restless, I fiddled with the zipper of my jacket. She went to the counter and filled a tray with food. What are you doing, team? I objected. Aren't you going to take all that for me? Databeo? He shook his head and went ahead to pay for the meal. Half is for me, Dobe. I raised an eyebrow. He led me to the same place where we had sat last time. At the opposite end of the long table, a group of upperclassmen stared at us in astonishment as we sat down across from each other. Sasuke seemed oblivious to this. Take whatever you want, he said, pushing the tray towards me. I'm curious, I commented as I chose an apple and twirled it between my hands. What would you do if someone challenged you to eat it? You're always curious, Yujiro Tonki. He grimaced and shook his head. He stared at me, holding my gaze, as he lifted an onigiri from the tray, shoved it into his mouth in one swift motion, chewed it quickly, and swallowed it. I stared at him, my eyes wide with shock. If someone challenges you to swallow dirt, can you, right? He asked condescendingly. I wrinkled my nose. I did it once, on a bet, I admitted. It wasn't so bad, Databeo. He burst out laughing. I guess I'm not surprised. You're such a dobe. Don't call me dobe, I'm afraid, I said with a pout. Something over my shoulder seemed to catch his attention. Yugura is analyzing everything I do. Then, he'll piece it together and take it apart for you. He pushed the rest of the onigiri toward me. The mention of Yugura brought back some of his old irritation. I put down the apple and bit into the onigiri, looking away, since I knew Sasuke was about to start. So the waitress was pretty, dobe? He asked casually. Didn't you really notice? Lie. I wasn't paying attention. I had a lot on my mind. Poor girl. Now I could afford to be generous. Something you said to Yugura, well, it bothers me. She refused to be distracted and spoke in a hoarse voice while looking at me with worried eyes through her long eyelashes. It doesn't surprise me that you heard something you didn't like. You know what they say about gossips, Databeo, I reminded him. I warned you I'd be listening, Tonki. And I'm sure you wouldn't want to know everything I think. True, he conceded, still in a hoarse voice, though you're wrong. I want to know everything you think. Everything. Only I wish you weren't thinking some things, Dobe. I frowned. That's an important distinction. But that's not the point right now. So, what is it, Databeo? At that moment, we were leaning toward each other across the table. Her chin rested on her long, white hands. I leaned forward, supporting myself with the cup of my hand. I had to remind myself that we were in a crowded dining room, probably with many curious eyes fixed on us. It was all too easy to get caught up in our own small, tense, private bubble. Do you really think you care about me more than I care about you? She murmured, leaning closer as she spoke, her gleaming black eyes piercing me. I tried to remember to breathe. I had to look away to recover. You've done it again, I muttered. He opened his eyes in surprise. Nanny? Dazzling me, Databeo, I confessed. I tried to concentrate when I looked at him again. He frowned. It's not your fault, I'm afraid, I sighed. You can't help it. Are you going to answer my question, Tonki? Hi. Are you going to answer, or do you really think so? He got irritated again. Hi, I really mean it, Databeo. I fixed my eyes on the table, scanning the surface of the faux veining. The silence lingered. Stubbornly, I refused to be the first to break it, fighting with all my might against the temptation to glimpse his expression. You're wrong, she finally said in a soft, velvety voice. I looked up and saw that her eyes were kind. You can't know that, I'm afraid, I whispered, disagreeing. I shook my head in doubt. Although my heart fluttered at those words, I didn't want to believe them so easily. What makes you think that, Dobe? Her liquid topaz eyes were piercing. They were supposedly trying, unsuccessfully, to get the truth directly from my mind. I looked back at him, trying to think clearly despite his expression, to find some way to explain. As I searched for words, I saw him grow impatient. He began to frown, frustrated by my silence. I removed my hand from my neck and raised a finger. Let me think, Databeo, I insisted. His expression softened, now satisfied that I was thinking of an answer. I let my hand fall onto the table and moved my left hand to bring them together. I watched them as I interlaced and released my fingers until finally I spoke. Well, putting the obvious aside, sometimes. I hesitated. I'm not sure, I can't read minds, but sometimes it seems like you're trying to say goodbye when you're actually saying something else. I couldn't better summarize the feeling of anguish that his words sometimes provoked in me. Very perceptive, Tonki, he whispered. And my anxiety resurfaced when he confirmed my fears. Although that's precisely why you're wrong, he began to explain, but then he narrowed his eyes. What do you mean by the obvious? Well, look at me, fear, I said, somewhat unnecessarily since I was already doing so. I'm perfectly normal, well, except for all the close calls I've had and for being utterly useless. And look at you. I gestured my hand at him and his astonishing perfection. Sasuke Team's forehead twitched with anger for a moment, then softened as his gaze took on a glimmer of understanding. Nobody sees themselves clearly, Dobe. I'll admit you've hit the nail on the head about the flaws, he chuckled grimly, but you haven't heard what all the kids in this school were thinking the day you arrived. I don't believe you. I muttered to myself and blinked, astonished. Trust me this time, you're the opposite of normal, Tonki. My shame far outweighed the pleasure I felt at the look in his eyes as I spoke those words. I quickly reminded him of my original argument. But I'm not saying goodbye, Databeo, I pointed out. Don't you see? That proves I'm right. I'm the one who cares the most, because if I have to, if forgetting is the right thing to do, he emphasized, shaking his head as if fighting the idea, I'll suffer to keep you from getting hurt, to keep you safe. I stared at him. Do you think I wouldn't do the same, team? You'll never have to make the choice, Dobe. His unpredictable mood changed abruptly again, and a mischievous, irresistible smile changed his features. Of course, keeping you safe is starting to feel like a full-time job that requires my constant presence. No one has tried to kill me today, I reminded him, grateful to be able to address a lighter topic. I didn't want him to talk about goodbyes anymore. If I had to, I figured I was capable of putting myself in danger on purpose to keep him close. I banished that thought before his quick eyes could read it on my face. That idea would get me into serious trouble. Still, he added. Still, I admitted. I would have argued with him, but now I wanted him to be prepared for disasters. I have another question for you, he said, his face still carefree. Shoot. Do you really have to go to Yami this Saturday, or is it just an excuse to avoid saying no to all your fans? I grimaced at that memory. I haven't forgiven you yet for the Sora incident, I warned him. It's your fault he's deluded himself into thinking I'm going to accompany him to the gala. Oh, I would have found an excuse to ask you without my help. Actually, I just wanted to see your face, Uzumaki, he chuckled. I would have been angry if his laugh hadn't been so captivating. Still chuckling, he asked me, if I had asked you, would you have refused? Probably not, I admitted, but I would have cancelled it later, claiming an illness or a sprained ankle, databao. He was surprised. Maze? I shook my head sadly. I suppose you've never seen me in gymnastics, but I thought you'd understand. Do you mean the fact that you are unable to walk on a flat, stable surface without tripping over something? Obviously. That wouldn't be a problem, he said confidently. It all depends on who takes you dancing. He saw I was about to protest and cut me off. But you still haven't answered me, Dobe. Are you set on going to Yami's, or would you mind if we went somewhere else? As soon as he used the plural, I stopped worrying about anything else. I'm open to suggestions, I conceded, but I have to ask you a favor, databao. He looked at me cautiously, as he always did when I asked an open question. Which? Can I drive? He frowned. Maze? Well, mainly because when I told Minato I was going to Yami, he specifically asked if I was traveling alone, which I was at the time. I probably wouldn't lie if he asked me again, but I doubt he will, and leaving the car in front of the house would only bring it up unnecessarily. Besides, your driving scares me, databao. He rolled his eyes. Of all the things I should be afraid of, you're worried about my driving. You're such a dobe. He shook his head in disgust, but then became serious again. Aren't you going to tell your two-san that you're spending the day with me? There was an underlying meaning in his question that I didn't understand. With Minato, less is always more, I stated firmly. Anyway, where are we going? The weather will be nice, so I'll be out of the public eye, and you can be with me, if you want. Once again, it left me with the option to choose. And will you teach me what you meant by the sun, databao? I asked, excited by the idea of unraveling another of the mysteries. Yes, he smiled and paused for a moment. But if you don't want to be alone with me, I'd still prefer you didn't go to Yami alone. I shudder to think what trouble you might run into in a city that size. I was offended. In population alone, Uzushio is 3 times larger than Yami. In physical size. But it seems, he interrupted me, your time hadn't come in Uzushio yet, so I'd prefer you stay close to me. Her eyes once again acquired that touch of disloyal seduction. I was unable to debate, either visually or with arguments, what was, in any case, a debatable point. I don't mind being alone with you when it happens. I know, he sighed, his expression unsettling. But you should tell Minato-san. Why the hell should I do that, databao? His eyes flashed with sudden ferocity. To give me some small incentive to bring you back, Uzumaki. I swallowed hard, but after thinking about it for a moment, I was sure. I think I'll take the risk, he fears. He snorted angrily and looked away. Let's talk about something else, I suggested. What do you want to talk about, Dobe? He asked, still surprised. I glanced around to make sure no one could hear us. As I scanned the dining room, I noticed Sasuke's sister, Hinata, staring intently at me, while everyone else was looking at him. I quickly looked away, glanced at Sasuke, and blurted out the first thing that came to mind. "Why did you go to that place, Kento Rakuto, last weekend? To hunt? Minato says it's not a good place to camp because of the bears." He stared at me, as if he were overlooking the obvious. "Bears?" I asked haltingly. He gave a mocking smile. "You know, it's not bear season, Databeo," I added sternly to hide my surprise. "If you read carefully, the laws only cover hunting with firearms," he informed me. He gazed at me with delight as I slowly processed it. "Bears?" I repeated with difficulty. "Suigetsu's favorite is the brown bear," she said casually, but her eyes were scrutinizing my reaction. I tried to regain my composure. I muttered as I took another onigiri as an excuse to lower my eyes. I chewed it very slowly, and then took a long swig of soda without looking up. "Well," I said after a while, my eyes meeting his, eager, "which one is your favorite, Databeo?" She raised an eyebrow and her lips curled in disapproval. "The puma." "Ah," I commented with a tone of friendly disinterest as I took another sip of Coca-Cola. "Of course," he said, mimicking my tone, "we must be careful not to cause an adverse environmental impact with reckless hunting. We try to concentrate on areas with predator overpopulation, and we go as far away as necessary. There are always deer and elk here," he smiled wryly. "They would be useful, but what fun could there be in that?" "Sure, how fun," I murmured as I grabbed another onigiri. "The beginning of spring is Suigetsu's favorite season for hunting bears," he smiled as if remembering some joke. "They've just come out of hibernation and are much more irritable." "There's nothing funnier than an irritated grizzly bear, Databeo," I admitted, nodding. She laughed discreetly and shook her head. "Tell me what you're really thinking, Dobe." "I try to imagine it, but I can't," I admitted. "How do you hunt a bear without weapons?" "Oh, we have them," he flashed, his teeth gleaming in a brief, menacing smile. I fought to suppress a shiver that would betray me. Only not the kind considered when the hunting laws were drafted. If you've ever seen a bear attack on television, you should be able to picture Suigetsu hunting. I couldn't stop the next shiver that ran down my spine. I glanced furtively at Suigetsu, at the other end of the cafeteria, grateful he wasn't looking in my direction. Somehow, the muscles that wrapped around his arms and torso now seemed even more menacing. Sasuke team followed the direction of my gaze and let out a soft laugh. I looked at him, irritated. "Do you look like a bear too, Databeo?" I asked in a whisper. "More like the puma, or so I've been told," he replied casually. "Perhaps our preferences are significant." I tried to smile. "Perhaps," I repeated, but my mind was overflowing with conflicting images that I couldn't put together. "Is it something I might ever see?" "Absolutely not, Dobe." Her face turned even more livid than usual, and suddenly her gaze was furious. I recoiled, surprised, and scared, though I would never admit it, by his reaction. He did the same and crossed his arms over his chest. "Too scary for me?" I asked when I regained control of my voice. "If that were the case, I'd throw you out tonight," he said sharply. "You need a healthy dose of fear. Nothing would do you more good, Yuzuritonki." "So, Maze?" I urged, ignoring his angry expression. He stared at me for over a minute and finally said. "Later, Dobe." He sat up briskly. "We're going to be late." I looked around, surprised to see that he was right. The cafeteria was almost empty. When I was with her, time and space blurred so much that I lost all sense of them. I jumped up as I grabbed my backpack, which was hanging from the back of the chair. "Yokata, later, Databeo," I admitted. I wasn't going to forget it. Everyone stared at us as we walked together to our lab table. I noticed that he no longer positioned his chair as far away from the table as possible. Instead, he sat quite close to me, our arms almost touching. Asuma-sensei, what a punctual man. He entered the classroom backwards, pushing a large metal table on wheels with a video player and a clunky, outdated television. A class with a movie. The relaxed atmosphere was almost palpable. The sensei inserted the tape into the stubborn video player and walked to the wall to turn off the lights. Then, when the classroom went dark, I became fully aware that Sasuke was sitting less than 3 centimeters away from me. The unexpected electricity that surged through my body left me stunned, surprised that it was possible to be more aware of him than I already was. I almost lost control of the mad impulse to reach out and touch him, to caress that perfect face in the darkness. I crossed my arms tightly over my chest, my fists clenched. I was losing my mind. The opening credits began, symbolically illuminating the theater. My eyes, of their own volition, darted to him. I smiled shyly, realizing his posture mirrored mine, fists tucked under his arms. He smiled back. Somehow, his eyes managed to shine even in the darkness. I looked away before I started hyperventilating. It was utterly ridiculous that I felt dizzy. The hour felt like an eternity. I couldn't concentrate on the movie, I didn't even know what it was about. I tried to relax, but it was no use, as the electric current that seemed to emanate from somewhere in his body never ceased. Sporadically, I allowed myself a brief glance in his direction, but he didn't seem to relax for a moment either. The overwhelming urge to touch him also refused to disappear. I pressed my fingers against his ribs until they ached from the effort. I breathed a sigh of relief when Asuma-sensei turned on the lights at the end of class and stretched my arms, flexing my stiff fingers. Beside me, Sasuke chuckled. "Well, that was interesting," he murmured. His voice had a sinister edge, and caution gleamed in his eyes. Was all I was able to reply. "Shall we go?" he asked as he stood up briskly. I almost groaned. It was time for PE. I stood up carefully, worried that this strange new intensity between us might have affected my sense of balance. He walked silently beside me as I chatted animatedly to him until the next class, then stopped at the door. I turned to say goodbye. I was struck by the raw, almost pained, yet terribly beautiful expression on his face, and the longing to touch him flared up with the same intensity as before. I fell silent, my goodbye caught in my throat. Hesitantly, her inner debate reflected in her eyes, she raised her hand and quickly traced my cheekbone with her fingertips. Her skin was as cold as usual, but her touch burned. He turned away without saying anything and walked quickly away with long strides. I entered the gym, dizzy and a little unsteady. I drifted off to the locker room, where I changed almost in a trance, vaguely aware that other people were around me. I wasn't fully conscious until I picked up a racket. It wasn't very heavy, but it felt unsteady in my hand. I saw some of the boys in my class glancing at me. Guy-sensei told us to play in pairs. Thank God, there were still some embers of chivalry left in Kiba, who came to my side. "Do you want to be my partner?" "Thank you, Kiba," I made an apologetic gesture. "You don't have to do that, Databeo." "Don't worry, I'll stay out of your way," he said with a broad smile. Sometimes, it was very easy for me to like Kiba. The lesson wasn't without incident. I don't know how, but with the same swing, I managed to hit Kiba in the shoulder and then hit myself on the head with my racket. I spent the rest of the hour in the back corner of the court, my racket tucked securely behind my back. Despite being at a disadvantage because of me, Kiba was very good, and he won 3 of the 4 matches single-handedly. Thanks to him, I got a decent, albeit undeserved, result when the coach blew the whistle to end the lesson. "Like this?" he said as we walked away from the track. "So, Nanny? You and Uchiha, huh?" he asked defiantly. My previous feeling of affection vanished. "It's none of your business, Kiba, Databeo," I warned him while inwardly cursing Yagura and sending him to hell. "I don't like it," he muttered anyway. "It doesn't have to be that way," I replied sharply. "He looks at you as if..." She ignored me and continued, "He looks at you as if you were something edible." I suppressed the hysteria that threatened to erupt, but despite my efforts, a silly giggle escaped me. He glared at me. I waved goodbye and fled to the locker room. I dressed in a hurry. A fluttering stronger than butterflies pounded relentlessly in my stomach as my argument with Kiba faded into a distant memory. I wondered if Sasuke would be waiting for me, or if I'd meet him in his car. What if his family was there? A wave of panic washed over me. Did they know I knew? Were they supposed to know I knew, or not? I left the gym right then. I'd decided to walk home without even looking at the parking lot, but all my worries were unnecessary. Sasuke was waiting for me, leaning lazily against the gym wall. His captivating face was calm. I felt a peculiar sense of relief as I walked beside him. "Konnichiwa," I murmured while flashing a big smile. "Konnichiwa," she returned with another sideways wave. "How did gymnastics go?" My face cooled down a little. "Good," I lied, puffing out my cheeks. "Really?" I wasn't entirely convinced. He glanced slightly away and looked over his shoulder. He squinted. I looked back to see Kiba's back as he walked away. "What's going on?" I demanded. Still tense, he looked at me again. "Inuzuka drives me crazy." "You haven't been eavesdropping again, have you?" I was terrified. Every trace of my sudden good mood vanished. "How's your head, Dobe?" he asked innocently. "You're a jerk, Databeo." I turned around and walked away with a firm step towards the parking lot even though I had ruled out going there. He caught up with me easily. "You were the one who mentioned that I'd never seen you at gymnastics, Uzumaki." That piqued my curiosity. He didn't seem sorry, so I ignored him. We walked in silence, a silence filled with shame and fury on my part, toward his car, but I had to stop a few steps later, as a crowd, all boys, surrounded it. Then I realized they weren't surrounding the Volvo, but Karen's red convertible, with unmistakable desire in their eyes. None of them looked up at Sasuke as he slipped between them to open the door. I quickly clambered into the passenger seat, also remaining unnoticed. "Ostentatious," he muttered. "What kind of car is it, Databeo?" "An M3. I don't speak car and driver slang." "It's a BMW." He narrowed his eyes without looking at me as he tried to back away without running over any of the car enthusiasts. I nodded. I had heard about the model. "Are you still angry, Dobe?" he asked as he carefully maneuvered out. "Lot." Sigh. "Will you forgive me if I apologize?" "Maybe, if you apologize sincerely," I insisted, crossing my arms, "and promise not to do it again, Databeo." His eyes shone with a sudden shrewdness. "What if I sincerely apologize and agree to let you drive on Saturday?" he proposed as a counteroffer. I weighed it up and decided it was probably the best offer I could get, so I accepted it. "Made." "Then I'm so sorry to have bothered you." For a long moment, her eyes shone with sincerity, sending shone through my heart. Then they turned mischievous. "I'll be at your doorstep first thing Saturday morning." A Volvo breaking down on the road without any explanation isn't going to be much help to me with Minato, Databeo. He flashed an arrogant smile. "I have no intention of driving the car, Uzumaki." "As?" "Don't worry, Dobe," he interrupted. "I'll be there without a car." I let it go. I had a more pressing question. "Is it later already, Databeo?" I asked eloquently. He frowned. "I suppose so." I kept a friendly expression while I waited. He turned off the car engine after parking it behind mine. I looked up in surprise. We had arrived at Minato's house, of course. It was easier riding with Sasuke if I only had to look at him until the end of the trip. When I looked up again, he was watching me, sizing me up. "And you still want to know why you can't watch me hunt, do you?" He seemed solemn, but I thought I glimpsed a flicker of humor in the depths of his eyes. "Well," I clarified, "I was mainly wondering about the reason for your reaction." "Did I scare you?" "Yes." He was definitely in a good mood. I lied to him, but he didn't believe me. "I'm sorry I scared you, Uzumaki," he persisted with a slight smile, but then the evidence of any joke disappeared. "It was just the simple thought of you being there while we were hunting." His jaw tightened. "Would that be wrong, Databeo?" "Extremely," he replied through gritted teeth. "Bye." He took a deep breath and gazed through the windshield at the thick, moving clouds that descended until they were almost within reach. We surrender ourselves completely to our senses when we hunt, he said slowly, reluctantly, we're guided less by our minds. Our sense of smell is paramount. If you were anywhere nearby when I lose control like that, he shook his head, lingering sulkily at the dense clouds. I kept my expression firmly in check as I waited for his eyes to meet mine to gauge his subsequent reaction. My face betrayed nothing. But our eyes met, and the silence deepened, and everything changed. Discharges of the electricity I'd felt that afternoon began to charge the air as Sasuke stared relentlessly into my eyes. I didn't realize I wasn't breathing until my head started spinning. When I finally began to breathe rapidly, breaking the stillness, he closed his eyes. Naru, I think you should go inside now, he said in a hoarse voice without taking his eyes off the clouds. I opened the door, and the blast of freezing cold that hit the car helped clear my head. Since I was half out of it, I was afraid of tripping, so I got out of the car very carefully and closed the door behind me without looking back. The whir of the automatic window as it rolled down made me turn around. Naru? He called to me in a calmer voice. She leaned towards the open window with a slight smile on her lips. Huh? Tomorrow is my turn, he stated. Your turn for what, Databeo? Her smile widened, revealing her gleaming teeth. Ask the questions. Then he left. The car sped down the street and disappeared around the corner before I'd even had a chance to sort out my thoughts. I smiled as I walked toward the house. At the very least, it was obvious he planned to see me tomorrow. Sasuke-teen was the star of my dreams that night, as usual. But the atmosphere of my unconsciousness had changed. I trembled with the same electricity that had dominated the afternoon, tossing and turning incessantly, waking up often. It wasn't until well into the night that I finally succumbed to a deep, dreamless sleep. When I woke up, I wasn't just tired, I was on edge. I slipped on my turtleneck sweater and the inevitable jeans while daydreaming about tank tops and shorts. Breakfast was the usual quiet and anticipated affair. Minato made himself some onigiri, and I had miso soup. I wondered if he'd forgotten about Saturday, but he answered my unspoken question when he got up to put his plate in the sink. Regarding this Saturday. She began as she crossed the kitchen and turned on the tap. I shrank back. Hi, Tuchan? Are you still determined to go to Yami? That was the plan, Databeo. I grimaced as I wished he hadn't mentioned it so I wouldn't have to piece together careful half-truths. She sprinkled some soap on the plate and spread it with the brush. Are you sure you can't be back in time for the dance? I'm not going to the dance, Tuchan. I glared at him. Has no one asked you to do this? She asked, hiding her dismay by concentrating on rinsing the plate. I dodged the minefield. It is the girl or young man who chooses. Ah. She frowned as she dried the plate. I felt sympathy for him. It must be hard being a Tucson and living with the fear that your young son might find the boy he likes, but even harder to worry that he might not. How awful it would be, I shuddered, if Minato had the slightest idea what exactly it was I liked. Then Minato left, waving goodbye, and I went upstairs to brush my teeth and gather my books. When I heard the police car drive away, I could only wait a few seconds before glancing out the window. The black car was already there, in the driveway of the house. I went downstairs with a huge smile and out the front door, wondering how long this strange routine would last. I never wanted it to end. He was waiting for me in the car, not even looking at me, when I closed the front door without bothering to lock it. I walked to the car, opened the door, and got in. I gave him my best smile, and he returned it with a smaller one. He was relaxed and, as always, perfect and unbearably handsome. Ohayou gozaimasu, he greeted me in a velvety voice. How are you today, Dobe? He looked over my face, as if his question was more than just a mere courtesy. Well, arigato. I was always fine, much better than fine, when I was near him. His gaze lingered on my dark circles. You look tired. I couldn't sleep, Databeo, I confessed, and immediately I ruffled my hair, preparing some measure to buy time. Me neither, he joked as he started the engine. I was getting used to that quiet purr. I was convinced that the roar of the minivan would scare me, whenever I ever drove it again. That's true, fear, I laughed. I guess I've slept a little more than you. I'd bet so, use your tonki. What did you do last night? Don't even think about it, Dobe, he chuckled. It's my turn to ask the questions today. Ah, that's right. What do you want to know? I grimaced. I couldn't imagine there was anything in my life that could be of interest to him. What's your favorite color? He asked with a serious expression. I rolled my eyes. Orange, but it also depends on the day, Databeo. What's your favorite color today, Dobe? He continued, very solemn. Blue, probably. I used to dress according to my mood. Sasuke team snorted and abandoned his serious expression. Blue, he inquired skeptically. Sure. Blue means happiness. I miss the blue. Here, I complained, I can never see the blue, because it's always cloudy. My little delusion seemed to fascinate him. He pondered it for a moment, never taking his eyes off mine. You're right, he decided, serious again. Blue means happiness. Quickly, though with some hesitation, he reached out and brushed a lock of hair away from my forehead. By that time we were already at the school. He turned his back to me as he parked. What CD did you put in your stereo? His face was as grim as if he were demanding a confession of murder from me. I realized I hadn't removed the CD Arashi-san had given me. He gave me a mischievous smile, and a peculiar gleam lit up his eyes when I told him the band's name. He pulled a tab open the compartment beneath the car's CD player, took out one of the 30 discs crammed into that small space, and handed it to me. From Fujikaze to this? He raised an eyebrow. It was the same CD. I examined the familiar cover with my head down. The rest of the day continued in a similar fashion. He questioned me about every insignificant detail of my existence while he accompanied me to language arts, when we met after Spanish, throughout the entire lunch hour. The movies I liked and the ones I hated, the few places I had visited, the many places I longed to visit, and books, but when I told him I preferred fanfiction, he decided to ask me about them relentlessly. I couldn't remember the last time I'd talked so much, but the complete absorption on her face and the endless barrage of questions compelled me to continue. Most were easy, only a few made me blush, but when that happened, a whole new round of questions began. She'd been firing questions at me so fast that I felt like I was completing one of those psychiatry tests where you have to answer with the first word that pops into your head. I'm sure I would have continued with whatever list she had in mind if she hadn't noticed my sudden blush. When he asked me what my favorite gemstone was, without thinking, I blurted out topaz. I blushed because, until recently, my favorite had been garnet. It was impossible to forget the reason for the change as his eyes met mine, and naturally, I wouldn't rest until he admitted the reason for my blush. Tell me, Dobe, he ordered at last, once persuasion had failed, because I had stolen my eyes from his gaze. It's the color of your eyes today, Databeo, I muttered, giving in and looking at my hands. I guess I'd say onyx if you asked me in 2 weeks. In my unintentional honesty, I had given him more information than necessary, and I worried that I had provoked that strange anger that erupted every time I gave in and revealed too clearly how obsessed he was. But his pause was very short, and he asked the following question. What are your favorite flowers? I sighed with relief and continued with the psychoanalysis. Biology was a drag again. Sasuke team had continued with his quizzes until Asuma-sensei entered the classroom, dragging the audiovisual equipment once more. As the sensei approached the light switch, I noticed Sasuke team slightly moving his chair away from mine. It was no use. The same electric spark flew, along with the same incessant urge to touch it, as the day before, as soon as the room went dark. I leaned back on the table and rested my chin on my folded arms. My hidden fingers gripped the edge of the table as I fought to ignore the stupid desire that was driving me crazy. I didn't look at him, afraid it would be much harder to maintain self-control if he looked at me. I tried my best to follow the movie, but by the end of the hour I had no idea what I'd just watched. I sighed with relief when Asuma-sensei turned on the lights and finally looked at Sasuke team, who was staring at me with eyes I couldn't decipher. He stood up silently and stopped, waiting for me. We walked towards the gym without saying a word, just like the day before, and he stroked me again, this time with the palm of his icy hand, from my temple to my jaw without parting his lips, before turning around and walking away. Physical education class passed quickly as I watched Kiba's one-man badminton team play. He wasn't speaking to me today, either in reaction to my blank expression or because he was still angry about our argument yesterday. I felt bad about it in the back of my mind, but I couldn't dwell on it at that moment. Afterward, I hurried to change, feeling uneasy, knowing that the faster I moved, the sooner I'd be with Sasuke team. My haste made me clumsier than usual, but I finally made it out the door. I felt the same relief when I saw him waiting there, and a wide smile spread across my face. He smiled back before launching into more questions. Now they were different, though not so easy to answer. He wanted to know what I missed about Uzushio, pressing me for descriptions of anything I didn't know. We sat in front of Minato's house for hours as the sky darkened and a sudden downpour hit us. I tried to describe impossible things like the scent of creosote, bitter, slightly resinous, but still pleasant, the loud, plaintive song of the cicadas in July, the light nakedness of the trees, the very dimensions of the sky, whose blue stretched from one end of the horizon to the other with no other interruptions than the low mountains covered with purple volcanic rocks. The hardest thing to explain was why I found that place so beautiful, and also to justify a beauty that didn't depend on the thorny, sparse vegetation, which often seemed dead, but had more to do with the silhouette of the land, the shallow basins of the valleys between steep hills, and the way they held the sunlight. I found myself gesturing with my hands as I tried to describe it. Her discreet and insightful questions allowed me to speak at length and, in the gloomy light of the storm, forget my embarrassment at monopolizing the conversation. Finally, when I had finished describing my messy room in Uzushio, she paused instead of responding with another question. "Are you done, Databeo?" I asked with relief. "Not a chance, but your Tusen will be home soon." "Minato." I suddenly remembered him and sighed. I studied the rain-darkened sky, but it revealed nothing. "Is it very late?" I wondered aloud, glancing at my watch. The time had caught me by surprise. Minato should already be driving home. "It's time for Tasagare," Sasuke murmured, gazing at the western horizon, darkened as it was by the clouds. He spoke thoughtfully, as if his mind were somewhere far away. I watched him as he stared out the windshield. I was still watching him when suddenly his eyes turned to mine. "It's the safest time for us," she explained in response to the unspoken question in my gaze. "The easiest time, but also the saddest, in a way, the end of another day, the return of night." She smiled wistfully. "Darkness is too predictable, don't you think?" "I like the night." "We'd never see the stars without the darkness," I frowned. "Not that you see many of them here, Databeo." She laughed, and suddenly her mood improved. "Minato-san will be here in a matter of minutes, so unless you want to tell him you're spending Saturday with me." He raised an eyebrow. "Thank you, but no." I gathered my books, realizing I'd gone numb from sitting still for so long. "So, is it my turn tomorrow?" "Of course not, Dobe," he exclaimed with feigned indignation. "I didn't tell you I was finished, did I? What else do you have to ask, Fear?" "You'll find out tomorrow, Yuzuritanki." He reached out to open the door for me, and his sudden closeness made my heart pound wildly. But his hand froze on the handle. "This isn't good," he murmured. "What's wrong, Databeo?" I was surprised to see him with his jaw clenched and his eyes troubled. He looked at me for a moment and said dejectedly, "Another complication." He flung open the door with a swift movement and, almost shrinking back, moved away from me with equal speed. The flash of headlights through the rain caught my attention as a few meters away a brown car climbed the curb, heading towards us. "Minato-san has turned the corner," he warned me while he kept a close eye on the other vehicle through the downpour. Despite the confusion and curiosity, I jumped down. The roar of the rain was louder as it bounced off my jacket. I tried to identify the figures in the front seat of the other vehicle, but it was too dark. I could see Sasuke, team, in the glare of the other car's headlights. He was still staring straight ahead, his gaze fixed on something or someone I couldn't see. His expression was a strange mix of frustration and defiance. He revved the engine in neutral and the tires squealed on the wet pavement. The Volvo disappeared from sight in a matter of seconds. "Konbanwa, Naru," called a familiar, raspy voice from the driver's seat of the small brown car. "Gaara?" I asked, blinking in the rain. Only then did Minato's patrol car turn the corner, and its lights illuminated the occupants of the car in front of me. Gaara had already gotten out. His smile was visible even in the darkness. In the passenger seat sat a much older woman, thin and with a memorable face. Her eyes, surprisingly familiar, seemed both too young and too old for that slender face. It was Gaara's cousin, Sabaku no Kururabazan. I knew it immediately, even though in the 5 years since I had last seen her I had managed to forget her name until Minato mentioned it the day I arrived. She was staring at me, scrutinizing my face, so I smiled at her cheerfully. Her eyes were wide with surprise or panic, and she was snorting through her narrow nose. My smile faded. "Another complication," Sasuke team had said. Kururabazan continued to stare at me with intense anxiety. I groaned inwardly. Had Kururabazan recognized Sasuke team so easily? Did she believe in the far-fetched legends her son had mocked? The answer was clear in Kururabazan's eyes. Yes, that was it. In the sunlight, Sasuke team was shocking. I wouldn't have gotten used to him even if I'd stared at him all afternoon. Despite a faint blush from his hunting trip the previous afternoon, his skin literally sparkled as if it were studded with thousands of tiny diamonds. He lay completely still in the grass, his shirt open over his sculpted, incandescent chest, his bare arms shimmering in the sun. His dazzling, soft lavender eyelids were closed, though he wasn't asleep, of course. He looked like a perfect statue, carved from some unknown kind of stone, smooth as marble, gleaming as crystal. He moved his lips occasionally so rapidly they seemed to tremble, but he told me he was singing to himself when I asked him about it. He was singing too softly for me to hear. I, too, enjoyed the sun, though the air wasn't quite dry enough for my liking. I would have liked to lie back like him and let the sun bathe my face, but I remained curled up, my chin resting on my knees, unwilling to take my eyes off him. A gentle breeze stirred my hair and ruffled the grass that swayed around his motionless figure. The meadow, which at first had seemed spectacular to me, paled in comparison to the magnificence of Sasuke team. Always afraid, even now, that she would vanish like a mirage too beautiful to be real, I hesitantly reached out and stroked the back of her gleaming hand, which rested on the grass within reach of mine. Once again, I marveled at the perfect texture of soft satin, cool as stone. When I looked up, she had opened her eyes and was looking at me. A quick smile curved the corners of her flawless lips. "Aren't you scared?" she asked casually, though I detected a real curiosity in the tone of her soft voice. "No more than usual, Databeo." Her smile widened and her teeth gleamed in the sun. Slowly, I moved closer and extended my whole hand to trace the contours of her forearm with my fingertips. I watched my fingers tremble and knew that the detail wouldn't escape her notice. "Does it bother you?" I asked, having closed my eyes again. "Lie," she replied without opening them, "you can't even imagine how that feels." Sigh. Following the gentle curve of the blue veins in the crease of his elbow, my hand moved smoothly over the perfect muscles of his arm. I reached out with my other hand to turn Sasuke's hand over. Understanding my intention, he turned his hand over with one of those disconcerting, lightning-fast movements of his. This startled me, my fingers froze on his arm for a brief second. "Sorry," he murmured. I looked around just in time to see him close his eyes again. "With you? It's too easy to be myself." I lifted her hand and turned it from side to side, gazing at the sunlight reflecting off her palm. I held it close to my face, trying to discover the hidden facets of her skin. "Tell me what you think," he whispered. When I looked at him, I realized he was watching me with sudden attention. "It still feels strange not to know." Well, the rest of us feel like this all the time. It's a hard life, I imagined a hint of regret in her voice. You still haven't answered me. I wished I could know what you thought, I hesitated, and? I wanted to be able to believe you were real. And I wished I wasn't afraid. I don't want you to be scared. Sasuke's voice was barely a soft murmur. I heard what he couldn't honestly say, that I shouldn't be afraid, that there was nothing to be scared of. Well, I wasn't referring exactly to that kind of fear, although it's certainly something I need to think about. He moved so quickly I didn't even see him. He sat down on the floor, leaning on his right arm, his left hand still in mine. His angelic face was just inches from mine. I could have stepped back, I should have, at that unexpected closeness, but I was unable to move. His golden eyes had mesmerized me. So, what are you afraid of? He murmured, looking at me intently. But I couldn't answer him. I smelled his icy breath on my face like I'd only done once before. I melted at that sweet, delicious scent. Instinctively, without thinking, I leaned closer to inhale it. Then, Sasuke disappeared. His hand slipped from mine and he was 6 meters away in the time it took me to focus my vision. He stood at the edge of the small meadow, in the dark shadow of a huge fir tree. He stared at me with an inscrutable expression, his dark eyes hidden by the shadows. I felt the wound and the shock on my face. My empty hands itched. Go. Gomen, Sasuke, I whispered. I knew he could hear me. Give me a moment, he replied, at just the right volume for my less sensitive ears to hear. I sat completely still. After 10 incredibly long seconds, he returned, slowly, for him. He stopped a few feet away and nimbly lowered himself to the ground, then crossed his legs, his eyes never leaving mine for a second. He sighed deeply twice and then smiled apologetically. Gomen, he hesitated. Would you understand what I mean if I told you I'm just a man? I nodded once, unable to laugh at his joke. Adrenaline coursed through my veins as I slowly grasped the danger. From his position, he sensed it, and his smile turned mocking. I'm the world's greatest predator, aren't I? Everything about me invites you to come to me, my voice, my face, even my scent. As if I needed you. It unexpectedly joined up, moving away until it was out of sight, only to reappear behind the same fir tree as before after having circled the meadow in half a second. As if you could run away from me, uzumaki. He laughed bitterly, stretched out a hand, and effortlessly tore a branch a little over half a meter thick from the fir tree trunk with a chilling crack. With the same hand, he twirled it in the air for a few moments and hurled it at breakneck speed, smashing it against another enormous tree, which shook and trembled at the impact. And it was in front of me again, about half a meter away, motionless like a statue. As if you could beat me, Dobe, he said in a low voice. I sat motionless, fearing him as I had never feared him before. I had never seen him so completely free of that carefully constructed facade. He had never been less human, nor more beautiful. With an ashen face and wide-eyed stares, I sat like a bird caught in the serpent's gaze. A frantic outburst seemed to flash in Sasuke's adorable eyes. Then, as the seconds ticked by, they faded, and slowly his expression returned to its old mask of pain. Don't be afraid, she murmured in a velvety, unintentionally seductive voice. I promise. She hesitated, I swear I won't hurt you. He seemed more concerned with convincing himself than me. Don't be afraid, she whispered, approaching with exaggerated slowness. She wound her way in with deliberately slow movements until our faces were level. About 30 centimeters apart. I'm sorry, I apologize, he said ceremoniously. I can control myself. You caught me off guard, but I'll behave better now. He waited, but I was still unable to speak. I'm not thirsty today, uzumaki, he winked at me. Really? Faced with that, I had no choice but to laugh, although the sound was shaky and panting. Are you okay? He asked tenderly, slowly, and carefully extending his arm to place his marble hand back in mine. I first looked at her cold, smooth hand, then at her eyes, languid and regretful, and then back at her hand. Then, slowly, I traced the lines of her hand again with my fingertips. I looked up and smiled shyly. "Well, where were we before I behaved so rudely?" he asked in the gentle cadences of the early 20th century. "The truth is, I don't remember, Databeo." He smiled, but he was embarrassed. "I think we were talking about why you were scared, besides the obvious reason." "Ah, yes. Well, Dobe?" I looked at her hand and wandered aimlessly across its smooth, iridescent palm. The seconds ticked by. "How easily I get frustrated," he muttered. I studied his eyes and suddenly realized that all of this was almost as new to him as it was to me. He, too, was finding it difficult despite his many years of immeasurable experience. That thought filled me with courage. "I'm afraid, besides the obvious reasons, because I can't be with you, and because I'd like to be with you more than I should." I kept my eyes fixed on his hands as he said that in a low voice because I found it difficult to confess. "Yes," he admitted slowly, "it's certainly a reason to be scared. Wanting to be with me. It's really not good for you." "I know. I suppose I could try not to wish it, but I doubt it would work. I want to help you, I really do, Yuzuritanki." There wasn't the slightest trace of falsehood in his clear eyes. "I should have walked away a long time ago, I should do it now, but I don't know if I can." "I don't want you to leave," I muttered pathetically, staring at him until I managed to make him look away. "Leave, that's exactly what I should do, but fear not, I am an essentially selfish creature. I craved your company too much to do the right thing." "I'm glad, Databeo." "Don't do it, Dobe." He withdrew his hand, this time more gently. Sasuke Team's voice was rougher than usual. Rough for him, though more beautiful than any human voice. He was difficult to deal with, since his constant and sudden mood swings always left me bewildered. "It's not just your company I crave, Yuzuritanki. Never forget that. Never forget that I'm more dangerous to you than I am to anyone else." He fell silent and I saw him gaze blankly at the forest. I pondered his words for a few moments. "I don't think I understand exactly what you mean. At least not the last part, Databeo." Sasuke Team looked at me again and smiled mischievously. His mood was changing once more. "How can I explain it to you?" he murmured. "And without terrifying you again?" She placed her hand on mine again, seemingly unconsciously, and I held it tightly in mine. She looked at our hands and sighed. "This is amazingly pleasant, the heat." A moment passed before he gathered his thoughts and continued. "You know we all enjoy different flavors. Some prefer chocolate ice cream and others strawberry." I nodded. "I'm sorry to use the food analogy, but I can't think of any other way to explain it to you." I gave him a smile, and he returned it with regret. "You see, everyone smells different, has a distinct essence. If you lock an alcoholic in a room full of stale sake, he'll happily drink it, but if he's overcome alcoholism and wants it, he might resist. Now suppose we put in that room a bottle of aged brandy, 100 years old, the rarest and most exquisite cognac, and fill the room with its warm aroma. In that case, how do you think it would fare?" We sat in silence, looking into each other's eyes in an attempt to decipher each other's thoughts. Sasuke Teen was the first to break the silence. "Perhaps that's not the right comparison. It might be very easy to refuse brandy. Maybe I should have used a heroin addict instead of an alcoholic for the example." "So, are you saying I'm your brand of heroin?" I asked, trying to tease him and cheer him up. She smiled immediately, seemingly appreciating my effort. "Hi, you're exactly my brand of heroin. Does that happen often?" He looked up at the treetops as he thought of his answer. "I've spoken with my brothers about it," she continued, her gaze fixed on the distance. "To Niji, all humans are just more of the same. He's the newest member of our family and has to work very hard to achieve complete abstinence. He hasn't had time to become more sensitive to differences in smell and taste." She suddenly looked at me apologetically. "Gomen. It doesn't bother me. Please, don't worry about offending me or scaring me or anything, Databeo. That's how you think." I understand, or at least I can try. Explain yourself as best you can, team. So Niji isn't sure if he's ever met someone as. Sasuke hesitated, searching for the right word, as desirable as I find you. That really got me thinking. Suigetsu is the one who's been sober the longest, so to speak, and he understands what I mean. He says it happened to him twice, once more intensely than the other. And you? Never. The word lingered in the warm breeze for a few moments. What did Suigetsu do? I asked to break the silence. It was the wrong question. Her face darkened and her hands clenched in mine. I waited, but she wasn't going to answer me. I think I know, I finally said. She looked up. She had a melancholic, pleading expression. Even the strongest among us relapses into drinking, right? What are you asking for? My permission? My voice came out more cutting than I intended. I tried to modulate my tone to be gentler. I guessed that this honesty was taking a lot of effort from him. I mean, then, is there no hope, Databeo? How calmly I could discuss my own death. Lie. He was contrite almost immediately. Of course there's hope, Dobe. I mean, of course I'm not going to. He trailed off. My eyes ignited the flames in his own. It's different for us. As for Suigetsu and those two strangers he ran into. That was a long time ago, and he wasn't as skilled and careful as he is now. She fell silent and stared intently at me. So if we had met, in a dark alley or something like that, my voice trailed off. It took all my self-control not to lunge at you in the middle of that classroom full of children and... She trailed off abruptly, looking away. When you walked past me, I could have instantly ruined everything Kakashi has built for us. I wouldn't have been able to restrain myself if I hadn't been controlling my thirst for the past, well, too many years. He stopped to contemplate the trees. He gave me a somber look as we both remembered him. You must have thought I was crazy. I didn't understand the reason, Databeo. How could you hate me so quickly? To me, you seemed like some kind of demon summoned straight from my own personal hell to ruin me. The scent of your skin. The first day, I thought it was going to drive me crazy. In that single hour, I devised 100 different ways to trick you into leaving class with me so we could be alone. I rejected them all when I thought of my family, of what I might do to them. I had to run, get away before I could utter the words that would make you follow me. Then, she searched my face with astonishment as I tried to process her bitter memories. Beneath her lashes, her golden eyes burned, hypnotic, lethal. And you would have come, he assured me. I tried to speak calmly. Definitely. He twisted his expression and looked at my hands, thus freeing me from the force of his gaze. Then I tried to change the time of my program in a futile attempt to avoid you, and suddenly there you were, in that small, hot office, and the scent was maddening. I was about to take you then and there. There was only one other fragile human, whose death was easy to arrange. I trembled despite being in the sun when my memories resurfaced from her point of view, only now did I realize the danger. Poor Hana-san. I shuddered to think how close I had come to being responsible for her death without even knowing it. I don't know how, but I resisted. I forced myself not to wait for you or follow you from school. Outside, where I couldn't smell you anymore, it was easier to think clearly and make the right decision. I left my brothers near home. I was too ashamed to confess my weakness to them, they only knew something was wrong. Then I went straight to the hospital to see Kakashi and tell him I was leaving. I stared at him, surprised. We swapped cars, since his had a full tank and I didn't want to stop. I didn't dare go home and face Obito. He wouldn't have let me go without making a scene, he would have tried to convince me it wasn't necessary. The next morning I was in the land of snow, he seemed ashamed, as if admitting to great cowardice. I spent 2 days there with some old acquaintances, but I felt homesick. I hated knowing I had let Obito and the others down, my adoptive family. It was hard to believe you were so irresistible breathing the pure mountain air. I convinced myself I had been weak to run away. I had faced temptation before, but not on this scale, not even close, but I was strong, and who were you? A tiny, insignificant Uzumaki. He suddenly smirked. Who were you to kick me out of the place where I wanted to be? So I went back. He stared into the distance. I couldn't speak. I took precautions, hunted, and ate more than usual before I saw you again. I was determined to be strong enough to treat you like any other human. I was incredibly arrogant about it. There was the undeniable complication that I couldn't read your thoughts to know how you were reacting to me. I wasn't used to having to beat around the bush so much. I had to listen to your words in Yagura's mind, which, by the way, isn't very original, and it was a real pain having to stop there, not knowing if you actually meant what you were saying. The whole thing was incredibly irritating. You were a complete daube. He grimaced at the memory. I wanted you to forget my behavior from the first day, if possible, so I tried to talk to you like I would to anyone else. In fact, I was excited by the hope of deciphering some of your thoughts. But you turned out to be too interesting, and I found myself captivated by your expressions. And every now and then you'd reach out, the scent overwhelmed me again. Then you were almost crushed to death right before my eyes. Later I thought of an excellent excuse to justify why I had acted that way at that moment, since your blood would have been spilled in front of me if I hadn't saved you, and I wouldn't have been able to restrain myself and reveal to everyone what we were. But I made up that excuse later. At the time, all I could think was, not him. He closed his eyes, lost in his agonizing confession. I listened with more longing than reason. Common sense told me I should be terrified. Instead, I felt relieved to finally understand everything. And I felt filled with compassion for what Sasuke team had suffered, even now, when he had confessed his desire to take my life. Finally, I was able to speak, although my voice was weak. And in the hospital, Databeo? His eyes locked onto mine. I was horrified. After all, I couldn't believe I'd put the whole family in danger and left myself at your mercy. Of all of you, it had to be you. As if I needed another reason to kill you. We both flinched when he blurted that out. But it had the opposite effect, he continued hurriedly, and I confronted Karen, Suigetsu, and Niji when they suggested your time was up. It was the worst argument we've ever had. Kakashi sided with me, and Hinata, he grimaced when he said her name, I couldn't guess why. Obito said I should do whatever it took to stay. Sasuke shook his head indulgently. I spent the entire next day eavesdropping on everyone you'd spoken to, amazed that you'd kept your word. I didn't understand you at all, but I knew I couldn't get any more involved with you. I did everything I could to stay as far away from you as possible. And every day the scent of your skin, your breath, hit me with the same force as the first day. Our eyes met again. Sasuke team's eyes were surprisingly tender. And for all that, Dobe, he continued, I would have preferred to betray us at that first moment than to hurt you here, now, without witnesses or anything to stop me. He was human enough to have to ask. Because? Naruto, he said, pronouncing my full name carefully as he ruffled my hair with his free hand. A shiver ran through me at the accidental touch. I couldn't live in peace with myself if I ever hurt you. He fixed his gaze on the ground, ashamed once more. The thought of seeing you motionless, pale, frozen. Never seeing you blush again, never seeing that spark of intuition in your eyes when you suspect my intentions. It would be unbearable, Kitsune. He fixed his beautiful, tormented eyes on mine. Now you're the most important thing to me, the most important thing I've ever had. My head started spinning at the sudden turn our conversation had taken. From the light-hearted topic of my impending death, we were suddenly declaring our love for each other. He waited, and I knew his eyes never left me even though mine were fixed on our hands. Finally, I said. You already know my feelings, fear. I'm here, which, crudely translated, means I'd rather die than leave you, Databeo. He gives her a big smile, I'm an idiot. You're an idiot, he admitted with a laugh. Our eyes met and I laughed too. We laughed together at how absurd and stupid the situation was. And that's how the lion fell in love with the sheep. He murmured. I looked away to hide my eyes as I shuddered at the sound of his words. What a stupid sheep, Databeo. I muttered. What a morbid and masochistic lion. Her gaze drifted off into the woods, and I wondered where her thoughts were now. Why? I began, but then I stopped, unsure of how to proceed. Sasuke looked at me and smiled. The sun caught a glimmer on his face, on his teeth. Hi, Dobe? Tell me why you ran away before. Her smile faded. You know why, Uzumaki. No, what I really meant was, what did I do wrong? You know, I'm going to have to be on my guard, so I'd better learn what not to do. This, for example, I stroked the base of his hand, doesn't seem to be doing you any harm. She smiled again. Dobe, you didn't do anything wrong. It was my fault. But I want to help if it's within my power, to make it easier for you, Databeo, he said, puffing out his cheeks. Well. She pondered for a few moments. It was just how close you were. Instinctively, most men shy away from us, repelled by our difference. I didn't expect you to get so close, and the scent of your throat. He fell silent immediately, looking at me to see if I was scared. Okay, then, I replied nonchalantly in an attempt to ease the suddenly tense atmosphere, and I covered my neck, no exposing my throat, Databeo. It worked. He burst out laughing. Lie, in reality, was more of a surprise than anything else. He raised his free hand and gently placed it against the side of my throat. I froze. The coldness of his touch was a natural warning, an indication that I should be terrified, but it wasn't fear I felt, although other feelings were present. You see, Uzumaki. Everything is in order. My pulse quickened, and I wished I could stop it, sensing that the pounding in my veins would only make things a little more difficult. He could probably hear it. The blush on your cheeks is adorable, he murmured. He gently released my other hand. My hands fell limply onto my stomach. He softly stroked my cheek, then cupped my face in his marble hands. Stay very still, he whispered. As if he weren't already petrified. Slowly, without taking his eyes off mine, he leaned toward me. Then, surprisingly but gently, he rested his cheek against the base of my throat. I could barely move, even if I had wanted to. I heard the sound of his rhythmic breathing as I watched the sun and the breeze play with his bluish-black hair, the most human part of Sasuke. I shuddered as his hands slid down my neck with deliberate slowness. I heard him gasp, but his hands didn't stop and gently continued their descent until they reached my shoulders, and then they stopped. He let his face slide down the side of my neck, his nose brushing against my collarbone. Then he lowered his face and gently pressed his head against my chest. Listening to my heartbeat. Ah. Sigh. I don't know how long we sat there motionless. It could have been hours. Eventually, my pulse slowed, but Sasuke didn't move or say a word to me as he held me. I knew that at any moment he might lose control and my life could end so quickly I wouldn't even realize it, but that didn't scare me. I couldn't think of anything except him touching me. Then, too soon, he released me. Her eyes were filled with peace as she said with satisfaction. It won't be so hard again. Did you find it difficult? It hasn't been as difficult as I thought. What about you? Lie, for me it hasn't been at all, Databeo. He smiled at my intonation. You know what I mean, Dobe. I smiled happily at him. Touch it, Uzumaki, he took my hand and placed it on his cheek. Do you notice how hot it is? His usually icy skin was almost warm, but I barely noticed, as I was touching his face, something I had been dreaming about since the first day I saw him. Don't move, I'm afraid, I whispered. No one could remain as still as Sasuke. He closed his eyes and stayed as still as a stone, a statue beneath my hand. I moved even more slowly than him, careful not to make any unexpected movements. I brushed against his cheek, gently caressing his eyelids and the purple shadow beneath his eyes. I held his lips slightly parted beneath my hand and felt his cool breath on my fingertips. I wanted to lean in to inhale his scent, but I let my hand fall and stepped back, not wanting to take things too far. She opened her eyes, and there was hunger in them. Not enough to frighten me, but enough to make my stomach clench and my pulse race as the blood in my veins pounded. He whispered, I would like you to be able to feel the complexity, the confusion that I feel, that you could understand it. He brought his hand to my hair and then ran it over my face. Tell me, I murmured. I doubt I'm capable, Dobe. On the one hand, I've already told you about hunger, thirst, and I've told you what a deplorable creature I am and how I feel about you. I think, by extension, you can understand, although, he continued with a half-smile, you probably can't fully identify with me since I'm not addicted to any drugs. But there are other appetites, he made me shudder again as he touched my lips with his fingers, appetites I don't even understand, that are alien to me. I may understand it better than you think. I'm not used to having such human appetites. Is it always like this? I don't know, I stopped. It's my first time too, Databeo. He held my hands in his, so weak in his Herculean strength. I don't know how close I can get to you, Yuzuritanki, he admitted. I don't know if I can. I leaned forward very slowly, warning him with my eyes. I rested my cheek against his stony chest. I could only hear his breathing, nothing else. That's enough. I closed my eyes and sighed. In a very human gesture, he put his arms around me and buried his face in my hair. You're better at it than you think, be afraid, I pointed out. I have human instincts, Dobe. They may be buried deep, but they're there. We remained seated for another immeasurable amount of time. I wondered if she felt as little inclination to move as I did, but I could see the light fading and the shadow of the forest beginning to encroach upon us. I sighed. You have to go, Yuzuritanki. I thought you couldn't read my mind, I accused him. It's getting easier all the time. I noticed a hint of humor in the tone of his voice. He took me by the shoulders and I looked at his face. In a burst of sudden enthusiasm, he asked me. Can I teach you something, Dobe? The fact that? I'm going to show you how I travel through the forest, he saw my terrified expression. Don't worry, Yuzuritanki, you'll be safe, and we'll get to the car much sooner. Her lips curved into one of those mischievous, beautiful smiles that almost stopped my heart beating. Are you going to turn into a bat, Databeo? I asked suspiciously. He burst out laughing louder than I had ever heard him laugh before. As if I haven't heard that before. Okay, I see I'm not going to be able to stay with you. Ikimishu, Dobe-chan, get on my back. I waited to see if he was joking, but he seemed to be serious. He smiled at me, sensing my hesitation, and extended his arms toward me. My heart raced. Even though Sasuke-team couldn't read my mind, my pulse always betrayed me. He proceeded to lift me onto his back, with little effort on my part, though once I was settled, I wrapped my arms and legs around him with such force that I could have strangled a normal person. It was like clinging to a rock. It weighs a little more than the average backpack you usually carry, Databeo, I warned him. Tisk, he huffed. I could almost picture him rolling his eyes. I'd never seen him so animated before. I was startled when he unexpectedly grabbed my hand and pressed his palm to his face to inhale deeply. Getting easier all the time, he muttered. And then he started running. If I had ever been afraid in his presence, that was nothing compared to how I felt at that moment. She darted across the dark, dense undergrowth of the forest like a bullet, like a specter, without making a sound, without any evidence that her feet had touched the ground. Her breathing remained constant, she never showed any sign of exertion, but the trees flew past me at breakneck speed, missing us by mere centimeters. I was too terrified to close my eyes, even though the cold forest air stung my face. I felt as if, in an act of stupidity, I had stuck my head out of an airplane window in mid-flight, and I experienced the rapid faintness of motion sickness. Then it was over. That morning we had walked for hours to reach Sasuke-team's meadow, and now, in a matter of minutes, we were back by the minivan. Exciting, isn't it? He said enthusiastically in a high-pitched voice. He remained motionless, waiting for me to get down. I tried, but my muscles wouldn't respond. I clung to him with my arms and legs while my head spun. Yuzuritanki? He asked, now uneasy. I think I need to lie down, I replied breathlessly. Ah, Gomen, he waited for me, but even so I couldn't move. I think I need help, Databeo, I admitted. He chuckled softly and gently loosened my grip around his neck. There was no resisting the iron strength of his hands. Then he turned me around so I was facing him and cradled me in his arms like a small child. He held me aloft for a moment before setting me down on the soft ferns. How are you feeling, Dobe? I wasn't quite sure how I felt, as my head was spinning like crazy. Dizzy, I think. Put your head between your knees. I tried what he told me, and it helped a little. I inhaled and exhaled slowly without moving my head. I noticed he sat down next to me. Once the ordeal was over, I was able to lift my head. My ears were ringing. I guess that wasn't a good idea, he muttered. I tried to sound positive, but my voice sounded weak when I answered. Lie, it's been very interesting. Wow, Yuzuritanki. You're as white as a ghost, as white as me. I think I should have closed my eyes. Remember that next time, Dobe. Next time, Databeo? I groaned. Sasuke team laughed, still in an excellent mood. Fear, I murmured. Yuzuritanki, open your eyes, he begged in a soft voice. And there he was, his face too close to mine. His beauty overwhelmed me. It was too much, an excess I couldn't get used to. While I was running, I was thinking. I hope we don't crash into the trees, Databeo. Dobe, he chuckled. Running is second nature to me, it's not something I have to think about. Fear, I repeated. Sasuke team smiled. Lie. I thought there was something I wanted to try. And he took my head in his hands again. I couldn't breathe. He hesitated. Not in the usual way, not in a human way, not in the way a man might hesitate before kissing a young man to gauge his reaction and sense how he would receive him. Perhaps he hesitated to prolong the moment, that ideal moment beforehand, often better than the kiss itself. Sasuke team stopped hesitantly to test himself and see if it was safe. To make sure that he still had his need under control. Then her cold, marble lips pressed very gently against mine. What neither of us was prepared for was my response. My blood boiled beneath my skin, burning my lips. My breath became a violent gasp. I gripped his hair with my fingers, pulling him closer, my lips parted to inhale his intoxicating breath. Immediately, I felt his lips turn to stone. His hands gently but firmly pulled my face away. I opened my eyes and saw his watchful expression. Oh. I muttered. That's an understatement, Yuzuritanki. Her eyes were fierce, and she clenched her jaw to control herself, though her perfect expression remained intact. She held my face just inches from hers, leaving me stunned. Ought. I tried to untie myself to give him some space, but his hands wouldn't let me move more than a centimeter away. Lie. It's bearable. Wait a moment, please, she asked in a kind, controlled voice. I kept my gaze fixed on her eyes, watching as the excitement in them subsided. Then, she gave me a surprisingly mischievous smile. Done, he exclaimed, pleased with himself. Bearable? I asked. I'm stronger than I thought, he laughed loudly. Good to know. I wish I could say the same, Databeo. Gomen, team. After all, you're just a human dobe. Arigatou gozaimasu data, I retorted sharply. He stood up with one of his agile, swift, almost invisible movements. He extended his hand, an unexpected gesture, since I was too accustomed to our usual contactless behavior. I took his icy hand, as I needed that support more than I realized. I still hadn't regained my balance. Are you still weak because of the race? Or was it my skill at kissing? How carefree and human his angelic and peaceful face seemed when he laughed. He was a different Sasuke team than the one I knew, and I was crazy about him. Now, separating from him was going to cause me physical pain. I can't be sure, I'm still groggy, I managed to reply. I think it's a bit of both. Maybe you should let me drive, Uzumaki. Are you crazy, Databeo? I protested. I drive better than you on your best day, Dobe, he mocked. Your reflexes are much slower. I'm sure of it, he fears, but I don't think my nerves or my car would be able to handle it. A little trust, Uzumaki. My hand was in my pocket, clenched over the keys. I pursed my lips thoughtfully and shook my head firmly. Lie. Not even kidding, Databeo. He raised his eyebrows in disbelief. I started to walk around to the side of him to get to the driver's seat. He might have let me pass if I hadn't stumbled slightly. Maybe not. Dobe, at this point, I've already invested a huge amount of personal effort in keeping you alive. I'm not going to let you get behind the wheel of a car when you can't even walk in a straight line. Besides, we shouldn't let our crewmates drive drunk, he said with a chuckle as his arm created an inescapable trap around my waist. I can't argue with him, I said with a sigh. There was no way around it, and I couldn't resist him. I held up the keys and let them fall, watching his hand, quick as lightning, catch them silently. Take it easy, Fear. My minivan is an old gentleman, Databeo. Very sensible, Uzumaki, he approved. And aren't you affected by my presence? I asked angrily. Her features underwent another transformation, her expression became soft and warm. At first, she didn't answer me, she simply tilted her face toward mine and slowly traced her lips along my jawline, from ear to chin, back and forth. I shuddered. Whatever happens, he finally murmured, I have better reflexes, Kitsune-chan. I had to admit that Sasuke team drove well when he was going at a reasonable speed. Like so many other things, driving seemed to require no effort from him. Even though he barely looked at the road, the tires never deviated more than a centimeter from the center of the lane. He drove with one hand, holding mine with the other. Sometimes his gaze was fixed on the setting sun, other times on me, on my face, on my hair moving in the wind coming through the open window, on our clasped hands. She had changed the radio dial to a station playing old hits and was singing a song I'd never heard before. She knew all the words. Do you like music from the 50s, Databeo? In the 50s, the music was good, much better than in the 60s, and the 70s. Ugh, he shuddered. The 80s were bearable. Are you ever going to tell me how old you are? I asked, hesitant, not wanting to ruin her optimism. Does it matter a lot, Dobe? To my great relief, her smile remained clear. Lie, but I still wonder. I grimaced. There's nothing like an unsolved mystery to keep you up all night. I wonder if it would upset you. She remarked to herself. He fixed his gaze on the sun, the minutes passed, and finally I said. Test me, Databeo. He sighed. Then he looked me in the eyes, seemingly forgetting the road completely for a good while. Whatever he saw in them must have cheered him up. He fixed his gaze on the setting sun, the light of the sun as it set drew a shimmer from his skin like rubies, and began to speak. I was born in Tomiko in 1901. He paused and glanced at me out of the corner of his eye. I was careful not to show any surprise on my face, patiently awaiting the rest of the story. He gave a slight smile and continued, Kakashi found me in a hospital in the summer of 1918. I was 17 years old and dying of chakra no virus. An extremely contagious, deadly disease that, once you catch it, makes it impossible to breathe. He heard me inhale sharply, though it was barely audible to myself. He looked into my eyes again. I don't remember very well. It happened a long time ago, and human memories fade. He paused briefly, lost in thought, before continuing, I do remember how I felt when Kakashi saved me. It's not easy, and it's not something you can easily forget. And your parents? They had already died from the virus. I was alone. He chose me for that reason. With all the chaos of the epidemic, no one would notice I had disappeared. How? How did he save you, Databeo? Several seconds passed before she answered. She seemed to be choosing her words very carefully. It was difficult. Not many of us have the necessary self-control to pull it off, but Kakashi has always been the most humane and compassionate of them all. I doubt anyone like him could ever be found in all of history. He paused. For me, it was just very, very painful. I knew she wasn't going to reveal any more about that subject from the way she pursed her lips. I suppressed my curiosity, though I was far from satisfied. There were many things I needed to think about regarding that particular topic, things that kept popping up. Without a doubt, her quick mind had already anticipated all the ways she was going to avoid telling me. Her soft voice interrupted my train of thought. He acted out of loneliness. That's usually the reason behind every choice. I was the first member of Kakashi's family, though he found Obito shortly after. He fell off a cliff. They took him straight to the hospital morgue, though somehow, no one knows, his heart was still beating. So, you have to be on the verge of death to become. We never used to say that word, and I wasn't going to start now. Lie, that's only in Kakashi's case. He would never have converted someone who had another option. Whenever he spoke of his Tusan, he did so with deep respect, although, according to him, he continued, it's easier if the blood is weak. He gazed at the road, now dark, and I felt he was about to settle the matter. And what about Suigetsu and Karen? The next person Kakashi brought into the family was Karen. It wasn't until much later that I realized he'd hoped she would be to me what Obito was to him. He was very careful in his thoughts about me, he rolled his eyes, but she was never more than a Nei-san, and it wasn't until 2 years later that she found Suigetsu. Karen was out hunting when she came across a bear that was about to kill him. She carried him to Kakashi for 150 kilometers, fearing she wouldn't be able to make it on her own. Only now am I beginning to understand how difficult that journey must have been for her. He gave me an eloquent look and raised our hands, still intertwined, to caress my cheek with the base of his hand. But he did it, Databeo, I encouraged him with a big smile as I looked away from the irresistible beauty of his eyes. Yes, he murmured. Karen saw something in his features that gave him enough strength, and they've been together ever since. Sometimes they live apart from us, like a married couple, the younger we pretend to be, the longer we can stay in one place. Konoha seemed perfect, which is why we enrolled in the academy. He chuckled. I guess in a few years we'll have to go to their wedding again. And Hinata-chan and Niji? They are two very strange creatures. Both developed a consciousness, as we call it, without any external guidance or influence. Niji belonged to another family, a very different family. He had become depressed and was wandering on his own. Hinata found him. Like me, she's endowed with certain superior gifts that are beyond those of our species. Really? I interrupted, fascinated. But you said you were the only one who could hear people's thoughts, Databeo. That's true. Hinata knows other things, she sees them. She sees things that could happen, future events, but it's all very subjective. The future isn't set in stone. Things change. Sasuke Team's jaw tightened and he shot me a look, but he looked away so quickly that I wasn't quite sure if I hadn't imagined it. What kind of things does he see? She saw Niji and knew he was looking for her before he even met her. She saw Kakashi and our family, and they came to find us. She's more sensitive to non-humans. For example, she always senses when another clan of our species approaches and the potential threat they might pose. Are there many, of your kind? I was surprised. How many could be among us undetected? No, not too many, but most don't settle anywhere. Only those who, like us, give up hunting your people can live among humans for very long. He gave me a shy look. We've only found one other family like ours in a small village in the land of snow. We lived together for a while, but there were so many of us that we started to stand out. Those of us who live differently tend to group together. And the rest, Databeo? They're mostly nomads. We've all lived that life at some point. It gets tedious, like almost everything else, but we occasionally cross paths with the others, since most of us prefer the north. Why? By then we had already stopped in front of my house and he had turned off the engine. Everything was dark and still. There was no moon. The porch lights were off, which is how I knew my Tucson wasn't home yet. "Have you opened your eyes this afternoon, Yujiro Tonki?" he joked. "Do you think we could walk the streets without causing traffic accidents? There's a reason we chose Konoha. It's one of the least sunny places in the world. It was nice to be able to go out during the day. You can't imagine how tiring it must be to live at night for 80-odd years. So, that's where the legend comes from, Databeo? Probably. Did Hinata-chan come from another family, like Niji? She's a liar, and it's a mystery, since she remembers nothing of her human life and doesn't know who turned her. She woke up on her own. Whoever did it left, and none of us understand why or how they could have done it. If Hinata hadn't had that other sense, if she hadn't seen Niji and Kakashi and hadn't known that one day she would become one of us, she probably would have become a completely feral creature. There was so much to think about and so many questions left to ask. But, much to my embarrassment, my stomach growled. I was so intrigued that I hadn't even noticed how hungry I was. Now I realized I was ravenous. "Gomen, Dobe, I'm preventing you from having dinner." "I feel fine." I had never spent so much time in the company of someone who ate food. I forgot. "I want to be with you, Databeo." It was easier to say it in the dark, knowing that my voice betrayed my irremediable attraction to him every time I spoke. "Can't I come in, Yujiro Tonki? Would you like that?" I never imagined that divine creature sitting in my Towson's shabby chair in the kitchen. "Yes, if it's not a problem." I heard him close the door carefully and almost instantly he was in front of mine to open it. "Very human," he says. I congratulated him. "That part is emerging to the surface, there's no doubt about it." He walked behind me in the pitch-black night with such stealth that I had to steal glances to make sure he was still there. He was less out of place in the darkness. He was still pale and as beautiful as a dream, but he was no longer the fantastic, shimmering creature from our afternoon in the sun. He went ahead of me and opened the door. I stopped in the middle of the doorway. "Was it open, Databeo?" "Lie, I used the key under the eaves." I went inside, turned on the porch lights, and looked at him, raising my eyebrows. I was sure I'd never used that key in front of him. "I was curious about you, Dobe. Have you been spying on me?" For some reason, I couldn't infuse my voice with the appropriate tone of outrage. I felt flattered, and he didn't seem sorry. What else was I going to do at night, Yujiro Tonki? I let it go for the moment and went from the hallway to the kitchen. There he was, still behind me, needing no guidance. He sat down in the same chair I'd tried to picture him in. His beauty lit up the kitchen. A few moments passed before I could tear my eyes away from him. I focused on preparing dinner, taking a packet of instant ramen from the cupboard. I set it to cook, waiting with annoyance for the required 3 minutes. I didn't take my eyes off the food as I said indifferently. "How often?" "Huh?" It seemed to have cut off another thread of his thought. I still didn't turn around. "How often have you come here, Fear?" "Almost every night." Stunned, I turned around. "Maze?" "You're interesting when you sleep, Dobe," he explained matter-of-factly. "You talk in your sleep." "Lie!" I exclaimed, breathless, as a wave of heat swept over my face and down to my hair. I grabbed the kitchen counter for support. I knew I was talking in my sleep, of course, my cousin always joked about it, but I hadn't thought it was anything to worry about. His expression immediately changed to one of disgust. "Are you very angry with me, Yujiro Tonki?" "That depends, Fear." I sat down, it seemed as if I had run out of air. He waited, then urged me. "About what?" "Whatever you've heard, Databeo." I groaned. A moment later, without making a sound, he was by my side to gently take my hands in his. "Don't be upset, Dobe." She lowered her face to my eye level and held my gaze. I was embarrassed, so I tried to look away. "You miss your cousin," she whispered. "You worry about her, and when it rains, the sound makes you restless. You used to talk about Yuzushio a lot, but now you do it less often." You once said, everything is too green. She laughed softly, waiting, and I could see that it was so as not to offend me even more. Anything else, Databeo? I demanded to know. He guessed what I wanted to find out and admitted. You said my name. Frustrated, I sighed. A lot? Exactly, how many times do you mean by a lot? Oh, no. I lowered my head, but he gently drew it against his chest. Don't be insecure, use your tonki, he whispered in my ear. If I could dream, it would be about you. And I wouldn't be ashamed of it. At that moment, we both heard the sound of tires on the bricks of the driveway and saw the headlights, front lights that reached us from the foyer through the front windows. I froze in his arms. Should your Tucson know I'm here? He asked. I tried to think quickly. I'm not sure. Another time, then. And I was left alone. Sasuke team. I called, trying not to shout. I heard a ghostly chuckle and then, nothing more. My Tucson turned the key in the door. Naru, he called after me. That would have annoyed me before. Who else could it have been? Suddenly, Minato seemed completely out of place. I'm here, Databeo. I hoped he wouldn't notice the hysterical note in my voice. I grabbed my dinner and sat down at the table as he came in. After spending the day with Sasuke team, his footsteps sounded heavy. Can you make me some of that? I'm exhausted. Minato stopped to take off his boots, leaning on the back of the chair for support. I put my dinner on my plate so I could eat it as soon as I'd finished preparing his. My tongue was burning. While Minato's ramen was cooking, I filled 2 glasses with milk and took a sip from mine to soothe the burning sensation. I noticed my hand was shaking when I saw the milk swirl as I put the glass down. My Tucson sat down in the chair. The contrast between him and its former occupant was comical. Thank you, she said as she served him the food at the table. How was your day, Databeo? I asked hastily. I was dying to escape to my room. Good. The fish bit. How about you? Did you do everything you wanted to do? Actually, no, I slurped the noodles quickly. It was too nice outside to stay home. It's been a great day, he agreed. That's an understatement, Databeo, I thought to myself. I quickly finished what was left of the ramen, raised my glass, and gulped down the rest of the milk. Minato surprised me with his keen observation when he asked. Are you in a hurry? Yes, I'm tired. I'm going to bed soon. You seem nervous, he commented. Oh. Why? Why did it have to be tonight that he chose to notice me, Databeo? Really, was all I managed to say. I quickly washed the dishes in the sink and then placed them upside down on a kitchen towel to dry. It's Saturday, he murmured. I didn't answer him, but suddenly he asked. Don't you have any plans for tonight? Lie, Tuchan, I just want to sleep a little. None of the men in the village are your type, are they? Minato was suspicious, but tried to act coolly. Lie. No man has caught my eye yet, Databeo. I was very careful not to emphasize the word male, without letting myself be carried away by my desire to be honest with Minato. I thought maybe that Inuzuka Kiba guy. You said he was nice. He's just a friend, Tuchan. Okay, anyway, you're too good for all of them. Wait until you're in college to start looking. Every Tucson dreams of having their young son out of the house before his hormones kick in. That sounds like a good idea, Databeo, I admitted as I headed upstairs. Oyasumi nasai, Tengaku, he said goodbye. Without a doubt, he was going to be listening intently all night, waiting to catch me trying to sneak out. Adata maid, Tuchan. I'll see you tonight when you sneak around at midnight to check if I'm still there, Databeo. I made sure my footsteps sounded slow and weary as I climbed the stairs to my bedroom. I closed the door loud enough for my Tucson to hear, then tiptoed to the window. I yanked it open and peered out, peering into the dark, impenetrable shadows of the trees. Sasuke team, I whispered, feeling completely idiotic. The quiet laughter in response came from behind me. Hi, Dobe? I turned around abruptly, and in reaction to the surprise, I put a hand to my throat. Smiling slightly, he lay on my bed with his hands behind his head and his feet dangling over the other end. He was the very picture of carefree abandon. "Tear, don't do that, Databeo." I muttered in a start, feeling myself collapse to the ground. "Gomen." She pursed her lips in an attempt to hide her delight. "Give me a minute for my heart to start beating again." He sat up slowly so as not to frighten me again. Then, once seated, he leaned forward and stretched out his long arms to pick me up, holding me by the arms like a small child learning to walk. He sat me down on the bed next to him. "Why don't you sit with me, Uzumaki?" he suggested, placing his cold hand on mine. "How's your heart? You tell me." "I'm sure you hear it better than I do, Databeo." I noticed that her muffled laughter shook the bed. We sat there for a moment, both of us listening to the slow beating of my heart. It occurred to me to think about having Sasuke team in my room while my Tusan was at home. "Can you give me a minute to be human?" "Okay, Dobe." He gestured for me to proceed. "Don't move, I'm afraid," I told him, puffing out my cheeks. "Hi, Shounen." And he gave me a demonstration of how to turn into a statue on the edge of my bed. I jumped up, picked up my pajamas from the floor and my toiletries bag from the desk. I left the light off and slipped out, closing the door behind me. I heard the television coming up the stairs. I slammed the bathroom door shut so Minato wouldn't come up and bother me. I intended to hurry. I brushed my teeth almost violently, trying to be thorough and quick in removing every last trace of ramen. But I couldn't rush the hot shower, which relaxed my back muscles and calmed my pulse. The familiar scent of my shampoo made me feel like the same person I was this morning. I tried not to think about Sasuke team, who was waiting for me in my room, because then I'd have to start the whole relaxation process all over again. In the end, I couldn't put it off any longer. I turned off the water and hurriedly dried myself with the towel, speeding up again. I put on my light blue pajamas. I rubbed my hair again with the towel and then hurriedly brushed it. I threw the towel in the laundry basket and tossed the toothbrush and toothpaste into my makeup bag. I hurried downstairs so Minato could see me in my pajamas with wet hair. "Oyasumi nasai, Tuchan." "Oyasumi nasai, Naru." He seemed surprised to see me. Perhaps he would have dismissed the idea of making sure I was home tonight. I took the stairs 2 at a time, trying not to make any noise, buzzed into my room, and made sure to close the door tightly behind me. Sasuke team hadn't moved an inch. He looked like the statue of Adonis perched on my faded comforter. His lips curved when I smiled, and the statue came to life. She assessed me with her eyes, taking note of my damp hair and my ordinary pajamas. She raised an eyebrow. "Nice clothes, Uzumaki." I gave him a grimace. "No, it suits you. It enhances the color of your beautiful blue eyes." "Arigato, Databeo," I whispered, blushing at her compliment. I went back to her side and sat cross-legged. I looked at the lines on the wooden floor. "What was all that about, Dobe?" "Minato thinks I'll escape tonight." "Ah," he considered it. "Nays," he asked as if he were incapable of understanding Minato's mind with the clarity that I assumed. "Apparently, I look a little hot." He lifted my chin to examine my face. "In fact, you seem quite out of breath." I muttered. It was very difficult to formulate a coherent question while he was caressing me. It took me a minute to concentrate before I could even begin. "It seems you find it much easier to be around me, Databeo." "So that's what you think, Uzumaki?" Sasuke murmured, as he slid his nose toward the curve of my jaw. I felt his hand, lighter than a moth's wing, on my throat, while his lips touched the hollow beneath my ear. "Yes. Much, much easier," I replied as I tried to exhale. That's why I was wondering." I began again, but his fingers were following the line of my collarbone and made me lose track of what I was saying. "Hi, Dobe?" he muttered. "Why is that?" I inquired in a trembling voice, which embarrassed me. "What do you think, Databeo?" I felt the tremor of her breath on my neck when she laughed. The triumph of mind over matter, uzumaki. I stepped back. He remained motionless when I moved, so I could no longer hear him breathing. For a moment we looked at each other warily, then the tension in his jaw gradually relaxed and his expression became confused. Did I do something wrong, Dobe? Lie, the opposite. You're driving me crazy, I'm afraid, I explained. He thought about it briefly and seemed pleased when he asked. Really? A triumphant smile slowly lit up her face. Would you like a round of applause, you conceited fool? I asked sarcastically, puffing out my cheeks. He smiled slightly. I'm just pleasantly surprised, he explained. In the last 100 years, or almost, he added jokingly, I never imagined anything like this. I didn't think I'd find anyone I wanted to be with in a way that was different from how I am with my brothers and sisters. And then I discovered that being with you comes naturally to me, even though it's all new. You're good at everything, I observed with a pout. He shrugged, letting it go, and we both chuckled quietly. But how can it be so easy now, Databeo? I pressed him. This afternoon. It's not easy, uzumaki, he sighed. But this afternoon I was still undecided. Gomen, it's unforgivable that I behaved that way. It's not unforgivable, I disagreed. Thank you, he smiled. You see, he continued, now looking at the ground, I wasn't convinced I was strong enough. He took my hand and gently pressed it against his face. I was vulnerable as long as there was a chance I'd be overwhelmed. He breathed his scent on my wrist. Until I convinced myself that my mind was strong enough, that there was no danger whatsoever that I could. I had never seen him stumble over his words like that. It was so human. Is that possibility no longer an option, Databeo? The mind rules matter, Dobe, he repeated with a smile that revealed teeth that shone even in the dark. Wow, that was easy. He threw his head back and let out a laugh, imperceptible like a sigh, but exuberant nonetheless. Easy for you, uzumaki, he corrected me while caressing my nose with his fingertips. At that moment he became serious. I'm trying, he whispered, his voice pained. If it becomes unbearable, I'm pretty sure I'd be able to leave. I grimaced. I didn't like talking about goodbyes. Tomorrow is going to be harder, she continued. I've had your scent in my head all day, and I've become incredibly numb to it. If I'm away from you for any length of time, I'll have to start all over again. Though not from scratch, I think. Then don't go, I'm afraid, I replied, unable to hide my longing. That satisfies me, Dobe, he replied, his face relaxing as he gave a lopsided smile. Take off the shackles. I'm your prisoner. But as he spoke, it was his hands that became handcuffs around my wrists. He laughed again, that quiet, musical laugh of his. I had heard him laugh more tonight than in all the time I had spent with him. You seem more optimistic than usual, I fear, I observed. I haven't seen you like this before, Databeo. Isn't it supposed to be like this, uzumaki? The splendor of first love, and all that. Isn't it amazing the difference between reading about something or seeing it in movies and actually experiencing it? Very different, I admitted. And stronger than I had imagined. For example, he began speaking faster, so I had to concentrate to catch everything, the emotion of jealousy. I've read about jealousy a million times, seen actors portray it in 1,000 different movies and plays. I thought I understood it pretty clearly, but it caught me off guard, he grimaced. Remember the day Kiba asked you to go to the dance with him, Dobe? I nodded, although I remembered that day for a different reason. It was the day you started talking to me again, Databeo. I was surprised by the flare of resentment, almost fury, that I felt. At first, I didn't know what it was. Not being able to know what you were thinking, why you were rejecting it, exasperated me more than usual. Were you doing it for the benefit of your friend? Or was there someone else? In any case, I knew I had no right to care, and I tried to keep it that way. Then everything started to become clear, he chuckled, and I grimaced in the shadows. I waited, irrationally anxious to hear what you would say to them, to watch your expressions. I won't deny the relief I felt when I saw the annoyance on your face, but I couldn't be sure. That was the first night I came here. I wrestled all night, watching over you as you slept, with the chasm between what I knew was right, moral, ethical, and what I truly wanted. I knew that if I continued to ignore you as I had been, or if I let a few years pass until you left, a day would come when you would say yes to Kiba or someone like him. That infuriated me. And then, he whispered, you spoke my name in your sleep. You said it so clearly that for a moment I thought you had woken up, but you turned over, restless, murmured my name again, and sighed. A disconcerting and astonishing feeling coursed through me. And I knew I could no longer ignore you. He fell silent for a moment, probably upon hearing the suddenly irregular beating of my heart. But jealousy is a strange thing, and far more powerful than I would have thought. And irrational. Just now, when Minato-san asked you about that vile Inuzuka Kiba. He shook his head angrily. I should have known you'd be listening, I'm afraid, I groaned. Of course. Does that really make you jealous, Databeo? I'm new to this, Yujiro Tonki. You've resurrected the man in me, and I feel everything more intensely because it's so recent. But honestly, I joked, that bothers you after all the girls and young men behind you. There are some who could even be the reincarnation of pure beauty. How am I going to compete with that? There's no competition, dude. His teeth flashed. He dragged my trapped hands around his back, pressing me against his chest. I stayed as still as I could, even breathing cautiously. I know there's no competition, I murmured against his cold skin. That's the problem, he's afraid. Those losers don't compare to your beauty, but even if they did, they could never exert a tenth, no, what am I saying, 100th of the attraction you have over me. He was serious, pensive. I have walked among my people and men for almost 90 years. All that time I have considered myself whole without understanding what I was looking for, without finding anything because you didn't exist yet, Yujiro Tonki. That doesn't seem very fair, I whispered, my face still resting on his chest, listening to the rhythm of his breathing. Meanwhile, I haven't had to wait at all. Why should I let you go so easily, Databeo? You're right, Dobe, he admitted, amused. I should make it harder for you, no doubt. Releasing one of his hands, he let go of my wrist only to carefully catch it with the other. He gently stroked my wet hair from the crown of my head to my waist. You're only risking your life every second you spend with me, which, surely, isn't much. You just have to go back to nature, to humanity. Is it worth it? I risk very little. I don't feel deprived of anything. Not yet, Yujiro Tonki. As he spoke, his voice was suddenly filled with that old sadness. I tried to step back to see his face, but his hand gripped my wrists with a pressure I couldn't break free from. Nanny? I began to ask when her body tensed, alert. I froze, but unexpectedly she let go of my hands and disappeared. I almost fell flat on my face. Lie down, Dobe, he muttered. I couldn't say from what place in the darkness he was speaking to me. I turned over to get under the covers and curled up on my side, the way I usually slept. I heard the door creak as Minato came in to sneak a look and make sure I was where I was supposed to be. I breathed rhythmically, exaggerating the movement. A long minute passed. I listened intently, unsure if I'd heard the door close. At that moment, Sasuke's cold arm wrapped around me from under the blankets and he kissed my ear. You're a terrible actor, Yujiro Tonki. I'd say that's not your path. Urusei team. My heart was about to burst out of my chest. He hummed a melody I didn't recognize. It sounded like a lullaby. He paused. Should I sing to you to help you fall asleep, Dobe? True, I laughed. How could I sleep with you here, Databeo? You've been doing it all along, Yujiro Tonki, he reminded me mockingly. But I didn't know you were here, fear, I replied, feigning anger. Well, if you don't want to sleep. He suggested, ignoring my tone. My breath caught in my throat. If I don't want to sleep, what? He chuckled. In that case, what do you want to do, Dobe? At first I didn't know what to answer, and finally I admitted. I'm not sure. Tell me when you've decided, Uzumaki. I felt his cold breath on my neck and his nose sliding along my jaw, inhaling. I thought you had become desensitized, fear. Just because I've given up drinking the wine doesn't mean I can't appreciate the bouquet, Dobe, he whispered. You smell like flowers, like lavender and strawberry, he pointed out. It makes my mouth water. Yes, I have a bad day whenever I can't find someone to tell me how delicious my scent is, Databeo. You're such a tease. He chuckled, and then sighed. I've decided what I want to do, fear, I told him. I want to know more about you. Ask whatever you want. Uzumaki. I sifted through all my questions to choose the most important one, and then I said. Why do you do it? I still don't understand how you try so hard to resist what you are. Please don't misunderstand me, I'm glad you do it. It's just that I don't see why it worried you in the first place. He hesitated before answering me. That's a good question, and you're not the first to ask it, Dobe. The rest of us, most of our kind, are quite content with our way of life. They wonder how we live, too. But, you see, just because we've been dealt certain cards doesn't mean we can't choose to rise above them, to break free from the shackles of a destiny none of us desired, and to try to retain as much of our humanity as possible. I lay motionless, trapped by an overwhelming silence. Have you fallen asleep, Uzumaki? He whispered after a few minutes. Lie. Is that all that sparks your curiosity, Dobe? Actually, no, he's afraid. What else do you want to know? Why can you read minds? Why only you? And why does Hinata-chan read the future? Why does this happen? In the dim light, I felt him shrug his shoulders. Actually, we don't know. Kakashi has a theory. He believes that we all bring some of our strongest human traits into the next life, where they are intensified, like our minds or our senses. He thinks I must have already had an enormous sensitivity to intuit the thoughts of those around me, and that Hinata had the gift of precognition, wherever she was. What did he bring with him to the next life? And the rest? Kakashi brought his compassion, as well as great self-control and resistance to human blood. Obito brought the capacity to love passionately. Once you get to know him, it's impossible not to appreciate him. He wins your affection whether you like it or not. Suigetsu brought strength. He can enlarge his muscles as the situation demands. You'd be surprised at how strong he can be. He can really do that, it must be amazing, Databeo, I said excitedly. Keep telling me more, team, I asked enthusiastically. Karen has the ability to sense your location. For example, in a group of 1,000 people, she can tell if you're there or not, but it doesn't work over long distances, only a few kilometers. She's also rather temperamental and stubborn, she laughed. Niji is very interesting. He was quite charismatic in his first life, able to influence everyone around him to see things his way. Now he can manipulate the emotions of those around him to calm a room of angry people, for example, or conversely, rouse a lethargic crowd. It's a very subtle gift. He can also find you if your emotions are within his range of perception, which can extend for several kilometers. I spent a long time considering my next question. He waited patiently while I thought. Where did it all begin, team? I mean, Kakashi changed you, then someone before him had to change him, and so on, Databeo. Where do we come from? Evolution? Creation? Couldn't we have evolved just like the rest of the species, prey and predators? Or, if you don't believe the universe arose on its own, which I find hard to accept, is it so difficult to admit that the same force that created the delicate lizard and the shark, the seal pup and the killer whale, also created our respective species? Let me see if I understand, fear. I am the seal pup, right? Exactly, Uzumaki. Sasuke team burst out laughing. Something touched my hair. His lips? I wanted to turn to him to see if it really was his lips brushing against my hair, but I had to behave myself. I didn't want to make it any harder for him than it already was. Are you ready to sleep or do you have any further questions? He inquired, breaking the brief silence. Only 1 or 2 million, Databeo. We have tomorrow, and the day after, and the day after tomorrow. He reminded me. I smiled euphorically at the prospect. Are you sure you're not going to vanish in the morning, you fear? I wanted to reassure myself. After all, you're a myth. I'm not going to leave you, Dobe. His voice carried the imprint of a promise. Then, one more for tonight. But I blushed and kept quiet. The darkness wasn't going to help much. I was sure he'd noticed the sudden heat beneath my skin. Which? Lie, forget it, fear. I've changed my mind, Databeo. Yuzuritanki, you can ask me anything you want. I didn't answer him and he groaned. I try to think that not reading your mind will be less frustrating each time, but it just keeps getting worse and worse. I'm glad you can't read my mind, it's bad enough that you spy on what I say in my dreams. Onagai, Kitsune. Her voice was extremely persuasive, almost impossible to resist. I shook my head. If you don't tell me, I'm going to assume it's something much worse than it is, Yuzuritanki, he threatened grimly. Onagai, he repeated in a pleading voice. Well. I began, glad that he couldn't see my face. Hi, Dobe? You said Karen and Suigetsu are getting married soon. Is that marriage the same as for humans, Databeo? Now that she understood, she laughed heartily. Was that what you wanted to ask, Yuzuritanki? I became uneasy, unable to respond. Yes, I suppose it's practically the same thing. I already told you that most of those human desires are there, only hidden by more powerful instincts. Was all I could say. Was there any intention behind that curiosity? Well, I was wondering, if someday you and I. He immediately became serious. I felt his body suddenly freeze. I froze too, reacting automatically. I don't think that is possible for us, Dobe. Because it would be too hard for you if I were too close, Databeo? It's a problem, no doubt, but that's not what I meant, Yuzuritanki. It's just that you're too soft, so fragile. I'm not fragile, fear, I said angrily. It's fine that I was a young man, but I wasn't a maiden or anything. He laughed bitterly. To me, you are a Dobe. I have to control my actions every moment we're together so I don't hurt you. I could kill you quite easily, Yuzuritanki, and simply by accident. His voice had become a soft murmur. He moved his icy palm until it rested on my cheek. If I were to rush, if I weren't paying enough attention for a second, I could reach out to caress your face and accidentally crush your skull. You don't understand how incredibly fragile you are. I can't lose control while I'm with you. He waited for my answer. His anxiety grew when I didn't reply. Are you scared? He asked. I waited another minute before answering so that my words would be true. Lie. I'm fine. He seemed thoughtful for a moment. Although now it's my turn to be curious, Dobe, he said in a more relaxed voice. Have you never? He trailed off suggestively. Of course not, I'm afraid, I blushed. I've already told you I've never felt this way about anyone before, not even up close, Databeo. I know. It's just that I know other people's thoughts, and I know that love and desire don't always follow the same path. For me, yes, fear. At least now that both of them exist for me, Databeo, I muttered. That's good. At least we have one thing in common, Yuzuritanki, he said, pleased. Your human instincts. I began. He waited. Well, do you find me attractive in that way? She burst out laughing and lightly ruffled my almost dry hair. Maybe I'm not human, but I'm a man, Dobe, he assured me. I yawned involuntarily. I've answered your questions, now you should go to sleep, he insisted. I'm not sure I can, Databeo. Do you want me to leave? Lie. I said too loudly. He laughed, and then began to hum that unfamiliar lullaby again in his soft, archangel-like voice in my ear. More tired than I thought, and more exhausted than I had ever felt after a long day of emotional and mental strain, I surrendered myself to his cold arms until I fell asleep. Finally, I was awakened by the faint light of another cloudy day. I lay with my arm over my eyes, disoriented and confused. Something, the glimmer of a dream worth remembering, struggled to surface. I groaned and rolled onto my side, hoping to drift back to sleep. And then the events of the previous day flooded my consciousness. Oh. I sat down so quickly that my head started spinning. Your hair looks like a haystack. But I like it. The serene voice came from the rocking chair in the corner. Sasuke team, you stayed, Databao. I exclaimed, crossing the bedroom to impulsively throw myself into his lap. I froze, surprised by my own unbridled enthusiasm, the instant I realized what I'd done. I looked up, afraid I'd gone too far, but he was laughing. Of course, Dobe, he replied, surprised but pleased by my reaction. He rubbed my back with his hands. I carefully rested my head on his shoulder, inhaling the scent of his skin. I was convinced it was a dream. You're not that creative, Uzumaki, he mocked. Minato. I exclaimed. I jumped again impulsively as soon as I remembered him and headed towards the door. He left an hour ago. After reconnecting your car battery cables, I should add. I must admit, I'm somewhat disappointed. Is that all he can think of to stop you if you're determined to leave? I stood there reflecting. I was dying to go back to him, but I was afraid I had bad breath. You're not usually this confused in the morning, he warned. He held out his arms, inviting me back. An almost irresistible invitation. I need another human minute, Databao, I admitted. I'll wait. I rushed to the bathroom, oblivious to my emotions. I didn't recognize myself, inside or out. The face in the mirror, with its overly bright eyes and feverish red patches on my cheeks, was practically that of a stranger. After brushing my teeth, I struggled to smooth the chaotic tangle of my hair. I splashed cold water on my face and tried to breathe normally, with no apparent success. I practically ran back to my room. It seemed a miracle that she was still there, waiting for me with open arms. She extended her hand and my heart pounded frantically. Okiri, Dobe, he murmured, picking me up. He rocked me silently for a few moments, until I noticed that he had changed his clothes and had straight hair. You're gone, I'm afraid. I accused him while touching the collar of his new shirt. I could hardly leave wearing the clothes I came in with. What would the neighbors think, Uzumaki? I made a face. You slept soundly, I didn't miss a thing, her eyes twinkled. You started talking in your sleep very early on. I moaned. What did you hear, Databao? The golden eyes softened. You said you loved me. You already knew that, I reminded him, burying my head in his shoulder. It doesn't matter, Dobe, it's nice to hear it. I hid my face against his shoulder. I love you, Fear, I whispered. Now you are my life, Kitsune, he simply replied. There was nothing more to say for the moment. We rocked back and forth as the bedroom gradually lit up. Time for breakfast, he finally said informally to show, I was sure, that he remembered all my human weaknesses. I covered my throat with both hands and stared at him, my eyes wide with fear. Panic flashed across his face. It was a joke, you know. I laughed out loud. And you said I couldn't act, Databao. He frowned in disgust. That wasn't fun, Dobe. It has been, and you know it. Nevertheless, I studied her golden eyes carefully to make sure she had forgiven me. Apparently, she had. Can I rephrase that, Uzumaki? He asked. Time for breakfast for humans. Okay. He lifted me onto his stone shoulders, gently, but so quickly it took my breath away. I protested as he carried me easily down the stairs, but he ignored me. He gently sat me down, upright in the chair. The kitchen was bright, cheerful, it seemed to absorb my mood. What's for breakfast, Databao? I asked excitedly. That threw him off for a minute. I'm not sure. What would you like, Dobe? He furrowed his marble brow. I gave him a wide smile and jumped up. Okay, I can defend myself pretty well. Watch me hunt. I decided to eat some of the hayayako that had been there for a while. I could feel her eyes on me as I moved around. I put the breakfast on the table, and then I stopped to ask her, without meaning to be ironic. Do you want something, Databeo? He rolled his eyes. Just eat, use your tonki. I sat down and watched him eat. Sasuke team was staring at me intently, studying my every move. Which made me feel self-conscious. I cleared my throat to speak and distract him. What are our plans for today? I watched him carefully choose his answer. How about meeting my family, Dobe? I swallowed. Are you scared now, use your tonki? He seemed hopeful. Don't bother me, I'm afraid, I said, turning my face away so he wouldn't see my fear at the sight of eyes. Don't worry, Dobe, he said with a smug smile. I'll protect you. I'm not scared, Databeo. I'm just. I hesitated. I'm worried they won't like me. Won't they be surprised if you bring someone home to meet them, well, someone like me? Oh, they're all in on it, use your tonki. They even placed bets yesterday, you know, he smiled, but his voice was stern, about whether I'd bring you back, though I can't imagine why anyone would bet against Hinata. Anyway, we don't keep secrets in the family. It's not feasible with my mind-reading abilities, Hinata's precognition, and all that. And Niji making you feel all the love with which he would rip your guts out. You paid attention. Well done, Dobe, he commented with an approving smile. I can do it from time to time, fear, I grimaced. So Hinata-chan saw me coming back, Databeo? His reaction was strange. Something like that, use your tonki, he commented uncomfortably as he turned away so I couldn't see his eyes. I looked at him curiously. Does it taste good? He asked, turning suddenly to look at my breakfast with a mocking expression. To be honest, it doesn't look very appetizing. Well, he's not an irritated grizzly bear. I muttered, ignoring him when he frowned. I was still wondering why she'd responded that way when I mentioned Hinata-chan. While I pondered this, I hurried to finish my breakfast. He stood frozen in the middle of the kitchen, once again like the statue of Adonis, gazing absently out the back windows. Then, he looked back at me and flashed that captivating smile of his. I think you should introduce me to your Tusan too. He already knows you, Databeo, I reminded him. Like your Koreshi, Dobe. I looked at him suspiciously. Maze? Isn't that the custom, use your tonki? He asked with a lopsided smile. I don't know, team, I admitted. My Koreshi history offered few references to work with, and none of the normal rules about dating guys applied. It's not necessary, Databeo. I don't expect you to. I mean, you don't have to pretend for me, team. Her smile was patient. I'm not faking, Dobe. I bit my lower lip. Are you going to tell Minato-san that I'm your Koreshi or not, use your tonki? He wanted to know. Is that what you are? Deep down, I cringed at the prospect of putting Sasuke team, Minato, and the word Koreshi in the same room at the same time. I admit that it is a free interpretation, given the human connotation of the word. In fact, I have the impression that you're something more, Databeo, I confessed, staring at the table. Well, I don't think I need to give you all the lurid details, Dobe, he stretched across the table and lifted my chin with a cold, smooth finger. But we're going to need an explanation for why I've been hanging around here so much. I don't want that police chief Namikaze issuing me a restraining order. Will you be there? I asked, suddenly anxious. Are you really going to be here? For as long as you want me, use your tonki, he assured me. I'll always love you, fear, I warned him. Forever, Databeo. She walked around the table very slowly and stopped very close, reaching out to caress my cheek with her fingertips. Her expression was inscrutable. Does that sadden you? He didn't answer and stared intently into my eyes for an immeasurable amount of time. Are you finished? He finally asked. I jumped up. Hi. Get dressed. I'll wait for you here. It was difficult to decide what to wear. I doubted there were etiquette books that detailed how to dress when your vampire Koreshi takes you to his house to meet his vampire family. It was a relief to use the word in my heart. I knew that I myself intentionally avoided it. I ended up putting on khaki jeans. I dressed in the dark blue t-shirt that Sasuke team had spoken favorably about once. A quick glance in the mirror convinced me that my hair was a lost cause, so I decided to leave it as it was. Okay, I said, skipping down the stairs. I look presentable, Databeo. He was waiting for me at the foot of the cliffs, closer than I thought, so I jumped on him. Sasuke team held me, cautiously keeping me at a distance for a few seconds before suddenly pulling me closer. You've made a mistake again, Dobe, he whispered in my ear. You look completely indecent. It's not right for someone to look so desirable. How appealing. I can change. She sighed as she shook her head. You're such a usurer. He gently pressed his icy lips to my forehead, and the room began to spin. The scent of his breath made it impossible for me to think. Do I need to explain why I find you attractive, Kitsune? It was clearly a rhetorical question. His fingers slowly traced down my back, and his breath brushed more intensely against my skin. My hands rested limply on his chest, and once again I felt dazed. He lowered his head slowly, and for the second time, his cold lips touched mine very carefully, parting them slightly. Then I collapsed. Yujiro Tonki, he said, alarmed, as he picked me up and lifted me into the air. You made me faint, I'm afraid. I accused him in my dazed state. What am I going to do with you, Dobe? He groaned in despair. Yesterday I kiss you, and you attack me. And today you faint. I laughed weakly, letting his arms hold me while my head continued to spin. That's what happens to you for being a good guy at everything. Sigh. That's the problem, I was still disoriented. You're too good. Way too good, Databeo. Are you dizzy? He asked. He had seen me like that before. Lie. It wasn't the same kind of fainting spell as usual. I don't know what happened, Databeo, I shook my head apologetically. I think I forgot to breathe. Yujiro Tonki, sighs. I can't take you anywhere like this. I'm fine, Fear, I insisted. Your family is going to think I'm crazy anyway, so, what's the difference? He assessed my expression for a few moments. I'm not impartial about the color of that shirt, he commented unexpectedly. I blushed with pleasure and smiled from ear to ear. Look, I'm trying my hardest not to think about what I'm about to do, so can we go now? You're not worried about heading to a house full of vampires, you're worried about getting their approval, am I wrong, Dobe? Lie, I replied immediately, hiding my surprise at the informal tone in which he used the word. He shook his head. You're a Yujiro Tonki. As he drove out of the town center, I realized he had no idea where I lived. We crossed the bridge over the Chika River, where the road veered north. The houses that appeared intermittently as we drove past were increasingly farther from the road and larger. Then we passed another cluster of buildings before heading into the cloud forest. I was trying to decide whether to ask or be patient and keep quiet when he turned sharply onto an unpaved path. It wasn't marked and was barely visible through the ferns. The forest, winding among the ancient trees, encroached on both sides of the path to such an extent that it was only distinguishable from a few meters away. Then, just a few kilometers further on, the trees thinned out, and suddenly we found ourselves in a small meadow, or was it a garden? The dimness of the forest lingered, however, it didn't dissipate because the immense branches of 6 ancient cedars shaded an entire acre of land. The shade of the trees protected the walls of the house that stood among them, rendering the deep porch surrounding the first floor completely unnecessary. I don't know what I expected to find, but it definitely wasn't that. The house, about 100 years old, was timeless and elegant. It was painted a soft, faded white. It had 3 stories and was rectangular and well-proportioned. The minivan was the only car in sight. I could hear the river flowing nearby, hidden in the shadows of the forest. Sugoi. Do you like it, Dobe? He asked with a smile. It has a certain charm. She brushed a strand of hair from my forehead and chuckled. Then, when she opened the door, she asked me. Ready, Yujiro Tonki? Not even a little bit, team. Ikimashu. I tried to laugh, but the laughter stuck in my throat. I nervously scratched my cheek. You look adorable, Kitsune. He took my hand casually, without thinking. We walked toward the porch in the dense shade of the trees. I knew he noticed my tension. I rubbed the back of my hand, tracing circles with my thumb. He opened the door for me. The interior was even more surprising and less predictable than the exterior. It was very bright, very spacious, and very large. Most likely, it had originally been divided into several rooms, but the partitions had been removed to create a larger space. The south-facing back wall had been entirely replaced with a glass window, and beyond the cedars, the treeless garden stretched down to the wide river. A massive spiral staircase dominated the eastern side of the house. The walls, the high-beamed ceiling, the wooden floors, and the thick carpets were all different shades of white. Sasuke team's parents were waiting to greet us to the left of the entrance, on a raised platform on the floor, where a spectacular grand piano rested. I had seen Uchiha-sensei before, of course, but that didn't stop his youthful and striking perfection from surprising me all over again. I presumed that the one beside him was Obito-san, the only one I hadn't seen before. He had the same pale, handsome features as the rest. There was something about his face and his short black hair that made you feel affectionate even without knowing him. He was tall and slender, but still, his features were less pronounced, more rounded than the others. They were both dressed casually, in light colors that matched the interior of the house. They smiled at me in welcome, but neither made a move to approach us, which I assumed was an attempt not to frighten me. Sasuke team's voice broke the brief silence. Kakashi, Obito, meet Naru. Okiri, Naru-kun. Kakashi-sensei's approach to me was measured and careful. He timidly raised a hand and smiled calmly at me. I took a step forward to shake it. I'm glad to see you again, Uchiha-sensei. Call me Kakashi, please. Then just call me Naru, Databeo. I smiled at him from ear to ear with a sudden confidence that surprised me. I noticed Sasuke team's relief, he was still by my side. Obito-san smiled and took a step forward to reach my hand. The grip of his cold, stone-hard hand was just as I had expected. I'm so glad to meet you, he said sincerely. Thank you. I'm glad too. And there I was. It was like stepping into a fairy tale. Where are Hinata and Niji? Sasuke asked, but no one had a chance to answer, as they both appeared at that moment at the top of the wide stairs. Konnichiwa, Sasuke-nizan. Hinata-chan greeted him enthusiastically. She darted downstairs, a whirlwind of dark hair and fair skin, stopping abruptly and gracefully in front of me. Obito-san and Kakashi-sensei both gave her warning glances, but I liked it. After all, that was just her nature. Konnichiwa, Naru-chan, Hinata-chan said, leaning forward to give me a kiss on the cheek. If Kakashi-sensei and Obito-san had seemed very cautious before, now they looked astounded. My eyes also reflected that surprise, but at the same time, I was very pleased that she seemed to accept me completely. I was surprised to notice that Sasuke team, beside me, stiffened. I looked at him, but his expression was inscrutable. You smell good, he complimented me, much to my embarrassment. I hadn't noticed until now. No one else seemed to know what to say when Niji appeared, tall and leonine. I felt a wave of relief wash over me and suddenly found myself quite at ease despite the place I was in. Sasuke team stared at Niji and raised an eyebrow. Then I remembered what he was capable of. Konnichiwa, Naru-kun, Niji greeted me. He kept his distance and didn't offer me his hand to shake, but it was impossible to feel uncomfortable around him. Konnichiwa, Niji-kun, I smiled at him happily. Only Niji. Okay, then just call me Naru, I smiled at her again, and then at the others, before adding as a polite phrase. It's nice to meet you all. You have a lovely house, Databeo. Thank you, replied Obito-san. We are delighted that you came. He spoke to me with feeling, and I realized that he thought I was brave. I also realized that Karen and Suigetsu were nowhere to be seen. I then remembered Sasuke's overly innocent denial when I asked him if everyone didn't like him. Kakashi-sensei's expression pulled me from my train of thought. He was staring intently at Sasuke team. I saw Sasuke team nod once out of the corner of his eye. I looked away, trying to be polite, and my eyes wandered back to the beautiful instrument on the platform by the door. Suddenly, I remembered a childhood fantasy. I would buy my cousin a grand piano if I ever won the lottery. She wasn't a very good pianist, she only played for herself on our second-hand piano, but I loved watching her play. She looked happy, absorbed, and then she seemed like a new and mysterious being, someone different from the person I took for granted. She made me take lessons, of course, but like most children, I whined until she stopped taking me. Obito-san noticed my attention and, nodding his head at the piano, asked me, "Are you playing?" I shook my head with a big smile. Lie, not at all. But it's so beautiful. Is it yours, Databeo? Lie, she laughed. Didn't Sasuke-kun tell you he's a musician? Lie, I narrowed my eyes before looking at him. I guess I should have known. Obito-san raised his eyebrows in confusion. Sasuke can do anything, right? I explained to him. Niji laughed discreetly and Obito-san gave him a disapproving look. I hope you haven't been bragging. It's rude, she scolded him. Just a little. Sasuke team laughed heartily, Obito-san's face softened at the sound of it and they both exchanged a quick glance whose meaning I didn't understand, although Obito-san's face seemed almost petulant. In fact, I corrected myself, he has been far too modest, Databeo. Well, it's his turn, Obito-san encouraged him. You just said that bragging is rude, Sasuke objected. Every rule has its exception, he replied. I'd like to hear you play, I said, without anyone having asked for my opinion. Then it's decided. Obito-san pushed Sasuke team toward the piano, who then pulled me down and made me sit next to him on the bench. He gave me a long, exasperated look before turning back to the keys. Then his fingers fluttered swiftly across the ivory keys, and a composition so complex and exuberant that it was impossible to believe it was being played by a single pair of hands filled the room. I gasped in amazement, and behind me I heard quiet laughter at my reaction. Sasuke team looked at me indifferently as the music continued to relentlessly fill the air around us. He winked at me. Do you like it, Uzumaki? Did you write this, team? I said haltingly as I realized. He nodded. She's Obito's favorite. I closed my eyes as I shook my head. What's wrong, Dobe? I feel extremely insignificant, Databeo. The rhythm of the music slowed down until it became something softer and, to my surprise, among the profuse tangle of notes, I distinguished the melody of the lullaby that was humming to me. You inspired this one, Kitsune, she said softly. The music became something overflowing with sweetness. I couldn't find the words. They like you, Dobe, you know that, he said in a casual tone. Especially Obito. I took a quick look behind me, but the enormous room was empty. Where have they gone? I suppose that, very subtly, they have granted us a little privacy. I sighed. They like me, but Karen and Suigetsu. I left the sentence unfinished because I wasn't quite sure how to express my doubts. Sasuke, team twisted his expression. Don't worry about Karen, Uzumaki, he insisted with his persuasive gaze. She'll change her mind. I pursed my lips skeptically. And Suigetsu? Well, she thinks I'm a lunatic, which is true, but she doesn't have any problem with you. She's trying to reason with Karen. What's bothering you, Databeo? I inquired, not entirely sure I wanted to know the answer. She sighed deeply. Karen is the one who struggles the most against what we are. She finds it hard that someone from outside the family knows the truth, and she's a little jealous. Is Karen jealous of me? I asked incredulously. I tried to imagine a universe in which someone like Karen would have any possible reason to be jealous of someone like me. I mean, she was immortal, beautiful, and strong. You're human, Dobe, Sasuke shrugged. That's what she wishes she could be, too. Wow, I muttered, still stunned. As for Niji. Actually, that's my fault, Yuzuritanki, he explained. I already told you he was the one who's been trying out our way of life for the shortest time. I warned him to keep his distance. I thought about the reason for that instruction and shuddered. And Obito-san and Kakashi-sensei. I continued quickly to avoid him noticing. They're happy to see me happy. In fact, Obito wouldn't be bothered by you having a third eye and webbed fingers. All this time he's worried about me, fearing that some essential part of my character had been lost, since I was so young when Kakashi turned me. He's thrilled. He's practically bursting with satisfaction every time I touch you. Hinata-chan seems very enthusiastic, Databeo. Hinata has her own way of seeing things, Yuzuritanki, he muttered, his lips suddenly contracting. And you're not going to explain it to me, are you? A moment of wordless communication passed between us. Sasuke understood that I knew he was hiding something from me, and I knew he wasn't going to reveal it. Not now. What was I telling you earlier, Kakashi-sensei? Her eyebrows drew together until they almost touched. Have you noticed, Dobe, Hantu? I shrugged. Naturally, he's afraid. He looked at me thoughtfully for a few seconds before answering. I wanted to find out about some news. I wasn't sure if it was something I should share with you. Will you do it, Databeo? I have to do it, Yuzuritanki, because for the next few days, maybe weeks, I'm going to be a very authoritarian protector and I would dislike it if you thought I was a tyrant by nature. What's wrong, are you afraid? In itself, nothing bad. Hinata just saw that we'll soon have visitors. They know we're here and they're curious. Visit? Yes, well. The visitors are similar to us in their hunting habits, of course. They probably won't enter the village at all, but I certainly won't let you out of my sight until they've left. I shuddered. Finally, a rational reaction, Dobe, he muttered. I was beginning to think you had no survival instinct whatsoever. I let the comment go and looked away, letting my eyes scan the spacious room again. He followed the direction of my gaze. It's not what you expected, is it? He inquired, very proudly. Lie, I admitted. There are no coffins or skulls piled up in the corners. I don't even think we have cobwebs. What a disappointment that must be for you, Yuzuritanki, he continued maliciously. I ignored his joke. It's so bright, so clear, Databeo. He became more serious when he answered. It's the only place we have to hide. Sasuke team kept playing the song, My Song, which continued to flow freely until its conclusion. The final notes had changed, they were more melancholic, and the last one fluttered in the silence in a touching way. Thank you, I whispered. Then I realized my eyes were filled with tears. I wiped them away, embarrassed. He brushed his finger against the corner of my eye to catch a tear that had escaped. He raised his finger and examined the drop with a disturbing gesture. Then, with such speed that I couldn't be sure he was actually doing it, he brought his finger to his mouth to taste it. I looked at him intuitively, and Sasuke team held my gaze for a prolonged moment before finally breaking into a smile. Do you want to see the rest of the house, Dobe? No coffins, are you afraid? I wanted to make sure. The sarcasm in my voice couldn't quite mask the slight but genuine anxiety that gripped me. He laughed, took my hand, and led me away from the piano. No coffins, Yuzuritanki, he promised me. I stroked the smooth, soft railing with my hand as we climbed the imposing staircase. At the top was a large foyer with walls paneled in honey-colored wood, the same color as the floorboards. Karen and Suigetsu's room. Kakashi's office. He gestured with his hand as we passed the doors. Hinata's room. Sasuke, I would have continued, but I stopped dead in my tracks at the end of the hall, staring in disbelief at the ornament hanging on the wall above my head. He chuckled at my astonished expression. You can laugh, Dobe, it's kind of ironic. I didn't. Automatically, I raised my hand, one finger extended as if to touch the large wooden cross. Its dark patina contrasted with the soft color of the wall. But I didn't touch it, even though I was curious to know if its old wood was as smooth to the touch as it seemed. It must be very old, Databeo, I ventured. He shrugged. It's from the 16th century, from the early 1530s, more or less. I took my eyes off the cross to look at him. Why do they keep this here, do you fear? Out of nostalgia. It belonged to Kakashi's father. Did he collect antiques? I suggested hesitantly. Lie. He carved it himself to hang on the wall, above the pulpit of the vicarage where he preached. I wasn't sure if my face betrayed surprise, but just in case, I continued staring at the simple, ancient cross. I did the calculation in my head. The relic would be about 370 years old. The silence lingered as I struggled to grasp the notion of so many years. Are you alright, Yujiro-tanki? He asked worriedly. How old is Kakashi-sensei? I inquired in a low voice, without taking my eyes off the cross and ignoring his question. He just celebrated his 362nd birthday, Sasuke replied. I looked at him again, a million questions in my eyes. He studied me carefully while I spoke. Kakashi was born in Kumo, he believes around 1640. Although dates weren't given with much precision back then, at least not for ordinary people. I didn't break the expression, aware of the scrutiny Sasuke-teen was subjecting me to as he informed me. He was the only son of an Anglican pastor. His mother died giving birth to him. His father was a fanatic. He believed wholeheartedly in the reality of evil. He enthusiastically joined the persecution and hunting parties against witches, werewolves, and vampires. I became even more still at the mention of that word. I was sure she had noticed, but she continued speaking without pausing. They burned many innocent people, of course, since the creatures they were really hunting were not so easy to catch. The shepherd placed his obedient son in charge of the raids when he came of age. At first, Kakashi was a disappointment. He wasn't quick to make accusations or see demons where there weren't any, but he was persistent and far more intelligent than his Tusan. In fact, he located a coven of real vampires who lived hidden in the city's sewers and only came out to hunt at night. In those days, when monsters weren't just myths and legends, that was how they were meant to live. People gathered pitchforks and torches, of course, and stood guard where Kakashi had seen the monsters come out into the street. Now Sasuke-team's laughter was shorter and more somber. In the end, one appeared. He must have been very old and weakened by hunger. Kakashi heard him alerting the others when he detected the stench of the crowd. Sasuke-teen was speaking in a whisper, and I had to strain to understand the words. Then he ran through the streets, and Kakashi, who was 23 and very fast, led the chase. The creature could have easily outpaced them, but it turned and attacked. Kakashi thinks it must have been thirsty. It lunged at him first, but he stood his ground to defend himself, and there were others nearby to attack. The vampire killed 2 men and slipped away, taking a third with him and leaving Kakashi bleeding in the street. He paused. I sensed he was censoring part of the story, hiding something from me. Kakashi knew what his Tusan would do, burn the bodies and kill anyone infected by the monster. Acting on instinct, he tried to save his own skin. He crawled away from the alley as the mob chased the monster and its prey. He hid in a cellar and buried himself in rotten potatoes for 3 days. It's a miracle he managed to stay silent and undetected. He realized he had converted when it was all over. I wasn't quite sure what my face was reflecting, but suddenly it went silent. Are you okay, Dobe? He asked. I'm fine, I assured him, and, although I bit my lip doubtfully, he must have seen the curiosity shining in my eyes. I hope, he said with a smile, that you have some questions for me, Yujiro-tanki. A few, she fears. As he smiled, Sasuke-teen revealed his gleaming teeth. He headed back to the lobby, took my hand, and dragged me along. In that case, Ikimashu, Dobe, he encouraged me. I'll show you. He led me back to the room I had identified as Kakashi-sensei's office. He paused in front of the door for a few moments. "Come in," Kakashi-sensei's voice invited us. Sasuke team opened the door to a high-ceilinged room with exposed wooden beams and large windows facing west. The walls were also paneled in darker wood than the entrance hall, where it was visible, since bookshelves, reaching above my head, occupied most of the surface. They contained more books than I had ever seen outside of a library. Kakashi-sensei sat in a leather armchair behind the enormous mahogany desk. He had just placed a bookmark between the pages of the book he was holding. The office was exactly as I imagined a dean's office would be, only Kakashi-sensei seemed too young to fit the role. "What can I do for you?" she asked us in a pleasant tone as she got up from the armchair. "I wanted to teach Naru a little bit about our history," Sasuke replied. "Well, actually, about your history. We didn't mean to upset you, Databeo," I apologized. "Absolutely not. Where are they going to start?" "Because of the paintings," Sasuke replied, gently placing his hand on my shoulder and turning me to face the door we had just entered through. Every time he touched me, even by accident, my heart would react audibly. It was incredibly embarrassing in front of Kakashi-sensei. The wall we had turned toward was different from the others, covered instead of shelves with framed pictures of all sizes and colors, some vibrant, others muted monochrome. I searched for a common, hidden motif that might give the collection some coherence, but found nothing after my hasty examination. Sasuke team dragged me to the other side, to the left, and left me in front of a small oil painting with a simple wooden frame. It wasn't among the largest or most prominent. Painted in different shades of sepia, it depicted a miniature city with steeply pitched roofs and slender spires atop scattered towers. A wide river, crossed by a bridge covered with structures resembling tiny cathedrals, dominated the foreground. "Kumo around 1650, he commented. "The Kumo of my youth," Kakashi-sensei added from about half a meter behind us. I shuddered. I hadn't heard him approaching. Sasuke team squeezed my hand. "Are you going to tell him the story?" Sasuke inquired, team. I squirmed slightly to see Kakashi-sensei's reaction. His eyes met mine, and he smiled at me with his eyes closed. "I would," he replied, "but I'm actually running late. They called from the hospital this morning. Senju-sensei has taken the day off. Besides, you know the story as well as I do," he added, giving Sasuke a wide smile. It was difficult to assimilate such a strange combination, the day-to-day concerns of a village sensei in the middle of a conversation about his early days in 17th century Kumo. It was also disconcerting to know that he spoke aloud only out of deference to me. Kakashi-sensei left the room after giving me another warm and calm smile. I stared at the small painting of Kakashi-sensei's hometown for a long time. Finally, I turned to Sasuke team, who was watching me, and asked him. "What happened next, team? What happened when you realized what had happened to you, Databeo?" He went back to studying the paintings, and I looked to see which image had caught his attention now. It was a larger landscape with muted colors, an open meadow in the shade of a forest with a craggy peak in the distance. When he learned that he had been converted, he continued in a low voice. He rebelled against his condition, he tried to destroy himself, but that is not easy to achieve. As? I didn't want to say it out loud, but the words forced their way through my stupor. He threw himself from a great height, Sasuke explained to me, his voice impassive, and tried to drown himself in the ocean, but in this new life he was young and very strong. It's surprising that he was able to resist the urge to feed when he was still so inexperienced. Instinct is stronger at that moment and sweeps everything away, but he felt such revulsion toward what he was that he had the strength to try to starve himself to death. "Is that possible, Databeo?" I inquired in a weak voice. There are very few ways to kill us." I opened my mouth to ask another question, but Sasuke team started talking before I could. So his hunger grew, and in the end, he weakened. He distanced himself as much as possible from all human settlements, realizing that his willpower was also waning. For months, he wandered at night in search of the most solitary places, cursing himself. One night, a herd of deer crossed past his hiding place. Thirst had made him so savage that he attacked them without thinking. He regained his strength and realized there was an alternative to being the vile monster he feared becoming. Hadn't he eaten venison in his previous life? He could live without being a demon, and once again he found himself. He began to make better use of his time. He had always been intelligent and eager to learn. Now he had unlimited time ahead of him. He studied at night and made plans during the day. He swam to Kiri and... Did he swim all the way to Kiri, Databeo? Uzumaki, swimming is easy for us. Everything is easy for you, you conceited fool, I complained. He awaited me with an arrogant and amused expression. I won't interrupt you again, I promise. He chuckled mysteriously and finished the sentence. It's easy because, technically, we don't need to breathe. You. Lie, you promised, he laughed and gently placed his icy finger on my lips. Do you want to hear the story or not, Dobe? You can't just drop something like that on me and expect me not to say anything. Fear, I muttered into his finger. He raised his hand and placed it on my neck. My heart raced, but I persevered. Don't you need to breathe, Databeo? I demanded. No, it's not a necessity, he shrugged. Just a habit. How long can you hold your breath, Databeo? I suppose indefinitely, I don't know. The deprivation of the sense of smell is a bit uncomfortable. A little uncomfortable, I repeated. He wasn't paying attention to my expressions, but something about them darkened his mood. His hand hung at his side, and he remained motionless, staring at me with great intensity. The silence lingered, and his features remained as still as stone. What's wrong, are you afraid? I whispered as I stroked his icy face. Her features softened at my touch and she sighed. I'm still waiting for it to happen, Uzumaki. What do you mean, Databeo? I know that at some point, something will happen that will tell you or make you realize it's going to be too much. And then you'll run away from me screaming. He offered a half smile, but his eyes were serious. I won't stop you, Dobe. I want it to happen, because I want you to be safe. And yet, I want to be by your side. Both desires are impossible to reconcile. He left the sentence hanging in the air as he gazed at my face, waiting. I'm not going anywhere, don't worry, I promised him. We'll see about that, Uzumaki, he replied, smiling again. I frowned at him. Well, let's continue. Kakashi swam off to Kiri. He paused, trying to pick up where he left off. With a thoughtful expression, he fixed his gaze on another painting, the most colorful, with the most luxurious frame, and also the largest. Vibrant figures, draped in flowing robes and coiled around large columns on the exterior of marble balconies, filled the canvas. He didn't know if they represented mythological figures or if the figures floating in the clouds at the top had some other meaning. Kakashi swam to Kiri and continued on through the land of water and its universities. At night he studied music, science, and medicine, finding his calling and his penance in saving lives. Her expression turned awestruck, almost reverent. I can't adequately describe his struggle. It took Kakashi 2 centuries of agonizing effort to perfect his self-control. Now he's virtually immune to the smell of human blood and can do the work he loves without suffering. He finds great peace of mind there in the hospital. Sasuke stared blankly for quite some time. Suddenly, he seemed to remember his intention. He tapped his finger lightly on the enormous painting in front of us. He studied in Daichi when he discovered that there were others there. They were much more civilized and cultured than the specters of the sewers. He brushed past a relatively serene quartet of painted figures high on a balcony, calmly surveying the chaos below. I studied the group carefully and, with a surprised laugh, recognized the golden-haired man. Kakashi's friends were a great source of inspiration for the great prodigies of painting. They were often depicted as gods, he chuckled. Madara, Orochimaru, Danzo, he said, gesturing to the other 3, 2 with black hair and 1 with gray hair, the nocturnal patrons of the arts. What became of them, Databeo? I asked aloud, my fingertips motionless in the air about a centimeter away from the figures on the cloth. They're still there, just like they have been for who knows how many millennia, he shrugged. Kakashi was only among them for a brief time, barely a few decades. He deeply admired their kindness and refinement, but they persisted in trying to cure him of his aversion to his natural food source. They tried to persuade him, and he tried to persuade them, all to no avail. At that point, Kakashi decided to try his luck traveling the world. He dreamed of finding others like himself. You know, he was very lonely. A long time passed before he encountered anyone, but he could interact among the trusting humans as if he were one of them because monsters had become the stuff of fairy tales. He began to practice medicine. But he shunned the land for companionship, not wanting to risk overconfidence. He was working nights at a hospital in Tomiko when the non-virus chakra pandemic hit. He'd been mulling it over for several years and had almost decided to act. Since he couldn't find a partner, he would create one, but he hesitated, as he himself wasn't entirely sure how he'd come to be. Besides, he'd sworn never to take anyone's life the way his own had been taken. He was in that frame of mind when he found me. There was no hope for me. I'd been left in the dying ward. He'd cared for my parents, so he knew I was alone in the world, and he decided to try. Now, when she left the sentence unfinished, her voice was barely a whisper. I wondered what images filled her mind at that moment, memories of Kakashi-sensei or her own? I waited silently. An angelic smile lit up her face as she turned towards me. And that's how the circle closed, he concluded. So, you've always been with Kakashi-sensei, Databeo? Almost always. He gently placed his hand on my waist and pulled me with him through the door. I turned back to look at the pictures on the wall, wondering if I would ever hear the rest of the stories. Sasuke didn't say anything as we walked toward the lobby, so I asked. Almost? He sighed. He seemed reluctant to answer. Well, I had the typical teenage rebellion about 10 years after being born, or becoming, however you want to call it, a dobe. I couldn't resign myself to living his life of abstinence and resented him for curbing my thirst, so I went off to follow my own path for a while. Really? I was much more intrigued than scared, which is how I should have been. And he knew it. I vaguely realized we were heading for the next flight of stairs, but I wasn't paying much attention to my surroundings. Doesn't it repulse you, Yujiro Tonki? Lie. Why not? I guess that sounds reasonable, Databeo. She let out a laugh even louder than before. Now we were at the top of the stairs. In another hall with wood-paneled walls. I had the advantage of knowing what everyone around me was thinking, human or not, from the moment of my rebirth, he whispered. That was why it took me 10 years to challenge Kakashi. I could read his absolute sincerity and understand the reason for his way of life. It only took me a few years to return to his side and recommit myself to his vision. I believed I could be free of pangs of conscience, since I could leave the innocent and pursue only the wicked by knowing the thoughts of my prey. If I followed a murderer into a dark alley where he was stalking a girl, and if I saved her, then it wouldn't be so terrible. I shuddered as I vividly pictured what she described, the alley at night, the terrified girl, the sinister man behind her, and Sasuke, hunting, fearsome, and glorious like a young god, unstoppable. Would the girl be grateful, or would she be even more frightened than before? But as time went on, I began to see myself as a monster. I couldn't escape the burden of having taken too many lives, no matter how much they deserved it, and I returned to Kakashi and Obito. They welcomed me back like the prodigal son. It was more than I deserved. We had stopped in front of the last door of the lobby. My room, Dobe, he informed me as he opened the door and ushered me in. His room faced south and had a wall-sized window, just like the one in the large first-floor foyer. The entire back of the house must have been made of glass. The west-facing wall was completely covered by a series of shelves crammed with CDs. Sasuke Team's room was better stocked than a music store. In the corner stood a sophisticated stereo system, the kind I didn't dare touch for fear of breaking it. There was no bed, only a spacious and inviting black leather sofa. A thick, golden-toned rug covered the floor, and the walls were upholstered in a slightly darker shade of fabric. To get good acoustics, Databao? I ventured. Sasuke chuckled and nodded. He picked up a remote and turned on the stereo. The soft jazz music, despite being at a low volume, sounded as if the band were right there in the room with us. I went to look at his amazing music collection. How do you classify them, Databao? I asked curiously, feeling unable to find a criterion for the order of the titles. He wasn't paying attention to me. I puffed out my cheeks, slightly annoyed. This? By year, and then by personal preference within that year, he replied with a distracted air. When I turned around, I saw him looking at me with a very peculiar gleam in his eyes. What's wrong, are you afraid? I expected to feel relieved after explaining everything to you, after having no secrets left, but I didn't expect to feel anything more than that. I like it, he shrugged, smiling almost imperceptibly. It makes me happy. I'm glad, Databao. I smiled back. I would have been worried she'd regretted telling me all that. It was good to know that wasn't the case. But then, as her eyes studied my expression, her smile faded and wrinkles appeared on her forehead. You're still waiting for him to run away, I guessed, screaming in terror, aren't you? A slight smile curved her lips and she nodded. I'm sorry to burst your bubble, but you're not that scary, Databao. I lied to him quite naturally. In fact, you don't scare me at all. He stopped and raised his eyebrows in obvious disbelief. A wide, mischievous smile spread across his face. You shouldn't have said that, really, Uzumaki. Sasuke let out a low, guttural growl, his lips curling back to reveal perfect teeth. Suddenly, his body changed, he crouched, tense like a lion about to pounce. Without taking my eyes off him, I moved away from him. You shouldn't have said that, Dobe. I didn't see him jump toward me, it was too fast. Suddenly I was in the air, and then we both landed on the sofa, which slammed against the wall from the impact. His arms formed a protective cage the whole time, so I barely felt the jolt, but I was still breathing heavily when I tried to stand up. What were you saying, Kitsune? He asked playfully. You're a truly terrifying monster. Databao, I retorted. The gasping in my voice somewhat spoiled the sarcasm of my response. Much better, Dobe, he approved. This, I struggled. Can you put me down now, team? He just laughed. Is it possible? Asked a voice that seemed to come from the lobby. I struggled to free myself, but Sasuke simply let me sit more conventionally on his lap. Then I saw Hinata-chan in the lobby, with Niji behind her. I blushed, but Sasuke seemed content. Go ahead, Sasuke replied, still chuckling discreetly. Hinata-chan didn't seem to find anything unusual about our hug. She walked, almost danced, such was the grace of her movements, to the center of the room and bent sinuously to sit on the floor. Niji, however, stopped in the doorway, a little surprised. He fixed his eyes on Sasuke face, and I wondered if he was testing the waters with his unusual sensitivity. It looked like you were going to have Naruto-chan for lunch, announced Hinata-chan, and we came to see if we could share it. I froze for a moment, until I noticed Sasuke wide grin. I couldn't say whether it was because of Hinata-chan's comment or my reaction. I don't think there's enough to share, she replied, still holding me in her arms. Actually, Niji said, smiling despite himself as he entered the room, Hinata's forecasting a big storm tonight, and Suigetsu wants to play ball. Want to join? The words were quite common, but the context puzzled me, although Hinata-chan was more reliable than the weatherman. Sasuke eyes lit up, but he still hesitated. You'd bring Naruto-chan, of course, Hinata-chan added cheerfully. She thought she'd caught a glimpse of Niji's quick glance. Do you want to go, Uzumaki? Sasuke asked me affectionately, brushing a lock of hair from my forehead. Of course, he couldn't deny anything to a face like that. Hey, where are we going, Databao? We have to wait until it thunders to play, you'll see why, he promised me. Will I need an umbrella? The three of them burst out laughing uproariously. Will you need it? Niji asked Hinata-chan. Lie, she was sure. The storm is going to hit the village. The forest clearing should be pretty dry. In that case, perfect. Niji's enthusiasm was contagious, without a doubt. I myself found myself more curious than terrified. Let's see if Kakashi wants to come. Hinata-chan stood up and walked through the door in a way that would have made a ballerina's heart break with envy. As if you didn't know, Niji said mockingly. They both continued on their way quickly, but Niji managed to discreetly close the door as he left. What are we going to play, Fear? I wanted to know. You're going to watch, Dobe, Sasuke clarified. We'll play baseball. I raised my eyes to the sky. Do vampires like baseball, Databeo? It's the Uchiha's pastime, Yujiro Tonki, he retorted with mocking solemnity. It had barely started to drizzle when Sasuke team turned the corner onto my street. Up until that moment, I hadn't had any doubt that he would accompany me during the few hours of intermission before the match that was going to take place in the real world. Then I saw the brown car, a beat-up Ford, parked in the driveway of Minato's house, and I heard Sasuke team mutter something unintelligible in a dull, raspy voice. Gaara stood behind his cousin's wheelchair, sheltered from the rain, beneath the narrow porch overhang. Kururabazen's face was as impassive as stone as Sasuke team parked the minivan at the curb. Gaara stared at the ground, his expression mortified. This, Sasuke's low voice sounded furious. This is going too far. Did they come to warn Minato, Databeo? I ventured, more horrified than angry. Sasuke team nodded dryly, responding with narrowed eyes to Kururabazen's gaze through the rain. My legs went weak with relief when I realized that Minato hadn't arrived yet. Let me fix it, team, I suggested, anxious at the sight of Sasuke's dark, hateful gaze. To my surprise, he agreed. Perhaps that's for the best, Yujiro Tonki, but be careful anyway. The boy doesn't know anything. The word boy bothered me a little. Gaara isn't much younger than me. Databeo, I reminded him. Then he looked at me, and his anger suddenly disappeared. Yes, I know, Dobe, he assured me with a sideways smile. I sighed and put my hand on the door handle. Send them into the house so I can leave, Yujiro Tonki, he ordered. I'll be back around sunset. Do you want to take the car, Databeo? I asked while wondering how I was going to explain his mistake to Minato. Sasuke rolled his eyes. I can get home much faster than this car can take me, Dobe. You don't have to leave, I'm afraid, I said sadly. He smiled when he saw my dejected expression. I have to do it, Yujiro Tonki, he shot the Sabaku no a grim look. Once you're rid of them, you must prepare Minato to introduce him to your new Koreshi. He gave one of his sideways smiles. Arigatou gozaimasu, Databeo, I grumbled. She smiled again, but with that mischievous smile that I loved so much. I'll be back soon, he promised me. Her eyes flew back to the porch and then she leaned in to quickly kiss me just below the edge of my jaw. My heart raced, and I glanced back at the porch. Kururabazen's face was no longer so impassive, and his hands gripped the arms of the chair. Soon, I remarked, as I opened the door and jumped into the rain. I could feel his eyes on my back as I hurried toward the dim light of the porch. Konnichiwa, Kururabazen. Konnichiwa, Gaara, I greeted them with all the enthusiasm I could muster. Minato has left for the whole day, I hope you haven't been waiting for him too long, Databeo. Not much, Kururabazen replied in a subdued tone, her green eyes pierced me. We just wanted to bring you this, she said, gesturing to the brown paper bag she was carrying in her lap. Thank you, I said, though I had no idea what it could be. Why don't you go inside for a moment and dry off, Databeo? I tried to appear indifferent to Kururabazen's intense scrutiny as I opened the door and gestured for them to follow me. Give it to me, Databeo, I offered as I turned to close the door and take one last look at Sasuke team, who was still waiting, completely motionless and looking solemn. You should put it in the refrigerator, Kururabazen commented as she handed me the bag. It's homemade fried fish, Minato's favorite. It'll be drier in the refrigerator. Kururabazen shrugged. Thank you, I repeated, though now my thanks were sincere. I'm looking for new fish recipes and I'm sure I'll bring more home tonight, Databeo. Has he gone fishing again? Kururabazan asked with a subtle twinkle in his eye. Down there, where he always goes? Maybe I'll go and say hello. I lied quickly, my expression hardening. She's gone somewhere new, and I have no idea where she is. He noticed the change in my expression and became thoughtful. Jie-kun, she said, still staring at me. Why don't you go to the car and get Temari-chan's new painting? I'll let Minato have it too. Where is he? Gaara asked, in a grumpy voice. I looked at him, but he had his gaze fixed on the ground, with a displeased expression. I think I saw it in the trunk, maybe you have to look around a bit. Gaara shuffled towards the rain. Kururabazan and I faced each other in silence. After a few seconds, the silence became awkward, so I headed toward the kitchen. I heard the squeak of her wheelchair's wet wheels as she followed me. I shoved the bag onto the top shelf of the already crowded refrigerator and turned to face him. His delicate features were inscrutable. Minato won't be back for a while, Databeo, I blurted out in an almost rude tone. Kururabazan nodded, but said nothing. Thanks again for the fried fish, I repeated. He continued nodding, I sighed and crossed my arms over my chest. He seemed to realize that I had ended our little chat. Naru-chan, she began, then hesitated. Wait. Naru-chan, she said again, Minato is one of my best friends. Hi. I've noticed you're with one of the Uchiha. She pronounced each word carefully, in her sweet, maternal voice. Hi, I repeated curtly. Her eyes narrowed. Perhaps it's none of my business, but I don't think it's a good idea. You're right. It's none of your business, Databeo. She raised her eyebrows. You may not know it, but the Uchiha family has a bad reputation in the reservation. The truth is, I was aware of it, I explained in a dry voice, that surprised her. However, that reputation might be undeserved, right? As far as I know, the Uchiha have never set foot in the reserve, Databeo, have they? I noticed that he stopped dead in his tracks at the lack of subtlety in my allusion to the agreement that bound and protected his clan. That's true, he admitted, looking at me warily. You seem to be more well informed about the Uchiha than I expected. Maybe even more than you, Databeo, I said, looking down at her. He pursed his thick lips as he fitted it in. It could be, he conceded, though a glint of cunning lit his eyes. Is Minato that well informed? I had found the weak point in my defense. Minato really likes the Uchiha, I said, changing the subject, and she clearly noticed my evasive maneuver. She didn't seem very pleased, but she wasn't surprised either. So, it's not my business, but perhaps it is Minato's. Yes, I believe whether or not it concerns my Tusan is also just my business, Databeo. Yokata? I wondered if he'd grasped the idea despite my efforts to muddle everything and avoid saying anything compromising. It seemed he had. The rain pattered on the roof, the only sound breaking the silence as Kururabazan pondered the matter. Hi, he finally gave in. I guess it's your business. Arigato, Kururabazan, Databeo, I sighed in relief. Think carefully about what you're doing, Naru-chan, she urged me maternally. Yokata, I replied quickly. He frowned again. What I meant was for you to stop doing what you're doing. I looked into her eyes, filled with genuine concern for me, and no reply came to mind. At that precise moment, the door burst open, startling me. Gaara was preceded by his plaintive voice. There was no paint on the car. She appeared from around the corner of the kitchen with her shoulders wet from the rain and her hair dripping. Kururabazan smiled sweetly, suddenly pulling away from me and turning her chair to face her son. I guess I left it at home. Great. Gaara theatrically raised his eyes to the sky. Well, Naru-chan, tell Minato. Kururabazan paused before continuing, that we passed by here, okay? I'll do it, Databeo, I murmured. Gaara was surprised. But are we leaving now? Minato is going to be late, Karura explained gently as she rolled the wheels of the chair and overtook Gaara. Oh, Gaara said, sounding annoyed. Well, I guess I'll see you another day, Naru. Of course, I affirmed. Be careful, Karura Bazin warned me. I didn't answer her. Gaara helped his cousin out the door. I waved goodbye to them with a slight flick of my arm as I gazed intently at my now empty car. I closed the door before they disappeared from sight. I stood in the driveway for a minute, listening to the sound of the car reversing away. I stayed there, waiting for the irritation and anxiety to subside. When I finally managed to relax a little, I went upstairs to change out of the clothes I had put on to go out. I tried on a couple of t-shirts, not quite sure what to expect tonight. I was so focused on what was to come that what had just happened lost all interest. Now that I was far from Miji and Sasuke's influence, I tried to convince myself that what had happened shouldn't scare me. I quickly dismissed the idea of changing into another outfit and chose an old orange shirt and jeans, since I'd be wearing my raincoat all night anyway. The phone rang, and I ran downstairs to answer it. There was only one voice I wanted to hear, any other would have been annoying. But I figured if he'd wanted to talk to me, he probably would have only had to show up in my room. Hello? I asked breathlessly. Naru? It's me, Yugura said. Ah, konnichiwa, Yagu-chan. I struggled for a few moments to come back down to earth. It felt like months instead of days since I last spoke to him. How did the dance go, Databeo? I had a blast. Yugura shouted, launching into a detailed description of the previous night without any prompting. I mumbled a few hms and ahs at the right moments, but I was having trouble concentrating. Yugura, Kiba, the dance, and school all seemed strangely irrelevant at that moment. My eyes kept glancing back at the window, trying to gauge the actual amount of light through the thick clouds. Did you hear what I said, Naru? Yagu-chan asked me, irritated. Gomen, nanny? I told you Kiba kissed me. Can you believe it? That's great, Yugura. And what did you do yesterday? Yugura challenged me, still annoyed by my lack of attention. Or perhaps he was angry because I hadn't asked him for the details. Not much, really. I just took a stroll around to enjoy the sun, Databeo. I heard Minato's car pull into the garage. Hey, have you heard anything about Uchiha Sasuke-kun? The front door slammed shut and I heard Minato stumbling forward near the stairs, as he packed away his fishing gear. I hesitated, not knowing what else to tell him. Tadaima, Tengaku. Are you there? Minato greeted me as I entered the kitchen. I returned the greeting with gestures. Yagu-chan heard his voice. Oh, look, your Tusan has arrived. Never mind, we'll talk tomorrow. See you in trigonometry. See you, Yagu-chan, I replied, and then hung up. Konnichiwa, Tu-chan, I said as he washed his hands in the sink. How was your fishing? Okay, I put the fish in the freezer. I'm going to take some out before it freezes. Karura Bazin brought homemade fried fish this afternoon, Databeo, I said happily. Oh, he did that? Minato's eyes lit up. He's my favorite. She washed up while I prepared dinner. We soon sat down at the table and ate in silence. Minato enjoyed his meal, while I desperately wondered how to accomplish my mission, struggling to find a way to broach the subject. What have you done today? He asked, abruptly pulling me out of my reverie. Well, this afternoon I was running around the house. Actually, it was only the last part of the afternoon. I tried to keep my voice cheerful, but I felt a pit in my stomach, and this morning I was at the Uchiha house, Databeo. Minato dropped the chopsticks. Uchiha-sensei's house? He inquired, astonished. I pretended not to notice her reaction. Hi. Why did you go there? I hadn't picked up the chopsticks yet. Well, I had a sort of date with Uchiha Sasuke tonight, and he wanted to introduce me to his parents, Databeo. Tu-chan? It looked as if Minato was suffering from an aneurysm. Tu-chan, are you okay? You're dating Uchiha Sasuke, he thundered. Oh. I thought you liked the Uchiha, Databeo, I said with a raised eyebrow. He's too old for you, she began to rant. We'd both go to high school, Databeo, I corrected him, although he was certainly more right than I could have dreamed. Wait, he paused. Which one of them is Sasuke? Sasuke is the youngest, the one with blue-black hair, Databeo. The most beautiful, the most divine, I thought to myself. Ah, I see, that's better, she pondered. I don't like the look of that big guy. I'm sure he's a good man and all, but he seems too mature for you. And this Sasuke is your Koreshi? His name is Sasuke, Tuchan, Databeo, I said with a sweat drop behind my head. And is it? Something like that, I guess, Databeo. Well, the other night you told me you weren't interested in any of the men in town. Seeing him pick up the chopsticks again, I started to think the worst had happened. Well, Sasuke doesn't live in the village, Tuchan. He looked at me dismissively as he chewed. And anyway, I continued, we're just getting started, Databeo. Don't bore me with all that lecture about Koreshis and stuff, Yokata. When will he come to pick you up? He'll arrive in a few minutes, Databeo. Where is it going to take you? I hope you'll stop acting like an inquisitor, Yokata. I growled loudly, puffing out my cheeks. Let's go play baseball with your family, Databeo. He wrinkled his face and then, finally, burst into a chuckle. Are you going to play baseball? Well, I think I'll just be watching most of the time, I said, scratching the back of my neck while smiling at him with my eyes closed. Well, you must really like that man, she commented while looking at me with a suspicious expression. I sighed and rolled my eyes to get him to leave me alone. I heard the roar of an engine, and then I felt it stop right in front of the house. I jumped up in my chair and started washing the dishes. Leave the dishes, I'll wash them later. You spoil me too much. The doorbell rang and Minato went to open the door. I followed him a step behind. I hadn't noticed it was pouring rain outside. Sasuke team was standing there, bathed in the light from the porch, looking just like a model in a raincoat commercial. Come in, Sasuke-kun. I breathed a sigh of relief when I saw that Minato hadn't made a mistake with the name. Arigato, Namikazoyabin, he said in a respectful voice. Come in and call me Minato. Come on, give me the jacket. Arigato. Sit here, Sasuke-kun. I made a face. Sasuke team sat down with an agile movement in the only chair available, forcing me to sit next to Namikazoyabin on the sofa. I shot him a venomous glare, and he winked at me behind Minato's back. I understand you're taking my child to a baseball game. The fact that it rains cats and dogs and this is no impediment to doing outdoor sports only happens here in Konoha. Yes, that's the idea. He didn't seem surprised that I had told my Tusan the truth. Although he could have been listening, of course. Well, that's bringing it to your turf, I suppose, huh? Minato laughed and Sasuke team joined him. Great, I said, getting up. Enough with the jokes at my expense, Databeo. Let's go. I went back to the hallway and put on my jacket. They followed me. Don't come back too late, Naru. Don't worry, Minato-san, I'll bring it early, Sasuke team promised. You will take care of my child, won't you? I grumbled, but they ignored me. I promise you will be safe with me. Minato could not question Sasuke team's sincerity, as every word was imbued with it. I stormed out. They both laughed, and Sasuke team followed me. I stopped dead in my tracks on the porch. There, behind my car, was a gigantic Jeep. The tires reached above my waist, metal guards covered the headlights and taillights, and it had 4 enormous fog lights attached to the fenders. The roof was bright red. Minato let out a low whistle. Fasten your seatbelts, he warned. Sasuke followed me to the passenger door and opened it. I judged the distance to the seat and prepared to jump out. Sasuke sighed and lifted me up with one hand. I hoped Minato hadn't noticed. As I walked back to the driver's side, at a normal, human pace, I tried to put on my seatbelt, but there were too many buckles. What is all this, fear? I asked when he opened the door. A harness for driving off-road, uzumaki. Oh. I tried to find where all those buckles were supposed to attach, but I was going too slowly. Sasuke sighed again and started helping me. I was glad the rain was so heavy that Minato couldn't see anything clearly from the porch. That meant he wasn't noticing how Sasuke's hands were sliding down my neck, caressing the back of my head. I stopped trying to help him and focused on not hyperventilating. Sasuke turned the key and the engine started. At last we drove away from the house. This is, what a fantastic Jeep you've got, man. He just rolled his eyes in response. It's Suigetsu's, dope. I figured you wouldn't feel like running the whole way. Where do they keep this tank, Databao? We have remodeled one of the exterior buildings to turn it into a garage. Aren't you going to put on your seatbelt? He gave me an incredulous look. Then I realized the meaning of his words. Run the whole way? So, we're going to run part of it, right? My voice rose several octaves and he smiled broadly. You won't be the one running, uzumaki. I'm going to get dizzy, Databao. If you close your eyes, you'll be fine, dope. I bit my lip, trying to fight off the panic. He leaned down to kiss the top of my head and then groaned. I looked at him in surprise. You smell deliciously like rain, he commented. But, good or bad? I asked cautiously. Both ways, he sighed. Always both ways, uzumaki. Between the gloom and the downpour, I don't know how he found his way, but somehow we reached a secondary road, more like a forest track than a highway. Conversation was impossible for quite a while, since I was bouncing up and down in the seat like a jackhammer. However, Sasuke's team seemed to be enjoying the ride, as he never stopped smiling. And then we reached the end of the road. The trees formed great green walls on 3 of the Jeep's 4 sides. The rain had gradually turned into a drizzle, and the bright sky peeked through the clouds. From here we have to go on foot. You know what? I'd rather wait for you here, Databao. But what happened to your courage, uzumaki? You were great this morning. I haven't forgotten the last time yet. It seemed incredible that it had only happened yesterday. He approached my side of the car so quickly that I barely caught a glimpse of him. He began to untie my harness. I'll let them go, be afraid, go away, Databao, I protested in vain. He seemed to meditate as he finished quickly. I think I'm going to have to strain my memory a bit, dope. Before I could react, she pulled me out of the Jeep and stood me on the ground. There was barely any fog left. It seemed Hinata-chan was going to be right. Force my memory? How? I asked nervously. Something like this. He looked at me intensely, but cautiously, although there was a spark of humor in the back of his eyes. He placed his hands on the Jeep, one on each side of my head, and leaned down, forcing me to remain pressed against the door. He leaned down even further, his face inches from mine, leaving me no room to escape. Now, tell me, he breathed, and it was then that his breath disrupted all my mental processes. What exactly is it that worries you, uzumaki? Well, I'll crash into a tree and die, I swallowed. Oh, and get dizzy, Databao. She suppressed a smile. Then, she tilted her head and gently brushed her cold lips against the hollow at the base of my throat. Are you still worried, dope? He murmured against my skin. Hi. I struggled to concentrate. I'm worried about ending up smashed into trees and getting dizzy, Databao. His nose traced a line along the skin of my throat to the edge of my chin. His cold breath tickled my skin. And now? Their lips whispered against my jaw. Trees, I inhaled. Movement, dizziness. He raised his head to kiss my eyelids. Uzumaki, you don't really think you're going to crash into a tree, do you? Lie, although I could, I replied without much confidence. He already smelled an easy victory. He kissed me, slowly moving down my cheek until he stopped at the corner of my lips. Do you think I'd let a tree hurt you, Kitsune? His lips lightly brushed against my trembling lower lip. Lie, I breathed. There had to be something effective in my defense, but I couldn't remember what it was. You see, her parted lips moved against mine. There's nothing to be afraid of, is there? Lie, I sighed, giving up. Then he took my face in his hands, almost roughly, and kissed me seriously, moving his insistent lips against mine. There really was no excuse for my behavior. I see that more clearly now, of course. In any case, it seemed I couldn't stop myself from behaving exactly as I did the first time. Instead of staying still and safe, my arms flew up and wrapped tightly around his neck, and I was suddenly pressed against his body, hard as stone. I sighed, and my lips parted slightly. He staggered backward, effortlessly breaking my embrace. Uzumaki, he gasped, breaking free. You're my downfall, I swear you are. I squatted down, wrapping my arms around my knees, looking for support. You're indestructible, Databeo, I muttered, trying to catch my breath. That's what I thought before I met you. Now we'd better get out of here quickly before I do something really stupid, he grumbled. He threw me onto his back like last time, and I saw the tremendous effort he was making to behave sweetly. I wrapped my legs around his waist and sought safety by clinging to his neck in an almost strangulating embrace. Don't forget to close your eyes, he warned me sternly. I buried my head between his shoulder blades, under my arm, and closed my eyes tightly. I couldn't really tell if we were moving or not. I felt the sensation of flying throughout my body, but the movement was so gentle that we might as well have been strolling along the sidewalk. I was tempted to glance over, just to check if we were really flying through the woods like before, but I resisted. It wasn't worth risking a terrible dizziness. I was content to feel her rhythmic breathing. I wasn't sure we had really stopped until he reached his arm back and touched my hair. It's over now, Naru. I dared to open my eyes, and it was true, we had already stopped. Half numb, I loosened my grip on her body and slid to the ground, falling on my back. Ow! I shouted angrily as I hit the wet ground. He looked at me in surprise. It was obvious that he wasn't entirely sure if he could laugh at my expense in that situation, but my bewildered expression overcame his reluctance and he burst out laughing. I got up, ignoring him, and started cleaning the mud and twigs off the back of my jacket. That only made him laugh even harder. Angrily, I started striding toward the woods. I felt his arm around my waist. Where are you going, Dobe? Let's go watch a baseball game. Since you don't seem interested in playing, I'm going to make sure everyone else has fun without you. You arrogant jerk. But it's not that way. I turned around without looking at him and continued striding in the opposite direction. He caught me again. Don't get angry, Uzumaki, I couldn't help it. You should have seen your face, he chuckled, unable to contain himself again. Oh right, you're the only one who can get angry here, Databeo, aren't you, team? I asked, raising my eyebrows. I wasn't mad at you, Dobe. Uzumaki, you are my downfall? I quoted bitterly. That was simply the observation of a fact. I tried to turn away from him once more, but he quickly grabbed me. You were angry, Databeo, I insisted. Hi. But you just said. I wasn't mad at you, Naru, can't you see that? He'd suddenly become serious, any trace of joking in his expression completely gone. Don't you understand, Dobe? Understand what, are you afraid of? I demanded, confused by his rapid change of mood, as much as by his words. I could never get angry with you, Uzumaki, how could I? You're so brave, so loyal, so warm. So, nice? I whispered, recalling the harsh manner in which she had rejected me, which I had been unable to interpret except as a very clear frustration with my weakness, my slowness, my disordered human reactions. He carefully placed his hands on both sides of my face. I was furious with myself, Dobe, he said gently. For the way I keep putting you in danger. My very existence is a danger to you. Sometimes, I really hate myself. I should be stronger, I should be able to. I covered his mouth with my hand. Don't say it, Databeo. He took my hand, moving it away from his lips, but keeping it against his face. I love you, Uzumaki, he said. It's a very poor excuse for everything I put you through, but it's the absolute truth. It was the first time he'd told me he loved me, at least not with so many words. Maybe he hadn't realized it, but I certainly think he did. Now, try to take care of yourself, okay, Yokata? He continued, leaning in to gently brush his lips against mine. I stood still, displaying dignity. Then, I sighed. You promised Namake Zoyabin you'd take me home early, remember, team? So we'd better get going, Databeo. Hi, Shounen. He smiled wistfully and let go of me, though he kept one of my hands. He led me a few meters further, through tall, wet ferns and mosses covering a huge fir tree, and suddenly we were there, at the edge of an immense open field. It was twice the size of a baseball stadium. There I saw everyone else, Obito-san, Suigetsu, and Karen, sitting on a smooth, jutting rock, were the closest to us, about 100 meters away. Even farther away, about 400 meters, were Niji and Hinata-chan, who seemed to be throwing something to each other, though I never saw the ball. It looked like Kakashi-sensei was marking the bases, but could he really be spacing them so far apart? The three of them on the rock stood up when we came into view. Obito-san approached us, and Suigetsu followed after casting a long glance at Karen's back. She had gracefully risen and was striding forward into the field without looking in our direction. In response, my stomach churned uncomfortably. Is that you we heard, Sasuke-kun? Obito-san asked as he approached. It sounded like a bear was drowning, Suigetsu explained. I smiled happily at Obito-san. It was him, Databeo. Naru was actually quite comical at that moment, without meaning to, Sasuke explained quickly, trying to take credit. I puffed out my cheeks and glared at him, but he smirked at me. Conceited jerk. Hinata-chan had abandoned her position and was running, or rather dancing, towards us. She sped forward and stopped with great ease beside us. It's time, he announced. The deep rumble of thunder shook the forest in front of him as soon as he finished speaking. Then it rumbled westward, toward the city. Weird, isn't it? Suigetsu said with a wink, as if we'd known each other forever. Ikimashu. Hinata-chan took Suigetsu by the hand and they disappeared like arrows towards the gigantic field. She ran like a gazelle. He, far from being so graceful, nevertheless matched her in speed, although he could never be compared to a gazelle. Do you fancy a game of ball, Dobe? Sasuke team asked me with bright eyes, eager to participate. I smiled at him enthusiastically. Go with the others, Databeo. She chuckled softly, and after ruffling my hair, she leaped to join the other two. Her running style was more aggressive, more like a cheetah's than a gazelle's, and she soon caught up with them. Her display of grace and power took my breath away. Shall we go down? Obito-san inquired in a soft, melodious voice. At that moment, I realized I was staring at him, mouth agape. I quickly composed myself and nodded, smiling brightly. Obito-san was barely a meter away from me, and I wondered if he was still acting cautiously so as not to scare me. He matched my pace, unfazed by my slow rhythm. Aren't you going to play with them, Databeo? I asked curiously, raising an eyebrow. Lie, I prefer to referee, someone has to stop them from cheating and I like it, he explained. So, you guys like to cheat, Databeo? Oh, I certainly think so, you should hear their explanations. Well, I hope that's not the case, otherwise you'd think they were raised in a pack of wolves. You remind me of my cousin, I laughed, surprised, and he joined in my laughter. Well, I like to think of them as my own children, in more ways than one. I have a hard time controlling my maternal instincts. Didn't Sasuke-kun tell you he lost a baby? Lie, I muttered, dazed, struggling to understand what period of his life he was referring to. Hi, my first and only child died a few days after being born, my poor little thing, she sighed. It broke my heart and that's why I threw myself off the cliff, as you probably know, she added matter-of-factly. Sasuke just told me you fell, Databeo, I stuttered. Ah. Sasuke-kun, always so chivalrous, she smiled. Sasuke-kun was the first of my new children. I always think of him that way, even though, in a way, he's older than me. She smiled warmly at me. That's why I'm so glad I found you, Kokoro. Those affectionate words sounded so natural on her lips. He's been a bit of an oddball for too long, it hurt to see him so alone. So you don't mind? I asked, hesitant again. That I'm not, good for him, Databeo? Lie, he said thoughtfully. You're what he wants. I don't know how, but this is going to work out, he assured me, though his brow was furrowed with worry. Another clap of thunder sounded. At that moment, Obito-san stopped. Apparently, we had reached the edge of the field. It seemed the teams had already been formed. Sasuke team was on the left side of the field, quite far away. Kakashi-sensei was between first and second base, and Hinata-chan had the ball. At what must have been home plate. Suigetsu was swinging an aluminum bat, its whistling sound barely audible since it was nearly impossible to follow its trajectory through the air. I expected it to approach home plate, but it was already there, an unimaginable distance from the pitching base, assuming its batting stance before I knew it. Niji positioned himself behind it, barely a meter away, to catch the ball for the other team. As expected, neither of them wore gloves. Yokata, Obito-san spoke in a clear voice, and I knew that Sasuke team had hurt him despite being far away. Bat. Hinata-chan stood erect, seemingly motionless. Her style appeared closer to cunning, to stealth, than to an intimidating throwing technique. She held the ball with both hands near her waist, then, her right arm moved like a cobra strike, and the ball hit Niji's hand. Was that a strike, Databeo? I asked Obito-san. If they don't hit her, it's a strike, he replied. Niji threw the ball again into Hinata-chan's hand, who allowed herself a big smile before stretching out her arm to make another throw. This time the bat somehow managed to hit the invisible ball. The crack of the impact was tremendous, thunderous. I understood clearly why they needed a storm to play when the mountains echoed back the blow. The ball flew across the field like a meteorite before disappearing deep into the surrounding forest. Complete race, Databeo, I muttered. Wait, Obito-san said cautiously, listening attentively with his hand raised. Suigetsu was a blurry figure running from one base to another, and Kakashi-sensei was the shadow following him. I realized that Sasuke-teen wasn't there. Out. Obito-san sang in his clear voice. I watched in disbelief as Sasuke leaped from the edge of the forest, the ball raised in his hand. Even I could see his smug grin. Suigetsu-kun may be the one who hits the hardest, Obito-san explained to me, but Sasuke-kun runs at least as fast. The runs came one after another before my incredulous eyes. It was impossible to maintain eye contact with the ball given the speed at which it was flying and the pace at which the base runners were moving around the field. I understood the other reason why they waited for a storm to play when Niji hit a ground ball, one of those balls that roll along the ground, towards Kakashi-sensei's position in an attempt to avoid Sasuke team's infallible defense. Kakashi-sensei ran for the ball and then dashed after Niji, who was hurtling toward first base. When they collided, the sound was like two enormous boulders crashing together. Worried, I jumped up to see what had happened, but they were unharmed. They're fine, Obito-san announced in a calm voice. Suigetsu's team was one run ahead. Karen managed to circle the bases after taking advantage of one of Suigetsu's very long pitches, when Sasuke team got the third out. She hopped over to where I was, gave me a sideways smile, and brushed a strand of hair from my forehead. What do you think, Yujiro Tonki? He inquired. One thing is for sure, I will never sit down to watch that old, boring National Baseball League again, Databeo. Yeah, it sounds like you've done that a lot before, Sasuke replied, laughing. I'm a little disappointed, Databeo, I joked. Nays, Dobe? He asked, intrigued. Well, it would be great to find just one thing you don't do better than everyone else on this planet, Databeo. You're a know-it-all. I puffed out my cheeks, pretending to be angry. That crooked smile of his flashed across his face for a moment, taking my breath away. I'm coming, he said as he headed towards home plate. He played with great cunning, opting for a low ball, beyond the reach of Karen's exceptionally quick hand, who was defending on the outfield, and, swift as lightning, he gained 2 bases before Suigetsu could put the ball back in play. Kakashi-sensei hit one so far out of bounds, with a crash that hurt my ears, that he and Sasuke completed the run. Hinata-chan gently high-fived them. The score kept changing as the game progressed, and they joked around with each other like street players as they took turns in first place. Every now and then, Obito-san had to call them out. Another clap of thunder rumbled, but we still hadn't gotten wet, just as Hinata-chan had predicted. Kakashi-sensei was about to bat with Sasuke team catching when Hinata-chan suddenly let out a muffled scream that sounded very loud. I was watching Sasuke team, as usual, and then I saw him turn around to look at her. Their eyes met, and in an instant, a mysterious current flowed between them. Sasuke team was already by my side before the others could ask Hinata-chan what was wrong. Hinata-chan? Obito-san asked in a tense voice. I haven't seen it clearly, I couldn't tell you. She whispered. By then everyone had gathered. What's wrong, Hinata-chan? Kakashi-sensei asked in turn, his voice calm but full of authority. They travel much faster than I thought. I think I was wrong about that, he murmured. Niji leaned over her in a protective gesture. What has changed? He asked. They heard us playing and changed direction, she said, contrite, as if she felt responsible for whatever had frightened her. 7 pairs of quick eyes glanced at my face briefly and then looked away. How long will it take them to arrive? Inquired Kakashi-sensei, turning to Sasuke team. A look of intense concentration crossed his face and he replied with a disapproving gesture. Less than 5 minutes. They come running, they want to play. Can you do it? Kakashi-sensei asked, his eyes briefly glancing over me. No, not with a load, he summarized. Besides, the last thing we need is for them to pick up the scent and start hunting. How many are there? Suigetsu asked Hinata-chan. 3, he replied laconically. 3. Suigetsu exclaimed mockingly. Suddenly, I saw the muscles in his arms bulge. So that's what Sasuke team meant by Suigetsu's talent? He flexed the steely muscles of his imposing arms. Let them come. Kakashi-sensei considered it for a fraction of a second that seemed longer than it actually was. Only Suigetsu seemed impassive, the rest stared intently at Kakashi-sensei's face, their eyes filled with anxiety. We'll just keep playing, Kakashi-sensei finally announced in a cold, dispassionate tone. Hinata-chan said they were just curious. He uttered the 2 sentences in a torrent of words that lasted barely a few seconds. I listened attentively and managed to grasp most of it, though I couldn't quite make out what Obito-san was asking Sasuke team at that moment with a silent vibration of his lips. I only glimpsed Sasuke team's barely perceptible shake of his head and the relief on Obito-san's face. You try to catch the ball, Obito. I'll take care of preparing it, and he stood in front of me. The others returned to the field, their sharp eyes scanning the dark forest warily. Hinata-chan and Obito-san seemed to be trying to get their bearings around where I was standing. Zip up your sweatshirt to your neck, Sasuke ordered, in a calm, low voice. I commented on what seemed obvious to me. The others are coming this way, Databeo. Hi, stay still, remain silent. He tried to hide the nervousness in his voice quite well, but I could hear it, and don't leave my side, Onagai, Yujiro Tonki. She pulled down the hood of my sweatshirt and pulled it over my head, trying to hide my forehead. Hinata-chan whispered. That won't do any good. I could smell it from across the field. I know, Sasuke replied, with a note of frustration in his voice. Kakashi-sensei stood in the meadow while the rest reluctantly resumed the game. Sasuke team, what did Obito-san ask you, Databeo? I whispered. He hesitated for a moment before answering me. Are they thirsty? He murmured reluctantly. A few seconds passed, and the game progressed, now with apathy, since no one felt like playing hard. Suigetsu, Karen, and Niji were loitering around the inner area of the field. Although fear clouded my judgment, I was aware more than once of Karen's fixed gaze on me. She was expressionless, but somehow, the way she pursed her lips made me think she was angry. Sasuke was not paying any attention to the game, his eyes and mind were wandering through the forest. Gomen, Dobe, he muttered fiercely. Exposing you like this was stupid and irresponsible of me. I'm so sorry. I noticed how he held his breath and fixed his wide eyes on the western corner of the field. He took a half step forward, placing himself between whatever was approaching and me. Kakashi-sensei, Suigetsu, and the others turned in the same direction as soon as they heard the sound of their advance, which reached me much more muffled. They appeared one by one at the edge of the forest, 12 meters from our position. The first man entered the clearing and immediately stepped aside to make way for another, taller man with black hair, who took the lead, in a way that clearly showed who was leading the group. The third member was a woman. From that distance, I could only see her hair, which had an amazing pink hue. They closed ranks as they cautiously advanced towards Sasuke's family, displaying the natural wariness of a pack of predators towards an unknown and larger group of their own kind. I observed how different they were from the Uchiha as they approached. Their gait was feline, they moved much like a cat on the prowl. They were dressed in typical hiking gear, jeans and a simple button-down shirt made of thick, waterproof fabric. Their clothes were worn and frayed, and they were barefoot. The men had very short hair, and the girls' dazzling pink hair was full of leaves and other debris from the forest. Their sharp eyes noticed Kakashi-sensei's more urban and polished appearance as he approached them, alert and flanked by Suigetsu and Niji. Without any apparent prior agreement, they had all adopted an upright and nonchalant posture. The leader of the newcomers was undeniably handsome, with olive skin beneath his characteristic pallor and glossy black hair. He was of medium build, muscular, of course, but nowhere near Suigetsu's physical strength. She gave a pleasant smile that revealed dazzling white teeth. The woman had a wilder appearance, partly due to her disheveled hair, tousled by the breeze. Her gaze darted back and forth between the men in front of her and the disorganized group surrounding me. Her posture was distinctly feline. The second man, lighter in build than the leader, both his features and his jet black hair were unremarkable, flitted casually between them. Yet his expression was utterly calm, and his eyes, in a way, the most watchful. The eyes of the newcomers were different too. They weren't gold or black, as one might expect, but an intense burgundy color with a disturbing and sinister hue. The dark-haired man took a step towards Kakashi-sensei, still smiling. "We thought we heard someone playing," he said calmly. "My name is Darui, and these are Sakura and Sai," he added, gesturing to the vampires accompanying him. "I'm Kakashi, and this is my family, Suigetsu and Niji, Karen, Obito, and Hinata, Sasuke and Naru," he said, identifying us in groups, deliberately trying not to draw attention to any one individual. I jumped when he named me. "Is there room for a few more players?" Darui inquired amiably. Kakashi-sensei adjusted the inflection of his voice to match Darui's friendly tone. "Well, the truth is we just finished the game. But we'd be absolutely delighted to come back another time. Do you plan to stay in the area for a long time?" "Actually, we're heading north, although we were curious about what was around here. We haven't had any company for a long time. No, this region is usually empty except for my group and the occasional visitor, like yourselves." The tense atmosphere had evolved into a relaxed conversation. I guessed that Niji was using his peculiar gift to control the situation. "What is his hunting territory?" Darui asked casually. Kakashi-sensei ignored the presumption implied by the question. "This, Mount Ryota, and sometimes Kento Rakuto from one end to the other. We have a residence here. There's also another permanent settlement like ours near Yuki." Darui swayed, resting his weight on his heels, and asked with keen curiosity. "Permanent? And how did they manage to achieve something like that? Why don't you come to our house and we can talk more comfortably?" Kakashi-sensei invited them. "It's a long story." Sai and Sakura exchanged a surprised look when Kakashi-sensei mentioned the word home, but Darui controlled his expression better. "That's very kind and hospitable of you," she said, her smile charming. "We've been hunting for a long time. She studied Kakashi-sensei, noticing his refined appearance. "We haven't had a chance to freshen up. Please don't be offended, but I must ask you to refrain from hunting in the vicinity of this area. We must remain undetected, you understand," Kakashi-sensei explained. "Of course," Darui agreed. "We don't intend to fight over the territory. Anyway, we just ate outside Yami." A shiver ran down my spine when Darui burst out laughing. "We'll show you the way if you want to come with us. Suigetsu, Hinata-chan, go with Sasuke and Naru-chan to pick up the jeep," he added casually. While Kakashi-sensei was speaking, three things happened at once. The gentle breeze caused my hood to slip down, making my hair flutter. Sasuke team stiffened, and the second male, Sai, suddenly moved his head from side to side, searching, before focusing his scrutiny on me, twitching his nostrils. A sudden stiffness gripped everyone as Sai took a step forward and crouched low. Sasuke bared his teeth and assumed the same defensive stance, letting out a bestial roar that seemed to tear at his throat. It was nothing like the playful sounds I'd heard from him that morning. It was the most threatening thing I'd ever heard, and I shuddered from head to toe. "What's going on?" Darui exclaimed, surprised. Neither Sai nor Sasuke team relaxed their aggressive stances. The former feinted slightly to the side, and Sasuke team responded to the movement. "He is with us." Kakashi-sensei's firm challenge was directed at Sai. Darui seemed to perceive my scent less strongly than Sai, but he soon realized it, and the discovery was reflected on his face as well. "Have they brought us an appetizer?" she inquired incredulously, while, without realizing it, she took a step forward. Sasuke team roared with greater ferocity and harshness, curling his upper lip over his dazzling bare teeth. Darui took a step back. "I said he's with us," Kakashi-sensei replied dryly. "But he's human," Darui protested. There was no aggression in his words, he was simply astonished. "Hi." Suigetsu made his presence known beside Kakashi-sensei, his eyes fixed on Sai, who very slowly stood up and returned to his normal position, though his nostrils were still flared and he kept a close eye on me. Sasuke team continued crouching like a lion in front of me. "It seems we have a lot to learn from each other." Darui spoke in a soothing tone in an attempt to soften the sudden hostility. Without a doubt, Kakashi-sensei's voice was still cold. "We would still like to accept your invitation." Her eyes flicked quickly to me and then back to Kakashi-sensei. "And of course, we won't harm the human youth. We won't hunt in his territory, as I've told you." Sai looked at Darui with disbelief and irritation, and exchanged another long look with Sakura, whose eyes were still nervously darting from face to face. Kakashi-sensei assessed Darui's frank expression for a moment before speaking. "We'll show you the way. Niji, Karen-chan, Obito," he called, and they all gathered in front of me, hiding me from the view of the newcomers. Hinata-chan was by my side for a moment, and Suigetsu slowly positioned himself behind me, his eyes locked on Sai's as he took a few steps back. "Let's go, Dobe," Sasuke ordered in a low, gloomy voice. It felt as if I'd taken root in the ground the whole time, because I remained completely still and terrified. Sasuke had to grab my elbow and yank roughly to snap me out of my trance. Hinata and Suigetsu were right behind me, shielding me. I tripped over Sasuke, still dazed with fear, and couldn't hear if the other group had left yet. Sasuke's impatience was almost palpable as we trudged toward the edge of the forest. Without breaking stride, Sasuke team hoisted me onto his back as soon as we reached the trees. I held on as tightly as I could when he launched himself headlong into the air, the others hot on his heels. I kept my head down, but I couldn't close my eyes, they were wide with panic. The Uchiha plunged like specters into the now pitch-black forest. The exhilaration that usually filled Sasuke team when he ran had vanished completely, replaced by a consuming fury that drove him even faster. Even with me on his back, the others almost lost sight of him. We reached the jeep in an unbelievable amount of time. Sasuke barely stood up before pushing me into the back seat. "Hold him," he ordered Suigetsu, who slid beside me. Hinata-chan had already sat in the front seat, and Sasuke team started the car. The engine roared to life, and the vehicle spun around to face the winding road. Sasuke team growled something too fast for me to understand, but it sounded pretty much like a string of blasphemies. The rattling was much worse this time, and the darkness made it even more terrifying. Suigetsu and Hinata-chan peered out the side windows. We reached the main road, and then I could see better where we were going, even though I had increased my speed. It was heading south, in the opposite direction from Konoha. "Where are we going?" I asked. Nobody answered. They didn't even look at me. Sasuke team. "Where are you taking me, Databeo? We need to get you out of here, as far away as possible, and right now." He didn't look back as he spoke, his eyes fixed on the road. The speedometer read over 190 kilometers per hour. "Turn around, you scaredy cat. You have to take me home," I yelled. I fought against that stupid harness, pulling at the straps. "Suigetsu," Sasuke warned, I fear in a stern tone. And Suigetsu gripped my hands tightly. "Lie. Sasuke team, you can't do this, Databeo." "I have to do it, Uzumaki, now stay still." "I can't. You have to take me back home. Minato will mobilize the entire police force, and they'll turn on your whole family, Kakashi-sensei and Obito-san. You'll have to leave, and from that moment on, you'll have to hide forever." "Calm down, Dobe," his voice was cold. "We've done this before. But not for me, don't do it. Don't ruin everything for me." I fought violently to break free, with no chance. "Sasuke Onizen, head to the shoulder," Hinata-chan spoke for the first time. He gave her a dirty look, and then sped off. "Sasuke Onizen, let's talk about this." "You don't understand," he roared in frustration. I'd never heard his voice so loud, and it was deafening inside the jeep. The speedometer was climbing past 200 kilometers per hour. "It's a tracker, Hinata. Haven't you realized? It's a tracker." I felt Suigetsu tense up beside me and wondered why he was reacting that way to that word. It meant something to them, but not to me. I wanted to understand, but I couldn't ask. "Pull over to the side of the road, Sasuke Onizen." Hinata-chan's tone was reasonable, but there was a hint of authority in it that I hadn't heard before. The speedometer passed 220. "Do it, Sasuke Onizen. Listen to me, Hinata." I've read his mind. Tracking is his passion, his obsession, and he wants you, Hinata, him specifically. The hunt begins tonight. He doesn't know where. "Sasuke," she interrupted. "How long do you think it will take him to pick up her scent in the village?" Darui had already plotted the plan in his mind before saying what he said. I stifled a scream as I realized where my scent would lead him. "Minato. You can't leave him there, team. You can't leave him there, Databeo." I struggled against the harness. "Naru-chan is right," Hinata-chan observed. The car slowed down slightly. "We won't take too long to consider all the options," Hinata-chan tried to persuade him. The car slowed down again, this time more noticeably, and then screeched to a halt on the shoulder of the highway. I was thrown forward, crashing into the harness, then fell backward and hit the seat. "There is no other option," Sasuke whispered. "I'm not going to abandon Minato, Databeo," I shouted. "Urusei, Uzumaki. You have to take him home," Suigetsu finally intervened. "Lie," she flatly rejected. "Sai can't compare to us, Sasuke. He won't be able to touch him. He will wait." Suigetsu smiled. "I can wait too. Don't you see? Don't you understand? He won't change his mind once he's committed to the hunt. We'll have to kill him." Suigetsu didn't seem to dislike the idea. "It's an option. And we'll have to kill the woman too. She's with him. If we fight, the group's leader will join them as well. We are enough for them." "There is another option," Hinata-chan said calmly. Sasuke team turned on her furiously, his voice a devastating roar as he said. "There is no other option." Suigetsu and I stared at him in stunned silence, but Hinata-chan didn't seem surprised. The silence stretched on for more than a minute, as Sasuke team and Hinata-chan stared intently at each other. I broke it. Would anyone want to hear my plan, Databeo? Lie, Sasuke growled. Hinata glared at him, definitely angry. Listen, I'm afraid, I pleaded. Take me back. Lie, he interrupted me. I stared at him and continued. Take me back and I'll tell my father I want to go home to Uzushio. I'll pack my bags, we'll wait until the tracker is watching, and then we'll run away. He'll follow us and leave Minato alone. Minato won't sick the police on your family, and then you can take me anywhere you. Well, please. They looked at me in surprise. Well, it's not a bad idea at all. Suigetsu's surprise was a genuine insult. It might work, and we certainly can't leave Naruto-chan's father unprotected. You know that, Hinata-chan said. We were all looking at Sasuke team. It's too dangerous. And I don't want him anywhere near him, not even within 100 kilometers. Suigetsu was brimming with self-confidence. Sasuke, he's not going to finish us off. Hinata-chan concentrated for a minute. I don't see him attacking. He's going to wait until we leave him alone. It won't take him long to realize that that's not going to happen. I demand you take me home, Databeo, I tried to sound determined. Sasuke team pressed his fingers against his temples and closed his eyes tightly. Onagai, I pleaded in a much lower voice. She didn't look up. When she spoke, her voice sounded as if the words were coming out against her will. You're leaving tonight, whether the tracker detects you or not. Tell Minato you can't stay in Konoha a minute longer. Tell him any story, as long as it works. Pack the first things you can find into a suitcase and then get in your car. I don't care what he says. You have 15 minutes. Did you hear me, Dobe? 15 minutes starting from the moment you step out the door. The Jeep roared back to life, its tires squealing as it swerved sharply. The speedometer needle began to climb again. Suigetsu-kun? I asked purposefully, looking at my hands. Ah, Gomen, he said, and let go of me. Just call me Suigetsu or Sway. I smiled in response. Yokata, you can call me Naru, I offered. He just winked at me. Several minutes passed in silence, with no sound other than the engine. Then, Sasuke team spoke again. Let's do it this way. When we get to the house, if the tracker isn't there, I'll escort it to the door. He glanced at me in the rearview mirror. You have 15 minutes from that point, use your Tonki. Suigetsu, you'll keep an eye on the outside of the house. Hinata, you drive the car, I'll be inside with it the whole time. As soon as I get out, take the Jeep home and tell Kakashi. Absolutely not, Suigetsu countered. I'll go with you. Think it over carefully, Suigetsu. I don't know how long I'll be gone. Until we know how this matter might end, I will be with you. Sasuke sighed. If the tracker is there, he continued inexorably, I'll keep driving. We're going to get there before him, Hinata-chan said confidently. Sasuke seemed to accept it. Whatever his past run-in with Hinata-chan had been, he had no doubts about her now. What are we going to do with the Jeep, she asked. His voice sounded harsh and sharp. You will take him home. No, I won't, she replied calmly. The unintelligible string of blasphemies began again. We can't all fit in my car, I whispered. Sasuke-teen didn't seem to hear me. I think you should let me go alone, Fear, I said quietly. Much calmer. He heard it. Dobe, let's do this my way, just this once, he said through gritted teeth. Listen, Minato isn't some idiot, I protested. If you're not in town tomorrow, he's going to get suspicious, believe it or not. That's irrelevant, use your Tonki. We'll make sure he's safe, and that's all that matters. Well, what about the tracker, you know? It saw the way you acted tonight. It'll think you're with me, wherever you are. Suigetsu looked at me, insultingly surprised again. Sasuke, listen to him, he urged. I think he's right. Yes, I agree, Hinata-chan commented. I can't do that. Sasuke's voice was icy. Suigetsu could stay too, I continued. He's taken a real dislike to him. Nanny? Suigetsu turned towards me. If you stay, you'll have a better chance of getting your hands on him, Hinata-chan agreed. Sasuke team looked at her in disbelief. And you think I'm going to let him go alone? Of course not, Hinata-chan said. Niji Hinata and I will accompany him. I can't do that, Sasuke repeated, but this time his voice showed clear signs of defeat. Logic was getting the better of him. I tried to be persuasive. Show up around here for a week, team. I saw his expression in the rearview mirror and corrected myself. Well, a few days. Let Minato see that you haven't kidnapped me and let Sai go on a pointless hunt. Make absolutely sure he has no clues, then, you leave and find me, taking a route that will throw him off, of course. Then Niji and Hinata-chan can go home, Databeo. I saw that he was starting to consider it. Where would I go to find you? To Uzushio, I replied without hesitation. Lie. He'll hear that's where you're going, Dobe, he replied impatiently. And you'll make him believe it's a trick, of course. He knows we know he's listening. He'll never believe I'm really going where I say I'm going. This young man is diabolical, Suigetsu chuckled. And if it doesn't work, use your Tonki? There are several million people in Uzushio, I informed him. It's not that hard to use a phone book, Dobe. I won't go home, he's afraid. Oh, no? He asked, with a dangerous note in his voice. I'm old enough to find a place on my own. Sasuke Onizen will be with him, Hinata-chan reminded him. And what are you going to do in Uzushio? He asked her sarcastically. Stay indoors, Databeo. I'm sure I'm going to enjoy this, Suigetsu was probably thinking, planning to corner Sai. Urusei, Suigetsu. Look, if we try to stop him while Naru-chan is around, there's a much higher chance someone will get hurt, both you and your blondie trying to protect him. Now, if we just grab him alone. Suigetsu trailed off and slowly began to smile. I'd been right. The jeep slowed down as we entered the town. Despite my brave words, I felt a chill run down my spine. I thought of Minato, alone in the house, and tried to gather my courage. Naru, Sasuke said in a low voice. Hinata-chan and Suigetsu were looking out the windows. If you put yourself in danger and anything happens to you, anything at all, I'll hold you personally responsible. Do you understand, use your Tonki? Hi, I swallowed. She turned back to Hinata-chan. Will Niji be able to handle this matter? Trust him a little, Sasuke Onizen. He's doing well, very well, all things considered. Can you handle it? He asked. The small and graceful Hinata-chan pulled back her lips in a horrifying grimace and let out a guttural growl that made me shrink in my seat in terror. Sasuke smiled at him, but suddenly muttered. But keep your opinions to yourself. Minato was waiting for me, up and with all the lights in the house on. My mind went blank as I tried to think of something to make him let me leave. It wasn't going to be pleasant. Sasuke parked slowly by the curb, quite a distance behind my car. The three of them were extremely alert, sitting very upright in their seats. They listened to every sound in the forest, scrutinized every shadow, caught every scent, all in search of anything out of place. The engine stopped, and I sat motionless while they continued listening. He's not here, Sasuke announced, sounding very tense. Akimishu. Suigetsu bent down to help me out of the harness. Don't worry, Naru, she whispered cheerfully. We'll sort things out as soon as possible. My eyes welled up as I looked at Suigetsu. I barely knew him, and yet I was distressed by the thought of never seeing him again after tonight. This was undoubtedly just a taste of the goodbyes I would have to endure over the next hour, and that thought brought tears to my eyes. Hinata, Suigetsu, Sasuke snapped authoritatively. They both slipped into the darkness in complete silence and vanished instantly. Sasuke opened the door for me and took my hand, enveloping me in his protective embrace. He quickly led me to the house, his gaze fixed on the night. 15 minutes, use your Tonki, he warned me in a low voice. I can do it, Databeo, I inhaled. The tears had inspired me. I stopped in front of the porch and took his face in my hands, looking fiercely into his eyes. I love you, team, I said in a low, intense voice. I will always love you, no matter what happens now. Nothing's going to happen to you, Dobe, he replied with equal ferocity. I'm just asking you to stick to the plan, Yokata? Keep Minato safe for me. He's not going to like me much after this, and I want the chance to apologize later. Come in, use your tonki, we're in a hurry, he urged me. One more thing, I whispered passionately. Don't pay attention to anything you hear me say now. Sasuke team was bent over, so I just had to stand on my tiptoes to kiss his cold, unsuspecting lips with all the force I could muster. Then, I quickly turned around and kicked the door open. Go away, Sasuke team. I yelled at him. I ran into the house after slamming the door in his face, still stunned. Naru? Minato was pacing back and forth in the living room, so he was already standing when I came in. Leave me alone, Databeo. I yelled through tears, which were now falling relentlessly. I ran upstairs to my room, slammed the door, and locked it. I lunged at the bed and threw myself to the floor to grab my duffel bag. I frantically searched between the mattress and the box spring for the old knotted sock where I hid my secret stash of money. Minato pounded on the door. Naru, are you okay? Her voice sounded scared. What's happening? I'm going home, I shouted, my voice broke at the exact moment. Did he hurt you? His tone shifted towards anger. Lie. I yelled a few octaves higher. I turned toward the closet, but Sasuke team was already there, silently and without looking, gathering armfuls of pants and then throwing them at me. Did he break up with you? Minato was perplexed. Lie. I shouted again, barely able to breathe as I shoved everything into the duffel bag. Sasuke team threw the contents of another drawer at me, though by this point there was hardly any room for anything else. What happened, Naru? Minato shouted through the door, banging on it again. I was the one who broke up with him, Databeo, I replied, tugging at the zipper of my duffel bag. Sasuke team's skillful hands moved me aside, he zipped it gently and carefully slipped the strap over my shoulder. I'll be in your car, he whispered to me. He pushed me toward the door and vanished out the window. I opened the door and roughly shoved Minato past, struggling with the heavy load I was carrying, and ran toward the stairs. What happened? Minato shouted from behind me. I thought you liked me. He grabbed my elbow when we got to the kitchen, and, although he was bewildered, his grip was firm. He forced me to turn around so I would look at him, and I read in his face that he had no intention of letting me go. There was only one way to do it, and that meant hurting him so badly that I hated myself just thinking about it, but I didn't have any more time, and I had to keep him alive. I looked at my Tusan, with fresh tears in my eyes because of what I was about to do. Of course I like it, that's the problem. I can't stand it anymore. I can't put down any more roots here. I don't want to end up trapped in this stupid, boring town like Kacchin. I'm not going to make the same mistake she did. I hate Konoha, and I don't want to stay here for another minute. His hand released my arm as if I had electrocuted him. I turned away so as not to see his injured and distraught face, and headed for the door. Naru, you can't leave now, it's night, she whispered behind me. I didn't turn around. I'll sleep in the car if I feel tired, Databeo. Wait another week, he pleaded, still in shock. Kushina will have returned to Uzushio by then. This completely threw me off. Nanny? Minato continued anxiously, almost babbling with relief at seeing me hesitate. He called while you were away. Things haven't been going well at Taiyu, and they'll be returning to Uzushio if Arashi-kun hasn't signed by the end of this week. The Taurus assistant coach said there might be room for another midfielder on the team. I shook my head, trying to collect my now confused thoughts. Every second that passed put Minato in more danger. I have a house key, I muttered, adding another twist to the situation. Minato was very close to me, his hand outstretched and his face bewildered. I couldn't waste any more time arguing with him, so I figured I'd have to hurt him even more. "Let me go, Minato," I repeated my cousin's last words as I walked out the same door as so many years ago. I uttered them with as much anger as possible and yanked the door open. It didn't work, did it? "I hate Konoha with all my soul, Databeo." My cruel words had the perfect effect, because Minato stood frozen in the doorway, stunned, while I ran into the night. The empty yard terrified me, and I ran frantically toward the car when I saw a dark shadow behind me. I threw my duffel bag onto the minivan's floorboard and yanked the door open. The key was in the ignition. "I'll call you tomorrow," I shouted. There was nothing in the world I wanted more than to explain everything to him right then, even though I knew I was incapable of doing so. I started the engine and drove off. Sasuke touched my hand. "Stop at the curb, Dobe," he ordered me as soon as Minato and the house disappeared behind us. "I can drive, Databeo," I assured as tears flooded my cheeks. Unexpectedly, Sasuke's large hands grabbed me by the waist, his foot pushed mine off the accelerator, he put me on his lap and let go of my hands from the steering wheel. Suddenly I found myself in the passenger seat without the car having swerved even slightly. "You're not going to find our house, Uzumaki," he explained to me. Lights suddenly flashed behind us. I looked out the back window in terror. "It's Hinata," he reassured me, taking my hand again. The image of Minato in the doorway continued to occupy my mind. "And the tracker?" "He heard the end of your performance," Sasuke replied, feared with dismay. "And Minato?" I asked sadly. "The tracker has been following us. Now it's running after us." I was frozen. "Can we leave it behind?" "Lie," he replied, but accelerated as he spoke. The minivan's engine complained with a loud squeal. Suddenly, the plan no longer seemed so brilliant to me. I was looking back at Hinata-chan's headlights when the car lurched and a dark shadow appeared in my window. The blood-curdling scream I let out lasted only the fraction of a second it took Sasuke to cover my mouth with his hand. "It's that idiot Suigetsu." He took his hand away from my mouth and put his arm around my waist. "Everything's fine, Uzumaki," he promised me. "You're going to be safe." We ran through the quiet town towards the northern freeway. "I hadn't realized you were so bored with small-town life, Dobe," Sasuke remarked, trying to make conversation. I knew he was trying to distract me. "It seemed to me you were settling in quite well, especially lately." I was even rather flattered to think I'd managed to make life a little more interesting for you. I wasn't trying to be nice, fear, I confessed, ignoring her attempt to distract me, and looking down at my knees. "My cousin said those same words when she dumped Minato. You could say that was a low blow, Databeo." "Don't worry, Uzumaki, he'll forgive you," he smiled slightly, although that joy didn't reach his eyes. I looked at him in despair, and he saw obvious panic in my eyes. "Dobe, everything is going to be all right." "It won't go well if we're not together, I'm afraid," I whispered. "We'll meet in a few days, Uzumaki," he assured me as he put his arm around me. "And don't forget it was your idea." "It was the best idea, and of course it was mine." He answered me with a sad smile that disappeared immediately. "Why has all this happened, team?" I asked, my voice trembling. "Why me, Databeo?" He stared intently at the road that stretched out in front of us. "It's my fault, Dobe," he said, turning the anger that was making his voice tremble against himself. "I was an idiot to expose you to something like that." "That's not what I meant, fear," I insisted. "I was there, Yokata, look how convenient, but that didn't bother the other two." "Why did Sai decide to kill me?" "There were so many people there, why me, Databeo?" Sasuke hesitated, thinking before answering. I thoroughly inspected his mind at that moment. He began in a low voice. "Once he saw you, I doubt I could have done anything to prevent this." "That's partly your fault, Uzumaki." His voice took on a touch of irony. "He wouldn't have been so upset if you didn't smell so fatally delicious. But when I defended you, well, that made things much worse." He's not used to not getting his way, no matter how trivial the matter may be. Sai sees himself as a hunter, nothing more. His existence boils down to tracking, and all he asks of life is a good challenge. And then we suddenly show up, a large clan of powerful fighters with a precious trophy, all focused on protecting the one vulnerable element. You can't imagine how ecstatic he is. It's his favorite game, and we've made it much more exciting for him. His tone was filled with disgust. He paused and added with hopelessness and frustration. However, I would have killed you right there, at that moment, if I hadn't been there. I thought I didn't smell the same to others, as I smelled to you, Databeo, I commented hesitantly. Lie, which doesn't mean you're not a temptation to everyone, Dobe. There would have been a confrontation right there if you'd lured the tracker, or any of them, like you did to me. I shuddered. I don't think I have any other option but to kill him, he murmured, although Kakashi won't like it. I heard the sound of wheels crossing the bridge, even though I couldn't see the river in the darkness. I knew we were getting close, so I had to ask him then. How do you kill a vampire? He looked at me with inscrutable eyes and his voice suddenly became harsh. The only safe way is to cut it into pieces, and then burn them. Are the other two going to fight alongside you? The woman, yes, although I'm not sure about Darui. The bond between them isn't very strong, and Darui only accompanies them out of convenience. Besides, Sai embarrassed him in the meadow. But Sai and the woman, will they try to kill you? My voice had also become harsh as I asked. Yujiro Tonki, I won't allow you to waste your time worrying about me. Your only concern should be keeping yourself safe, and try not to be a reckless dobe. I gave him a dirty look, but I was too nervous to get angry with him. Are you still following us, Databeo? Yes, although he's not going to break into the house. Not tonight. We turned down an invisible path, with Hinata-chan following us. He drove straight toward the house. The interior lights were on, but they did little good against the darkness of the surrounding forest. Suigetsu opened my door before the car had even come to a complete stop. He pulled me out of the seat, slammed me against his chest like a soccer ball, and ran through the door with me. We burst into the large white room on the first floor, with Sasuke team and Hinata-chan flanking us. Everyone was there and stood up when they heard us arrive. Darui was in the middle. I heard the muffled growls rumble deep in Suigetsu's throat as he released me next to Sasuke team. He's tracking us, Sasuke announced, glaring at Darui. His face did not appear satisfied. I'm afraid so. Hinata-chan slipped past Niji and whispered in his ear. Her lips trembled slightly from the speed of her silent monologue. They went upstairs together. Karen watched them and quickly approached Suigetsu's side. Her beautiful eyes shone brightly, but filled with fury when, unintentionally, they scanned my face. What do you think he's going to do? Kakashi-sensei asked Darui in a chilling tone. Gomen, he replied. I already feared, when your boyfriend defended you, that this situation would unfold. Can you stop him? Darui shook his head. Once he has started, nothing can stop Saikuen. We'll do it, Suigetsu promised, and there was no doubt what he meant. They won't be able to defeat him. I haven't seen anything like him in the last 300 years. He's absolutely lethal, that's why I joined his coven. Their coven, I thought, then, it was clear. The display of leadership in the meadow had been nothing but a pantomime. Darui kept shaking his head. He looked at me, puzzled, and then back at Kakashi-sensei. Are you convinced it's worth it? Sasuke team's angry roar filled the room, and Darui shrank back. Kakashi-sensei looked at Darui with a stern expression. I'm afraid you'll have to choose. Darui understood and pondered for a few moments. His eyes lingered on each face and finally scanned the glittering room. I'm intrigued by the way of life you've built, but I don't want to be trapped here. I don't harbor any ill will toward any of you, but I won't act against Saikuen. I think I'll head north, where Yuki's clan is. He hesitated for a moment. Don't underestimate Saikuen. He has a brilliant mind and unparalleled senses. He's just as comfortable in the world of men as you are, and he won't attack you head-on. I'm sorry for what's been unleashed here. I'm truly sorry. He bowed his head but gave me another incredulous look. Go in peace, was Kakashi-sensei's formal reply. Darui took another long look around and then hurried towards the door. The silence lasted less than a minute. How far away is he? Kakashi-sensei looked at Sasuke team. Obito-san was already moving. He touched an invisible control on the wall, and with a squeak, large metal shutters began to seal the glass wall. I was speechless. He is about 5 kilometers away across the river, circling the surrounding area to meet with the woman. What's the plan? We'll move him away from here so Neji and Hinata can take him south. And then? Sasuke team's tone was deadly. We'll hunt him down as soon as Naru is out of here. I suppose there's no other option, admitted Kakashi-sensei with a grim expression. Sasuke team turned towards Karen. Take it upstairs and exchange your clothes, he ordered, and she looked back at him, furious and incredulous. Why should I do it? She said softly. What is he to me? Nothing but a threat, a danger you've created and that we all have to suffer. I was frightened by the poison that dripped from his words. Ka. Suigetsu murmured, placing a hand on her shoulder. She shook it off. However, I focused all my attention on Sasuke. Knowing his temperament, I was worried about his reaction. But he surprised me. He looked away from Karen as if she hadn't said anything, as if she didn't exist. Obito? He asked calmly. Of course, he murmured. Obito-san was by my side in less time than it takes to beat a heartbeat, and he effortlessly lifted me into his arms. He dashed upstairs before I could even start gasping in fright. What are we going to do, Databeo? I asked breathlessly as he dropped me in a dark room somewhere on the second floor. We'll try to mask the scent. I could hear his clothes falling to the floor. It won't last long, but it will help you escape. I don't think I can put them on. I hesitated, but he roughly started pulling off my shirt. I quickly took off my jeans myself. He handed me what looked like a t-shirt, and I struggled to get my arms through the right pockets. As soon as I managed, he gave me his sweatpants. I tugged at them, but I couldn't get them on properly, they were too long. So Obito-san skillfully folded the hems a few times so I could stand up. He had already put on my clothes and led me to the stairs where Hinata-chan was waiting with a small leather bag in her hand. They took hold of my elbow and carried me to the top of the stairs. It seemed as if everything had been resolved in the living room in our absence. Sasuke and Suigetsu were ready to leave, the latter carrying a heavy-looking backpack over his shoulder. Kakashi handed a small object to Obito, then turned and gave another one to Hinata. It was a small silver cell phone. Obito and Karen-chan will take your car, Naru-chan, she said as she walked past me. I nodded, eyeing Karen suspiciously as she glared at Kakashi-sensei with a resentful expression. Hinata-chan, Neji, take the Mercedes. They're going to need tinted windows in the south. They nodded as well. We'll take the Jeep. I was surprised to find that Kakashi-sensei intended to accompany Sasuke team. I suddenly realized, with a pang of fear, that they were assembling the hunting party. Hinata-chan, asked Kakashi-sensei, will they bite the bait? We all looked at Hinata-chan, who had closed her eyes and remained incredibly still. Finally, she opened them and said in a confident voice. He'll chase you, and the woman will follow the minivan. We should leave right behind them. Let's go, Kakashi-sensei ordered, and started walking towards the kitchen. Sasuke team approached me immediately. He enveloped me in his iron embrace, pressing me against him. He didn't seem aware that his family was watching him as he brought my face close to his, lifting my feet off the ground. For a brief second, he placed his icy, hard lips on mine and then set me down, still holding my face. His magnificent eyes burned in mine, but, strangely, they became expressionless and lifeless as he turned away. Then they left. The rest of us stood there, the four of them looking away as tears silently streamed down my face. The silence seemed to never end until Obito-san's phone vibrated in his hand. He put it to his ear with lightning speed. Now, he said. Karen lurked by the front door without glancing in my direction, but Obito-san stroked my cheek as he passed by me. Tsukete. Obito-san's whisper lingered in the room as they glided outside. I heard the minivan's deafening roar to life and then the engine's noise fade into the night. Niji and Hinata-chan waited. Hinata-chan seemed to put her phone to her ear before it rang. Sasuke Onizen says the woman is following Obito-tachen. I'm going to get the car. He vanished into the shadows from the same place Sasuke team had gone. Niji and I looked at each other. He walked beside me the entire length of the lobby, watchful. You're wrong, he said calmly. Nanny? I swallowed. I know how you feel right now, and you do deserve it. Lie, I muttered through gritted teeth. If anything happens to them, it'll be for nothing, Databeo. You're wrong, he repeated, smiling at me kindly. I didn't hear anything, but at that moment Hinata-chan appeared through the front door and held out her arms to me. Can I? He asked me. You're the first one who's asked me for permission, I smiled ironically. He took me in his slender arms with the same ease as Suigetsu, protecting me with his body, and then we rushed out of the house, whose lights continued to shine behind us. I woke up confused. My thoughts were disjointed and lost in dreams and nightmares. It took me longer than usual to realize where I was. The room was too impersonal to belong anywhere other than a hotel. The lamps, screwed onto the bedside tables, were cheap, bargain basement items, as were the watercolors on the walls and the curtains, made of the same material as the bedspread, which hung to the floor. I tried to remember how I had gotten there, without success at first. Then I remembered the sleek silver car with windows even darker than those of the limousines. The engine was barely audible, even though we had driven at twice the motorway speed limit during the night. I also remembered Hinata-chan, sitting next to me in the back of the black leather seat. Sometime during the long night, I rested my head on her granite neck. My closeness didn't seem to bother her at all, and her hard, cold skin felt strangely comfortable. The front of her thin cotton t-shirt was cool and damp from the tears I'd shed until my red, swollen eyes were dry. I had stayed awake, my aching eyes wide open, even as night finally ended and dawn broke behind a low peak somewhere in the land of fire. Beams of gray light filled the clear sky, stinging my eyes, but I couldn't close them. The moment I did, the images flashed before me, too vivid, like slides projected from behind my eyelids, and it was unbearable. Minato's desolate expression, Sasuke's brutal roar as he bared his teeth, Karen's resentful glare, the tracker's expert scrutiny, the lifeless look in Sasuke's eyes after he kissed me for the last time. I couldn't bear those memories, so I fought against fatigue as the sun rose over the horizon. I was still awake as we crossed a wide mountain pass, and the sun, now behind us, reflected off the tiled roofs of Taiyu no Tani. I no longer had enough sensitivity left to be surprised that we had made a 3-day journey in one. I stared blankly at the wide, flat plain that stretched before me. Yuzushio, the palm trees, the creosote bushes, the whimsical lines of crisscrossing highways, the green strips of golf courses, and the turquoise patches of swimming pools, all covered by a thin layer of smog that enveloped the flat, rocky hills, not high enough to be called mountains. The shadows of the palm trees slanted across the interstate, sharp and clearly defined, though less intense than usual. Nothing could be hidden in those shadows. The roadway, bright and traffic-free, even seemed pleasant. But I felt no relief, no sense of welcome. Which way to the airport, Naru? Niji asked, startled, though his voice was quite soft and reassuring. It was the first sound, apart from the car's purr, to break the long silence of the night. Don't get off I-10, I replied automatically. We'll pass right by it, Databeo. Not being able to sleep clouded my mind and made it difficult for me to think. Are we going to fly somewhere? I asked Hinata-chan. Lie, but it's better to be close, just in case. Then the beginning of a curve came to mind, but in my memory I never reached the end of it. I suppose that must have been when I fell asleep. Although now that I was recovering my memories I had the vague impression of having gotten out of the car when the sun had just set over the horizon, with one arm over Hinata-chan's shoulders and hers firmly around my waist, holding me as I stumbled along under the warm, dry shadows. I didn't remember this room. I glanced at the digital clock on the nightstand. The red numbers read 3 o'clock, but I couldn't tell if it was afternoon or early morning. Not a sliver of natural light filtered through the thick curtains, though the lamps illuminated the room. I got up numb and staggered to the window to pull back the curtains. It was nighttime, so it must have been around 3 in the morning. My room overlooked a clearing off the highway and the airport's new long-stay parking lot. I felt somewhat better knowing where I was. I looked at myself. I was still wearing Obito-san's clothes, which didn't fit me at all. I scanned the room and was delighted to find my sleeping bag on top of a small wardrobe. I was out looking for new clothes when I was startled by a light knock on the door. "Can I come in?" asked Hinata-chan. I took a deep breath. "Hi." He came in and looked at me cautiously. "You look like you need a little more sleep." I just shook my head. Silently, she slowly approached the curtains and closed them firmly before turning to me. "We must stay inside," he told me. "Yokata," my voice sounded hoarse and broke. "Are you thirsty?" "I'm fine," I shrugged. "And how are you?" "Nothing I can't handle," she smiled. "I ordered some food for you, it's in the sitting room." "Sasuke Onizen reminded me that you eat more often than we do." I paid closer attention to the act. "Have you phoned Databeo?" "Lie," he replied, and saw the disappointment appear on my face. "It was before we went out." He gently took my hand and led me to the small sitting room of the suite. A low hum of voices could be heard coming from the television. Niji sat motionless at the table in the corner, his eyes fixed on the news, but not paying any attention. I sat on the floor next to the coffee table where a tray of food was waiting for me and started snacking without realizing what I was eating. Hinata-chan sat on the arm of the sofa and stared blankly at the television, just like Niji. I ate slowly, watching her, glancing from time to time at Niji. I noticed they were too still. They weren't taking their eyes off the screen, even though the commercials had just come on. I pushed the tray aside, my stomach suddenly churning. Hinata-chan looked at me. "What's wrong, Hinata-chan, Databeo?" "Everything's fine," she said, opening her eyes in surprise, with a sincere expression, and I didn't believe a word of it. "What are we doing here?" "Wait for Kakashi Otusen and Sasuke Onizen to call us." "Shouldn't they have already phoned?" I felt like I was getting closer to the heart of the matter. Hinata-chan's eyes flitted from mine to the phone on top of her bag, then she looked back at me. "What does that mean?" My voice trembled, and I struggled to control it. "What do you mean they haven't called, Databeo?" "They simply have nothing to say." But her voice sounded too monotonous, and it became harder for me to breathe. Suddenly, Niji stood next to Hinata-chan, closer to me than usual. "Naru," she said in a suspiciously reassuring voice, "there's nothing to worry about. You're completely safe here." "I know." "So, what are you afraid of?" he asked, confused. Although he could sense the tone of my emotions, he didn't understand the reason. "You heard Darui," my voice was just a whisper, but I was sure he could hear me. He said Sai was deadly. What if something goes wrong and they get separated? If any of them get hurt, Kakashi-sensei, Suigetsu, Sasuke. I swallowed hard. If that brutal woman hurts Obito-san. I was speaking louder and louder, a note of hysteria creeping into my voice. How will I ever live knowing it was my fault, Databeo? None of you should risk your lives for me. Naru, stop. Niji interrupted me, speaking so quickly I could barely understand him. You're worrying about things you shouldn't, Naru. Trust me on this, none of us are in danger. You're already under too much pressure as things stand, there's no need to add all these unnecessary worries. Listen to me, he ordered, because I had looked away. Our family is strong, and our only fear is losing you. Demones. Hinata-chan interrupted him this time, touching my cheek with her cold fingers. Sasuke Onizen has been alone for almost a century, and now he's found you. You don't know how much he's changed, but we do, after being together for so long. Do you think we could look him in the face for the next 100 years if he loses you? The guilt slowly subsided as I gazed into his dark eyes. But even as calm settled over me, I couldn't trust my feelings in Niji's presence. It had been a very long day. We stayed in the room. Hinata-chan called reception and asked them not to send the cleaning staff to clean the room. The windows remained closed, with the television on, though no one was watching it. My food was brought to me at regular intervals. The silver cell phone seemed to grow larger as the hours passed. My nannies handled the uncertainty better than I did. I fidgeted nervously, pacing back and forth, while they simply seemed to grow more and more motionless, two statues whose eyes imperceptibly followed me as I moved. I tried to keep myself occupied by memorizing the room, the pattern of the sofa fabric arranged in bands of tan, peach, cream, matte gold, and tan again. Sometimes I stared at the abstract prints, trying to find recognizable figures in the shapes, the way I imagined them in the clouds as a child. I discovered a blue hand, a woman combing her hair, and a cat stretching, but I stopped when a pale red circle transformed into a watchful eye. I went to bed, just to do something, as evening fell. I harbored the hope that the fears that lurked on the threshold of consciousness, unable to elude Niji's scrupulous vigilance, would reappear if I remained alone in the darkness. But as if by chance, Hinata-chan followed me, as if by pure coincidence she'd grown tired of the small lounge at the same time as me. I was starting to wonder what kind of instructions Sasuke team had given her exactly. I lay down on the bed and she sat next to me with her legs crossed. I ignored her at first, but suddenly I felt too tired to sleep. After several minutes, the panic that had been kept at bay in Niji's presence finally surfaced. So I quickly dismissed the idea of sleeping, and curled up, holding my knees against my body with my arms. Hinata-chan? Huh? I made an effort to appear calm and asked. What do you think they're doing, Databeo? Kakashi wanted to lead the tracker north as far as possible, wait for him to get close, then turn around and ambush him. Obito and Karen would head west with the woman trailing behind for as long as possible. If she turned back, then they'd have to return to Konoha and keep an eye on your father. I imagine everything must be going well, since they haven't called. That means the tracker must be close enough that they don't want to risk him finding out anything by chance. And Obito-san? He's probably already back in Konoha. He can't call in case the woman overhears something. I trust everyone will be very careful about that. Do you really think they're okay? Naru-chan, how many times do we have to tell you that we are not in danger? Anyway, would you tell me the truth, Databeo? Hi. I'll always tell you. She seemed serious. I thought about it for a while and finally convinced myself that she really was being sincere. So tell me, how does one become a vampire? My question caught her off guard. She froze. I turned to look at her face and saw that her expression was hesitant. Sasuke Onizen doesn't want me to tell you, she replied firmly, although I realized that she disagreed with that stance. That's not playing fair. I think I have a right to know. I know. I looked at her, expectant. Hinata-chan sighed. She's going to be very angry. It's none of your business. This is between you and me. Hinata-chan, I'm asking you as a friend, Databeo. And in a way we were now, just as she would surely have known long before from her visions. She looked at me with her wise, splendid eyes, while she made the decision. I'll tell you how the process unfolds, he finally said, but I don't remember how it happened to me. I haven't done it or seen anyone else do it, so be clear that I can only explain the theory. Wait. Our predator bodies possess a veritable arsenal of weapons. Strength, speed, incredibly sharp senses, and that's not even considering those of us who, like Sasuke Onizen, Niji Inada, or myself, also possess extrasensory powers. Furthermore, we are physically attractive to our prey, like a carnivorous flower. I remained motionless as I recalled how deliberately Sasuke had shown me that same thing in the meadow. He gave a broad, ominous smile. We also have another weapon of limited use. We're venomous, he added, his teeth gleaming. This venom doesn't kill, it merely incapacitates. It acts slowly and spreads throughout the circulatory system, so no prey is in any physical condition to resist or flee from us once we've bitten them. It's not very useful, as I said, because no victim can escape us at close range, although, of course, there are always exceptions. Kakashi Otusen, for example. So if the poison is allowed to spread, I murmured. Completing the transformation takes several days, depending on how much poison is in the blood and when it reaches the heart. As long as the heart keeps beating, the poison continues to spread, healing and transforming the body as it reaches every part. The conversion ends when the heart stops, but during that entire time, the victim longs for death every minute. I trembled. It's not pleasant, I already told you. Sasuke team told me it was very difficult to do. And I didn't understand it well, Databeo, I confessed. In some ways, we're like sharks. Once we've tasted blood, or at least smelled it, it doesn't matter, it becomes very difficult not to feed. Sometimes it's impossible. So, you see, actually biting someone and tasting blood can start the frenzy. It's difficult for everyone, the craving for blood on one hand for us, and the horrible pain on the other. Why do you think you don't remember? I don't know. The pain of transformation is the clearest memory that almost everyone has of their human life. His voice was melancholic. However, I remember nothing of my previous existence. We lay there, lost in our meditations. Seconds passed, and I was so deep in my thoughts that I had almost forgotten she was there. Then, Hinata-chan jumped out of bed without warning and landed on her feet with an agile movement. Surprised, I quickly turned my head to look at her. Something has changed. Her voice was urgent, but she didn't reveal anything else to me. She reached the door at the same time as Niji. He had almost certainly heard our conversation and the sudden exclamation. He placed his hands on her shoulders and guided Hinata-chan back to the bed, sitting her on the edge. What are you looking at? Niji asked, staring intently into her eyes, still focused on something far away. I sat down next to her and leaned in so I could hear her low, rapid voice. I see a large room with mirrors everywhere. The floor is wooden. Sai is there, waiting. There's something golden, a golden band across the mirrors. Where is the room? I don't know. Something is still missing, a decision that hasn't been made yet. How long until that happens? It's soon, he'll be in the mirror room today or perhaps tomorrow. He's waiting and now remains in the shadows. Niji's voice was methodical, he acted with the calmness of someone experienced in that type of interrogation. What are you doing now? Watching TV in the dark somewhere. No, it's a video. Can you see where he is? Lie, there's too much darkness. Are there any other objects in the mirror room? All I see are mirrors and some kind of golden band around the room. There's also a big stereo system and a TV on a black table. He's put a video on there, but he's not watching it the same way he did in the dark room. Her eyes wandered aimlessly, then settled on Niji's face. That's the room where he's waiting. Is there nothing else? She shook her head, then they looked at each other, motionless. What does that mean, Databeo? I asked. No one answered me for a few moments, then, Niji looked at me. It means the tracker has changed its plans and made the decision that will lead it to the mirror room and the dark room. But we don't know where they are. Well, but we do know they aren't chasing him in the mountains north of the Land of Fire. He'll escape them, Hinata-chan concluded gloomily. Shouldn't we call them? I asked. They exchanged a serious, undecided look. The phone rang. Hinata-chan crossed the room before he could raise his face to look at her. She pressed a button and held it to her ear, although she wasn't the first to speak. Kakashi Otusen, she whispered. I didn't seem surprised or relieved. Yes, she said, still looking at me. She listened for a while. I just saw him, she stated, and described what she had just seen. Whatever made him take that plane, it's bound to lead him to those rooms. She paused. Yes, she answered the phone, and then called me back. Naru-chan? He handed me the phone and I ran towards it. Hello? I murmured. Dobe, said Sasuke team. Oh, Sasuke team. I was really worried, Databeo. Use your tanki, he sighed, frustrated. I told you not to worry about anyone but yourself. It was so incredibly wonderful to hear his voice that as he spoke I felt the cloud of despair that hovered over me rise and dissolve. Where are you? In the vicinity of Shinju. Sorry, Dobe, but we've lost him. He seemed to suspect us and was careful to stay far enough away that we couldn't read his thoughts. He's gone, it seems he took a plane. We believe he's returned to Konoha to begin the search again. I could hear Hinata-chan filling Niji in behind me. She spoke quickly, her words tumbling over each other, creating a constant buzzing sound. I know. Hinata-chan saw that he had left, Databao. But you have nothing to worry about, Kitsune, he won't be able to find anything that leads him to you. You just have to stay there and wait until we find him again. I'm fine. Is Obito-san with Minato? Yes, the woman has been in town. She entered the house while Minato was at work. Don't worry, she hasn't approached him. He's safe, being watched over by Obito and Karen. What is she doing now? She's probably trying to gather clues. She's been hanging around the city all night. Karen followed her all the way to the airport, along all the roads around the city, at the school. She's searching everywhere, Dobe, but she's not going to find anything. Are you sure Minato is safe? Yes, Obito is keeping a close eye on him, and we'll be back soon. If the tracker gets near Konoha, we'll catch him. I miss you, Fear, I murmured. I know, use your tanki. Believe me, I know. It's like you took half of me with you. Come and get it back, then, Databao, I challenged him. Soon, Kitsune, as soon as I can, but first I'll make sure you're safe. His voice had hardened. I love you, Fear, I reminded him. Do you believe me if I tell you that, despite the ordeal I'm putting you through, I still love you, use your tanki? Of course I do, Databao, of course I believe you, Fear. I'll meet you right away, my Kitsune. I'll wait for you, my Nico-chan. The cloud of dejection crept back over me stealthily as soon as the communication was cut off. I turned around to give the phone back to Hinata-chan and found her and Niji leaning over the table. She was sketching on a piece of hotel stationery. I leaned back on the sofa to look over her shoulder. She had painted a large, rectangular room with a small square section at the far end. The wooden floorboards extended the length of the room. At the bottom of the walls were lines that ran horizontally across the mirrors, and also a long band, at waist height, that ran along all four walls. Hinata-chan had said it was a gold band. It's a ballet studio, I said, suddenly recognizing the familiar appearance of the room. They looked at me in surprise. Do you know this room? Niji's voice sounded calm, but beneath that tranquil appearance flowed an undercurrent of something I couldn't identify. Hinata-chan tilted her head towards her drawing, now quickly moving her hand across the page. On the back wall an emergency exit was taking shape, and in the right corner of the front wall, a television and a stereo system on top of a low table. It looks like an academy I used to go to for ballet lessons when I was 8 or 9. It looked exactly the same. I touched the page where the square section was highlighted, which then narrowed at the back of the room. The bathroom was here, and that door led to another classroom, but the music player was here, Databao. I pointed to the left corner. It was older, and there wasn't a television. There was also a window in the waiting room, which you could see from here if you stood here. Hinata-chan and Niji were staring at me. Are you sure it's the same room? Niji asked me, still calm. Lie, not entirely. I suppose all dance studios are pretty much the same, they all have mirrors and bars. I ran a finger along the ballet bar next to the mirrors. I'm just saying it looks familiar. I knocked on the door of the sketch, placed in the exact same spot as the one I remembered. Would it make any sense for you to want to go there now? Hinata-chan asked, interrupting my thoughts. Lie, I haven't set foot there for at least 10 years. I was a terrible dancer, to the point that they put me in the back row at every performance, Databao, I admitted. And can't it have some kind of relationship with you now? Hinata-chan inquired with great attention. Lie, I don't even think it still belongs to the same person. I'm sure it must be another dance studio somewhere else. Where is the studio where you used to teach? Niji asked me with faint indifference. I was right on the corner of the street where my cousin lived. I used to walk by there after school. I left the sentence unfinished, but I noticed the exchange of glances between Hinata-chan and Niji. So, he's here? In Uzushio? His tone of voice still seemed unperturbed. Hi, I murmured. At 58th and Yumi. We all sat staring at the drawing. Hinata-chan. Is this phone safe, Databeo? Yes, he assured me. If you trace the number, the trail will lead you to the land of fire. Then I can use it to call my cousin, Databeo. I thought I was in Taiyu. That's right, but she'll be back soon and she can't go to that house while. My voice trembled. How can you locate her? They don't have a landline, except at home, although Kachin is supposed to check for messages on the answering machine from time to time. Niji Hinata? Hinata-chan asked. The person in question thought about it. I don't think this will cause any harm, but make sure you don't reveal your whereabouts, of course. I impatiently grabbed my phone and dialed the familiar number. It rang 4 times, then I heard my cousin's nonchalant voice asking me to leave a message. Kachin, I said after the beep, it's me, Naru. Listen, I need you to do something. It's important. Call me on this number as soon as you hear the message. Hinata-chan was already beside me, writing it down at the bottom of the drawing, and I read it carefully twice. Please, don't go anywhere until we talk. Don't worry, I'm fine, but call me right away, Databeo, no matter how late you hear the message, okay? Love you, Kachin, Ja-ni. I closed my eyes and prayed with all my might that he wouldn't arrive home due to some unforeseen change of plans before hearing my message. I settled onto the sofa and nibbled at the leftover fruit on a plate, resigning myself to the fact that it would be a long afternoon. I thought about calling Minato, but I wasn't sure if he'd already arrived home. I focused on the news, looking for stories about Taiyu or spring training, as well as strikes, hurricanes, or terrorist attacks, anything that might cause him to return early. Immortality must be a great help in practicing patience. Neither Niji nor Hinata-chan seemed to feel the need to do anything in particular. For a while, Hinata-chan sketched a rough outline of the dark room she had seen in her vision, by the dim light of the television. But when she finished, she simply sat there, staring at the white walls with her eternal eyes. Nor did Niji seem to have the need to wander around, peek outside behind the curtains, or run out of the room as I did. I must have fallen asleep on the sofa while waiting for my phone to ring again. The cold touch of Hinata-chan's hands jolted me awake as she carried me to bed, but I drifted back unconscious before my head even hit the pillow. I realized it was too early again as soon as I woke up. I knew I was gradually reversing my usual day and night schedule. I lay in bed and listened to Niji and Hinata-chan's quiet voices in the other room. It was very strange that they were speaking loud enough for me to hear. I quickly rolled over and sat up. Then, I stumbled toward the living room. The clock above the television read 2 in the morning. Hinata-chan and Niji were sitting together on the sofa. Hinata-chan was drawing again, and Niji was looking at the sketch over her shoulder. They were so engrossed in Hinata-chan's work that they didn't notice when I came in. I crawled over to Niji's side to take a look. Did you see anything else, Databeo? I asked in a low voice. Hi. Something has made him return to the room where the video was, and now it is lit up. I watched Hinata-chan draw a square room with dark beams in the low ceiling. The walls were covered with wood paneling, a bit darker than usual, rather old-fashioned. A dark patterned rug covered the floor. There was a large window on the south wall and an opening on the west wall leading to a living room. One side of this entrance was made of stone, and a large, tan-colored fireplace opened onto it, serving both rooms. From this perspective, the center of the image was occupied by a television and a VCR, perched somewhat precariously on a wooden stand that was far too small for both of them, located in the southwest corner of the room. An old modular sofa curved in front of the television, with a small round coffee table in front of it. The phone is over there, I whispered, pointing to the spot. Two pairs of eternal eyes fixed on me. It's my cousin's house. Hinata-chan had already jumped up from the sofa, phone in hand. She started dialing. I stared, mesmerized, at her precise interpretation of the room where my cousin's family was gathered. Niji moved even closer to me, which was unusual for him, and gently placed his hand on my shoulder. The physical contact intensified its calming effect. The feeling of panic dissipated and never fully materialized. Hinata-chan's lips trembled from how fast she was talking, so I couldn't decipher that muffled buzzing. I couldn't concentrate. Naru-chan, Hinata-chan called to me. I stared at her, dumbfounded. Naru-chan, Sasuke Onaizen is coming to get you. Suigetsu Onaizen, Kakashi Otusen, and he are going to pick you up and hide you for a while. Is Sasuke team coming, Databeo? Those words seemed to me like a life jacket to hold on to keep my head above water. Yes. He's taking the first flight out of Yami. We'll pick him up at the airport and you'll go with him. Demo, my cousin. Despite Niji's presence, hysteria bubbled in my voice. The tracker has come for me, cousin, Hinata-chan, Databeo. Niji and I will make sure you are safe. I can't win in the long run, Hinata-chan. You can't protect everyone I know for my entire life. Don't you see what he's doing? He's not going after me directly, but he'll find and hurt anyone I love. Hinata-chan, I can't. We'll catch him, Naru-chan, she assured me. What if he hurts you, Hina-chan? Do you think I'd be okay with that? Do you think he can only hurt me through my human family? Hinata-chan looked at Niji meaningfully. A thick fog and a deep lethargy enveloped me, and my eyes closed against my will. My mind fought against the fog as I realized what was happening. I forced my eyes open and stood up, pulling away from Niji's hand. I don't want to go back to sleep, Databeo, I protested angrily. I walked to my room and closed the door. I practically slammed it, before collapsing onto my bed, completely broken, in some semblance of privacy. Hinata-chan didn't follow me this time. I stared at the wall for 3.5 hours, curled up in a ball, rocking gently. My mind wandered in circles, trying to somehow escape this nightmare. But there was no way out, no possible reprieve. I could only see one grim end looming in my future. The only question was how many people would be hurt before that happened. The only consolation, the only hope I had left, was knowing that I would soon see Sasuke team. Perhaps, just by seeing him again, I would be able to find the solution that now eluded me. I went back to the living room, feeling a little guilty about my behavior, when my phone rang. I hoped neither of them was angry, that they knew how grateful I was for the sacrifices they made for me. Hinata-chan was talking as fast as usual, but what caught my attention was that, for the first time, Niji wasn't in the room. I looked at the clock, it was 5:30 in the morning. They just boarded the plane. They'll land at 9:45, Hinata-chan said. She just had to keep breathing for a few more hours until he arrived. Where is Niji? He went to survey the area. Aren't you going to stay here, Databeo? Lie, we're going to settle closer to your Kasama's house. I felt a pang of unease in my stomach upon hearing his words, but my phone rang again, which made me abandon my worry for the moment. Hinata-chan seemed surprised, but I had already moved toward him, full of hope. Hello? Hinata-chan answered. Lie, he's here. She handed me the phone and announced your Kasama, articulating so I could read her lips. Hello? Naru-chan? Are you there, Databane? It was my cousin's voice, with that familiar timbre I'd heard 1,000 times in my childhood whenever I got too close to the edge of the sidewalk or strayed too far from her sight in a crowded place. It was the sound of panic. I sighed. I expected it, although, despite the urgent tone of my call, I had tried to make my message as non-alarming as possible. Calm down, Kachin, I replied in my calmest voice as I slowly backed away from Hinata-chan. I wasn't sure I could lie convincingly with her eyes fixed on me. Everything's fine. Okay? Just give me a minute and I'll explain everything, I promise, Databeo. I paused, surprised that he hadn't interrupted me already. Kachin? Be very careful not to give anything away until I've said everything I have to say. The voice I had just heard was as unfamiliar as it was unexpected. It was a man's voice, clear, very pleasant and impersonal, the kind of voice you hear in the background of commercials for luxury sports cars. He spoke very quickly. Good, I have no reason to harm your cousin, so please, do exactly as I say and nothing will happen to her. He paused for a minute while I listened, speechless with horror. Very good, he congratulated me. Now repeat my words, and try to make it sound natural. Please, say, lie, Kachin, stay where you are. Lie, Kachin, stay where you are. My voice barely exceeded the volume of a whisper. I'm starting to realize this isn't going to be easy. The voice sounded amused, still pleasant and friendly. Why don't you go into another room so your expression doesn't ruin everything? There's no reason for your cousin to suffer. As you walk, please say, Kachin, please listen to me. Say it now. Kachin, Onagai, listen to me, I begged. I walked very slowly towards the bedroom, still feeling Hinata-chan's worried gaze fixed on my back. I closed the door as I entered, trying to think clearly despite the dread that clouded my mind. Is there anyone where you are now? Answer only hi or lie. Lie. But they can still hear you, I'm sure of it. Hi. Okay, then, the friendly voice continued, repeat, Kachin, trust me. Kachin, trust me. This has turned out much better than I expected. I was prepared to wait, but your cousin arrived sooner than anticipated. It's easier this way, don't you think? Less suspense and less anxiety for you. Wait. Now, I want you to listen to me very carefully. I need you to stay away from your friends. Do you think you can do that? Answer hi or lie. Lie. I'm so sorry to hear that. I had hoped you'd be a bit more imaginative. Do you think it would be easier for you to part ways with them if your cousin's life depended on it? Answer yes or no. I didn't know how, but I had to find a way. I remembered we were heading to the airport, it was always packed, and the way it was designed, it was easy to get lost. Hi. That's better. I'm sure it won't be easy, but if I have the slightest suspicion that you're accompanied, well, that would be very bad for your cousin, the kind voice promised. By now you must know enough about us to understand how quickly I'll know whether you're alone or with someone, and how little time I'll need to take care of your cousin if necessary. Do you understand? Answer hi or lie. Hi, my voice broke. Very well, Naru. This is what you must do. I want you to go to your cousin's house. There's a number next to the telephone. Call it, and I'll tell you where you need to go from there. I had an idea of where I would go and where this matter would end up, but, despite everything, I intended to follow the instructions exactly. Can you do it? Answer hi or lie. Hi. And please make it before noon, Naru. I don't have all day, he asked with extreme politeness. Where is Arashi-san, Databeo? I asked dryly. Oh, and be careful, Naru. Wait until I tell you when you can speak, please. Wait. It's very important now that you don't arouse suspicion among your friends when you return to them. Tell them your mother called, but you convinced her you couldn't go home because it's so late. Now, answer after me, arigato, Kachin. Repeat it now. Arigato, Kachin. I burst into tears, even though I tried to control myself. Say, I love you, Kachin. I'll see you soon. Say it now. I love you, Kachin, I repeated in a thick voice. I'll see you soon. Sayonara, Naru. I'm looking forward to seeing you again. And he hung up. I kept the phone pressed to my ear. Fear had frozen my fingers, and I couldn't reach out to let go. I knew I should start thinking, but the sound of my cousin's terrified voice filled my mind. Several seconds passed before I regained control. Slowly, very slowly, my thoughts managed to break through the thick wall of pain. Plans, I had to make plans, even though now I had no choice but to go into the room full of mirrors and die. There was no other guarantee, nothing I could use to save my cousin's life. My only hope was that Sai would be satisfied with winning the game, that defeating Sasuke teen would be enough. Despair overwhelmed me, because there was nothing I could bargain with, nothing he cared about to offer or withhold. But no matter how much I thought about it, there was no other option. I had to try. I pushed my panic aside as best I could. I had made my decision. There was no point in wasting time worrying about the outcome. I needed to think clearly, because Hinata-chan and Niji were waiting for me, and it was essential, though it seemed impossible, that I managed to escape them. I was suddenly grateful that Niji wasn't there. I would have felt the anguish of the last 5 minutes had he been in the hotel room, and in that case, how would I have avoided his suspicions? I held back the fear, the anxiety, trying to stifle them. I couldn't afford them now, since I didn't know when Niji would return. I focused on the escape. I was confident that my knowledge of the airport would give me an advantage. Getting Hinata-chan away was the priority, no matter what. I knew she was waiting for me in the other room, curious. But I had to take care of something else in private before Niji returned. I had to accept that I would never see Sasuke team again, not even for one last look to take me to the Hall of Mirrors. I was going to hurt him, and I couldn't say goodbye. I let the waves of anguish torture and overwhelm me for a while. Then, I controlled them too and went to confront Hinata-chan. The only expression I could adopt without putting my foot in it was that of a dead man, with a vacant stare. I saw her alarmed, and I didn't want to give her a chance to ask me anything. I only had a prepared script and I didn't feel capable of improvising right now. My mother was worried, she wanted to come to Uzushio, my voice sounded lifeless. But everything's fine, I've convinced her to stay away, Databeo. We'll make sure she's okay, Naru-chan, don't worry. I turned my back to him to avoid him seeing my face. My eyes fell on a blank sheet of hotel letterhead lying on the desk. I approached it slowly, a plan already forming in my mind. There was an envelope, too. Good idea. Hinata-chan, I asked slowly, without turning around, keeping my tone of voice expressionless, if I write a letter to my cousin, will you give it to her? I mean, can you leave it at her house? Without a doubt, Naru, she replied cautiously, because she could see he was completely devastated. She needed to control her emotions better. I went back to the bedroom and knelt down next to the bedside table for support while I wrote. Sasuke, I scribbled. My hand was trembling so much that the letters were barely legible. I love you. I'm so sorry. He has my cousin in his power, and I have to try even though I know it won't work. I'm so sorry, Databeo. Don't be mad at Hinata-chan and Niji, if I manage to escape from them it will be a miracle, thank them for me especially Hinata-chan Onagai. And I beg you, please don't follow him. I think that's exactly what he wants. I couldn't bear for anyone to get hurt because of me, especially you. Please, Nico-chan, that's all I ask. Do it for me. I love you, sorry. Naru. I folded the letter carefully and sealed the envelope. I hoped he would find it. I could only hope he would understand and listen to me, even if it was just this once. And I also carefully sealed my heart. All the dread, despair, and devastation in my heart had taken less time than I had thought. The minutes ticked by more slowly than usual. Niji still hadn't returned when I met up with Hinata-chan. I was just as afraid of being in the same room with her, for fear of what she might guess, as I was of avoiding her, for the same reason. I thought my tortured and fickle thoughts would make me incapable of being surprised by anything, but I was truly surprised when I saw her double over the desk, clinging to the edge with both hands. Hinata-chan? She didn't react when I mentioned her name, but she shook her head from side to side. I saw her face and the blank, stunned expression in her eyes. I immediately thought of my cousin. Was it already too late? I hurried to her side and without thinking, I reached out to touch her hand. Hinata! Niji exclaimed, his voice trembling. He was already beside her, right behind her, covering her hands with his own and releasing the grip that held her to the table. On the other side of the living room, the bedroom door closed by itself with a soft click. "What do you see?" he demanded. She turned her face away from me and buried it in Niji's chest. "Naru-chan," said Hinata-chan. "I'm here, Databeo," I replied. Although her expression was distant, Hinata-chan turned her head until our eyes met. I immediately understood that she wasn't talking to me, but had answered Niji's question. "What did you see?" I inquired. But in my dull, indifferent voice there was no real question. Niji studied me intently. I kept my expression blank and waited. He was confused, his gaze darting from Hinata-chan's face to mine as I sensed the chaos. I had guessed what Hinata-chan had just seen. I felt a calming atmosphere settle within me, and I welcomed Niji's intervention, as it helped me to discipline my emotions and keep them under control. Hinata-chan also recovered and finally, in a calm and convincing voice, replied. "Actually, nothing. Just the same room as before." Finally, she looked at me with a sweet, withdrawn expression before asking. "Do you want breakfast?" I'll grab something at the airport, Databeo." I also felt very calm. I went to the bathroom to take a shower. For a moment, I thought Niji had shared his strange extrasensory power with me, since I sensed Hinata-chan's virulent desperation, even though she hid it very well, desperation for me to leave the room so she could be alone with Niji. That way, she could tell him they were making a mistake, that they were going to fail. I prepared methodically, concentrating on each of the small tasks. The peaceful state of mind Niji had put me in did its job and helped me think clearly and plan. I rummaged through my pack until I found the sock full of money and emptied it into my wallet. I was burning with excitement to get to the airport and was in a good mood when we left around 7 in the morning. This time, I sat alone in the back seat while Hinata-chan leaned back against the door, her face towards Niji, though every few seconds she glanced at me from behind her sunglasses. "Hinata-chan?" I asked indifferently. "Hi." He answered cautiously. "How do your visions work?" I looked out the side window and my voice sounded bored. "Sasuke team told me they weren't final, that things could change, Databeo." Pronouncing Sasuke team's name was more difficult than expected, and that feeling must have alerted Niji, because shortly afterwards a fresh wave of serenity flooded the vehicle. "Yes, things can change," he murmured, I suppose hopefully. "Some visions are closer to the truth than others, like weather forecasting. It's more difficult with men. I only see the course things will take when they're happening. The future changes completely once they reverse a decision or make a new one, however small." I nodded thoughtfully. "That's why you couldn't see Sai in Uzushio until he decided to come here." "Yes," she admitted, still appearing cautious. "And he hadn't seen me in the Hall of Mirrors with Sai until I agreed to meet him." I tried not to dwell on what else he might have seen, as I didn't want to panic and make Niji even more suspicious. In any case, they were both going to be even more vigilant after what Hinata-chan had seen. The situation was becoming unbearable. Luck was on my side when we arrived at the airport, or maybe my odds had just improved. Sasuke team's plane was going to land at Terminal 4, the largest of them all, but that wasn't unusual, since most flights landed there. It was definitely the terminal that suited me best, the largest and the most chaotic, and on level 3 there was a gate that might just be my only chance. We parked on the 4th floor of the enormous garage. I was the one who guided them, since, for once, I knew the area better than they did. We took the elevator down to level 3, where the passengers disembarked. Hinata-chan and Niji spent a long time studying the flight departure board. I could hear them discussing the pros and cons of places I'd never seen, and probably never would. I waited impatiently for my chance, unable to stop my foot from tapping on the floor. We sat down in one of the long rows of chairs near the metal detectors. Niji and Hinata pretended to be watching the other people, but in reality, they were only watching me. They both followed my every move out of the corner of their eyes. I felt hopeless. Could I risk running? Would they dare to stop me from escaping in a public place like this? Or would they simply follow me? I took the unattended envelope out of my bag and placed it on top of the black leather bag that Hinata-chan was carrying. She looked at me in surprise. My letter, Databao, I explained. She nodded and slipped the envelope into her bag under the flap, so that Sasuke-teen would find it relatively soon. The minutes ticked by, and the plane carrying Sasuke-teen drew closer to landing. I was surprised by how every cell in my body seemed to be aware of his arrival and yearned for it. This feeling complicated things, and I soon found myself making excuses to stay and watch him before escaping, but I knew that would limit my chances of fleeing. Hinata-chan offered several times to accompany me to breakfast. Later, I told him, not yet. I studied the flight arrivals board, noting how one after another they arrived on time. The flight from Yami kept moving higher up the board. The numbers changed again when I only had 30 minutes left to attempt the escape. Her flight was arriving 10 minutes early, so I was running out of time. I think I feel like eating now, Databao, I said quickly. Hinata-chan stood up. I'll go with you. Do you mind if Niji comes in your place? I asked. I'm feeling a little. I didn't finish the sentence. My eyes were wild enough to convey what words couldn't. Niji stood up. Hinata-chan's expression was confused, but, to my relief, I realized she suspected nothing. She must have attributed the change in her vision to some maneuver by the tracker, rather than a possible betrayal on my part. Niji walked beside me in silence, his hand on my lower back, as if he were guiding me. I feigned disinterest in the first few airport cafes we came across, and moved my head left and right, searching for what I really wanted to find, the restrooms for men and women on level 3, which were just around the corner, out of Hinata-chan's sight. Do you mind, Databao? I asked Niji as I walked past. It'll only be a moment. I'll be here, he said. I took off running as soon as the door closed behind me. I remembered that time I got lost because of this bathroom, which had 2 exits. I only had to make a small jump to reach the elevators when I exited through the other door. I wouldn't be in Niji's line of sight if he stayed where he'd told me to. This was my only chance, so I'd have to keep running if he saw me. People were staring, but I ignored them. The elevators were open, waiting, when I turned the corner. I rushed toward one of them. It was nearly full, but it was the one going down, and stuck my hand between the 2 leaves of the closing door. I squeezed in among the irritated passengers and quickly checked that the button for the floor above was pressed. It was on when the doors closed. I sprinted out again as soon as they opened, despite the angry murmurs that arose behind me. I walked slowly past the security guards stationed by the moving walkway, ready to run as soon as I saw the exit doors. I had no way of knowing if Niji was already looking for me. He'd only have a few seconds if he followed my scent. I nearly crashed into the glass as I leaped through the automatic doors, which opened far too slowly. There wasn't a single taxi in sight along the crowded curb. I didn't have any time left. Hinata-chan and Niji would be about to discover my escape. If they hadn't already, and they'd track me down in the blink of an eye. The Akako Hotel bus service had just closed its doors a few steps from where I was standing. Matt! I shouted as I ran and waved to the driver. This is Akako's bus, the driver said, confused, as he opened the door. Hi. That's where I'm going, Databao, I answered breathlessly, and hurriedly climbed the steps. Since I wasn't carrying any luggage, he looked at me suspiciously, but then shrugged and didn't bother to ask me any more questions. Most of the seats were empty. I sat as far away from the other passengers as possible and looked out the window, first at the sidewalk and then at the airport, which was receding into the distance. I couldn't help but imagine Sasuke standing at the edge of the road, right where I'd lost sight of him. You can't cry yet, I told myself. I still had a long way to go. My luck continued. In front of the Akako, a tired-looking couple was taking the last suitcase out of a taxi's trunk. I jumped off the bus and immediately rushed to the taxi, climbing into the back seat. The tired couple and the bus driver stared at me. I gave the surprised taxi driver the address of my cousin. I need to get here as soon as possible. But this is in Shiro, he complained. I threw 4 $20 bills onto the seat. Is this enough? Yes, of course, kid, no problem. I leaned back in my seat and crossed my arms in my lap. The city streets, so familiar to me, whizzed past us, but I didn't even bother to look out the window. I made a great effort to maintain control and was determined not to lose it now that I had successfully completed my plan. It wasn't worth allowing myself any more fear or anxiety. The path was clear, and I just had to follow it. So instead, I closed my eyes and spent the 20-minute walk imagining myself with Sasuke team instead of giving in to panic. I imagined myself at the airport, waiting for his arrival. I pictured myself standing on tiptoe to catch a glimpse of his face as soon as possible, and the speed and grace with which he would glide through the crowd. Then, as impatient as ever, I would rush the few meters separating me from him to take refuge in his marble arms, finally safe. I wondered where we had gone. Somewhere up north, so he could be outdoors during the day, or perhaps some remote spot where we would lie in the sun, together again. I pictured him on the beach, his skin shimmering like the sea. I didn't care how long we had to hide. Being trapped in a hotel room with him would be a kind of paradise, with all the questions I still had to ask him. I could talk to him forever, never sleep, never be apart from him. I glimpsed his face so clearly that I could almost hear his voice, and in that moment, despite the horror and despair, I felt happy. I was so immersed in my escapist reverie that I lost all track of time. What number did you give me? The taxi driver's question burst the bubble of my fantasy, draining the color from my wonderful, vain illusions. Fear, grim and harsh, was waiting to fill the void they had left. 58, Databeo, I answered in a choked voice. He looked at me nervously, thinking that maybe I was going to have a heart attack or something like that. So, we've arrived. The taxi driver was eager for me to get out of the car. He was probably hoping I wouldn't ask for my change. Thank you, I whispered. There was no need to panic, I reminded myself. The house was empty. I had to hurry. Kachin was waiting for me, terrified, and it was up to me. I ran upstairs to the door and mechanically stretched to grab the key from under the eaves. I unlocked it. The interior was dark and empty, everything in order. I flew to the phone, turning on the kitchen light as I went. On the whiteboard, a 10-digit number was written in small, neat handwriting with a marker. I hurriedly pressed the keys and made a mistake. I had to hang up and start again. This time, I concentrated only on the keys, pressing them carefully, one by one. I did it correctly. I held the receiver to my ear with a trembling hand. It rang only once. Konnichiwa, Naru, Sai replied calmly. You did it very quickly. I'm impressed. Are you alright, my cousin, Databeo? She's doing great. Don't worry, Naru, I have nothing against her. Unless you don't come alone, of course, he said casually, almost amused. I am alone. I have never been more alone in my entire life. Very well. Now, tell me, do you know the ballet studio that's just around the corner from your house? Hi, I know how to get there. Okay, then I'll see you very soon. I hung up. I ran out of the room and through the door into the scorching heat of the street. There was no time to look back and contemplate my house. Nor did I wish to do so as it was now, empty, a symbol of fear instead of a sanctuary. The last person to walk through those familiar rooms had been my enemy. I could almost see my cousin out of the corner of my eye, standing in the shade of the large eucalyptus tree where I used to play as a child, or kneeling in a small unpaved space by the mailbox, a graveyard for all the flowers I had planted. The memories were better than any reality I could see today, but even so, I quickly pushed them from my mind and headed for the corner, leaving it all behind. I felt clumsy, as if I were running on wet sand. I seemed unable to keep my balance on the concrete. I stumbled several times, and once I fell. I scraped my hands when I braced them on the sidewalk to break my fall. Then I staggered, only to fall again, but finally I made it to the corner. Only one more block to go. I ran again, panting, my face drenched in sweat. The sun burned my skin, it shone so brightly that its intense reflection on the white concrete blinded me. I felt dangerously vulnerable. I longed for the protection of Konoha's green forests, for my home, with an intensity one never could have imagined. As I turned the last corner and reached Yumi, I could see the ballet studio, which looked exactly the same as I remembered. The parking space in front was empty, and all the blinds were drawn. I couldn't run any faster, I was suffocating. The effort and the panic had left me completely exhausted. The memory of my cousin was the only thing that kept me moving, step by step. As I approached, I saw the sign posted on the inside of the door. It was handwritten on dark pink paper. It said the dance studio was closed for spring break. I grasped the doorknob and turned it carefully. It was unlocked. I tried to catch my breath and opened the door. The dark lobby was empty and cool. The air conditioner hummed. Plastic chairs were stacked against the wall, and the carpet smelled of shampoo. The west-facing dance studio was dark, and I could see into it through an open window overlooking that room. The east-facing classroom, the largest room, was lit despite having its blinds drawn. I was overcome with such a strong fear that I was literally paralyzed. I was unable to take a single step. Then, my cousin's voice called to me with the same tone of panic and hysteria. "Naru-chan? Naru-chan?" I rushed to the door, drawn by the sound of her voice. "Naru-chan, you scared me," she continued as I ran into the high-ceilinged classroom. "Don't ever do that again, Databane." I looked around, trying to figure out where her voice was coming from. Then I heard her laugh and turned toward the sound. And there she was, on the television screen, ruffling my hair with relief. It was Christmas, and I was 12 years old. We had gone to see Myobaken the year before she died. We went to the beach one day, and I leaned too far over the edge of the jetty. She had seen me lose my footing and then my attempts to regain my balance. "Naru-chan? Naru-chan," she had called out to me, frightened. The television screen turned blue. I turned around slowly. Motionless, Sai was standing by the emergency exit, which is why I hadn't seen him at first. He was holding the remote control. We looked at each other for a while, and then he smiled. He walked toward me and passed very close. He placed the remote next to the video player. I turned around carefully to follow his movements. "I'm sorry about this, Naru, but isn't it better that your cousin wasn't involved in this matter?" he said in a polite, kind voice. Suddenly it dawned on me. My cousin was still safe in Taiyu. She had never heard my message. The dark red eyes of that unusually pale face now before me had never terrified her. She was safe. "Hi," I replied, filled with relief. "You don't seem angry that I cheated on you." "I'm not, Databeo." The sudden euphoria had filled me with courage. What did anything matter anymore? It would all be over soon, and no one would hurt Minato or Kachin. They would never have to be afraid again. I felt almost dizzy. The more rational part of my mind warned me that I was about to collapse from the stress. "How strange. You really think so?" His dark eyes examined me with interest. The irises of his pupils were almost black, but there was a spark of ruby right at the edge. He was thirsty. "I must concede to your strange coven that you humans can be quite interesting. I suppose watching you must be quite a sight. And the strange thing is that many of you don't seem to have any awareness of just how interesting you are." He stood near me, arms crossed, looking at me curiously. Neither Sai's face nor his posture showed the slightest hint of threat. He looked very ordinary. There was nothing remarkable about his features or body, except for the pale skin and dark circles under his eyes, which I had grown accustomed to. He wore a light blue long-sleeved t-shirt and worn jeans. "I suppose you're going to tell me now that your Koreshi will avenge you," he ventured, almost hopefully, or so it seemed to me. "Lie, I don't think so. In fact, I've asked him not to, Databeo." "And what did he answer you?" "I don't know, it was strangely easy to talk to such a gentle hunter. I left him a letter." "A letter? How romantic." Her voice hardened slightly as she added a touch of sarcasm to her polite tone. And you think she'll actually listen to you? I hope so. Well, in that case, we have different expectations. As you can see, this has been too easy, too quick. To be honest, I'm disappointed. I was expecting a much bigger challenge. And after all, I only needed a bit of luck. I waited in silence. I had Sakura find out more about you when she couldn't catch your Tucson. There was no point in hunting you down all over the planet when I could wait comfortably in a place of my choosing. That's why, after talking with Sakura, I decided to come to Uzushio to pay your cousin a visit. I heard you say you were going home. At first, it didn't even occur to me that you meant it, but then I thought about it. How predictable humans are. They like to be in familiar surroundings, somewhere that makes them feel safe. Wouldn't it be a perfect ploy if, when we pursued you, you went to the last place you should be, that is, where you said you were going? But of course, I wasn't sure, it was just a hunch. I usually have them about the prey I hunt, a sixth sense, so to speak. I heard your message when I entered your cousin's house, but of course, I couldn't be sure of where you were calling from. It was useful to have your number, but as far as I knew, you could be thousands of miles away, and the trick wouldn't work unless you were nearby. So, your Koreshi takes a plane to Uzushio. Sakura was keeping an eye on him. Naturally, he couldn't act alone in a game with so many players. And that's how they confirmed what I suspected, that you were here. I was already prepared, I'd seen your heartwarming family videos, so it was just a matter of scoring. Too easy, as you can see. Really, nothing that's up to my level. Anyway, I hope you're wrong about your Koreshi. His name is Sasuke, right? I didn't answer. My sense of courage was fading by the minute. I realized he was about to finish gloating over his victory. Although, in any case, it didn't matter to me anymore. There was no glory for him in defeating me, a weak human. Would you mind too much if I also left a little note for your Sasuke? He took a step back and pressed something on a palm-sized video camera, carefully balanced atop the stereo. A tiny red light indicated it was recording. He adjusted it a couple of times, widening the frame. I stared at him, horrified. I'm sorry. But I doubt he'll be able to resist hunting me down after he sees this. And I don't want him to miss a thing. This is all for him, of course. You're just a human who, unfortunately, was in the wrong place at the wrong time, and I might add, in the wrong company. He took a step towards me, smiling. Before we begin. I felt nauseous in the pit of my stomach as I spoke. This was something I hadn't anticipated. There's something I'd like to rub in your Koreshi's face. The solution was obvious from the start, and I was always afraid your Sasuke would catch on and ruin the fun. It happened to me once, oh yeah, ages ago. The first and only time I've ever let a prey get away. The vampire who had so foolishly grown fond of that insignificant prey made the choice that your Sasuke has been too weak to make, you see. When that old man learned I was after his little friend, he kidnapped her from the mental asylum where he worked. I'll never understand the obsession some vampires have with you humans, and freed her the only way he could to keep her safe. The poor creature didn't even seem to feel the pain. She had been locked away for far too long in that black hole of a cell. 100 years earlier, they would have burned her at the stake for her visions, but in the 19th century, they took you to a psychiatric hospital and gave you electroshock therapy. When she opened her eyes, strengthened by her newfound youth, it was as if she had never seen the sun before. The old man turned her into a powerful new vampire, but by then I had no incentive to touch her, he sighed. In revenge, I killed the old man. Hinata-chan, I said softly, astonished. Hey, your little friend. I was surprised to see her in the clearing. I figured her coven would gain something from this experience. I have you, and they have her. The only victim who's escaped me, quite an honor, really. And it smelled absolutely delicious. I still regret not being able to try it. It smelled even better than you. Gomen kudasai, I don't mean to offend you, you smell wonderful, frankly. A little floral, I think. He took another step toward me until he was just a few feet away. He took a lock of my hair and smelled it delicately. Then, he gently tucked it back into place, and I felt his cold fingers on my throat. He then raised his hand to quickly stroke my cheek once, tracing my marks with his thumb, his expression curious. I wanted to run with all my might, but I was paralyzed. I couldn't even flinch. Lie, she muttered to herself as she let her hand fall. I don't understand, she sighed. Anyway, I guess we should carry on. Then I can phone your friends and tell them where to find you and my text message. Now I felt truly awful. I knew it was going to be painful, I could see it in his eyes. He wouldn't be content with simply winning, feeding, and disappearing. The quick end I'd expected wasn't going to happen. My knees began to tremble, and I feared I might collapse at any moment. The hunter took a step back and began circling me with an indifferent air, as if he wanted to get the best possible view of a statue in a museum. His face remained open and friendly as he decided where to begin. Then he leaned back and crouched down in a position I immediately recognized. His kind smile widened, growing until it was no longer a smile but a jumble of visible, gleaming teeth. I couldn't help it. I tried to run even though I knew it would be useless and that my knees were very weak. Panic overwhelmed me, and I jumped toward the emergency exit. He was right in front of me in the blink of an eye. He acted so fast I didn't see if he'd used his hands or feet. A devastating blow struck my chest, and I felt myself fly backward, until I heard the shattering of glass as my head slammed against the mirrors. The glass cracked, and the shards shattered as they fell to the floor beside me. He was too dazed to feel the pain. He couldn't even breathe. He approached very slowly. "This will have a very beautiful effect," she said again in a kind voice as she surveyed the jumble of crystals. "I thought this room would create a visually dramatic effect for my film. That's why I chose this place for us to meet. It's perfect, isn't it?" I ignored him as I crawled on my hands and feet in an attempt to drag myself to the other door. He lunged at me immediately and kicked my leg hard. I heard the awful crack before I felt it, but then I felt it and couldn't stifle a scream of agony. I writhed to grab my leg. He stood beside me, grinning. "Would you like to reconsider your last request?" he asked me kindly. My broken leg was hit by his foot. I heard a drilling shriek. In a state of shock, I recognized it as my own. "Do you still not want Sasuke to try to find me?" he pressed. "Lie," I said hoarsely. "Lie, Sasuke, don't do it." Then something hit me in the face and threw me back against the mirrors. Above the pain in my leg, I felt the sharp edge of the glass tear at my scalp. At that moment, a hot, wet liquid began to spread through my hair at an alarming rate. I felt it soaking the shoulder of my shirt and heard it dripping onto the wood beneath me. The smell made my stomach churn. Through the nausea and vertigo, I glimpsed something that gave me a last glimmer of hope. Sai's eyes, which moments before had shown only interest, now burned with an uncontrollable need. The blood, spreading its crimson hue across the white shirt and rapidly forming a pool on the floor, was driving him mad with thirst. His original intentions no longer mattered, he couldn't hold back much longer. I wished things would be quick from now on. All I could hope for was that the blood loss would take my consciousness with it. My eyes were closing. I heard the hunter's final growl as if it were coming from underwater. Through the tunnel my vision had become, I could see its dark shadow falling upon me. With a last effort, I instinctively raised my hand to shield my face. Then my eyes closed, and I let go. As I drifted, I dreamed. In the place where I floated, beneath the black waters, I heard the happiest sound my mind could conjure, the most beautiful, the only one that could lift my spirits and, at the same time, the most terrifying. It was another growl, a wild and deep roar, imbued with the most terrible anger. The sharp pain that shot through my raised hand brought me back, almost to the surface, but it wasn't a wide enough path back to allow me to open my eyes. Then I knew he was dead. Because I heard the voice of a tenchi pronouncing my name through the dense water, calling me to the only heaven I longed for. "Oh no, Naru, no," cried the horrified voice of the tenchi. A noise arose, a terrible tumult that startled me behind that longed for sound. A deep, merciless growl, a dry, frightening sound, and a wail full of agony, which suddenly broke. I, on the other hand, decided to concentrate on the voice of the tenchi. Naru, Onagai. Dobe, listen to me, Onagai, Onagai, Yuzuritanki, Onagai. He begged. Yes, I wanted to answer him. I wanted to say something, anything, but I couldn't find my lips. Kakashi, the tenchi called, his perfect voice filled with anguish. Naru, Dobe, lie, oh no, Onagai, lie, lie. The tenchi began to sob without tears, broken with pain. A tenchi shouldn't cry, that's not right. I tried to contact him, to tell him that everything was going to be alright, but the waters were so deep that they trapped me and I couldn't breathe. I felt a sharp pain pierce my head. It hurt terribly, but then, as that pain surged through the darkness to reach me, other, much stronger pains followed. I screamed as I tried to gasp for air and force myself out of the dark pool. Naru! The tenchi shouted. She's lost some blood, but the wound isn't very deep, a calm voice explained. Take a look at her leg, it's broken. The tenchi suppressed a howl of anger on his lips. I felt a sharp pain in my side. This place wasn't heaven, not at all. There was too much pain here for it to be. And I'm afraid some ribs are too, the serene voice continued methodically. Those sharp pains were subsiding. However, a new one appeared, a burning sensation in his hand that overshadowed all the others. Someone was burning me. Sasuke, I tried to say, but my voice sounded thick and weak. I couldn't even understand myself. Naru. You're going to be okay. Can you hear me, Dobe? AI.Eru. Sasuke, I tried again, my voice seemed to be clearing up. Yes, I'm here. It hurts, Databeo, I complained. I know, Kitsune, I know. Then, in the distance, I heard him ask anxiously. Can't you do anything? My briefcase, please. Don't breathe, Hinata-chan, that will help you, Kakashi-sensei assured. Hinata-chan, I moaned. She's here, she was the one who knew where we could find you. My hand hurts, I tried to tell her. I know, Dobe, Kakashi will give you something to ease your pain. My hand is burning, Databeo. I managed to shout, finally emerging from the darkness and blinking incessantly. I couldn't see his face because a warm darkness clouded my eyes. Why couldn't they see the fire and put it out? Sasuke team's voice sounded frightened. Yuzuritanki? Fire. Someone put out the fire, Databeo. I yelled as I felt myself burning. Kakashi. The hand. He bit him. Kakashi-sensei's voice had lost its composure, he was horrified. I heard Sasuke team gasp in terror. Sasuke Onizen, you have to do it, Hinata-chan said, close to my head, her cold fingers wiped away my tears. Lie, he roared. Hinata-chan, I moaned. There is another possibility, Kakashi-sensei interjected. Which one? Sasuke pleaded. Try to suck out the venom, the wound is quite clean. As Kakashi-sensei spoke, I could feel the pressure increasing in my head, and something pinching and pulling at my skin. The pain this caused was overshadowed by the burning sensation in my hand. Will it work? Hinata-chan seemed tense. I don't know, admitted Kakashi-sensei, but we need to hurry. Kakashi, Sasuke hesitated. I don't know if I'll be able to do it. The anguish had reappeared in the tenchi's voice. Whatever it is, it's your decision, Sasuke. I can't help you. We need to stop the bleeding if you're going to draw blood from his hand. I writhed, a prisoner of this burning torture, and the movement made the pain in my leg blaze in a chilling way. Sasuke. I shouted, then realized I'd closed my eyes again. I opened them, desperate to see his face once more, and there he was. Finally, I could see his perfect face, staring at me, his expression twisted in a mask of indecision and sorrow. Hinata-chan, find something to splint her leg, Kakashi-sensei was still leaning over me, doing something on my head. Sasuke, you must do it now or it will be too late. Sasuke team's face looked gaunt. I met his gaze, and at last, doubt was replaced by unwavering determination. He clenched his jaw, and I felt his strong, cool fingers in my burning hand, gently placing it there. Then he leaned his head over it, and his cold lips pressed against my skin. The pain worsened. I screamed and struggled against the icy hands that held me. I heard Hinata-chan speaking, trying to calm me down. Something heavy pinned my leg to the ground, and Kakashi-sensei clamped my head in the stony grip of his arms. Then, slowly, I stopped writhing as my hand grew more and more numb. The fire had dwindled to a dying ember, concentrating in a smaller and smaller spot. And as the pain subsided, I felt myself losing consciousness, drifting off somewhere. I was terrified of returning to those dark waters and getting lost in the darkness again. Sasuke, I tried to say, but I couldn't hear my own voice, although they seemed to hear me. He's right here next to you, Naru. Stay, Sasuke, stay with me. Here I am. He looked exhausted, but triumphant. I sighed contentedly. The fire had gone out and the other pains had subsided as drowsiness spread throughout my body. Have you extracted all the poison? Kakashi-sensei asked from a very, very far away place. The blood is clean, Sasuke said calmly. I can taste the morphine. Naru-chan? Kakashi-sensei called to me. I made an effort to answer him. Don't you feel the burning anymore? Lie, I sighed. Arigato, Nico-chan. I love you, Kitsune, he replied. I know, I breathed in, feeling so tired. And then I heard my favorite sound above any other in the world, Sasuke team's quiet laughter, trembling with relief. Naru-chan? Kakashi-sensei asked me again. I frowned, I wanted to sleep. Nanny? Where is your cousin? In Taiyu, I sighed again. He tricked me, Sasuke. He saw our videos. The indignation in my voice sounded pitifully weak. But that reminded me of it. Hinata-chan, I tried to open my eyes. Hinata-chan, the video. He knew you, he knew where you came from, Databeo. I wanted to tell her everything at once, but my voice was getting weaker. I broke through the fog in my mind to add, I smell gasoline. It's time to take him away, said Kakashi-sensei. Lie, I want to sleep, I protested. Go to sleep, my Tengaku, I'll take you, Sasuke reassured me, team. And then he took me in his arms, cradled me against his chest, and I floated, pain-free. The last words I heard were, go to sleep now, Dobe. I opened my eyes to a dazzling, snowy light. I was in an unfamiliar room with white walls. Closed blinds covered the wall next to me. Bright lights overhead blinded me. I was lying on a hard, uneven bed frame. The pillows were narrow and lumpy. An annoying beep was coming from somewhere nearby. I hoped that meant I was still alive. Death couldn't be that uncomfortable. Translucent tubes were coiled around my hands, and an object was stuck to my face below my nose. I raised my hand to remove it. Don't do it, Dobe. Icy fingers caught my hand. Sasuke team? I tilted my head slightly and found her exquisite face just inches from mine. Her chin rested on the end of my pillow. I realized she was still alive, but this time with gratitude and joy. Oh, Sasuke team. I'm so sorry, Databeo. Shoo. He silenced me. Now everything is in order, Yujiratanki. What happened? I couldn't remember it clearly, and my mind seemed to resist every time I tried to recall it. I was almost late. I might not have arrived on time, she whispered, her voice filled with torment. What an idiot I was. I thought I had my cousin in my power. He deceived us all. I need to phone Minato Yakachin, I realized despite the cloud of confusion. Hinata called them. Kushina-san is here, well, at the hospital. She just left to get something to eat. Are you here, Databeo? I tried to sit up, but the dizziness in my head worsened. Sasuke team's hands gently pushed me back down onto the pillows. She'll be back soon, he promised me, and you need to rest. Demo, what did you tell him? I was terrified. I didn't want them to calm me down. Kacchan was there, and I was recovering from a vampire attack. Why did you tell him I'd been hospitalized? You tumbled down 2 flights of stairs before falling out of a window, he paused. You have to admit it could have happened. I sighed, and it hurt. I glanced under the sheet at my lower body, at the enormous lump that was my leg. How am I, Databeo? You have a broken leg and 4 broken ribs, some head contusions, bruises all over your body, and you've lost a lot of blood. You've had several transfusions. I don't like it, it made you smell quite bad for a while. That must have been a pleasant change for you. Lie, I like how you smell. How did you get it, Databeo? I asked in a low voice. He immediately knew what I meant. I'm not sure. He avoided my astonished eyes as he raised my bandaged hand and gently held it with his, being very careful not to break a cable that connected me to one of the monitors. I waited patiently for him to tell me the rest. She sighed without looking back at me. It was impossible to hold back, she whispered, impossible. But I did it. Finally, she looked up and gave a half-smile. It must be that I love you. Don't I taste as good as I smell, Databeo? I smiled back and my whole face hurt. Even better, better than I imagined, Dobe. Gomen, I apologized. He looked at the ceiling. You have a lot to apologize for, Uzumaki. Why should I apologize, fear? Because you were about to leave me forever. Gomen, I apologized again. I know why you did it, Dobe, his voice was comforting. It's still crazy, of course. You should have waited for me, you should have told me. You shouldn't have let me go, Databeo. Lie, he agreed. I wouldn't have let you. I was starting to recall some of the most unpleasant memories. I shuddered and winced in pain. Sasuke team immediately became worried. Uzumaki, what's wrong with you? What happened to Sai? Suigetsu and Niji took care of him after I got rid of him, Sasuke concluded, team, speaking with deep regret. That confused me. I didn't see either of them there. They had to leave the room. There was too much blood. But Hinata-chan and Kakashi-sensei? I remarked in amazement. You know, they both love you. Suddenly, the memory of the painful images from the last time I had seen her reminded me of something. Has Hinata-chan seen the videotape? I asked anxiously. Hi, a new note hardened Sasuke's voice, team, a note of pure hatred. Hinata-chan always lived in darkness, that's why she didn't remember anything. I know, and now she finally understands everything. His voice sounded calm, but his face was darkened by fury. I tried to touch his face with my free hand, but something stopped me. When I looked down, I saw the 4-line attached to the back of his hand. Ow! I exclaimed with a gesture of pain. What's wrong, Dobe? He asked, worried. He was somewhat distracted, but not enough. His gaze continued to have a sinister look. Needles. I explained as I looked away from the 4. I fixed my gaze on a warped tile on the ceiling and tried to take a deep breath despite the pain in my ribs. You're scared of needles? Sasuke muttered to himself, shaking his head. A sadistic vampire intending to torture him to death? Sure, no problem, the usurious idiot will just slip away to join him. But in 4 is another story. I rolled my eyes. I was glad to know that at least her reaction was free of pain. I decided to change the subject. Why are you here, fear? He stared at me, confused at first, then hurt. He frowned so deeply that his eyebrows almost touched. Do you want me to leave, Dobe? Lie. I protested immediately, terrified just thinking about it. No, what I meant was, why does my cousin think you're here? I need to have my story ready before she gets back, Databeo. Ah, the wrinkles vanished from his forehead. I've come to Uzushio to talk some sense into you and convince you to return to Konoha. He opened his eyes with such seriousness and sincerity that even I almost believed him. You agreed to see me and drove to the hotel where I was staying with Kakashi and Hinata. I was under their father's supervision, of course, he added with a flourish, but you tripped on your way to my room, and well, you know the rest. You don't need to remember any details, though you have a magnificent excuse to muddy the waters a bit. I thought about it for a few moments. That story has some loose ends, like the broken windows. Actually, no. Hinata had a bit of fun preparing the evidence. She took great care to make everything seem convincing. You could probably sue the hotel if you wanted. You have nothing to worry about, Kitsune, she promised, gently stroking my cheek. Your only job is to heal. I wasn't so numb from the pain or the medication that I couldn't react to his touch. The indicator on the Holter monitor I was connected to began to move uncontrollably. Now, he wasn't the only one hearing my erratic heartbeat. This is going to be embarrassing, Databeo, I muttered to myself. He chuckled and studied me with his eyes before saying, I wonder if. He leaned in slowly. The ringing sped up wildly before his lips brushed against mine, but when they did, with a sweet pressure, it stopped completely. He grimaced. It seems I need to be even more careful with you than usual. I hadn't even finished kissing you yet, you idiot, I complained. Don't make me come after you. She broke into a wide smile and leaned in to gently kiss me on the lips. The monitor went haywire. But at that moment, her lips tightened and she turned away. I thought I heard your cousin, he remarked, smiling again. Don't go, I'm afraid, I shouted. I felt an irrational wave of panic. I couldn't let him go. He could disappear again. Sasuke team read the terror in my eyes in an instant and solemnly promised me. I won't, Kitsune, she smiled. I'm going to take a nap. He moved from the hard plastic chair near me to the turquoise faux leather recliner at the foot of my bed. He lay back and closed his eyes. He remained completely still. Don't forget to breathe, you're afraid, I whispered sarcastically. She sighed deeply, but did not open her eyes. Then I heard my cousin, who was walking with someone else, perhaps a nurse. Her voice reflected weariness and worry. I wanted to jump up and run to her to reassure her and promise that everything was all right. But I wasn't in any condition to do so, so I waited impatiently. The door opened a crack and she cautiously peeked her head out. Kachin, I whispered, filled with love and relief. She noticed Sasuke team's motionless figure on the recliner and tiptoed to the side of my bed. He never leaves you, right? He muttered to himself. Kachin, I'm so glad to see you, Databeo. Warm tears fell onto my cheeks as he leaned down to gently hug me. Naruchan, I felt so bad. Gomen, Kachin, but everything is fine now, I comforted her, it's okay, Databeo. I'm so glad you finally opened your eyes, Databane. She sat on the edge of my bed. Suddenly I realized I had no idea what day it was. What day is it, Databeo? It's Friday, Shingoku, you've been unconscious for quite some time. Friday? I was surprised. I tried to remember what day it was when. No, I didn't want to think about that. They kept you sedated for quite a few hours, Shingoku. You had many injuries, Databane. I know, they all hurt. You were lucky Uchiha-sensei was there. He's a charming man, albeit very young, Databane. He looks more like a model than a sensei. Have you met Kakashi-sensei? And Hinata-chan, Sasuke-kun's sister. She's an adorable young lady. It is, I fully agreed. He turned to look at Sasuke team, who was lying on the couch with his eyes closed. You didn't tell me you had such good friends in Konoha. I shrank back, and then I complained. What hurts? She asked worriedly, turning back to me. Sasuke team's eyes focused on my face. I'm fine, I assured them, but I must remember not to move, Databeo. Sasuke team leaned back again and sank into his false sleep. I took advantage of the momentary distraction to steer the conversation away from my more than candid behavior. How is Arashi-san? I asked quickly. In Taiyu. Oh, Naru-chan, you never would have guessed. The best news arrived just as we were about to leave, Databane. Has he signed? I ventured. Hi. How did you guess? He signed with the ecchi, can you believe it, Databane? That's great, Kachan, I replied with all the enthusiasm I could muster, even though I didn't really know what he was talking about. Kiku, you're going to love it, she said enthusiastically. I was a little worried when Erashur started talking about going to Yukiko, with all that snow and bad weather, you know how much I hate the cold, Databane. But Kiku. It's always sunny there, and the humidity isn't actually that bad. We found a fantastic house, yellow with white trim, a porch just like in the old movies, and a huge oak tree, Databane. It's only a few minutes from the ocean, and you'll have your own bathroom. Wait a moment, Kachan, I interrupted. Sasuke team kept his eyes closed, but he seemed too tense to give the impression that he was asleep. What are you talking about? I'm not going to tie you. I live in Konoha. Demo, you don't have to keep doing that anymore, Baka, he laughed. Erashur will be able to be closer now. We've talked about it a lot, and what I'm going to do is miss away games so I can spend half my time with you and the other half with him. Kachan, I hesitated, searching for the best way to sound diplomatic. I want to live in Konoha. I've already settled into school and I have a couple of friends. She glanced at Sasuke as I mentioned my friends, so I looked for another explanation. Besides, Minato needs me. He's really lonely and he can't cook, Databeo. You want to stay in Konoha, Databane? She asked, bewildered. The idea was inconceivable to her. Then she looked back at Sasuke team. Why? I already told you. The institute, Minato. I shrugged. It wasn't a good idea. Ouch. His hands hovered hesitantly over me as he searched for a suitable place to pat me. And he did so on my forehead, which wasn't bandaged. Naru-chan, Koishur, you hate Konoha, he reminded me. It's not so bad, Databeo. Kushina frowned. She looked from side to side, sometimes at Sasuke team, sometimes at me, this time with particular attention. Is this the man? She whispered. I opened my mouth to lie, but she was studying my face and I knew she would find out. Partly, yes, I admitted. There was no need to confess the enormous importance of that part. Well, I asked, haven't you had a chance to talk to Sasuke team? Sasuke team? It's the nickname I've given him. Demo, you haven't answered me, Databeo, have you spoken to him? Hi, he hesitated as he gazed at her perfectly still figure, and I wanted to talk to you about that, Databane. Oh. About what? I think that man is in love with you, she accused me without raising her voice. I think so too, I confided in him. And what do you feel for him, Databane? Kachan could barely control the intense curiosity in his voice. I sighed and looked away. As much as I loved my cousin, that wasn't a conversation I wanted to have with her. I'm crazy about him, Databeo. That was already said. That sounded too much like what a teenager would say about their first Koreshi. Well, he seems like a really nice person, and, Kami-sama, he's incredibly handsome, but, Naru-chan, you're so young. She spoke with an uncertain voice. As far as I could remember, this was the first time she had tried to appear maternally authoritative since I was 8 years old. I recognized the reasonable but firm tone of voice from the conversations I had had with her about boys. I know, Kachan. Don't worry. It's just a teenage crush, I reassured her. Okay, he admitted. He was easy to please. Then he sighed and turned his head to look at the large round clock on the wall. Do you have to leave, Databeo? He bit his lip. Erashur is supposed to call soon. I didn't know you were going to wake up. It's okay, Kachan, I tried to hide my relief so as not to hurt his feelings. I'm not alone. I'll be back soon. I've been sleeping here, Databane, she announced, proud of herself. Kachan, you didn't have to do that. You could have slept at home. I didn't even notice. The effect of the sedatives on my mind made it difficult for me to concentrate even at that moment, although I had apparently been sleeping for several days. I was too nervous, she admitted sheepishly. A crime had been committed in the neighborhood, and I didn't like being there alone. A crime? I asked, alarmed. Someone broke into that dance academy around the corner and burned it to the ground. There's nothing left, Databane. They left a stolen car right in front. Remember when you used to go dancing there, Koisher? I remember, I shuddered, and then I winced in pain. I can stay, Kodomo, if you need me. Lie, Kachin, I'll be fine. Sasuke team will be with me. Kushina looked at me as if that was the reason she wanted to stay. I'll be back tonight, Databane. It seemed more like a warning than a promise, and she looked at Sasuke team as she uttered those words. I love you, Kachin. Me too, Naruchan. Try to be more careful when you walk, Tengaku. I don't want to lose you. Sasuke team continued with his eyes closed, but a huge smile spread across his face. At that moment, a nurse came in busily to check all the tubes and 4 drips. My cousin kissed me on the forehead, patted my hand wrapped in gauze, and left. The nurse was checking the reading of the graph printed by my Holter monitor. Have you been feeling agitated, Kokoro? There was a moment when your heart rate was a little high. I'm fine, I assured him. I'll tell the registered nurse who's looking after you that you've woken up. She'll come see you right away. Sasuke team was by my side as soon as she closed the door. Did you steal a car, team? I raised my eyebrows and he smiled without the slightest hint of regret. It was a great car, very fast. How was your nap, Databeo? Interesting, he replied, squinting. What's happening? I'm surprised, he said, looking down as he answered. I thought Taiyu and your cousin. I thought that's what you wanted, Yujiro Tonki. I stared at him in astonishment. But in Taiyu you would have to stay inside a room all day. You could only go out at night, like a real vampire. She almost smiled, just almost. Then her face turned serious. I would stay in Konoha, Kitsune, there or somewhere similar, he explained. Somewhere I can't hurt you anymore. At first, I didn't understand what he was trying to tell me. I continued staring blankly at him as the words fell into place in my mind, one by one, like a horrible puzzle. I was barely aware of the sound of my heart racing, though I was certainly aware of the sharp pain in my battered ribs as I began to hyperventilate. Sasuke team said nothing. He eyed my face suspiciously as a pain that had nothing to do with my broken bones, one infinitely worse, threatened to crush me. Another nurse entered with a determined air at that moment. Sasuke team sat down, motionless as a statue, while she assessed my expression with a clinical eye before turning back to the indicator screens. Don't you need any more painkillers, Koisher? He asked kindly, tapping the 4 drip to check it. Lie, I muttered, trying to stifle the agony in my voice. I don't need anything. I couldn't allow myself to close my eyes at that moment. No need to act brave, Tengaku. It's best not to stress yourself out. You need to rest. She waited, but I just shook my head. Yokata. Press the call button when you're ready. She gave Sasuke a stern look and cast another anxious glance at the medical equipment before leaving. Sasuke team placed his cold hands on my face. I looked at him with burning eyes. Shoo. Dobe, calm down. Don't leave me, Databeo, I pleaded, my voice breaking. I won't, Kitsune, he promised me. Now, relax before I call the nurse to sedate you. But my heart did not calm down. Yujiro Tonki, he stroked my face anxiously. I don't plan on going anywhere. I'll be here as long as you need me. You swear you won't leave me, are you? I whispered. I tried to at least control my panting. I had a sharp pain in my ribs. Sasuke team placed his hands on the opposite side of my face and brought his face closer to mine. He looked at me with serious eyes. I swear, Dobe. The scent of his breath brought me relief. It seemed to soothe the pain of my breathing. He continued to hold my gaze as my body slowly relaxed and my wheezing returned to its normal rhythm. Today, his eyes were dark, closer to black than gold. "Better?" he asked me. "Yes," I said cautiously. He shook his head and muttered something unintelligible. I thought I heard the words overreaction. "Why did you say that, team?" I whispered, trying to keep my voice from trembling. "Are you tired of having to save me all the time? Do you want me to leave you, Databao?" "Lie, I don't want to be without you, Uzumaki, of course not. Be rational. And I also have no problem saving you if it weren't for the fact that I'm the one putting you in danger. I'm the reason you're here." "Hi, you are the reason," I grimaced. "The reason I'm here, alive." "Barely," he said in a whisper. "Covered in bandages and a plaster cast, and almost unable to move." "I wasn't referring to the last time I almost died, fear," I retorted with growing irritation. "I was thinking about the others, you can choose which one. I'd be pushing up daisies in the Konoha cemetery if it weren't for you." Her face contorted with pain upon hearing my words, and anguish never left her gaze. "But that's not the worst part, Dobe," he continued, whispering. He acted as if I hadn't spoken. "Not seeing you there on the ground, limp and broken," he said, his voice choked with emotion, "not thinking it was too late, not hearing you scream in pain. I could have carried the weight of all those unbearable memories for the rest of eternity. No, the worst part was feeling it, knowing I couldn't stop myself, believing I was going to be the one to end you. But you didn't." "He's afraid." "It could have happened with ease, Uzumaki." I knew I needed to calm down, but he was talking to himself about leaving me, and panic fluttered in my lungs, struggling to get out. "Promise me, I'm afraid," I whispered. "Nanny?" "You know what, Databao?" She had stubbornly refused, and I was starting to get angry. She noticed the change in my tone of voice, and her gaze became more stern. "Apparently, I don't have the willpower to walk away from you, Dobe, so I guess you'll have to go your own way. Whether that kills you or not," he added rudely. He hadn't promised me. A fact I hadn't overlooked. I barely managed to contain my panic. I had no strength left to control my anger. "You've told me how you avoided it. Now I want to know why," I demanded. "Why?" he repeated defensively. "Why did you do it, fear? Why didn't you just let the poison spread? By now, I'd be just like you." Sasuke team's eyes seemed to turn a dull black. Then I realized he had never intended for me to find out about this. Hinata-chan must have been too preoccupied with what she had just learned about her past, or she had been very careful with her thoughts while she was near Sasuke team, since it was quite clear that he didn't know she had initiated me into the knowledge of the vampire transformation process. He was shocked and furious. He snorted, and his lips seemed carved from stone. He wasn't going to answer me, that was more than clear. "I'm the first to admit I lack experience in relationships," I said, "but it seems logical that between a man and a young boy there must be a certain equality. One of them can't always be diving to save the other. They have to be able to save each other equally." She crossed her arms beside my bed and rested her chin on mine, her face calm and her anger contained. Clearly, she had decided not to be angry with me. She hoped to have a chance to warn Hinata-chan before the two of them caught up on the matter. "You saved me," she said softly. "I can't always be the damsel in distress," I insisted. "I want to be a knight too." "You don't know what you're asking me, Uzumaki." Her voice was sweet, but her eyes stared at the pillowcase. "I think so, Databao." "Kitsune, you don't know. I've been pondering this for almost 90 years, and I'm still not sure." "Do you wish Kakashi-sensei hadn't saved you?" "No, not that," she paused before continuing. "But my life is over and I haven't started anything. You are my life. You are the only thing I would be heartbroken to lose." That way, he was going to be more successful. It was easy to admit how much he needed it. But he was very calm. Resolute. "I can't, Dobe. I'm not going to do that to you." "Why not, fear?" His voice was hoarse, and the words didn't come out as loudly as I intended. Don't tell me it's too hard, Databeo. After today, I suppose in a few days. Never mind, after that, it wouldn't be anything. He stared at me and asked sarcastically. And the pain, Uzumaki? I paled. I couldn't help it. But I tried to prevent my facial expression from showing how clearly I remembered the sensation of fire in my veins. That's my problem, fear, I said. I can bear it. It is possible to take courage to the point where it becomes madness. That's no problem at all, he's afraid. 3 days. How awful, Databeo. Sasuke team grimaced when my words reminded him that he was better informed than he liked. I glared at him, barely containing my anger, watching as his eyes took on a more calculating gleam. And what about Minato-san and Kushina-san, Dobe? He inquired laconically. The minutes passed in silence as I racked my brains trying to answer her question. I opened my mouth, but no sound came out. I closed it again. She waited with a triumphant expression, knowing I had no honest answer. Look, that doesn't matter either, I'm afraid, I finally muttered. Whenever I lied, my voice was as unconvincing as it was now. Kushina has made the choices that were best for her. I'd like me to do the same. Minato is made of rubber, he'll recover, he's used to doing his own thing. I can't take care of them forever, I have to live my own life. Exactly. Uzumaki, he cut me off sharply, and I won't be the one to put an end to it. If you're waiting until I'm on my deathbed, I have news for you, fear. I'm already there, Databeo. You're going to recover, Dobe, he reminded me. I took a deep breath to calm myself, ignoring the spasm of pain that erupted. We stared at each other. There wasn't the slightest hint of commitment on her face. Lie, fear, I said slowly. It's not like that. Her forehead became covered in wrinkles. Of course, Uzumaki. Maybe you'll have a couple of scars left, Demo. You're wrong, I'm afraid, I insisted. I'm going to die. Really, Kitsune? You'll be out of here in a matter of days, he said, now worried. 2 weeks at most. I looked at him. I may not die now, he fears, but one day I will die. I'm getting closer to it with every passing minute. And I'm going to grow old. He frowned when he understood my words as he closed his eyes and pressed his temples with his fingers. Life is supposed to be like this, Dobe, this is how it should be, how it would have been if I didn't exist, and I shouldn't exist. I sighed and he opened his eyes in surprise. That's stupid. It's like someone who's won the lottery saying before collecting the money, look, let's leave things as they are. It's better this way, and then not taking it, Databeo. I can hardly be considered a lottery prize, Uzumaki. That's right. You're much better. He rolled his eyes and forced a smile. Dobe, we're not going to discuss this anymore. I refuse to condemn you to an eternal night. End of discussion. You don't know me very well if you think this is over, be afraid, I warned him. You're not the only vampire I know. The color of her eyes darkened again. Hinata wouldn't dare. It seemed so terrifying that for a moment I couldn't help but believe it. I couldn't imagine anyone being brave enough to cross his path. Hinata-chan has already seen it, right? I ventured. That's why the things he says bother you, Databeo. He knows that one day I'll be just like you. She's wrong too, Uzumaki. She saw you as dead, but that hasn't happened either. You'll never see me bet against Hinata-chan. We stared at each other for a long time, with no other noise than the buzzing of the machines, the beeping, the dripping, the ticking of the large clock on the wall. Finally, the expression on her face softened. Well, I asked, where does that leave us? Sasuke team laughed forcefully through his teeth. I think it's called a dead end, dude. I sighed. Oh. I murmured. How are you feeling, Uzumaki? He asked, with one eye on the call button. I'm fine, I lied. I don't believe you, he replied politely. I'm not going to sleep again, he fears. You need to rest. All this debate isn't good for you. So you give up, Databeo, I hinted. Nice try, Dobe. He reached for the button. Lie. He ignored me. Hi. The speaker on the wall croaked. I think it's the right time for more sedatives, he said calmly, ignoring my furious expression. I'll send the nurse, was the expressionless reply. I'm not going to take them, Databeo, I promised. He looked around for the bags of 4 drips that were hanging next to my bed. I don't think they're going to ask you to swallow anything, use your tonki. My heart rate began to rise. Sasuke team read the panic in my eyes and sighed in frustration. Dobe, you're in pain and you need to relax to heal. Why are you making it so difficult? They're not going to give you any more needles. I'm not afraid of needles, I'm afraid, I muttered, I'm afraid of closing my eyes. Then he flashed that mischievous smile of his and took my face in his hands. I told you I wasn't going anywhere, Kitsune. Don't worry, I'll be here as long as it makes you happy. I smiled back and ignored the pain in my cheeks. Then it's forever, Databeo. Come on, just drop it, you use your tonki. It's just a teenage crush. I shook my head in disbelief and felt dizzy doing so. I was surprised Kushina swallowed it. I know you know me better. That's the beautiful thing about being human, Kitsune, he told me. Things change. My eyes closed. Don't forget to breathe, I reminded him. She was still laughing when the nurse came in brandishing a syringe. Sumimasen, he said sharply to Sasuke, who stood up and crossed the room to the opposite end, where he leaned against the wall. He crossed his arms and waited. I kept my eyes fixed on him, still apprehensive. He held my gaze calmly. There you go, Tengaku, the nurse said with a smile as she injected the medicine into the 4 bag. Now you're going to feel better. Arigato, I murmured without enthusiasm. The medicines worked immediately. I noticed drowsiness coursing through my veins almost instantly. This should do the trick, she replied as my eyelids began to close. Then, he must have left the room, because something cold and smooth caressed my face. Stay, I said with difficulty. I will, she promised. Her voice sounded as beautiful as a lullaby. Like I told you, I'll stay as long as it makes you happy, as long as it's best for you. I tried to shake my head, but it was too heavy. It's not the same, Databeo, I muttered. He burst out laughing. Don't worry about it now, Dobe. We can discuss it when you wake up. I think I smiled. Yokata. I felt his lips on my ear as he whispered. I love you, Kitsune. Me too, Nico-chan. I know, she chuckled softly. I tilted my head slightly, searching for. He guessed what I was after and his lips gently brushed against mine. Thank you, my dear, I sighed. Whenever you want, use your tonki. In reality, she was losing consciousness no matter how much she fought, weaker and weaker, against the drowsiness. There was only one thing she wanted to tell him. Sasuke team? I had to strain to pronounce his name clearly. Huh? I'm going to bet on Hinata-chan. And then, night fell upon me. Sasuke helped me into his car. He paid special attention to my chiffon kimono, the hair clip he'd placed in my carefully styled blonde hair, and the cast, which was so difficult to handle. He ignored the angry grimace on my lips. He got into the driver's seat after I had settled in and drove down the long, narrow driveway. When are you planning on telling me what this is all about, fear? I grumbled, puffing out my cheeks. I hate surprises with all my heart, and he knew it. I'm surprised you haven't guessed it yet, use your tonki, he said, flashing me a mocking smile, and my breath caught in my throat. Was I never going to get used to such a perfect being? I've already told you how handsome you are, right? I assured myself. Hi. He smiled again. Until that moment, I had never seen him dressed in black, and the contrast with his pale skin made his beauty seem almost unreal. There wasn't much he could hide, even the fact that he was wearing such an elegant yukata made me nervous. Although not as much as my own kimono. I'm not coming back to your house if Hinata-chan and Obito-san keep treating me like a doll, like a hamster every time I go, I grumbled. I was sure nothing good could come of our formal attire. Unless, but I was afraid to put my assumptions into words, or even think them. I was then distracted by the ringing of a telephone. Sasuke team took his mobile phone out of his inside jacket pocket and quickly looked at the incoming number before answering. Konbanwa, Minato-san, he replied cautiously. Minato? I asked in a panic. The experience I'd had over 2 months prior had taken its toll. One consequence was that I'd become hypersensitive in my relationships with the people I loved. I'd switched the natural roles of Kazan and Masuko with Kushina, at least as far as maintaining contact with her was concerned. If I couldn't reach her daily via email, even though I knew it was unnecessary since I was now very happy at Kiku, I wouldn't rest until I'd called and spoken to her. And every day, when Minato left for work, he would say goodbye with more anxiety than necessary. However, the caution in Sasuke's voice was a different matter entirely. Minato had become rather difficult since I returned to Konoha. My two-san had adopted 2 very distinct stances regarding my bad experience. As for Kakashi-sensei, he felt a gratitude that bordered on adoration. On the other hand, he stubbornly insisted on blaming Sasuke team as the main culprit because I wouldn't have left home if it weren't for him. And Sasuke team was far from contradicting him. During the following days, rules that hadn't existed before began to appear, such as curfews and visiting hours. Sasuke turned to look at me, noticing the worry in my voice. His face was calm, which eased my sudden, irrational anxiety. Even so, his eyes seemed touched by some particular sorrow. He understood the reason for my reaction, and he continued to feel responsible for everything that happened to me. Something Minato was saying distracted him from his brooding thoughts. His eyes, wide with disbelief, made me shudder with fear until a broad smile lit up his face. "You're pulling my leg," he laughed. "What's up, Databeo?" I inquired, now curious. He ignored me. "Why don't you let me talk to him?" she suggested with obvious pleasure. She waited for a few seconds. "Hello, Sora, I'm Uchiha Sasuke," he greeted very politely, at least on the surface, but I already knew him well enough to detect the slight trace of threat in his tone. What was Sora doing in my house? The terrible truth dawned on me little by little. I looked down at the elegant dark blue kimono Hinata-chan had put me in. "I'm sorry, there's been some kind of misunderstanding, but Naru isn't available tonight." Her tone shifted, and the threat suddenly became more apparent as she continued. "To be perfectly honest, he won't be available any night for anyone but me. No offense. And I'm sorry to spoil your evening," she said, but she didn't sound genuinely sorry at all. He slammed the phone shut as an arrogant, stupid smile spread across his face. My face and neck flushed red with anger. I could feel tears of rage beginning to fill my eyes. He looked at me in surprise. Did I go too far at the end? I didn't mean to offend you. I overlooked that. You're taking me to the prom, you scaredy cat. I yelled furiously. To my shame, it was pretty obvious. I was sure I would have noticed the date on the posters decorating the school buildings if I'd paid a little attention, but it never even crossed my mind that Sasuke team would put me through this. Didn't he know me well? She hadn't expected such a strong reaction, that much was clear. She pressed her lips together and narrowed her eyes. Don't be difficult, Dobe. I glanced out the window. We were already halfway to school. Why are you doing this to me, Databeo? I asked, horrified. Frankly, Yujiro Tonki, what else did you think we were going to do? He gestured with his hand towards his elegant yukata. I was ashamed. First, for not noticing the obvious, and then for having gone too far with the vague suspicions, expectations, more like, that had been taking shape in my mind throughout the day as Hinata-chan and Obito-san tried to transform me into a reincarnation of beauty. My hopes, half feared, now seemed like nonsense. I had guessed that something was going on, but the end of your dance. That was the last thing I would have thought of. Ed manipulator, I wiped the back of my hand over my eyes, drying the treacherous tears. This is completely ridiculous. Why are you crying, Dobe? He asked, frustrated. Because I'm crazy, Databeo. Yuzuritanki. He directed the full force of his reproachful golden eyes against me. Nanny? I murmured, suddenly distracted. Do it for me, Kitsune, he insisted. His eyes melted all my fury. It was impossible to fight him when he used those kinds of tricks. I reluctantly surrendered. Fine, I replied with a grimace, unable to shoot fire from my eyes with the desired effectiveness. I'll take it easy. But you'll see, be afraid, I warned. In my case, bad luck is becoming a habit. I'll probably break my other leg, Databeo. I looked at him intently for a few seconds. Remind me to thank Hinata tonight, for making you more kiri than you already are. He gave me a sideways smile and all I could do was blush. Is Hinata-chan going to be there? That comforted me a little. With Niji, Suigetsu, and Karen, he admitted. The feeling of relief vanished, as my relationship with Karen wasn't progressing. I got along quite well with her on-again, off-again husband. Suigetsu thought I was hilarious, but she acted as if I didn't exist. As I shook my head to clear my thoughts, I remembered something else. Was Minato aware of this? I asked, suddenly suspicious. Sure, Dobe, he said, flashing a wide smile, then he began to chuckle. Although Sora, apparently, doesn't. My teeth ground together. I couldn't understand how Sora had created such false expectations. Except for the few sunny days, Sasuke and I were inseparable at school, where Minato couldn't interfere. By then we had already arrived at the school. One car stood out among all the others in the parking lot, Karen's red convertible. Today, the clouds were thin and a few rays of sunlight filtered through far to the west. He got out of the car and walked around it to open the door for me. Then he held out his hand. I sat stubbornly in my seat, arms crossed. I felt a secret pang of satisfaction, since the parking lot was crowded with people dressed in kimonos and yukatas, potential witnesses. She wouldn't be able to drag me out of the car as she would have if we were alone. Sigh. You can't be more of a Yuzuritanki. You're as brave as a lion when someone wants to kill you, but when the dance is mentioned. He shook his head. I swallowed. I danced. Dobe, I won't let anything hurt you, not even yourself. I promise I'll be with you all the time. I thought about it for a bit, and suddenly I felt much better. Sasuke noticed it on my face. So now? She said gently. It can't be that bad. He leaned over and put an arm around my waist. I leaned on his other hand and let him pull me out of the car. In Yuzushio, they hold end-of-year dances in hotel ballrooms, however, here, the dance is in the gymnasium, of course. It must have been the only room in town big enough to accommodate a dance. When we walked in, I started giggling. There were balloon arches everywhere, and the walls were decorated with tissue paper garlands. It looks like a set ready for a horror movie, Databeo, I chuckled. Well, he murmured as we slowly approached the ticket table. Sasuke, who was supporting most of my weight, but I still had to shuffle and limp, there are certainly more than enough vampires around. I surveyed the dance floor. An empty space had opened up in the center, where two couples were twirling gracefully. The other dancers had moved to the sides of the room to give them space, as no one felt capable of competing with such a display. No one could match the elegance of Suigetsu and Niji, who wore classic yukatas. Hinata-chan wore a striking lilac kimono, which made her look like the reincarnation of the goddess of beauty. And Karen wore a white kimono that looked beautiful on her, giving her a sensual and provocative air. Do you want me to lock the doors while you massacre all these unsuspecting villagers, Databeo? I whispered as if we were hatching some conspiracy. Sasuke team looked at me. And whose side would you take, Yuzuritanki? Oh, I would side with the vampires, of course. He smiled reluctantly. Anything to avoid dancing. Whatever. He bought the tickets and we headed towards the dance floor. I huddled nervously against his arm and started shuffling my feet. I have all night, Dobe, he warned me. Finally, he led me to where his family was dancing elegantly, in a style completely inappropriate for this music and this era. I stared at them in horror. Sasuke team, her throat was so dry she could only speak in whispers. I really can't dance. I felt panic churning inside me. Don't worry, Baka, he replied in a whisper. I can do it. He placed my arms around his neck, lifted me up, and slid his feet under mine. And suddenly, we two were spinning around on the dance floor. I feel like I'm 5 years old, Databeo, I laughed after effortlessly waltzing for several minutes. You don't look it, Sasuke murmured, as I approached him until I felt like my feet had lifted off the ground and were floating more than half a meter above the ground. Hinata-chan caught my attention during one of the turns and smiled at me to encourage me. I smiled back. I was surprised to realize that I was actually enjoying it, even if only a little. Yokata, this isn't even half as bad as I thought, I admitted. But Sasuke-teen was looking towards the doors with an angry face. What's wrong, are you afraid? I asked aloud. Although I was disoriented after wandering around so much, I followed the direction of his gaze until I saw what was bothering him. Sabaku no Gaara, without his elegant yukata, was crossing the dance floor toward us. After the initial shock of recognizing him wore off, I couldn't help but feel sorry for poor Gaara. He looked genuinely uncomfortable, almost unbearably so. He had a guilty expression when our eyes met. Sasuke-team growled very softly. Behave yourself, you're afraid. I whispered. Sasuke-team's voice sounded caustic. He wants to talk to you. At that moment, Gaara reached our position. The shame and apology were even more evident on his face. Konbanwa, Naru, I was hoping to find you here. It seemed as if he had actually expected just the opposite, although his smile was as warm as ever. Konbanwa, Gaara, I smiled in turn. What do you want, Databeo? Can I interrupt? He asked hesitantly as he looked at Sasuke for the first time. I was surprised to discover that Gaara didn't need to look up to look at Sasuke-team. He must have grown more than 10 centimeters since I first saw him. Sasuke-team's face, with its vacant expression, appeared serene. In response, he simply placed me gently on the ground and took a step back. Arigato, Gaara said kindly. Sasuke-team simply nodded while looking at me intently before turning his back on me and leaving. Gaara wrapped his hands around my waist and I rested my arms on his shoulders. Wow, Gaara. How tall are you now? 1.88 m, he answered, proud of himself. We weren't really dancing, since my leg prevented it. We swayed awkwardly from side to side without moving our feet. Thank goodness, because his recent growth spurt had left him looking lanky and uncoordinated, and he was probably as bad a dancer as I was. So, how did you end up here tonight? I asked, without any real curiosity. I got a rough idea if I took into account what Sasuke-team's reaction had been. Can you believe my cousin paid me to come to your end-of-year dance? He admitted, a little embarrassed. Of course, I murmured. Well, I hope you're at least having a good time. Did you see anything you liked, Databeo? I joked, casting a knowing glance at a group of young men lined up against the wall like cakes in a pastry shop. Yes, he admitted, but he's engaged. He looked down to meet my curious eyes for a second. Then, embarrassed, we both looked away. By the way, you look really good, she added shyly. Thank you. And why did Karura Bazin pay you to come, Databeo? I asked quickly, even though I knew the answer. Gaara didn't seem too pleased with the change of subject. He continued to look away, uncomfortable once again. She said it was a safe place to talk to you. I promise you, the old woman is losing her mind. I reluctantly joined in their laughter. Anyway, he promised to get me the master cylinder I need if I gave you a message, she confessed with an embarrassed smile. In that case, give it to me. I'd like you to finish your car, I smiled back. At least Gaara didn't believe a word of the old legends, which made things easier. Leaning against the wall, Sasuke-team watched my face, but kept his own expressionless. I saw a second-year girl in a pink kimono looking at him with interest and shyness, but he didn't seem to notice. Don't be angry, Yokata? Gaara looked away, looking guilty. There's no way I could get mad at you, Gaara, I assured him. I'm not even going to get mad at Kurama-bazan. Just say what you have to say, Databeo. Well, it's kind of stupid. I'm sorry, Naru, but he wants you to leave your Kureshi. He told me to ask you Onagai. He shook his head in a displeased gesture. She's still clinging to her superstitions, isn't she? Yes. He was overwhelmed when you hurt yourself in Yuzushio. He didn't believe that. Gaara didn't finish the sentence. Unaware of it. I cut him off while squinting. I know, Gaara replied quickly. Kurama-bazan believes that Sasuke team had something to do with the fact that he hurt me. It wasn't a question, and I got angry despite my promise. Sasuke team? It's a nickname I gave him. Ray rubbed the back of my neck as I closed my eyes in embarrassment. Gaara avoided my gaze. We weren't even bothering to keep time with the music anymore, though his hands were still on my waist and mine were on his shoulders. Look, Gaara, I know Kurama-bazan probably won't believe this, but I want you to know at least, I said, returning to my previous tone. He looked at me, noticing the newfound seriousness in my voice. Actually, Sasuke team saved my life. I would have died if it weren't for him and his Tusan, Databeo. I know, he assured. It seemed that the sincerity of my words had partly convinced him, and after all, perhaps Gaara would manage to convince his cousin, at least on that point. Jie-kun, listen, I'm sorry you had to do this, I apologized. In any case, you've already fulfilled your task, haven't you, Yokata? Yes, he muttered. He still looked uncomfortable and angry. Is there more, Databeo? I asked incredulously. Forget it, he muttered. I'll get a job and save the money on my own. I stared at him until our eyes met. Just say it, Gaara. It's quite unpleasant. Don't worry. Tell me, Databeo, I insisted. Yokata. But, Kami, it sounds so bad, she shook her head. She asked me to tell you, but not to warn you. She lifted a hand from my waist and drew air quotes, we'll be watching. The plural is yours, not mine. He waited for my reaction with a circumspect expression. It sounded so much like a line from a gangster movie that I burst out laughing. I'm sorry you had to do this, Jie-kun. I laughed discreetly. It didn't bother me too much. He smiled in relief as he looked me up and down at my kimono. So, can I tell her you told me to stop interfering in your affairs once and for all? He asked hopefully. Lie, I sighed. Thank him for me. I know he's doing it for my own good, Databeo. The song ended and I lowered my arms. His hands hesitated for a moment on my waist and then he looked at my useless leg. Do you want to dance again, or should I take you somewhere? It's not necessary, Gaara, Sasuke replied. Don't worry about me. I'll take care of it. Gaara was startled and stared wide-eyed at Sasuke team, who was right next to us. Hey, I didn't hear you arrive, he muttered. Hope to see you soon, Naru. He took a step back and waved reluctantly. I smiled. Sure, see you later. Sumimasen, he added before turning around and heading towards the door. Sasuke team's arms wrapped around my waist as soon as the next song started. It seemed a bit too fast for slow dancing, but he didn't seem to mind. I rested my head on his chest, content. Are you feeling better, team? I teased him. Not entirely, Dobe, he commented tersely. Don't be mad at Kurama-bazan, I sighed. She's only worried about me for Minato's sake. It's nothing personal, Databeo. I'm not angry with Kurura, he corrected me sharply, but her son irritates me. I tilted my head back to look at him. He was very serious. Because? First of all, it made me break my promise. I looked at him, confused, and he gave a half-smile as he explained. I promised you that tonight I would be with you at all times, Yuzuru Tonki. Ah. Well, you're forgiven. Thank you, Sasuke, team frowned. But there's something else. I waited patiently. He called you Kirii, he finally continued, his frown deepening. And that's practically an insult, given how you look today. You're much more than Kirii. I laughed. Your point of view is a bit biased, he fears. I don't think so. Besides, I have excellent eyesight. We continued circling the track. I held his feet close to mine, and he pulled me close. Are you going to explain the reason for all this to me now, Databeo? I asked him. He looked around for me and stared at me, confused. I glanced meaningfully at the paper garlands. He paused to consider it for a moment. Then changed direction. He led me through the crowd toward the back door of the gymnasium. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Kiba and Yugura dancing, watching me curiously. Yugura waved to me, and I immediately smiled back. Haku was there too, in the arms of the great Zabusa Momoshi. He seemed blissful and happy, his gaze fixed on him, a head taller than the sweet little boy. Shino and Isaribi, Kin, accompanied by Zaku, also looked at us. I was able to remember the names of everyone who passed in front of me at breakneck speed. Suddenly, we found ourselves outside the gymnasium, in the soft, cool light of a dimly lit tassagare. He swept me into his arms as soon as we were alone. We walked through the shady garden without stopping until we reached a bench beneath the strawberry trees. He sat there, cradling me against his chest. Visible through the wispy clouds, the moon was already high in the sky, its snowy light illuminating Sasuke team's face. His features were stern, and his eyes were troubled. What's bothering you? I interrupted gently. He ignored me without taking his eyes off the moon. Tassagare, again, he murmured. Another ending. No matter how perfect the day is, it always has to end. Some things don't have to end, Databeo, I muttered through gritted teeth, suddenly tense. Sigh. I brought you to the dance, he said, slurring his words and finally answering my question, because I don't want you to miss anything, nor do I want my presence to deprive you of anything if it's within my power. I want you to be human, for your life to continue as it would have if I had died in 1918, just as it should have happened. I shuddered at his words and then shook my head angrily. And in what strange parallel dimension would I have ever attended the dance of my own free will? If you weren't 100 times stronger than me, you never would have managed to bring me. She gave a broad smile, but the joy in that smile didn't reach her eyes. You yourself have admitted that it hasn't been so bad, Dobe. Because I was with you. We remained motionless for a minute. Sasuke team gazed at the moon, and I gazed at him. I wanted to find a way to explain to him how little interest I had in leading a normal human life. Will you answer me if I ask you something? He inquired, looking at me with a gentle smile. Don't I do it all the time, Databeo? Promise me you'll do it, Yujiro Tonki, he insisted, smiling. Yokata, I knew I was going to regret it very soon. You seemed genuinely surprised when you realized I had brought you here, he began. I was, Databeo, I interrupted. Exactly, he admitted, but you must have guessed something. I'm curious. Why did you think we dressed like this? Yes, I regretted it immediately. I pursed my lips, hesitant. I don't want to tell you. You promised, he objected. I know. What's the problem? I realized that he believed that what prevented me from speaking was simply shame. I think you're going to be angry or sad. He raised his eyebrows as he considered it. Anyway, I want to know, Kitsune. I sighed. He was waiting for my answer. Well, I figured it was going to be some kind of special occasion. It never crossed my mind that it would be something as human and common as a prom, Databeo. I scoffed. Human? He asked wearily. I had understood the key word immediately. I glanced at my kimono while nervously playing with the hair at the nape of his neck. Sasuke team waited silently for my response. Yokata, I confessed hurriedly, I had hoped that perhaps you had changed your mind and that, after all, you would transform me. A dozen conflicting emotions crossed her face. I recognized some of them, like anger and pain, and, after she had calmed down, the expression on her face seemed amused. "You thought this would be an occasion to dress up, huh?" he mocked, touching the collar of his dark yukata. I twisted my face to hide my embarrassment. "I don't know how those things work, at least, it seemed more rational to me than a prom," Sasuke continued, still smiling. "It's not fun, Databeo," I assured him. "Lie, you're right, it's not," she admitted as her smile faded. "Anyway, I'd rather take it as a joke than think you're serious." "I'm serious." She sighed deeply. "I know. And is that really what you want, Dobe?" The sadness had returned to her eyes. I bit my lip and nodded. "So you're prepared for this to be the end, the tassigare of your existence even though you've barely begun to live," he murmured, speaking almost to himself. "You're willing to abandon everything." "It's not the end, but the beginning, Databeo," I contradicted him almost breathlessly. "I don't deserve it," she said sadly. "Do you remember when you told me I didn't perceive myself realistically?" I asked, raising my eyebrows. "Obviously, you suffer from the same blindness." "I know." I sighed. Suddenly, his fickle mood changed. He pursed his lips and studied me with his gaze. He examined my face for a long time. "So, are you ready?" he asked me. I swallowed. "Already?" He smiled and slowly tilted his head until his cold lips touched my skin below my jaw. Now, he whispered as he exhaled his cold breath onto my neck. I shuddered involuntarily. "Yes," I answered in a whisper so that my voice wouldn't break. Sasuke, he was going to be sorely disappointed if he thought I was flirting with him. I'd already made up my mind, I was sure of it. I didn't care that my body was as stiff as a board, that my hands were turning into fists, and that my breathing was becoming ragged. He laughed enigmatically and stood up straight with a look of genuine disapproval. "You couldn't have really believed I was going to give up so easily, Yujiro Tonki," he said with a hint of bitterness in his mocking tone. "A young man has the right to dream." She raised her eyebrows. "Do you dream of becoming a monster, Dobe?" "Not exactly, fear," I replied. I frowned at the word I'd chosen. "Truly, that's what I was, a monster. More like I dream of being able to be with you forever, Databeo." Her expression changed, becoming softer and sadder because of the subtle pain that permeated my voice. Kitsune, his fingers lightly traced the outline of my lips. "I'm going to be with you, isn't that enough?" Sasuke placed his fingertips on my lips, which formed a smile. "That's enough for now, Nico-chan." He grimaced at my persistence. Tonight, neither of us seemed willing to give up. He exhaled so forcefully it almost sounded like a growl. I stroked her face and said, "Look, I love you more than anything in the world." "Isn't that enough for you, fear?" "Yes, that's enough," he replied, smiling. "Enough forever." And he leaned in to press his cold lips against my throat once more. I would like to thank everyone who has read this, and a special greeting to Gara, who has left me some very kind comments. I also want to thank Rosenrot, without whom this story wouldn't have even begun. It seems like only yesterday I told my friend I didn't know who to cast as Alice Cullen, ha ha ha. I'm so happy, and I hope you enjoyed reading it as much as I enjoyed writing it. Sayonara, everyone. See you in another one of my stories. Kisses and hugs. The end to this story.